In the year 3069, 6 colossal ancient kings fell from the sky, bringing forth the apocalypse to the entire planet. Creatures known as demons erupted from the ancient kings, mercilessly slaughtering humanity. This young man had single-handedly snapped the necks of all the 7 demons. But Aki had no idea that lurking within the ancient kings was Baki, a demon 1,000,000 times stronger than the 7. At the brink of exhaustion, Aki finally had to accept his fate as the demon Baki annihilated him in an instant. Just then, in the pitch-black darkness, a light suddenly appeared, and Aki jolted awake to the sound of a familiar military command. He looked around, bewildered by the strange surroundings. Was this a dream? Just a second ago, he was facing death, and now he found himself here. But this tangible feeling was nothing like a dream. Sensing something was off, Aki started to touch his body with his hands, clutching his head in shock. This is not my face. This is not my strong, masculine body. I am wrapped up in these towering, solid walls. And the one speaking was none other than Captain Ju Dung, leader of City 3, Venice. You all need to understand. Participating in the Warriors assessment represents what? The so-called Warriors represent protection and hope. After that, Ju Dung began to narrate the origin of the Warriors and the dawn battle that took place 60 years ago. At this moment, Aki was horrified to realize he had time traveled to the future after dying. Moreover, the history he was hearing seemed to have discrepancies. The highest demon is not the 7, but the 8. Although he was not sure, he had indeed seen it. Humanity still does not fully grasp the true power of the demons. The more he thought about it, the more terrified Aki became. Meanwhile, Ju Dung's inspiring speech continued. Without those warriors, we would not be here today. Without the warriors, there would be no life or homes as we know them now. They are the greatest identity representing hope and protection. Do you all understand what the warriors represent now? Today, Ju Dung heard a mumble from the back. That is wrong. The 8 demons. Those words caught Ju Dung's attention. He marched straight to Aki, an expression of disbelief clear on his face. It seemed like Aki still did not understand what the warriors represented. What is your name? Aki hesitated to answer, but suddenly reconsidered. Should I really say I am Aki? Would anyone believe that I am Aki from 60 years ago, now stuck in this weak body? Just then, Ju Dung glanced at the name tag and burst into laughter. Unbelievable. Haha. What a disgrace to the great name. You share the name of the greatest warrior. You fool. You do not even grasp the most basic qualities of a warrior and dare to disgrace the great name. Is that really the reason? Ju Dung could not hold back his anger and swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Aki. Before he could react, Aki coughed up blood and flew back. Damn it. This broken body can't even react to a hit like that. But sharing the name with my past self. Luckily, someone caught him, so nothing too serious happened. But you have definitely caught the attention of the trial master in the upcoming warrior assessment. After dealing with the troublemaker, the trial master orders all the warriors to proceed to the assessment area. Next up is the physical assessment. Following the command, all the warriors head towards the fitness area. Only Sino is concerned about Aki, who is lying on the ground. Are you okay? Your name's Aki. Right. That is such a badass name. Looking forward to learning more from you. At this moment, a girl named Tihi sneers. So you dare to call yourself Aki? You idiot. Do you really think sharing a name means you have the same strength? Humiliated by her own name, Aki feels furious. What my name is has nothing to do with her. Sino thens. You do not even know who she is. She is the most valued warrior in this assessment round. T11, known as the Silent Fury. The young lady from the prestigious Ta clan, the most renowned martial arts family in our city, Venice. Hearing the TV name, Aki feels a bit of familiarity, but can T remember anything? After a moment, Sino helps Aki up to get to the assessment on time. Just then, the flash of cameras goes off. The brotherly bond between these guys is truly captivating. You two do not need to worry about me. Just keep going. Seeing the girl, seriously asks, who are you? She looks cool, but with blood streaming from her nose. She seems a bit silly, but Sino is just focused on the picture the girl just took. Speaking of the photo, the girl's eyes light up. Nice to meet you. I am just drawn in by the charm of you two guys. Haha. What a great catchphrase. I am totally speechless. Approaching the fitness area, Aki struts confidently forward. Haha. Even with a body like this, I am still the strongest warrior. How dare you discuss what a warrior is in front of me? Watch closely. During this assessment, I will show you my terrifying results that'll blow your minds. The first round of assessments begins, starting with the endurance run. Right from the start, Aki sprints far ahead of everyone else. He plans to grab the #1 spot and break the record while he is at it. But life is not a dream. He ends up in the last position while simultaneously breaking the worst endurance record in history. He collapses on the ground, gasping for breath amid the mockery of other trial warriors. Not just in the endurance run, Aki becomes a laughingstock in all the other fitness tests, failing miserably and even managing to punch himself in the face. In the end, He ranks dead last in fitness. With results so bad it is unbelievable, and is immediately eliminated. Can't he believe I was once the strongest warrior of humanity? And now I am this weak. Aki despairingly bangs his head on the ground. Only Sino comes over to offer him a bit of comfort. Tomo seizes this opportunity to snap a final embarrassing moment of the two of them. At this point, the judge approaches to speak with the trial master, Captain. That Aki's performance does not even need a second round of testing. He is so bad he can be eliminated on the spot. Although there were previous grievances with Aki's attitude, the trial master simply shakes his head. Even though that guy has no hope, he still has the right to participate in the second round. This is probably his last chance to prove himself. Right after that, he turned around and ordered the second round of assessment to begin, checking the synchronization rate with the support device. Hearing the announcement, Aki flashed a confident smile. Checking the synchronization rate with the support device. There is a chance. 60 years ago, I was the strongest, maintaining a stable synchronization rate over 96%. This body is not great, but the synchronization rate is determined by willpower. You all see me as a joke, so just watch what happens next. What does the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior look like? Aki's eyes burned with determination. Completely different from before. With that, Aki strode confidently toward the next location. After putting on the support device, he could not help but be amazed by the current technology. Compared to 60 years ago, the usability has improved significantly. Just then, the results of the assessment for TT Liu were announced. 39% synchronization rate. As soon as the result was out, all the warriors below began to buzz with excitement. TT Liu really delivered, hitting 39%. This is probably the best score of the year. It is clear that those from martial arts families are something special. How can I compete for the affection of that lovely girl? A girl like that looks like she is shining. Hearing the chatter from the kids, Aki sighed, realizing he had not cared about romance for a long time. After finishing the assessment, Teidra Liu removed the device and proudly walked straight to the waiting room. From her expression, it was clear that this result was no surprise to her at all. The buzz about her continued, with everyone wanting to have a good background, strong abilities, and beauty just like hers. But as soon as Tivai Liu entered the waiting room, her true nature was revealed. She blushed furiously, feeling hot and flustered. Well done. Tits Liu. 39%. Everyone probably noticed it just now. She really stood out this time. It is clear that popularity brings more fans. But a little humility goes a long way. Calm down. Tits Liu. Calm down, damn. Turns out this girl has a serious case of teenage syndrome. Meanwhile, in the testing area, Aki was surprised by her results. He did not expect her to hit a synchronization rate of 39%. At that moment, Sino came over and threw an arm around Aki, proving she is really strong. I can feel the intense spirit radiating from her. Not knowing how to respond, Aki just said he felt the same way to brush it off. Suddenly, Sino asked him why he did not seem nervous at all. Aki shrugged it off, saying he was used to it. This piqued Sino's curiosity. Just how accustomed could they be at their age? The testing continued, and many newcomers faced the support devices with expressions of agony. The first time using the device, the body has to handle a certain load, enduring the power surge from the core. Some could not handle it and chose to drop out. A synchronization rate of just over 10% was all that was needed to pass. Of course, there were a few surprising results as well. Sino scored 24%, and Tomo hit 30%. Observing the entire assessment process, a satisfied smile spread across the face of the overseer. It seems we have discovered some exceptional talents this time. The assistant next to him quickly announced the test results. That is right, including the girl named Tomo from earlier. This time there were 6 people with synchronization rates above 30%, compared to other fee rank candidates. Our warrior assessment this time is not bad at all. Just then, a guy from the team interrupted. Yeah, but there are some weak organizations too. His gaze was fixed on the next candidate. The other started mocking Aki as he stepped up to the podium. Look, here comes that loser Aki. His body is probably going to get crushed and bleed out. Haha. He is going to rank dead last in this first round. Hearing these words, Aki tried to act cool, but inside he was boiling with anger. Keep laughing, you little punks who have not seen the real world yet. Just wait till later when you are left speechless. Stepping onto the podium, Aki pointed at the red core, the core of power. The demonic core retrieved from the battlefield comes in 6 types, with the most common being red, yellow, and green. Red represents strength, yellow represents defense, green represents recovery, and blue represents speed. The purple core symbolizes blood energy, while the black core represents space and time, which are extremely rare. Among them, the black core is an incredibly rare existence. The so-called synchronization rate is primarily about willpower. The intensity of one's will determines their tolerance to the demonic core, which in turn influences their control over it. Before they commenced the first assessment, the staff cautiously asked Aki if he was ready. Having gone through this countless times, Aki confidently requested to start the assessment. The moment it began, a blinding red light enveloped the entire hall. Even visible in the break room, Aki shouted loudly, his confident gaze directed downwards. Feeling extremely satisfied. Open your eyes wide and watch. I am about to show you what it means to have the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior. Everyone was stunned by Aki's test results. His synchronization rate shot up to 40% in no time. But that number still did not satisfy Aki. 40%. Haha. I used to have a synchronization rate of 96%. Crank it up for me. The aura emanating from Aki no longer resembled that of a mere synchronization test. The numbers kept climbing. In the monitoring room, the guy from the team was so excited he almost broke the glass. This was the first time he had seen a synchronization rate this insane. When the number hit 80%, everyone started to panic. Meanwhile, Aki spread his arms wide like a savior. I am the one all warriors acknowledge as the strongest. If it were not for this pathetic core and this weak body, my presence would make you all kneel. This is the gap between me and you little brats. Aki was feeling incredibly satisfied, slapping back at all those kids who mocked him earlier. But suddenly, the power he was channeling started to fade, and the demonic core began to show signs of damage. Aki could no longer hold it and collapsed onto the ground. My body can take this. The employees who were scared earlier are now fuming with rage. What the hell is going on? Turns out it was just a malfunctioning device. The synchronization rate has plummeted to 10%. The secretary quickly reported back to the monitoring team. The team leader just checked and found that the demon core was shattered. It must have been an abnormal core that caused the data to go haywire. Talk about a total nightmare. Hearing that, the monitoring team sighed in disappointment. He thought humanity had birthed another super warrior, but it turns out, that is not the case. Aki's 10% result barely scraped by the test. The crowd of warriors scrutinizing Aki's pitiful state began to murmur. I told you. That abnormal demon core caused all this chaos. That synchronization rate is usually only seen at captain rank. Sis class. Only Sino rushed to the podium to check on his new friend, followed closely by Tomo, who was busy capturing the chaotic moments. On the other side, Tudoli let out a sigh of relief. Phew. That was close. I thought there was someone out here shining brighter than me. Absolutely not allowed. Aki is now almost drained, looking pale and on the verge of vomiting blood. I can't believe I am comparing myself to these kids. Thankfully, he made it through. Nice. After recovering a bit, Aki sat in the waiting room, carefully pondering the earlier situation. What was that earlier? It felt like something deep in my heart suddenly drained all my strength. I have never experienced anything like this before. My will should have held up at least 80%. Even the lowest level core should not have shattered like that. Wow. His mind was flooded with unanswered questions. Even a seasoned warrior like him could not find a logical explanation. Just then, the waiting room door swung open, and Aki nervously stood at attention as per regulations. The monitoring team then entered the room and spoke up. Congratulations. You have all made it to the final testing round, the real combat drill. You will face demons for the first time in your lives. I hope you all make it through safely. After those encouraging words, all the warriors were asked to line up and head to testing area 3. Though gasping for breath, dragged his exhausted body forward. He was so tired he did not even notice the monitoring team's eyes fixated on him. At that moment, the team leader suddenly spotted something near where Aki had just sat. When he picked it up, he realized it was a fragment of a demon core that was slowly fading away. Clenching the shard tightly in his hand, he looked at Aki's back. You have got me really curious. I am dying to see how you perform in this shooting range test beyond the wall. Once all the warriors gathered, the massive gates of Venus City swung open. The kids, seeing the outside world for the first time, began to chatter excitedly. Whoa, oh my god, it is my first time outside the city. Do you think the area beyond the walls is really always shrouded in mist? Aki was equally astonished to learn that after 60 years, humanity had been living in isolation within these fortified cities. Meanwhile, the young folks, knave to the world, were sternly reminded by the examiner. Don't take too long. Get quiet and head outside the city. If you have time, check your core energy. Otherwise, you might not even know how you will die later. Aki was carefully examining the newly acquired perfect energy core. He did not believe the earlier issue was related to the energy core. At that moment, his power suddenly vanished, as if something within him was rejecting the core. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not come up with a reasonable explanation. Could it be the aftereffects of time travel? Lost in thought, Aki followed the crowd out of the city. The moment his feet touched the ground outside, he immediately sensed he had emitted some kind of signal from within his body. This signal spread far and wide, attracting every demon around, even reaching a mysterious cave. As the signal was felt, a chilling voice echoed from within the cave. It can't be? Higher level demons. Demons that are even stronger than me. The scenes unfolding before Aki's eyes left him stunned. What is this? What I just saw were demons. In an instant, a resonance seemed to stir deep within him. Just then, Zidulia spoke up, snapping him back to reality. Are you coming or not? Aki felt awkward and did not know how to explain, so he just apologized. Shino and Tomo arrived as they noticed the commotion. Suddenly, the examiner looked over at the four of them and shouted, "You four at the back, form a team. The rest are already prepared. So let us move." Tumo misinterpreted this as Aki's strategy to form a team. Before Aki could explain, Zidu Leo interrupted, "Just do not be a burden." Although she pretended to be cold, inside she was actually feeling relieved. Just a moment ago, she was worried that no one would team up with her. Shino stepped forward and patted Aki on the shoulder. "We need to pull together." Tumo was busy capturing the first moments of their team with her camera, but little did she know, something terrible was about to happen. This exam was made possible by an object known as the Stone Tablet of the Fog. The black stone was made from a special type of stone that contained a unique substance, capable of amplifying the fog. Once everyone was gathered, the examiner announced the exam rules. Round 3 would be conducted in groups of 4. The test content should be clear to everyone. It is a hunt for beasts in the fog beyond the walls. Each team will be given combat daggers and small fog dispersal devices. Your task is quite simple. Go to the designated bright spot, set up the fog dispersal device, and hunt the demons without being surrounded. Your performance will depend on your individual abilities and teamwork. We will decide if you pass or fail based on that. Good luck to all the teams. Hunting in the fog beyond the walls is the final fear that newcomers must face in this fog-dominated world. The battles they face are fraught with unknown dangers lurking within. To become a warrior, one needs not only physical strength and talent, but also a strong mindset, unafraid of the fog, confronting the unknown, relying on teamwork to conquer fear. Seize the moment, and take down the demons that randomly appear on the battlefield. In the end, through this first bloody clash, they will earn the title of warrior. Each squad stepped out one by one, ready to execute their mission. Meanwhile, Team 2's captain, Dada Zago, was observing from atop the city wall. This time, there are quite a few newbies to crush on, but the only one I am really interested in is that T.Li Liu. What about you guys? Team 2's captain, Joel, was carefully watching. Yeah, with a background like that in martial arts, he must be trained well. Who knows? He might become an outstanding warrior. Data Zago crossed his arms and said, "There is another rookie worth noting in the bunch." His gaze was fixated on Aki below. I specifically checked his core and confirmed there is nothing wrong. What exactly happened to him back then? While Data Zago was deep in thought, he suddenly got a playful tap on the head from Zago. "What are you thinking about, Data?" Teasing him, Data Zago blushed and shouted, "Don't call me Data." It is clear that the bond between the three captains is incredibly strong. While they joked around, Zago suddenly turned serious. "Have we confirmed the ACMA levels yet? We need to ensure that only the ACMA we expect is present during the assessment." Data Zago assured that he had checked everything meticulously, guaranteeing no mistakes. Joel flashed a confident smile. "If there really are any, we will wipe them all out to protect these future warriors." After a few teams passed the test, it was Aki's team's turn to step up. His team caught everyone's eye for the stark contrast between the best and the worst from the last 2 rounds. All 4 were confident they would ace this test quickly and easily. Suddenly, T.Li Liu snatched the device from Aki and charged ahead. Honestly, just like before, T.Li Liu was all childish thoughts in his head. Just follow this dazzling figure. Aki felt a bit annoyed but had no choice but to chase after him. Entering the mist, T.Li Liu leaped high and executed a stunning flip mid-air. With pinpoint precision, she plugged the device into the required spot. This performance earned praise from Chago. Clearly having regained his core, did not lag behind the agile blue core. This is the prowess of a martial arts family. Sensing danger, 3 blood-red demons charged wildly at T.Li Liu. Immediately, Aki signaled Sino to rush forward. For some reason, Sino instinctively followed Aki's lead. He jumped in front of T.Li Liu and braced himself against the demons. This time, even Data Zago praised him. "Not bad. You have mastered the use of your core." Just as the demons were sent flying, Aki signaled again. All 3 charged forward, each taking on a demon. Round 1. Equipped with a swift blue core, Tomo slashed continuously at a demon and suddenly kicked it down to the ground, timing it perfectly. Sino added a punch that sent the demon flying. This coordination received compliments from Joel. These two have surprisingly good synergy, especially that girl. The agile blue core made their bodies incredibly balanced. As he spoke, he wore a sinister grin. "Seriously, I am at a loss for words with this captain of Team 1. Round 2 is the battlefield for Tu Du Liu." Seizing the moment while the demon is still airborne, she swiftly drives her blade into its body. A burst of emerald energy suddenly flows from the blade into the demon's form. Before long, the demon's body swells up and explodes into tiny pieces. Truly, the best of the best, absolutely legendary. Finally, it is round 2, the Battle of Aki. In an incredibly short time, Aki clearly identifies and strikes at the demon's 3 weak points: the neck, chest, and abdomen. But somehow, not only did the demon get hit, but he also ended up rolling around on the ground. Thankfully, Aki plunged the blade into the earth, which helped him stop. The explosive force of this fragile body is really limited, but this chance for real combat tests the limits of his abilities. and his eyes shine with determination as he charges straight at the demon without hesitation. Drawing on his experience, Aki dodges the attack and jabs straight into the demon's side. However, this body is too weak, and the blade can penetrate deeply. The demon only takes a slight amount of damage, so it quickly retaliates with a kick, quick as a flash. Aki leans back to dodge the blow and switches hands to strike again at its belly in immense pain. The demon lunges forward, trying to crush Aki with its massive body, but Aki remains calm, springing backward just in time to slice, causing the demon to crash to the ground. However, despite his flawless moves, Aki has a very low opinion of this body. The reflexes are too slow, the body temperature is off, and the burst of power just is not enough. Luckily, thanks to countless battle experiences, this demon is not a big deal. If it were someone else, they would probably be toast by now. Aki's playful maneuvers earlier made Shino admire him greatly. Tomo has recorded everything from start to finish, but Tudulyu is not too pleased. How dare he steal the spotlight from him? He is clearly doing this on purpose. Right. The three team captains have all turned their eyes toward Aki. The sight of a scrawny kid executing such precise moves is genuinely astonishing. The cold-eyed observer has been quietly watching Aki since the beginning without saying a word. From the very start, he has sensed that Aki has far too many inexplicable quirks. Back to the test. The examiner has declared it over. Aki is still panting heavily after that flurry of moves. His entire body, along with all the skills he used to have, is completely out of commission. Yet, each graceful movement leaves him gasping for breath. It is definitely pretty pathetic. My assessment is over, so it is time to end this for you. After catching his breath, Aki charges straight at the demon, aiming to free it from its pain. Suddenly, something rises from the ground and impales the demon's stomach. Thankfully, Aki reacts just in time to back away and avoid the hit, but the area is now completely covered in vines, making it hard to escape. The four team members look around in confusion, not understanding what is happening. Just then, a demon tears its way out of the previous demon's belly. It lets out a roar, and the murderous intent spreads around ominously. When I sensed that murderous intent, the atmosphere turned absolutely electric. The ultimate demon. Everyone, back to the city. The moment they heard that, the warriors lost all willpower and bolted in panic. Without hesitation, Zago and Joel leaped off the city wall and charged straight at the ultimate demon. On their way, Zago made sure to reassure the test warriors. Don't panic too much. Head to the safe point around the captain of the team. He will protect you. Inside the vine-covered wall, the most fearsome demon suddenly spoke up. Humans. Smell you? The scent of a demon. Which one of you is it? Aki's eyes widened in confusion. Do humans really smell like demons? What is it rambling about? As it spoke, the most fearsome demon advanced toward Aki's team. Its oppressive aura sent shivers down the spine of the entire team. Even the so-called elite warrior did not dare to move. Is this really the most fearsome demon? The previous ones were completely different. If that is the case, it could easily tear us apart in the blink of an eye. Completely immobilized, even with his battle-hardened experience, Aki felt suffocated in this weak body. This frail form is clearly no match for it. For the first time, he understood what the other warriors meant when they said facing these demons feels like an immense pressure. Meanwhile, the most fearsome demon seemed to be searching for the human with the scent of a demon, hence not attacking yet. Unable to distinguish, it decided to take all four of them. 4 beams of light shot from its hands, striking straight at Aki's team and knocking them out cold. Just then, the vine-covered wall cracked open. Zago and Joel rushed in, ready to use brute force. Try touching them. I did. At Joel's threat, the most fearsome demon smirked mockingly. Come with me. Countless vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around the demon and Aki's team, dragging them underground. Standing at the edge of the pit, Zago froze, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the ground began to shift in one direction. It seemed like this was the path the demon took underground. Seeing this, Joel shouted, urging them to follow, but after running a short distance, the trail had vanished. We have lost the trail here. Tracking was confirmed for days. Why is the most fearsome demon still showing up? He has never slacked off on this front. It is strange. Something like this has never happened before. At this moment, the captain arrived after stabilizing the situation in the city. As soon as he got there, he shouted loudly, Zago, Joel, what happened to the kids? Why did you stop? Keep chasing. Joel reassured him. Calm down, Captain. The trail ends here. Zago shared his thoughts. The most fearsome demon seems to have gone deeper from here. Up ahead is an unexplored area. Continuing on is not a wise decision. The captain placed his hand on the ground, recalling a terrifying childhood memory. He could not contain his rage and slammed his fist down hard, starting to blame himself. It is all my fault. It is my fault for not being clear about it. Knowing that this situation can last, Joel quickly comes up with a necessary action plan. Let us head back first. Things must be chaotic in the city already. The 3 of us can't just leave them hanging. Later, we will send a scouting team to monitor the area around the city. We need to confirm if there are any powerful demons lurking. The tall guy pushed her hand away and stood up. You two head back. I will stay and check things out. Don't he worry about it. Just as Joel was about to intervene, Dojego cut him off. We really need to get back before sunset. Okay. The tall guy nodded in agreement and headed straight into the mist to search. Watching his silhouette disappear, Dojego felt a sense of helplessness. He knew we could not talk him out of it. The tall guy pushed her hand away and stood up. You two head back. I will stay and check things out. Don't worry about it. Watching his back fade away, Dojego felt utterly powerless. He knows we can change his mind. Joel could only shake his head and sigh. Yeah. I know. His younger brother was taken by a demon back then. He has always blamed himself for that. Mentioning this made Jago a bit sad. If his brother were still alive, he would be around the same age as those kids. Seeing those kids reminds him of his brother. Turns out the tall guy sees his own shadow in Aki, which is why he is so concerned about him. Fate can be so cruel. Meanwhile, Aki slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Where? Beneath the ground. Everyone seems to still be alive. Just then, the voice of the powerful demon echoed from behind. Human, you can come back to life. Waking up this quickly, you are definitely not ordinary. Not ordinary. I am really curious. The powerful demon stepped closer and suddenly grabbed Aki by the throat to interrogate him. Why do you have our aura? The aura of a human, how can it be stronger than ours? Aki did not understand and asked back. What are you talking about? But this was just a delaying tactic to catch the demon off guard. He harnessed the energy of the core on his chest, unleashing his power for a moment to break free from the bindings. The powerful demon was pushed back by this sudden surge of strength. Free from the restraints, Aki quickly grabbed a bone shard at his feet and attacked. But at this speed, the powerful demon easily dodged him. It did not take his little tricks seriously and countered immediately. Damn it. Knowing he is at a disadvantage, Aki chose to evade rather than take the hit. He quickly jumped back and started strategizing. If it were in my past life, I could be taken its head off before it even reacted. I need to save those three. It belongs to the red core demons, agile in movement, with joints that allow for quicker strikes and responses. But because of that, their joints also lack sturdy protection, being both a strength and a weakness. Using his experience, Aki quickly identified the opponent's weakness. Before Aki's attack, the top-tier demon did not even bother to move. Just thrusting its hand straight at his head, Aki could not react in time, so he braced himself with his shoulder. But this was all part of his plan. At the very moment the demon's arm pierced his shoulder, Aki immediately grabbed its arm. Then he yanked hard, successfully severing one of the demon's arms. Don't underestimate me. You bastard. Just a top-tier demon. I have killed countless of your kind before. Aki had barely landed a hit and was already feeling on top of the world. But just like that, he got slapped across the face. Even with one arm gone, the demon's strategy remained unshaken. Aki did not even have time to react before it kicked him away. Regaining its arm, the demon began to reattach it. You know my weakness. But I am a wood type, a redwood type, so I can recover. Aki lay on the ground, struggling to even open his eyes, trying to heal. Isn't it only the 6 core demons that can regenerate? It just said it was a wood type. Could it be that even this half-breed demon can evolve now? Realizing the truth, Iki was left speechless, having underestimated this demon race far too much. After reattaching its arm, the demon was as good as new. He was the one underestimating his opponent at this point. It only needed one finger. Countless vines erupted from the ground, piercing through Aki and pushing him forward. The demon grabbed Aki by the head and began to mock him. I really do not get you humans. Whatever. In this desperate situation, Aki's mind started to drift. Did it pierce through my organs? The pain is so intense I can't breathe. Is this how I die? Just like that, they will perish too. Just like my teammates from my previous life, dying right beside me. Everyone. I really can't accept this. Damn it. Due to excessive blood loss, Aki began to hallucinate, losing touch with reality. The demon sensed him weakening and opened its mouth wide, ready to enjoy its meal. Is it dead? Humans are so weak. Evolve. Eat. And you can evolve. Eat. Just eat. Just then, Aki's aura suddenly exploded. Eat me. The demon instinctively recoiled far away from Aki. Aki's body suddenly underwent a transformation, his core breaking apart, and that voice was definitely not his. You can't die now, or the entire plan will fall apart. I never expected my last mental spark would be used here. The top-tier demon was terrified by the aura radiating from Aki. It was overwhelmingly powerful 5th tier. 6th tier. Aki's core was now glowing red, and the wounds on his body began to heal. His core sprouted red threads, enveloping his entire body, and his hair turned white. Before long, Aki's entire body transformed into something akin to a demon. He had just opened his eyes when an enormous surge of energy, bright red like blood, erupted, shooting straight up into the sky. The energy spread into the surrounding space, disintegrating everything about Aki into dust. The energy then retracted, converging on Aki's body. You are sprouting wings now. soaring right in front of the most terrifying demon. I am the only elder. The strongest of them all. The king of your kind. Just hearing those words. The most terrifying demon was so shaken it could barely stand. Elder. Elder. King. Our king. The terrifying demon spread its arms wide, its voice booming with authority. Kneel down and utter my name. The most terrifying demon immediately fell to the ground, its voice trembling. See, the king of elders, in another realm, is still desperately searching through the fog. Any demon it encounters, it will eliminate on the spot. Scanning the area, it finds only 2 lowly demons. Looks like those kids are not here. Time to keep searching. Need to find them before sunset. It glanced up at the sky, deeply worried for the kids' safety. Just then, a blazing red beam of energy erupted from behind. Even the mere excess energy made the demon feel a bit overwhelmed. Once it calmed down, it pinpointed the source of that terrifying energy, heading back toward Sieg, the king of elders. Hoping its feet would start to change so it could stand on solid ground, it stepped up to the most terrifying demon and said, I did not expect the outside world to be so dark and devoid of light. Answer my question. Since I vanished, is the king still that male human? The most terrifying demon did not dare look directly, stuttering its response. Yep. It is still that male. The king. Hearing this, Sieg, the king of elders, suddenly became agitated. It is still a male, the king of elders. Unchanged. Looks like they are living quite peacefully together. Hee. Have they forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? Just a flick of my hand. And the pressure scared that most terrifying demon to its core. Once it calmed down, Sieg, the king of elders, glanced at its own arm and murmured, I chose this body, known as the strongest warrior, as my vessel. Did I know, after crossing over, this body would be so weak? What a disappointment. My last shred of spirit wasted on this laughable female form. If I want to manifest again, it might only be when I am fully aware. This is truly testing my patience. I have to wait until this strongest warrior gradually senses the memories of the elders. Hearing this, the most terrifying demon was puzzled. The memories of the elders. The memories. The king's memories. Are those used during evolution? Consider it a blessing. Sieg, the king of elders, explained it to him. The elders. The essence that emerges from us. The quantity determines the rank. More of it means a higher rank. Our dark tribe grows new elders. Evolves. Needs the memories of the elders. This is our race unique ability. And the reason our power always surpasses other races. This human Namiki. Now just like you. Only you need to consume lower level dark tribe members to evolve. On the other hand, needs to seize higher level dark tribe members than himself to grasp the memories of the elders and then evolve. Consider this a little gift for me. Hehe. After hearing that, the ultimate demon let out a furious roar. Looking up at the sky, my king, I stand by you. I will do everything to support you. To be your right hand. To help you awaken. But before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the chains of King Kwai. His existence snuffed out. His value now lies in becoming a memory for this warrior to awaken. Human warrior. I have already laid out the first step for you. The path of ascension from here on out better not let me down. I need you to awaken step by step to Northern Kai, and by then, I will rise from my slumber. Aki's body slowly returned to its former self, but as he did, he felt his face flush red, as if something like a genetic code was gradually invading his body. The power of the ultimate demon seemed to be consuming Aki entirely, and now, he felt as if he was reliving the final moments of his previous life, lying in a pool of blood. The strongest warrior of humanity gasped for breath as he looked at his fallen comrades. The strongest of our kings. I am not ready to die yet. She is still waiting for me to come back. You want to die? You can tea. I will get everyone out. Suddenly, his fallen comrade grabbed his hand, their face resembling the ultimate demon. But we are all dead. Why are you still alive? Aki jolted awake in his hospital bed, drenched in sweat, realizing it was all just a dream. He clutched his head and forced a painful smile. Just then, 3 teammates pulled back the curtain to visit him. Before Aki could react, Tumo leaned in close. But hey, your hair changed color. Did the ultimate demon take you to a hair salon? I am at a loss for words with this girl. Aki's heart raced at this million-dollar view. But suddenly, he remembered something important and asked, wait, are you guys okay? I remember we were taken to the lair of the ultimate demon. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted as Sifai stepped in to interrupt. Looks like you remember a bit more. Tell us. What happened in that cave? Turns out all 3 captains were behind the curtain, ready to question Aki as soon as he woke up. The moment he saw them, Aki recognized the 2 captains from the wall check. Although he had guessed the reason, he still pretended to be clueless and asked, Captain Sividi, why are you all here too? Jago chimed in. You 4 were the ones who brought him back. In front of the rookies. CCD quietly reminded Jago. Don't call me you 4. Jago winked to signal. All right. You 4. This is just too embarrassing. Where's the image of the badass captain now? The Sinnoh crew had to hold back their laughter at the ridiculous nickname. At this point, Joel also spoke up. He noticed you guys were outside the cave on the ground. At that moment, everyone was in a state of unconsciousness. Luckily, that wicked fiend seems to have vanished without a trace. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether we could get everyone back safely. Then, Jago approached and handed Aki a mirror. The three of them had already woken up, showing no memory of the cave. Only he remained unconscious. But there was something else that changed. You mentioned something about the cave earlier. Can you think back and remember anything? Aki held the mirror in his hand, surprised by his new hairstyle. This is... The thing Tomo mentioned turns out to mean this. What is going on here? After time traveling, everything is just too unbelievable. The only thing I remember about the cave is losing consciousness after the attack. What happened after that is still a blur. Should I tell them about my time travel? No way. That would be a huge hassle. Besides, would they even believe me? Plus, I am not even sure about my current state. I still have to act under this identity of Aki to clarify everything. After a moment of thought, Aki looked up to reply to the team leaders. I only remember a vague moment of waking up, which is how I realized I was brought to the cave. Then I fell unconscious again. The rest is a mystery. When I woke up, I was already here. After hearing his answer, the team leaders pondered in silence. Had they also fallen into unconsciousness? Maybe I am overthinking it. But I noticed there were bloodstains all over the cave walls. As if something fierce had happened. What could have caused that? At this moment, Joel also approached Aki. Your name is Aki. Right. Just like our great warrior, I have looked over your test results. You did not score the highest. But you remained calm while fighting Akma. You have fought Akma before. Joel's smile was full of hidden meaning. Caught off guard by the comment, Aki hurriedly explained. Not like that. I am just always interested in fighting. I have only gathered and analyzed Akma's weak points. Jago praised him upon hearing this. Looks like we are going to need some reasoning here. A proper warrior like you needs to be nurtured. Speaking of which, Aki asked about the test results. Did you pass? Tumo grinned widely. You passed the warrior assessment. We are still a team. Because of this incident, it seems fate has brought us together. So the team leaders divided the four of us into one group. At this point, the previously silent Sido Lu spoke up to remind everyone. We have fallen way behind the other teams. Aki was confused by this. How could we have fallen behind when the test just ended? The team leaders explained. Teams need to complete missions to accumulate points. You have been unconscious for 3 days. Unfortunately, your team's current score is still 0. Aki was shocked to hear that he had been unconscious for 3 days. He thought he had only fainted for a moment, not realizing it had been so long. Once Aki fully recovered, the four of them immediately suited up and prepared for the upcoming point hunting journey. At the gathering spot, people started whispering among themselves. Just 3 days ago, they had seen a new squad of warriors assemble here. All the warriors were really young. The new hope for humanity. After everyone gathered, the serious-looking leader said, Next, I will give you a brief rundown. First off, congratulations to you all for officially becoming warriors, and for making it back safely from the clutches of Akma. Seriously, I am really happy for you kids. As mentioned earlier, 4 of you will be grouped into a team under my supervision. That means I am the captain responsible for you, oversee a total of 9 teams. And I hope you all can become accomplished warriors. Hearing this, Aki raised his hand to speak, saying, Accomplished. The warrior rules are way more complicated now than they were 60 years ago. Back then strength and status were all about taking down Akma. But times have changed, and Aki still did not quite get it. That is when Shino chimed in. Have you seriously never heard of the team score rankings? Seeing Aki's blank stare, Shino continued, explaining that their team was currently at the very bottom of the rankings. From the start, they had shown nothing but disdain. Don't mess with my head, the leader said, noticing Aki's confusion. What we call being accomplished is simply about ranking on the team scoreboard. Each team has a captain and will have a scoreboard to compete. The aim is to encourage teams to improve, as I am in charge of 9 teams. That means you will need to compete against the other 8 teams. You can earn points through various missions and accumulate different scores. The higher your accumulated points, the better your ranking. Every month, the underlings of the 3 captains, including myself, will see exactly which 2 teams rank the highest. In total, there are 6 teams that can participate in a showdown, and the winner gets a reward. Similarly, the team at the bottom under each captain will face penalties. For now, they are temporarily called the cleanup crew, until the last ranked team is formed. After hearing this, Aki looked around. This is way too complicated. No wonder the city is so clean. The leader continued. This is the Warriors Code competition breeds progress. Demons are constantly evolving, and warriors can't afford to slack off either. Your team can have the player with the highest total score as the team captain. No objections. Right. Shino and Tomo both agreed wholeheartedly, while Aki felt a bit annoyed. Why not pick me? They call me the king, the strongest warrior. Seriously, but he only dared to think that in his head. After all, His test results were at the very bottom, gaining the trust. Another player stepped forward, singing loudly, determined to complete the mission. She was so happy she could burst out loud. Of course I am going to be the captain. If you do not pick me, who else would you choose? Before leaving, the leader carefully reminded them, alright, it is still noon. You guys can go check the mission board to see what tasks are available. And check out the scores of the other teams too. Also, you will need to figure out how to adapt to the combat suit's nano capabilities in real battles. If you have any questions, just hit me up directly. Disband. The main road just cleared out, and Zidu Liu immediately signaled everyone to follow. We need to check the mission board. It's been 3 days since we lost points. We have to push through. Suddenly, Tumo bursts out. Wait! There is something more important before that. Zidu Liu's head turns back, asking what is going on, but in her mind, she is about to cry. Did I forget something important? Arrange positions for the members. Prepare supplies. We can sort these things out after we get the mission. Did I mess up right after becoming captain? Is my perfect captain aura all messed up? Seriously. I am overthinking this to the max. There is no saving it now. But Tomo insisted we need an official group photo for the team, making Zidu Liu's hair stand on end. Aki thinks this idea is not half bad. You want to keep some memories with these new teammates. Meanwhile, the 3 captains are watching from a high vantage point. When asked how he feels, Jago stretches, clearly exhausted. He says, look, the demons around this cave are all dead brutally. Plus, there is blood splattered from a demon we can identify inside the cave. Joel lights a cigarette and shares his theory. Are you suggesting those 4 kids did this? Zidu Liu thinks for a moment and responds. I suspect the kid Aki has something weird going on. I am very sensitive to odors, and I can always smell a familiar stench on him. Just as the tension rises, Jago suddenly hugs him tightly. Dude, you are overthinking it. Those kids just made it back safely. On the flip side, their team is not too shabby. Train them well. Do not let them lose to my team. Zidu Liu's face turns beet red from the pair pressing up against him. Joel remains calm and collected. He believes they should observe first. If anything seems off, they can handle it. Meanwhile, Aki is focused on the central mission board. He sees there are still 3 A-rank missions left, each worth 10 accumulated points. Aki cheers in delight. Shino and Tomo step in to explain. Wait. Looks like you are missing some info. A-rank missions are the highest level we can tackle. The remaining 3 are probably the toughest among the A-rank missions, compared to B-rank missions worth 6 points and C-rank ones worth 3 points. The 10 points from A-rank are super tempting, but B and C ranks are usually much safer and more reasonable. A-rank missions often lead to casualties. After hearing that, Aki sighs and says to take all of them. Coincidentally, Zidu Liu steps up and rips all 3 missions at the same moment. Great minds think alike. After accepting the missions, the team immediately springs into action. In the thick of the haze, the 4 charge forward without hesitation. At this moment, Aki gently presses the core on his chest. The nano wings have been successfully activated. He dashes over to a nearby boulder, leans against it, and starts testing out the nano wings. Next, imagine resolving nano wings, manipulating the formation of weapons. Just having tried it once, he successfully created a razor-sharp weapon. After 60 years, humanity's technology has advanced significantly. Others have also succeeded in creating weapons for themselves. Once preparations were complete, the mission target came into view. It was 2 uniquely terrifying demons. At the command of T. Xiaolu, the team split up as planned. The mission commander was none other than the squad leader, Tifu, with 3 A-rank missions waiting to be completed. They could not afford a prolonged battle, so they aimed for a quick win. First, Sino blocked their line of sight, while Aki and Tomo simultaneously disrupted their action capabilities. Next, Sino launched a stunning attack. And finally, it was time for him to finish the fight himself. Everything unfolded just as T-Guy Ulgu had planned, with not a single hitch. Standing with her back to the explosion, she struck a cool pose and indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Awesome. This time, I really nailed it. Shining bright. After taking down the 2 uniquely terrifying demons, the main part of the mission was up next, eliminating the mist. Compared to the tests, the real deal was much tougher. But luckily, one of the uniquely terrifying demons contained a crimson core, so this mission was still a win. After completing the A-rank mission, 10 points were secured, and the mission was automatically cancelled. Seeing this high-tech marvel, Aki found himself amazed once again. Tumo was used to Aki's thirst for knowledge, so she explained. After all technological advancements were focused on dealing with demons now. The mission came with a chip that linked to the scoring board in the city. Once the mission was completed, the scoring board would automatically tally the points. We just finished the mission to eliminate the mist outside the city. Now, let us see what else is up for grabs. As she spoke, she reached for the mission paper from Aki's hands. The 2 remaining missions were to capture 3 uniquely terrifying demons and collect 10 demon cores. After glancing at them, Tumo helplessly fell to the ground. Oh man, Just looking at this is already daunting. They worked all afternoon to get just 3 demon cores. And there are still 7 left. Plus, capturing them. That is supposed to be the hardest mission out there. Shino chimed in from the side. Haha. Looks like things are about to get intense. Anyway, while we are on our mission, other squads are racking up points non-stop too. At that moment, Lu spoke. Let us complete the remaining 2 A-rank missions. Then we can move on to the next A-rank mission and shoot straight to the top. Those words ignited a blazing fire in Shino's heart. Tomo did not forget to capture the cool moment of their squad leader. Noticing Eiki was quiet, Shino asked what he thought. Eiki smiled back in response. You guys are right. Other teams are probably hustling for points too. If we do not pick up the pace, catching up to them will be tough, no matter the time. Only those who are quick on their feet will win. Just standing around won't get you anywhere. At that moment, Eiki felt a surge of indescribable emotions. Seriously, I thought after over 50 years, having lived 2 lifetimes, I would be jaded and worn out. But unexpectedly, being with them, I feel strangely rejuvenated. The resilience and refusal to give up of youth really brings a sense of vibrant energy. After that, the whole team decided to push forward and complete the mission before sunset. After a struggle, the mission to capture 3 rogue demons was finally accomplished. Luckily, the tranquilizer darts we used to catch the demons were just about used up. Each squad's special distribution was definitely limited. Seeing Eiki staring intently at the gun in his hands, I could not help but sigh in frustration. Seriously, everything has to be explained in detail. This is also made of nanotech, a tranquilizer gun for rogue demons, just like daggers. These are starter weapons pre-installed in the nano wings. But the assembly standards in operation are more complex. Then, Eiki looked at the rogue demons lying on the ground and pondered deeply. Now we can catch demons using anesthetics. Back then, we could only rely on brute force to knock them out and capture them. The research staff always grumbled about it. We smashed a few demons. Haha. After cleaning up, Shino finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Being able to successfully capture the demons right after using up all the ammo is already a huge win. This mission is a success. To capture these 3, we ended up taking out a whole bunch of demons. Over 10 of them. Looking at this scene, the fight we had was no walk in the park. Now, Tomo stretched out, feeling completely drained. The warriors must return to the city before sunset. It is the rules. Being late means punishment. Let us head home for a meal. Speaking of home, Eiki suddenly realized he did not know anything about the background of his current body. He was not even sure if he had a home in this world. From the start, he took out a device from his hand, preparing to return to the city. I also need to get back to my dojo soon. Now, I just need to use the locator to send the coordinates to the research staff. They will come here to retrieve the 3 demons, and our mission will be considered complete. At that moment, Eiki spoke up and asked, "Hey, can you guys sense that strange aura?" Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet flew out of nowhere, zipping past the 4 of them, and taking out the 3 demons in an instant. This mission, I want to let you complete it. You guys are the rookie squad that just took on all the A-rank missions on the board. That is the mission we wanted to take. Who gave you permission to take those? Out of nowhere, 4 strangers appeared, and it was clear they were not here to play nice. Eiki frowned in annoyance. Who the hell are you? The red-haired guy, probably their leader, replied. We are the ones who joined the Captain S squad right after the last recruitment session. The squad is called the Harmonic Squad. To put it simply, we are your seniors, one of the 9 squads. You guys are from the rookie squad, and yet you did not ask for our permission. That is pretty disrespectful, and you just took on all the A-rank missions without even getting the consent of our former team members. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to us? At this moment, Tetsudo Liu's gaze was fixed on the corpses of the recently shot demons. These were the demons her teammates risked their lives to capture alive. She could not just let that slide. The red-haired guy was still hopping around like a fool. Who is the captain of your little squad? You do not even know to have your team members greet us. Just as he finished his sentence, Tetsudo charged into attack. The red-haired guy was not useless either, so he dodged back just in time. How dare you attack a senior? You are such a rude newbie. Tetsudo was furious, ready to launch another attack. How dare you act all high and mighty? You little punk. Sino and Tomo noticed the situation was getting out of hand, so they stepped in to stop her. Do not do anything reckless. They are still seniors after all. Let us try talking it out first. Tomo faced the red-haired guy, trying to reason with him. Why do not you guys use some common sense? But it is not okay to kill the demons we worked so hard to catch. Right. The red-haired guy did not take any of this seriously, his eyes wide as he threatened loudly. Reasoning. This is exactly how things go down here. Are you guys really that naive? That comment was enough to send Tetsudo Liu over the edge. Her inner turmoil was boiling. You just messed up our mission. We put in so much effort. You idiots. And what about my captain's honor? No more talking. I am going all out against you. Seeing that the captain's anger was about to explode, Sino turned to Eiki for help. The sun is about to set. You need to talk to them. But before he could finish, A key had already broken free. Get the hell out of here. Before the red-haired guy could react, he took a solid kick right to the mouth. Aki then boldly declared, "Don't push the newbies. I have never heard such trash talk before. Do you even know how much effort it took for us to catch those 3 demons after living for decades?" Aki had never faced a situation like this. This is just ridiculous. His action earned a thumbs up from the captain. The others stood there, mouths agape in shock. The red-haired guy was furious after being hit. Damn. How dare you treat a senior like that? The entire Blackthorn team. Prepare for battle. Upon receiving the order, the other 3 members quickly drew their weapons and got ready to attack. The opposing side also would not back down and was ready for a fight. Just as the showdown was about to begin, a sudden interruption occurred. With a simple move, he blocked the attack from the red-haired guy and Aki, pushing both of them away. Aki felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to take the chance to gauge the skills of this younger warrior. The pressure from the newcomer was intense as he sternly scolded both squads. "You little brats do not know when to quit. The sun is about to set. And you are still fighting. Do you want to become Demon Chow or what?" The red-haired guy immediately snitched to gain the upper hand. The captain of the team, the one who just leans on the wall, struck first and even knocked my mask off from the sidelines. The little brat mocked him, saying, "Are you a kid or what?" and then snitched on the captain. The red-haired guy was left speechless, frustrated but unable to do anything. Just then, I held up my camera and pointed it out, saying I had evidence. They had killed 3 demons we captured, and they dared to snitch first. Truly a master of photography, capturing every moment perfectly. Hearing that, the wall-leaning captain stepped closer to ask, "Capturing demons alive? That isn't a rank mission, right? Did your team take it?" The little brat folded his arms behind his back, but he reported anyway. Report. The mission was finished, but it was sabotaged by the Blackthorn team. Understanding the situation, the wall-leaning captain was actually planning to just walk away. "I get it now. You must think they are being unreasonable, but what you are experiencing now, the new team has gone through it too. Of course. How you resolve it is up to you. In the end, the team is still judged on points. Aside from not allowing intentional harm or life-threatening risks, all other competition is fair game. All the rules of the guild are like that. As warriors, you will face even trickier situations later on. At that point, you won't need to be training at such a low level. I am stepping in to stop this. Not to prevent you from hunting your skills, but because the sun is setting. Get back to the guild, all of you." Then, the wall-leaning captain turned to the Blackthorn team. "And you guys? Getting your rank mission snatched by rookies and getting beaten. Just hearing that is embarrassing. Go back and reflect on that. It is infuriating, but you can do anything." The red-haired guy could only obediently head back. As he passed Aki, he asked, "Hey, are you brave enough to reveal your name?" The atmosphere was tense until Aki finally said his name. The red-haired guy burst out laughing. "Huh. Did you all hear that? He actually dared to share a name with the greatest warrior." After laughing, he shoved his hands in his pockets, looking dangerous. "I definitely want to let you easily rack up points. I promise you. Your team will come in last, and this, I will make sure to pay you back for it tenfold." After throwing down that threat, the red-haired guy put his mask back on and left with his teammates. At that moment, the wall-leaning captain spoke up. "The Blackthorn team may not be the strongest of all, but they are known for executing quickly. They will definitely do their best to interfere or sabotage your mission. Moreover, the captain of Blackthorn is very skilled with firearms. During the earlier confrontation, he did not even use a gun. I am sure you rookies have some strength, but there are also talented warriors. If everyone shows their full strength, you might not have a chance at victory. Alright, head back to the guild." Those words made Su Duliu think a lot. She realized her impulsive actions earlier could endanger her teammates. Then, she ordered everyone to return. As she passed Aki, she had a few more words to say. "What are you standing around for? Pretending to be dumb? But that Kyuta is quite a charmer. It seems like our guy has already got his first female fan in this life." On the way home, Sino invited Aki over for dinner, but he turned him down. Aki already had other plans for tonight, and those plans involve catching 3 demons all by himself. As night falls, the city gates are on lockdown, and warnings are blaring continuously. "Attention! For your safety, please do not leave the city." In the shadows, a figure lurks near the gate. After a careful observation, Aki analyzes the situation. The path to the gate is only filled with the sound of the announcement. Not many people in sight. With the gates closed, I guess I will just have to stay home. Once I finish this mission, I want to head back and relax too. The guards at the main gate do not seem as strict as I imagined. It is just this sign. Is there a shortage of manpower? Or do they think no one would dare go out late at night? But leaving a gap in the gate is a bit odd. Unlike my past life, we hardly even considered if it was nighttime or not. Sometimes, we even organize night hunts. When it is dark, you do not have to worry about not spotting demons. Well, using the techniques from my past life to catch 3 demons should be a piece of cake. That masked man seems determined to stop my team the moment he least expects it. I will complete my mission. Looks like I am still a genius after all. Just as Aki was chuckling to himself, a snicker echoed beside him. Sure enough, he turned to see Tsudo leaning against the wall. Seemingly there for a while, she looks cool on the outside. But inside, she is bursting with excitement. This is too thrilling. Going out tonight is going to be exhilarating. After becoming a warrior, I definitely feel way more free. An excuse to leave the dojo. During the day, I heard Aki mention plans. So I knew this guy would be making moves tonight. I can't wait to see what the city looks like at night. Even though she is now a warrior, she is still just a curious teenager about everything. When questioned, with a blank stare, try to deny it. Well, what are you talking about? I am just out for a stroll. I ate too much, and my stomach is still tight. Haha, this is the mastermind from my past life, the strongest warrior. But in everyday life, he is a bit of a goofball. The moment he finished speaking, his stomach growled. Can't he believe he used that excuse? With no other choice. He had to admit it. All right. Seriously, I was planning to surprise you all. I just wanted to use the cover of night to complete the mission that those guys messed up this afternoon. Actually, the mission is not over yet. Is it? Aki thought Tsudo Liu showed up to stop him, so he was ready to turn and leave, but then she said she would join him and asked what the specific plan was. She thought she was a genius for coming up with this excuse to sneak out at night. Just thinking about the team's mission tomorrow makes her feel thrilled. Seeing Du Liu smiling, Aki immediately knew this plan was in trouble. Meanwhile, on the high city wall, a guard was yawning, feeling utterly drained. Standing watch is such a pain. I am so sleepy. Who goes out at night, looking for trouble? They could just lock the gates and call it a night. The guard sitting nearby, munching on his snack, could not help but chime in. Dude. Seriously. Do not let the 3 squad leaders catch wind of this. Leaving the door open is just asking for trouble. Have you forgotten that a few years back, some people came running to the city for help? The result? Those who dared to leave the door open ended up meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of a demon. Ever since, it seems like every city has kept that emergency gap at the main gate. In this world, nothing matters more than the survivors. Once the guards wrapped their heads around that, they apologized. After that, the two of them enjoyed a rare find, a mature magazine. I am speechless with these 2 guards. While the two were getting a little too cozy, Aki and Tsudo Liu successfully slipped out of the city. Right in front of them was the spot they scouted last time, and the nighttime mist was about to get thicker. After taking a right as Aki suggested, they finally reached their destination. Just one glance, and Tsudo Liu started assessing the area. Far enough from the city to avoid detection, and the rotting trees are perfect for hiding. Then Aki laid out his plan. The plan is to lure the monster in, hit it on the head, and keep at it until it passes out. Just wait for me to come back. Watching Aki fade into the mist, Tsudo Liu felt a flicker of fear and started trembling. Aki seemed so confident, but he is just going to wade into the nighttime mist. But she quickly regained her composure and got ready. Wait, I am in the same boat. Being alone in the forest at night feels like I could get swallowed by that dense mist at any moment. Fear. Or excitement. I need to focus. Be ready to back that guy up at any time. Aki's skill at luring demons left Tsudo Liu in awe, because Aki always lures just one unique demon, which significantly lowers the difficulty of capturing it. For Tsudo Liu, this unconventional method of coercion was totally new and thrilling. She gradually adapted, quickly maturing, following Aki's cues. They danced around the unique demon, while its head took several hits. By targeting its head, they wore the demon down until it was drowsy. This brutal method of capture had been resurrected from half a century ago. Back in action tonight. Although the process was relatively smooth, the various hunting methods using pure energy felt like a test of stamina. After a struggle, Aki was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. After this, he definitely needed to work on his stamina. Back in his past life, hunting felt like play against unique demons. At this moment, Tsudo Liu dragged over the 3rd unique demon that was knocked out. The final task was completed. She looked utterly amazed. Seeing this, Aki explained that unique demons lack intelligence. They do not even know how to save their own kind. Plus, they won't come too close to the city walls. So leaving these 3 here is no problem. This hunting method strikes them on the head. They won't be conscious for a while. Tomorrow morning, we will head out early. Just need to submit the mission directly. After thinking for a bit, Tsudo Liu wondered why a rookie knew all this stuff. Aki had accidentally spilled too much and was now panicking about how to justify it. Just then, a chilling voice broke the silence. Found it. Found it. That is the one. He chuckled. Just as I thought. Smells the same. The appearance of the 2 notorious demons left Aki frozen in place. This is not good. This is not good. Why are there 2 of the most terrifying demons? Right now, I am definitely not their match. Damn it. Why are there two? At that moment, the alarm blared on the city walls, and the 3 squad leaders gathered immediately, with the presence of the terrifying demons confirmed. The searchlights were turned on. The guards quickly stowed away classified documents and moved to carry out orders. Zago had no idea why the demons chose this moment to appear. She speculated whether it was the demon that showed up during the assessment. But the predictions said that demon had perished in the underground cave. This must be a different one. After illuminating the area, the positions of the 2 terrifying demons were revealed. The sudden appearance of 2 was extremely unusual, but now is not the time to dwell on that. Joel immediately ordered his subordinates. No need to panic. Close the gates. They can harm us. Prepare the defensive cannons. All cannons on the walls began to charge, ready to fire at any moment. Just then, the predictions blared loudly. Wait. Dante closed the gates. It seems like there are people down there. After shining the light on the demon's location, the predictions ground their teeth in anger. 2 bastards. What are they doing there? Jago could not comprehend why 2 rookies were outside the walls at this late hour. The predictions felt helpless, saying, I know about the 3 terrifying demons locked away. They took advantage of the night to capture the 3 nuisances. Joel gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that having some ability can lead to reckless actions. Showcasing their inexperience, the rookie warrior could not stand still any longer. The predictions charged forward toward the 2 terrifying demons. Seeing this, Jago hurriedly followed, leaving Joel to command the wall defense. Meanwhile, the 2 terrifying demons sensed someone approaching, fully aware of the current situation. Urged Liu to hide behind him. Right now, the best plan was to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. He needed to think carefully about why this situation was happening. It seemed like they were targeting him, just like the last terrifying demon because of his reincarnation, or did something happen before in the cave? Just as the tension escalated, Liu suddenly stepped forward. We fight together. She did not want Aki to face the 2 terrifying demons alone because of her. If they had to fight, she would not cowardly stay back. But this move was nothing but a joke to the 2 demons. They all jumped down to the ground, preparing to attack, but only the green demon landed. The gray one suddenly vanished. The gray monster appeared behind the 2, its sharp claws lunging at Liu. Kill the useless one first. Luckily, Aki reacted just in time, shoving Liu aside and saving her from certain doom. The gray monster's attack was terrifyingly powerful, causing the ground to crack with just one blow. Right after that, Liu retaliated with a kick, but her attack was blocked by water. When she looked closely, her body was ensnared by strands of blue thread. This was the ability of the blue monster. Liu was caught off guard and found herself trapped, unable to move. Seeing this, Aki tried to rush in to save her, but became the target of the gray monster. Getting distracted is never good. Just then, the Earth Guardian swooped in with a timely punch to the monster's face. The red earth is taking a toll on them. As soon as he arrived, Zago analyzed the characteristics of the 2 monsters. Looks like we are dealing with a blue water elemental and a red earth elemental. Today, the urgent mission is to rescue Liu before it is too late. But the gray monster, recently knocked away, is already back on its feet thanks to its rocky armor. It seemed to have taken no damage at all. Luckily, it did not knock my brains out. Seeing the situation getting dire, Joel immediately ordered the defense guns to hold fire, to avoid hitting their own people. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report. Captain Joel noticed a massive swarm of monsters heading our way. Countless aberrant monsters had gathered, creating a terrifying sight. Joel was sweating bullets, barking orders at his subordinates. Sound the alarm. All warriors in the city, get ready for battle. As the alarm blared, all warriors focused towards the city wall, ready to lay down their lives to protect the safety of the citizens. Meanwhile, on Akia's side, the monsters were not completely finished with them, and charged straight towards the city. This must be due to the 2 leading monsters calling for reinforcements. The 2 captains had to finish this quickly and return to the city wall. Realizing the dire situation, Liu shouted out bravely, Dante, mind me. Go help the city. She thought this was entirely her fault, dragging the captains into this mess. But before she could finish her sentence, the blue monster silenced her with water. Shit. Quiet down. At that moment, the Earth Guardian decided not to retreat but to charge at the 2 leading monsters, followed closely by Jagal and Aki. The gray monster saw this and planted its hands on the ground, causing countless sharp stones to erupt. Its sole targets were the 2 captains. It dashed forward, gliding past Aki without attacking. Haha. Just go over there. This action was utterly confusing. The Earth Guardian stood frozen, unable to understand why. But there was no time to ponder this, as the gray monster had the 2 captains pinned down, unable to advance. At that moment, the blue monster gestured with its hand. And you, come with me. With that, it transformed into water and carried Liu into the forest. Aki stood frozen, battling intense inner turmoil. A trap. Separating myself from the captains, clearly a trap. Damn it. Stay calm. Do not panic. My current strength is not enough. Even though they were battling fiercely, the two captains seemed to be in sync. Do not go over there. You are no match for it. Aki was trembling, his teeth clenched in anger. But if Su Duolu could die, that look in your eyes, it feels so familiar. How could I possibly not chase after you? How can I just ignore her? With determination, Aki pushed himself to chase after her. He was determined to save Su Duolu at any cost. The monster had dragged her far away but suddenly stopped. It stood before her and began to speak. Humans. So interesting. We are quite curious. Curious about the rich emotions of humans. They say humans scream for mercy when they are desperate. I want to hear you beg. After a while, it realized it was blocking the hostage. So what could it hear? To hear the sound of desperation. He uncovers her mouth, ready to soak it all in. All right, let it out. Just beg for mercy. But contrary to his expectations, the look in T. Hugh's eyes was filled with defiance. The person is worthy. Yet the demon did not quite get it and asked back. Worthy. Am I worthy or not? Though this demon has some smarts, it seems intelligence is not its strong suit. Titi Welgu explained. I was born into the martial arts world. I will never bow my head to my enemies. Being weak is an insult to us. Either kill me or fight me. After a long moment of silence, the demon angrily kicked Tazi Elju in the face. Furious. I am furious. You are bait. You are going to die. Tidri Lotsu fell to the ground, eyes blazing with hatred, wishing she could fight to the death. Just then, Aki arrived on the scene. Bait. Let her go. Your target is me. Right. When the demon saw Aki, it jumped for joy. You actually came. Bait worked perfectly. You are the target. The target. Hearing this, Tidri who was completely confused about what was happening. Her mind was flooded with questions. But Aki seemed more concerned about her condition first. The unyielding spirit. She shouted at Aki. Why did you come alone? You are no match for the demon. Get out of here. The demon kicked her in the stomach to silence her. It could not let anything interfere with its target. Seeing this, Aki was seething with anger. Do not hurt her. If I am your target, then trade me for her. Let her go. The demon scoffed at this. Trade. You all must die. With terrifying speed, it lunged right in front of Aki in an instant. Aki's attack not only missed but also got hit hard in the ribs. With his current body, Aki could not react in time to this speed. The demon transformed its body into water, continuously attacking Aki. You smell like us? Curious. Curious. Well, Aki tried to defend himself while contemplating this strange situation. This is the water element. The demon has evolved to have more attributes now in this weak body. Aside from physical techniques, he could not use any skills. If this continued, Tidri Lodzu lay on the ground, helplessly watching the fight. She understood that if things kept going this way, Aki would. Suddenly, she spotted a sharp rock jutting out of the ground nearby. I can't just lie here and die. She used all her strength to crawl towards the rock on Aki's side. One of his hands was enveloped by the demon's watery form, though he could not move. This was his chance as the distance had closed. Immediately, he thrust the dagger forward with all his might. The idea was good, but with his body moving so slowly, the demon easily saw through his attack. Now, both of your hands are under the control of the demon. You are in the cave, trying to kill the first-tier demon. You should not be this weak. Are you pretending? Aki struggles with all his might, looking for a way to counterattack. I have no idea what you are barking about. What do you mean kill the first-tier demon? Aki's fierce attitude infuriates the demon. It decides to punish him by twisting both of his arms. Aki's head spins, screaming in agony. The demon shows no mercy, wanting to crush him even more. Not sincere. Not sincere. Must die. Quickly reveal your secrets. On your body. Aki is kicked away, helplessly lying on the ground, unable to move. It hurts so much. Have my organs shattered. I never thought I would end up like this. Tormented by a first-tier demon. Meanwhile, Zidu Liu is desperately trying to escape the bindings as fast as she can. Despite her bleeding hands, the demon does not care about her and slowly approaches Aki. Do not kill. Then eat. Feel. You can help me. Evolve. Take you. Just as it reaches for Aki, it suddenly senses danger and tilts its head to dodge Zidu Liu's blade. After kicking the demon away, Zidu Liu stands in front of Aki, her gaze sharp. Donnie, touch my team member. If you want to kill my team member, you will have to kill me first. Barely able to see, notices the wounds on her wrists and ankles. Realizing she forced her way out of the restraints, he never expected a girl would stand up to protect him like this. Following Zidu Liu's lead, the demon decides to unleash a powerful attack from its body. Droplets of water form into countless sharp needles. All the needles then shoot forward at an unimaginable speed, feeling like a burden. Aki whispers, "Get away." But no matter what, Zidulu is determined not to run. She uses all her strength to deflect the incoming needles, keeping Aki safe. At this moment, the demon reaches out. Watch your feet. The needles that were deflected suddenly gather again, piercing through Zidulu and knocking her towards the demon. The demon grabs her by the neck, grinning menacingly. Want a deathmatch? Fine. I won't kill you just yet. I will torment you first, then take you in. Seeing this scene, Aki's heart screams in helplessness. Let go. Let her go. Isn't it ironic to be alive again and watch my teammate die right in front of me? Nothing has changed. In the end, I still rely on a girl's protection. If I can even protect myself, how can I protect others? At this moment, the core in Aki's chest suddenly shatters. His eyes turn bright red, radiating a terrifying energy. At the very least, I can let myself see my teammates die in front of me, without being able to do anything. Aki slams his fist down, a violent shockwave radiating everywhere. Just as the demon reacts, a shadow swoops, snatching Zidulu from its grip. Aki has not even attacked yet, and the demon's arm is already covered in wounds. It is all due to the pressure of the wind. Aki carefully carries Zidulu in his arms. No need to say anything. For her first time as team captain, she did really well. Leave the rest to me. One of Aki's eyes turned red, completely losing its human look. The demon also sensed this change in you. Human. Oh. Our breath. So rich. Indeed. Secret. After gently placing Talzu Elgu on the ground, Aki turned around fiercely. The breath. I do not even know exactly what happened. At this moment, he clutched his head in pain. The power in his chest kept spreading upwards, feeling like it wanted to break his body apart. Suddenly, the power erupted from his body, exploding violently. On his chest, where the demon's heart once lay, a new heart with a special symbol appeared. The moment it was spotted, the demon immediately recognized it. That heart belongs to VK. To Fu, lying on the ground, vaguely sensed something unusual about Aki, but sadly, she did not even have the strength to speak anymore. Just helplessly lying here. After fully releasing his energy, Aki's body underwent a transformation. The left half of his body seemed to have turned into a demon with horns and claws. The first form had awakened. Now, every step Aki took made the demon back away in fear. It was time for Mei to die. Meanwhile, the gray demon holding the two captains suddenly felt a tremor from afar. In the haze, the breath is really strong. But just as it looked away, the extreme surprise attack came out of nowhere. Mei was distracted. Hybrid. Jago added a kick to its face, sending it flying. Not stopping there, the two captains immediately charged in for a barrage of attacks. The demon took the hits and fell silent for a moment. Strong. Too strong. Can T resist? Before it could recover, the two captains had already punched a hole through its body, turning it into Donald Akma. In the end, Jago delivered a kick that sent it crashing to the ground. The demon, surprisingly, still had a bit of breath left, raising its hand to the heart in its chest. How could it dig a hole in my body? And yet, I will die with you. Sensing that Akmo intended to self-destruct, Jago immediately shielded the extreme road. She knew well that neither of them could withstand the explosion from Akme's self-detonation. So if sacrificing herself could save her teammates, she would be willing. Just then, Akma was hit by something, slamming into the ground. The self-destruction process had not even completed before it was stopped. The thing that just zipped by like a flash and took the shape of an arrow was shot from a defensive gun. Though the situation on the walls was dire, Joel issued the command just in time, successfully saving the two captains. At this moment, Joel was still fighting fiercely on the walls, but no matter how many he killed, the number of Akma seemed unending. If this situation continued, the Akma would breach the walls and slaughter humanity in the city. With no other choice, Joel shouted to the two captains, "Quickly return to the city. The Akma have not attacked yet." Jago, get back. Receiving the news, Jago planned to return to rescue Nga. We need to head straight to the city. They are counting on us. But still, the road is hesitating. Glancing back, damn it. What about the two kids? I get my teammates' feelings, but Jago still has to push them forward. I feel just like you do. But we are not just captains. We are warriors. Those words jolted the road into action. He had no choice but to grit his teeth in frustration and rush back to the city wall. On the other side, the green Akma was shaking uncontrollably. How could you? Our teammates. Humanity. Akma. What the hell? This is not right. You are even stronger. How can humanity be so ridiculous? It can't be? Wow. His mind was flooded with unanswered questions. Nothing like this has ever happened before. In contrast, Aki calmly gathered a small orb of light on his fingertip. Perhaps this is the meaning of my rebirth, to wield all the power of Akma and change everything. With just a snap of his fingers, the orb of light flew straight to the healer and mended all her wounds. Witnessing this, the Akma gaped in disbelief. The wood system Aki placed his hand on his chest and murmured to himself. It seems like there is a flicker of memory from back then. Maybe from absorbing that previous wood system Akma. If I absorb you, Maybe I can gain water system powers as well. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tree roots erupted from the ground, forming a gigantic throne. Standing boldly on the throne, Aki spread his arms wide, resembling Akma more and more. I am starting to look forward to Akma's power. Hearing Aki's words, the Akma was utterly terrified, absorbing the core of Akma's wood system. Becoming one of us. Seeing the Akma trembling in fear, Aki could not help but smile with delight. This is truly amusing. I have never seen anything like it in my past life. Turns out Akma can be scared too. That is why he decided to drag this out a bit longer. Branches began to sprout, wrapping around Aki's feet. As the branches grew, Aki could move fluidly, hovering right in front of the Akma. Come on. Give it your all. I want to see what kind of power I have in this form. The Akma could not stand the repetitive questions swirling in its mind. Screaming louder, are we humans, or are we Akma? Just as it finished, it conjured a blade of water and swung it forward. But in this state, Aki easily leaped back to avoid the strike. Elemental control. I remember. The Akma I absorbed had this ability. Aki extended his hand forward and slowly clenched it. Countless branches shooting up from the ground, ensnaring the Akma in an instant. Not stopping there, he tightened his grip and crossed his arms, the branches gradually squeezing tighter. Aki could effortlessly control the wood elements around him, as if they were part of his body. The Akma, caught in the grip, screamed in agony. If this keeps up, it will be torn to shreds in excruciating pain. There is no other choice. It has to pull out the big guns. In an instant, it transforms its body into water, breaking free from its constraints and dashing straight at Aki. Even though Aki dodges, the Akma immediately reverts its upper body and goes on a wild attack. Huh. Humans. You do not understand the power of Akma. I am strong. Aki is overwhelmed, unable to fight back, and gets sent flying. But surprisingly, he wears a confident smile. He creates a gigantic hand to cushion his body as he is knocked away, slowly rising back to the ground. You are right. I really do not understand the extent of Akma's power. But you know what? I am Aki's warrior. If I want to take you down, I just have to keep learning to master Akma's power. In an instant, Aki's arm begins to regrow. Just like the Akma from the cave, this sight leaves the green Akma utterly astonished. Regrowth. Self-healing. It clicks in a flash. Before long, Aki's arm is completely healed. Aki's arm is now fully restored. Aki's arm is now fully restored. Instantly, he lunges forward, starting to attack with Akma's abilities. Without missing a beat, he charges forward, unleashing his Akma powers. Countless small branches sprout up from the ground where he lands, pushing him forward. By the time the Akma reacts, Aki is already right in front of it. It hurriedly retreats to avoid the blow, but its legs have already been caught without it realizing. In that moment, Aki grabs its head with both hands, eyes filled with ferocity. Stop. Don't run anymore. This fight with you is starting to feel a bit dull. This scene is honestly hard to put into words. The Akma feels something soft with its body. Suddenly, it swells up and explodes, just like the awakening that Taiduong Lu often uses. It is, but from the core of the Akma, droplets begin to gather, reforming its body. You fool. Huh. I can self-separate. The Akma, thrilled at its own cleverness, gets impaled by countless branches. There is no escape now. Of course, I know that, but the Akma, the most crucial core of you, cannot separate. You fool. Are you overestimating your abilities? The core of the Akma has been pierced by branches, so it can no longer separate. Watching its core slowly drift away, the Akma helplessly reaches out. My core. My core. Desperately clings to its last hope of survival. But it is too late. Aki grabs the core, grinning menacingly. The core is destroyed. Even if you are a high-tier Akma, you are still going to die. I will take your water abilities. Thanks. Without the core, the Akma's body becomes immobile and dissolves into a puddle of water. Aki then crushes the core, savoring the surge of power from this water core. Make me even stronger. This does not look like the strongest warrior in humanity, does it? Akma's thoughts are slowly creeping into Aki's mind. After fully absorbing the core of the water system, Aki's gaze suddenly shifts to TVLU. Even though he just absorbed the core, he can already transform his body into water with ease. Standing before TCLzu, Aki increasingly resembles the fierce Akma. It seems like his mind is being manipulated by an absolute command. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges with his sharp claws straight at TALU, shattering the healing barrier of the wood system. Blood sprays everywhere, painting the sky a deep red. But surprisingly, that blood belongs to Aki. It turns out, in that crucial moment, his human side regained control and used his hand to take the hit for TVLU. Stop. Damn it. Stop. How could I kill my own teammate? How could I? I need to bring her back. That damn voice. Get out of my head now. Aki clutches his head and screams loudly, the Akma core shining brilliantly once again. At this moment, The will of the Chain King falls back into a deep slumber. You can resist my will again. Interesting. Meanwhile, on the city wall, all the warriors are fighting for their lives. The Akma manage to climb the city wall, beginning their assault inside the city. Mid the chaos, Sinnoh shouts loudly at Tomo, asking why Aki and Liu are missing. Our team only has 2 people. That is not enough. Tomo calmly responds while taking down an Akma. Just earlier, I heard from the other squads that 2 warriors snuck out of the city and were targeted by the Akma. It seems like it is Aki and Liu. We are in deep trouble. Sinnoh gasps in shock. What did you just say? Sneaking out of the city? Can you believe some idiot would do something so reckless? Tomo can only hold her head in despair. She can't even bear to think about the consequences of 2 Akma targeting them. But now is not the time to panic. They need to focus on fighting if they do not want to end up dead here. At this moment, CCD, Timing and Zago have also returned to join the battle. As soon as he sees them, Joel asks about their core status. CCDT 1000 fights while replying that their depletion is not too severe, and they can still continue to take down these damn Akma. The warriors' cores will take a hit. The higher the burst intensity, the greater the depletion. Accordingly, their strength will diminish over time. Fortunately, the 2 captains just teamed up to handle the Akma, so the core situation is relatively stable. Otherwise, this Akma wave would be a real nightmare. Before long, the 3 captains have gathered together. Zago asks Joel what his next move is. While fighting, Joel outlines the plan they need to execute. Taking down 1 Akma will significantly reduce the attack power of this chaotic group. The remaining Akma is not even here. These Akma are like headless chickens, attacking aimlessly and without any discipline. The Akma horde may be mindless, but they know the fear of death, and that keeps them scared of us. This will weaken their urge to attack, giving our warriors on the wall more time to recover. Holding tight to their cores, they unleash a burst of energy. With a clear plan, the core energy of the 2 captains suddenly explodes. Both of them leap into the air and crash down like bombs, obliterating countless Akma into pieces, including the prior wave of Akma. Today marks the 2nd time the 2 have unleashed their core energy. If it were not for the limits of their cores and bodies, they would keep this state and keep on killing. The 2 light beams, powered by their cores and Jago, frantically sweep everything in their path. The explosive state of the red core power is indeed the fiercest. But even someone like Joel is not backing down. With lightning speed, he charges straight ahead, leaving no Akma behind. At this moment, Tomo actually stops to film. This is insane. It is my first time seeing an attack like this from the captains. It is so powerful and beautiful. I am speechless. The Akma's super attack is truly stunning. They charge straight ahead, not letting a single Akma escape. At this moment, Tomo actually stops to film. This is incredible. It is my first time witnessing an attack like this from the captains. So strong and beautiful. I am seriously left without words. Meanwhile, Sinnoh is carefully observing the fighting styles of the 3 captains. This is the true strength of the core warriors he has always dreamed of. He vows that one day, he will become a warrior of this caliber. After a brutal killing spree, the 3 captains stop in front of the city gate. Their physical conditions are still stable. There is nothing to worry about yet. The Akma, terrified by the slaughter, are too scared to approach the 3. Taking advantage of this, Joel shouts up to the city wall, "Warriors, restore your states and keep fighting." The Akma horde has been pushed back. Encouraged, the warriors are ready to fight again with renewed spirit. Joel finally breathes a sigh of relief. Just then, his pupils widen in alarm. Something is coming this way. The 3 captains immediately become alert, ready to fight the last remaining Akma. From a distance, the mindless Akma kneel on the ground, creating a path, but what appears leaves the 3 captains utterly speechless. Walking through the sea of Akma, Aki carries the captured Tetsudo Lu and slowly moves forward. Zaga looks at Aki, completely confused about what is happening. She clearly remembers Aki chasing after a lone Akma. The fact that Aki managed to rescue Tetsudo Lu is nothing short of miraculous. Joel is in a state of sheer panic. Aki, even though the mindless Akma have had their will to fight crushed, you can't just walk past them like that. They will drown you in no time. Just as expected, the Akma immediately rush at Aki, ready to tear him apart. The 3 captains rush forward in unison, even if they have to sacrifice themselves. They won't let their subordinate be killed right before their eyes. Standing amidst countless Akma, Aki remains completely still. Right now, Tan does not want to be disturbed at all. Just with the last cold stare, all the Akma flinched back in fear. Each one was trembling, too scared to take a single step forward. As their fear peaked, they decided to flee. They knew all too well that if they stayed, what awaited them was nothing but death. The Akma in the distance, though clueless about what was happening, followed their comrades and turned tail to run. Aki stood amidst the Akma, untouched and unharmed. The 3 team leaders saw this and quickly hit the brakes, witnessing the Akma retreat. The warriors on the city wall thought it was all thanks to the 3 team leaders and praised them to the skies. But the ones being celebrated had no clue what was truly happening. Was it because of, just then, Aki, completely drained, collapsed to the ground. It felt like he was lying on a giant Akma head, surrounded by an endless ocean of blood in the pitch-black void. A voice echoed. You seem to be enjoying this. Lend me your strength. Aki did not react at all and calmly asked. Who are you? The voice continued. You have met me before. Just half a century ago. You must remember me. Aki thought for a moment and said, 3 Kai. You were one of the 2 Kai I saw back then. How many of you Kai are there? Suddenly, the voice sounded right next to Aki. Do not worry about that. You will find out soon enough. Just so you know, I am the Sich King Kai, the strongest of the Kai. You are not even scared to see me. No wonder your mind is strong enough to resist my suggestion. Truly, you are the mightiest warrior. But I assure you, I won't harm you. For now, ignoring these words, Aki sprang up and bombarded the questions. Why did you choose me? What happened to my body? There are too many questions for the Sich King Kai to handle. Suddenly, another Sich King Kai appeared, wrapping around Aki from behind. You will find out. There is no rush. As for your body, it is now also mine. For reasons unknown, I will have to fall into a deep sleep for a while. For my safety, you will have to work hard to evolve later. Then, you will approach me perfectly. Hearing this, Aki could not hold back his anger anymore. He mustered all his strength to stand and throw a punch right at the demon's face in front of him. What do you demons think of humans anyway? You bastard. I will kill you. Just then, he was jolted back to reality by a voice calling out, Aki, wake up. By the time he realized it, he found 2 towering mountains right in front of him. Not good. I recognized I was in a seriously messed up situation, but Aki still tried to keep his eyes shut tight. Wait, what am I doing? Shortly after, he was grabbed by the guards of the teacher Olululu, who were ready to take him down. Where did you get that kind of guts? Good damn. Even if you are the lifesaver of the young lady, that does not give you a free pass. Damn it. How dare you be so disrespectful to Our Lady? Just chop off that arm and get it over with. At that moment, a man walked into the room, shouting angrily, what is going on? Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Everyone in the room bowed respectfully to this man. The master of the Tsu family calls him father, but Aki is completely clueless. Joel stepped in to introduce. This is the head of the martial arts clan in our city, a name everyone knows. Tuzu Dao. Tuzu Han. You are the one here. Right. Why do you look so lost? Aki guessed that this person must have taken care of him while he was unconscious, so he bowed immediately. I pay my respects to the master of Su. I apologize for my rudeness. But Su Huan laughed heartily, looking very friendly. Haha, it is all good. You saved my daughter's life. We must thank you for your bravery. Then he spoke to the 3 captains. Tonight, everyone should rest at our dojo. Then we will celebrate the victory over the demons from today. You guys are like my own children. No need for formality. Consider this dojo of Su as your home. On the contrary, it is my daughter who has troubled you all. She is quite stubborn and has faced many punishments. She will need your guidance moving forward. Don't worry, Master Huan. We will do our best. It is clear that Su's status in this city is incredibly high. Even the 3 captains were respectful in front of Su Huan. At this moment, Su suddenly asked everyone to leave the room, except for Aki. With just the 3 captains and Aki left, Tzu carefully inquired, Aki, with the emergence of the demon during the warrior assessment and the demon attack today, what do you know? Joel suddenly interrupted. Hold on. Even your own team members can't hesitate. Let me take this one. Facing Aki, the 3 captains radiated an aura of anger. Aki, are you the demon? Hearing this question, Aki froze for a moment and scratched his head in confusion. I am a demon. Haha. Are you all messing with me? Lu and I just barely escaped from the clutches of a demon. As Joel moved closer, he said, the remaining demon is being dealt with by Dung Dung and Jago. You really think you can handle the demon all by yourself? How did you manage to help Su Liu escape? Aki panicked, unable to think of a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Joel's eyes lit up. Or is it that you are in cahoots with the demons, so you always manage to slip away? Aki gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do. Seriously? Do I have to reveal my secret here? Can I share my secret with them? What will happen to me? They will kill me on the spot. They can't miss this chance. They can't see me as human. They will only see me as a demon. After all, the strongest demon is within me. Seeing Aki silent, Joel prepared to draw his weapon. If you do not speak, I will take action. Aki clenched his fists, preparing for the worst-case scenario of facing off against 3 captains. The tension in the air was palpable, as a fight could break out at any moment. Just then, Azugo stepped in to intervene. Cut it out. Only a quadrant demon or someone at that level can transform into a human form. Right now, it seems Aki is not just any ordinary demon. Is he? Even if he had the ability, reaching C rank does not mean much for us. The tension was rising. One more thing. Demons 1T save their teammates. They have no concept of camaraderie. They are ruthless and selfish. But Aki is risking everything to save Liu. I do not believe he is a demon. Joel finally eased up, chuckling as he spoke. I know. Just wanted to tease him a bit. Why are you two being so serious? You and Liu have already been through hell and back. It has been a rough ride. Seriously. This captain is a handful, almost had a brawl on our hands. Although there were no more doubts. The tension still had one question for Ike. But Liu told us that when she fought the demon, she passed out. And then she remembers nothing. So you saved Liu from the demon. What really happened? Jago had the same question. Did you really defeat that top-tier demon? This question sparked a realization in Ike. He had been focused on the demon within him and forgot about all the other possibilities. Without hesitation, he confidently replied. Actually, I'm a genius. Seeing the stunned reactions from the three captains, Ike quickly added. You see, I can channel most of my core energy in a blink, temporarily unleashing power beyond his current limits. This is my secret weapon. Jago then asked, so you are saying, blinking to absorb most of your core energy is like us triggering core power? Ike nodded without hesitation. The three captains exchanged glances before pressing further. So you mean? Both times. You use this ability to defeat that top-tier demon. Ike was not shy about embellishing a bit. Yep. The first time was when I discovered this ability. My body absorbed all the core power, and then unleashed a massive attack. Caught the demon off guard and blew it to pieces. Since it was my first awakening, I lost consciousness afterward. I used the same method to defeat the top-tier demon before. My body could not handle the sudden surge of power, and I blacked out after bringing it back. The tension in the air was thick as they processed this. If what he says is true, it could explain why I noticed the core in his chest shatter a few times, because the power was pushed beyond its limits. Is that really how it is? Ike is a genius after all. Jago spoke up. If what you say is true, your ability indeed exceeds what you can currently control. This is similar to how the captains channel their energy. Our captain can minimize the strain on the body when unleashing power, so we might need to hold back. Therefore, until you learn how to control it, try not to use this power, or it could get dangerous. Suddenly, Jago butted in. He is not wrong. Let me test your abilities. If you are a genius, I want to see it for myself. Let us go to the training arena. After changing clothes, they head to the arena for some sparring and to exchange techniques. It seems Jago is not fully convinced by Aki's words. As soon as they start, Jago takes a stance that looks ready to devour Aki whole. Aki can barely fight back now. Sure, the captain's abilities are basic compared to what he faced in his past life, but his current body can handle any techniques. Aki places a hand on his core, contemplating whether to use Akma's power. Just then, Jago lunges with lightning speed to attack. Luckily, Aiki reacts just in time and dodges the blow. But judging by the force behind that kick, it seems Jago is not holding back at all. Watching from the sidelines, Jago has to remind him to take it easy. No matter how tough it gets, Aiki's reaction time is definitely impressive. This is all based on Aiki's combat experience, and he is already pushed to his limits. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Jago throws a punch straight at Aiki's face. Then the training ground gets wrecked with that punch. Thankfully, Aiki narrowly avoids getting hit again. Suddenly, Jago appears from behind and grabs Aki by the neck with his weak body. Aiki, can he break free at all? At that moment, Jago sweeps his legs out from under him, sending him crashing into the wall. Seeing this, Joel is about to call it off, but Jago stops him. Jago cracks his knuckles and taunts him. Is this all you have got? Then you are not worthy of being called a genius. Aiki is really getting riled up now. I really hate being underestimated. After all, in my previous life, I was praised as a king by all the warriors. Jago, you can only consider yourself my lesser. Calling yourself a genius without the skills to back it up. You won't get through me. If we are talking about reincarnation, I can't just rely on my past self to set the bar for me. Time to secretly tap into the power of that pesky demon within me. I won't let this little guy, who is only 200 months old, get away with any tricks. As Aki stands up, the core on his back starts to glow, and his aura completely shifts. Without hesitation, he strides forward. Jago, it is my turn to attack now. Aiki's aura explodes outward. After tapping into the demon's power, his body is surrounded by a red aura, and his synchronization rate jumps from 19% to 30%. The synchronization rate of the low-level core in his back has also increased, and it seems like now he just needs to will it to unlock even more potential and capabilities. Rian gasps, her eyes wide with surprise. Can she feel his synchronization rate rising steadily? Even Zago is taken aback by the intensity radiating from Aiki. This can be our Fort Worth prodigy. Is he really a genius among geniuses? Aiki's intense gaze had me worried. At this rate, his synchronization rate must have shot up by at least 40%. It is still rising. I remember Zidulia's synchronization rate was 39%, and Aiki just surpassed him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Team leader. Aiki is moving through the smoke, slowly advancing with each step. Do not get distracted. In an instant, he teleported to the front line and threw a punch, declaring, He landed a powerful blow on Extreme Road. But it was effortlessly blocked with a bare hand, and I could not hide my excitement. This Kidaki? His speed doubled from earlier, and his body stats are skyrocketing too. Aki's voice rang out. Team leader. I am just warming up. He spun around and kicked straight at Extreme Road's ankle, causing him to wobble like a ragdoll. Watching Aki fight was a bit challenging for me, but I could not help but smile. That kid is something else. He used the opening to distract and attacked again, knocking his opponent off balance. Such clever tactics. I looked down and felt something was off. Aki unexpectedly landed a hit on me without warning. Ajun observed the match with awe. That attack was so slick, with such rich battle experience. Caught me off guard, right up close, specializing in close combat. No need to worry, the newcomer is none other than Zidu Huan, the master from the Zidu clan. Jun and Jego saw him and shouted, Master Huan. Jego eagerly grabbed his hand. Uncle Huan. When did you arrive? Zidu Huan looked relaxed. Just having shown up, the two were way too excited. Jun scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. Uncle Huan. We did not mean to disturb the training ground. Just some noise from this kid. Zidu Huan looked at the arena, sweating a bit. You call this noise? Jun remained confident. Bring it on. Zidu Huan just smiled and let it slide. It is. I want to see this kid sharing a name with the greatest warrior. How will he face the counter from Little Road? Right now. Extreme Road had Aki's leg caught. He pulled back. Eyes fierce. Gotcha. Zidu Huan spoke about Extreme Road's past. Confident he would win. Little Road has always been like this. Just give him a chance to counter, even a small one. With years of battling demons, he has honed his timing instincts. And being caught like this, it is going to be tough to escape. That kid Aki is about to get a lesson he won't forget. Meanwhile, Extreme Road lifted his fist, ready to retaliate, but Aki just smiled. Unafraid. That look in your eyes is terrifying. Just like the greatest warrior. You wear a confident smile. I've got you now, Captain Extreme Wine. With that, he leaped back, smashing his forehead against Extreme Wine's forehead. The other three were completely caught off guard by his move, and Extreme Wine staggered backward. He clutched his forehead in pain, while Aki was pushed back a few steps, cursing under his breath, but in that moment, lipped away, landing with his eyes burning red. The human skull is quite sturdy, but the forehead is very weak. With that, he dashed towards Extreme Wine, continuing the assault. Captain Extreme Wine's eyes glimmered. His body seemed to undergo a transformation. He regained his fighting stance, emitting a red aura. Good. At this moment, Jun sensed something was off and warned everyone. It seemed Extreme Wine was not holding back anymore, with large rocks surrounding him. Seeing Aki made him predict Extreme Wine's move. Instead of worrying, he seemed excited. Just a little more. Let us see the power of Akman. His hand reached out, controlling Akman's hand to grab those rocks, and in an instant, Extreme Wine's attack was thwarted. Something he never expected. What? Aki's figure vanished in the blink of an eye, suddenly appearing behind Extreme Wine. And Zago was shocked once again by Aki's attacking style. Utilizing the dust to maneuver around the opponent's blind spot, he countered using his own technique. Jun could not help but feel that this was truly a case of an eye for an eye, as Su Dohuan refuted it. Or rather, this was an incredible learning ability. Just then, Extreme Wine turned around, reaching out to grab Aki. But do not forget, this is my technique. I understand it better than anyone. But unfortunately, this battle has its conclusion. Extreme Wine could not stand against Aki. Zhu Duohuan keenly realized. Little Wine has lost. As Aki's punch charged toward Extreme Wine's abdomen, he redirected his punch to the side. Leaving Extreme Wine astonished by Aki's incredible power, Aki intentionally threw off his stance, carefully regaining composure. The captain of the Extreme Spirits always used capture as his method of attack. If he started out with his true skills, I could easily seize the advantage. You explain to the Extreme Spirits that when he is under attack, his vision gets impaired, causing him to misjudge the situation. I just happened to exploit this point. You winked with a smile, saying, everyone believes me now. Right. The Extreme Spirits merely closed his eyes in silence. Pondering, the keen strategist, witnessing the match, could not hide his excitement and smile. If it is this young man, he might actually have a chance. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. Tomo and two others appeared, asking why everyone was not out eating. They heard the commotion and came to investigate. The kitchen was stocked with delicious food, and the lavish room left her stunned as she opened her eyes. What is going on here? The scene was chaotic, and Aki could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Well, most of it was organized by the captain of the Extreme Spirits. The strategist looked at the mess and wondered, is this really happening? Jun approached the Extreme Spirits, asking if he had given up, and he just sighed. Aki explained he was just covering for him since the captain had always fought against demons. Suddenly switching to an opponent like me, It is no wonder he is struggling. Suddenly, the strategist burst into laughter, winking with a big smile. No need to be so polite. Let us wrap this up. The celebration feast starts tonight. Saying that, Aki left, turning back to thank them. Just in time. He was hungry. Thanks. Owner. I won't be polite anymore. He silently watched Aki leave, his gaze locked on Aki's retreating figure. Unwilling to back down. He had strength, understood his limits, and maintained respect for the young man. The combat intellect was amazing, and the potential was limitless. He turned to call the strategist. You need to keep your small figure in check next to my large presence. He asked her. What do you think of that young man? Not bad. Right. She blushed, taken aback. Moments later, under the moonlight, there was a warm atmosphere in the dining room where everyone, including the strategist and his daughter, was enjoying a meal. He raised his glass. Appreciating everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you on behalf of all the residents for your protection. And also, thanks to the warriors who fought until the last moment. We are truly grateful. At this point, he looked at Aki. And you too, the talented young man. Thank you for saving my daughter. Realizing he was being talked about, lifted his glass and stood up. Bowing politely. It is what anyone would do, the strategist said. No need to be so formal. Just as the captain of the extreme spirits jumped over and punched him hard, nearly knocking him out. You have grown up. Still drinking. Aki did not even know when his birthday was. But he argued back. I am grown up. I am 18. I guess. Isn't he the warrior assessment only for those 18 and above? Jiogu laughed at the scene. Huh. Look at you seizing the moment for revenge. The strategist chuckled, showing no signs of anger. It is. He glanced at his daughter with a knowing look. Grown up. This made Sudali blush and fidget. She sighed, recalling earlier. Her father, standing with his hands behind his back, observed the fight and noted. That guy is pretty good. His innate talent is not any worse than yours. If it were him, he could probably make that proud and aloof person feel something. Titia Lu pretended not to understand. But inside, they were screaming. What is this nonsense? Why is it making me feel this way? It reminds me of when Aki grabbed her shirt, popping buttons everywhere this morning while T.G. Welu was waiting for E-Tree. Dad, stop joking around. Plus, that guy is a total fool. Right now. Tomo's eyes are sparkling, eyeing all the delicious food without stopping. So extravagant. Hee. Sino and I are definitely benefiting from you. Sino finally had the chance to ask Iki, making him feel flustered. But hey, how did you manage to push back the strongest demon like that? That is insane. Back then, you still did not know how to explain. Luckily, the wine expert next to them chimed in, saying he could forcibly harness most of the power of the heart seed, temporarily unleashing strength beyond current limits. Yago added, it is like how our captains draw strength from the heart seed. Maybe he unleashed his power at a life-threatening moment. Saying this, she showed concern, but this is also incredibly dangerous. After all, he has not trained for it, which would put a huge strain on his body. After so many times, he could even suffer severe damage. Joel continued. Just now, we let Aki and Diazung Tauger rub against each other. He laughed, raising his glass of wine. It was indeed an astonishing outburst. But Aki needs to train more. Otherwise, his body won't be able to handle it. In Aki's mind right now, he thought differently. If I tell them I absorb 2 heart seeds from the strongest demon, I have the ability to heal with wood energy. So even if my body can't take it, I can quickly recover. But I know now is not the time to bring that up. So I just smiled it off. Forget it. I can't say any more than that. Let them think I can absorb heart seeds like the captains. The situation is already good. And the captain is right. Which is why I lost consciousness afterward. Senza needs to step up physical training. Haha. Hearing that, Sina looked at Aki in admiration while Tomo seemed starstruck, constantly fawning over Aki. Thanks to you having this ability. That is incredible. We can fall behind now. Whoa. That is impressive. Tidro Lu kept this to himself instead of sharing with friends. This guy has that kind of ability. No wonder he could save me back then. Right now, the wine expert, sitting there with his arms crossed, spoke up. Aki's late-night escapade with L2 was wrong and deserves punishment. The next line made both of them sigh in relief. But thinking about how they could take Aki down as a cover-up made Joel and Zago chuckle. But do not celebrate too soon. The squad match is still ongoing. Your squad is still at the bottom. So you have to work hard to earn points tomorrow. Aki asserted, clenching his fists. Of course. Our squad's goal is to be at the top after what happened with Aki that afternoon to earn more points. Many teams are targeting rank missions. For a moment, Even the missions have become tough to grab. After Lu and the others discussed, they decided to hunt a fat rescue creature, using the accumulated points as a stake. Challenge another team. The target is the singing squad. Upon hearing the challenge info, the captain of the singing squad was shocked. What? Using accumulated points to challenge? He sneered, laughing it off. Have you all forgotten what happened last time? While he was in the middle of speaking, TT Welgu cut him off. Do not waste words. 10 points. Solo. The masked captain of the singing squad agreed immediately. 10 points. In this match, Aki's already racked up points for an 11 mission. Daring to play for real. I am not worried though. This time, the ultimate captain 1TB stepping in. Old grudges and new debts are all being settled here. And the squad is ready. Their eyes sharp and focused. A little while later, at the arena, a challenge was thrown out, and a big crowd gathered to watch. The new team is using their points to challenge the old one. Seriously. It is 10 points per match. And the newbies clearly have no idea what they are getting into, probably can't even take down a few demons yet. Which team is so cocky? It is the end of the month. And since they probably could not snag a mission, they resorted to this lame tactic. How amusing. The squad is not going easy on anyone. Who do they think they are? The red-haired guy glances at the two girls in the arena. But Aki could not care less as the crowd keeps growing. They can still back out now if they want. Dante say we are bullying the newbies. You might be the ones who end up embarrassed. Aki shot a glance and asked, why is not your captain stepping up? The red-haired guy acted like he wanted a fair match to score easy points. But you are sending girls up here. If they lose, they will just make excuses about not getting any points. He introduced his teammate in the ring. And hey, our vice captain is a girl too. That is enough to keep things interesting. Right. Hearing that, Aki smirked, taking it all in stride. I advise you not to underestimate our captain. Aki said, her gaze shimmering with intensity as she turned to the red-haired guy. She is not your average girl. Tomo snapped photos of the action on the battlefield. And just like that, Tetsuda Lu was on the move, aiming to take control. Her whole body radiated a green glow from her demon core to rack up points quickly. Go for the win. 10 points. 10 points. Let us get that back. Meanwhile, her opponent is still trying to talk big. She is Su De Lu, the legendary girl known as the unsmiling demoness. And she is channeling that vibrant energy into the sharp weapon in her hand. Today, I am ready to learn a lesson. Su De Lu thought as she charged toward her opponent with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a powerful punch came in fast, forcing her opponent to raise her arms in defense. Gritting her teeth, her opponent thought, is not she a recovery-type fighter? How can her speed rival that of a speed-type fighter? Her opponent sensed something as she glanced at her arm. Seeing Su De Lu transferring energy through contact, in no time, she had knocked the opponent's weapon away perfect, plan executed flawlessly. She thought to herself, without a hitch, this old team member may have become a warrior before us. But most of them depend on teamwork during solos. Their attack and defense lack individuality. Teamwork is great, but they are missing out on personal skill. She thought, gritting her teeth, sending energy into her muscles. Su De Lu accelerated her strikes, focusing on the major points. She rushed in like an arrow, rapidly hitting multiple pressure points on her opponent, leaving her unable to retaliate in time. The red-haired guy below could not believe his eyes. Every strike landed perfectly on her muscles and joints, and soon her opponent was knocked down, unable to fight back. Tetsuda Lu looked down, exuding confidence, the best at martial arts. She thought, tossing her hair back and turning away like a boss. Two teammates rushed onto the arena amidst the cheers and gasps from the crowd below. Vice Captain Su De Lu truly is the best among the newbies. This team will surely rise thanks to her. No wonder they call her the unsmiling demoness. So cool. Turns out it is really Su De Lu. This is going to be hard to top when it comes to battling techniques. No one stands a chance against Tomo. She smirks and turns to the redhead, reminding him, that is a solid 10 points. Make sure to bring it to our squad. The redhead, seething with rage and with bloodshot eyes, thinks to himself, how annoying, Zidu Liu. Not bad. He steps forward, challenging Aki's crew. Let me take this on myself. Are you guys still up for a fight? A wager of 20 points. At that moment, Zidu Liu's eyes gleam with excitement. Her face is cold, but inside she is celebrating as she prepares to activate her demon core again. Let us play. 20 points sounds good, but Aki steps in to stop her. The captain just fought. Let him rest. He points to himself, exuding confidence and authority, which makes the redhead boil with frustration. Let me handle it. The target, feeling bold, points a finger at Zidu Liu, taunting, you do not even qualify. Get lost. I am only fighting your captain. Aki watches him with a smirk, looking as if he is enjoying a great show. I am with you on that. Zidu Liu she is our captain. So should not you beat me first before challenging her? He shrugs casually. You can't even handle me. So what does that say? The crowd behind the target whispers. This guy is so bad at trash talk. The target jabs a finger at Aki. Provoking. Okay. I will knock you out so hard you want to recognize yourself. The crowd gasps. The captain's in trouble. Shino glances back. Tomo. Aki steps onto the field, camera in hand, her face glowing with excitement. I am capturing this moment. The target and Aki face off on the arena. Surrounded by a buzzing crowd, the target manifests a gun. Boasting. I have switched to training rounds. No need to worry about injuries. But it will still hurt. Aki eyes him thoughtfully. So now they have training ammo too. Impressive? She continues to think back to when she did not have this luxury. Aspiring sharpshooters had to take real guns into real battles, slowly stepping forward, exuding confidence with an unreadable expression. He aimed carefully as someone from the crowd yelled out. No wonder he is a rookie. The captain's shooting skills among the fighters should not be underestimated. Saying that without fear of embarrassment. Ha! The target raised an eyebrow at him. Having confidence is great. But the way he stood was as if he was ready for battle. I allow you to use any weapon you want. What do you want to use? Don't tell me I am the old-timer bullying the newbie. Aki propped her chin, pondering for a moment. A weapon. Right now. I will just take a small combat knife. But the weapon from my past life, her gaze firm. She really missed it. That one-of-a-kind existence was also her badge of honor. She wondered if it still remained there. Aki regained her confidence. You know what? I will just go with my fists. Okay. The target was taken aback. What? Fists? The whole squad below was equally surprised. Fists? What is he talking about? The target leaned to the side, mocking him with a smirk. Haha. You want to fight me barehanded? Is this how cocky the newbies are these days? He added a few snide remarks. I've already given you a chance. If you choose to fight barehanded, then I will oblige. Aki waved her hand. What a pain. He talks too much. I should really install a soundproofing device on that mask of his. The target surprisingly raised his voice. But let me say this first. Even if a lion fights a rabbit, it will go all out. Her gaze full of warning. I won't hold back. I will take back every point I have lost. Aki's face was calm, her demeanor radiating confidence. Bring it on. You better give it your all. Down below, Sino was chatting away with Tomo. Genuinely curious. If they knew Aki single-handedly pushed back the most fearsome demon, and even defeated the captain of the drunk squad, what kind of faces would they make? Tomo nodded in agreement. That is why I am looking forward to this battle. Zidu Liu's expression was somewhat melancholic, her heart heavy with many thoughts. Defeating the captain of the drunk squad in a sparring match really draws attention. Is that guy even better than me? Zidu Liu found herself questioning her own abilities. As a cap, I can be weaker than my team members. Her face began to flush as she recalled her father's words from before. Just seeing that idiot made her remember her dad's advice. I can't afford to dwell on that right now. Seriously. The scene shifted back to the arena. At this moment, the referee had signaled. Prepare. And begin. The target dashed forward. His speed was so fast it created an afterimage. Smoke swirling. The first inch. The strongest inch. I will rain down bullets on you before you even reach me. Ziduli noticed something surprising. Instead of firing immediately, she used her stance to find a better position. Immersed in her own thoughts, she made the three captains aware of her strength. There was no need to hide anymore. Your emotions are hard to read. My goal right now is pretty simple. To take first place this time. My spirit seems to be coming back to life. Plus, if I want to fight the demon within me, I need to recover my previous level as fast as possible. Right, surpassing even my past life. I have to be stronger than before. The surge in power seems to have alerted my target to the danger. He grips his gun tightly and swiftly aims at me. Here we go. You are asking for it. I said I would not hold back. No sooner had I spoken than I fired a shot. Charging forward. The power behind it is not bad. I am gathering my strength. So the demon inside me will have to be put to good use later. I gracefully sidestep and dodge the bullet aimed at me. My gaze sharpens as I head towards my target, who does not flinch and readies his next shot. It is time to charge in. The gun is reloaded, and he continuously aims at me. His expression full of provocation. This must be a tracking bullet. Do you get it? You fool. 3 shots are fired in quick succession. And their speed is incredible. These high-velocity sticky bullets are tough. Even a swift demon like him can dodge them easily. He thinks to himself that if just one hits, the others will stick too. He is gathering strength and plotting. Just 2. I am deliberately provoking him as my opponent to test my own abilities. The water element is quick, allowing me to weave through each bullet. The people below are astonished. That guy dodged the captain as bullets. What kind of speed is that? It is like liquid no one can see clearly. The target is being toyed with. He did not expect me to dodge his bullets so easily. How infuriating. I did not want to use my special move to win. I sprint towards him, moving so fast that my face is barely visible. Right at this moment, in the arena below, someone is analyzing the match. The captain's weapon has the advantage of storing energy, which he uses to unleash a powerful shot. In the arena, my target raises his gun, thinking, let us see how you dodge my ultra-precise explosive bullets that I have enhanced to the max from zero distance. He positions his hand into a fist, gathering strength. It seems I have anticipated his next move. Vines suddenly sprout from the ground, catching my target off guard. What? That bullet shot straight up into the sky, leaving everyone around in shock. Did he just miss? But here's my chance to counterattack. I quickly rush forward, grab the barrel of his gun, and deliver a powerful punch to his arm. He immediately loses his balance, and I press the attack. I land a solid kick right into his stomach, and the sniper team below watches anxiously. Captain. They witness him being sent flying several meters away. I drop his weapon and shout triumphantly. 20 points for me. The target pales in disbelief. He never anticipated that the person in front of him would be this strong. How is this possible? Below in the arena, his team is ecstatic. Sino is thrilled. This is awesome. Tomo is capturing every moment with her camera. It is. TV stands with his arms crossed, thinking even he can see clearly. Where on earth did this guy learn such agility? Here we go. I smoothly snag the 30 points for the sniper team. And this challenge has also successfully drawn the attention of other teams. More and more young warriors are eager to challenge me. And several veteran teams are stepping up to the plate as well. After tasting victory, the 4 members of the team established a rule for continuous point challenge battles. Sino and Tomo excelled as well, and the team steadily racked up points, watching the scoreboard rise with an astonishing speed. By the end of the month, their team left everyone speechless, topping the leaderboard for the ultimate challenge. Standing proudly together, their faces beamed with joy as they secured their spot in the finals. The showdown of the last 3 teams was about to begin as time flew by. The end of the month arrived at the arena. Today was a beautiful sunny day, and voices echoed from somewhere. Every month, this routine stirred up a lot of emotions, watching the teams grow and improve, even if the faces remained the same. Haha. Joel pondered and assessed. Their team's rapid climb from last to first place among the road teams in just a few days was no small feat. Jago crossed his arms, sharing until he heard they were accumulating points to compete against other teams, winning more than they lost. She ran her fingers through her hair, clearly exasperated, wondering why he was not stopping the road team. The Ultimate Challenge team spoke up, explaining that they earned their points through skill, and there was no reason to hold them back. He was serious about it. Aki and Liu's team was not weak, and I have been quietly observing their matches. Even with the other 2, his gaze shifted. Shino and Tomo were pretty impressive too. The 3 of them paused before the stone door, as if they had arrived at the gathering ground. A glint of excitement sparkled in Joel's eyes. After all these years, this was the first time a new team had entered the finals. He added. The excitement outside was palpable. The Ultimate Challenge team gently pushed the stone door, and a blinding light burst forth. Who would emerge victorious this time? Behind that door lay the gathering arena. All the teams were gathered there, eyes fixed on them, with the captain of the elite team sneering in contempt. They had not even earned a title and were already in the finals. What were the other teams doing? The black-haired guy nearby whispered. Do not let them hear you. The captain of the elite team scoffed and fell silent. They were the winning team of the Manga team. The captain of the Dawn team chimed in from the side. The captain of the Ultimate Challenge team was a newbie who had scored the highest. I thought it was a joke. He crossed his legs, looking mockingly. Looking at them this time, it seemed real. The previous one was indeed the winning team of Joel's team, the Dawn team. Shifting the scene to Tomo, she was bending over to observe, her team brimming with confidence, while Sino rested his arms, glancing at her, the elite and Dawn teams. Then he explained that the strongest team in the Manga world and Joel were also quite renowned in our city of Fort Worth, and he seriously respected his opponents. It was even said that the next 3 captains would be chosen from among them. And as he began to move, he stretched his shoulders, showing his interest. It is that serious? Our team really needs to step it up. I mean, even though this body is still my weak point, thanks to my secret abilities, at least in a fight against Captain Hake Tam Nat Kai, I won TB at a disadvantage. I am feeling super confident getting that number 1 spot is definitely within reach this time. Real question is, what is the prize? Joel, with her stunning figure, strides in confidently, calling out, Hey everyone! Gather up! Instantly, the 4 of them rush over. Captain Onga. She reaches out to pat the head of Captain Tin-Ho, her eyes sparkling with affection as she looks at them. Captain Tin-Ho tries to keep his cool. Tin-Ho are aiming for first place. If we snag it, we want a little extra reward. She pouts. They're asking for rewards like kids. wanting things like a trip to the B-class town for shopping. Someone interrupts the conversation, yelling out loud, "Going to the B-class town for shopping is your big goal." Ah. He mocks. And it is honestly impressive. The captain of the bright squad rolls his eyes, saying, "We are genuinely looking forward to meeting stronger fighters in the B-class town." He sticks his hands in his pockets, trying to look all high and mighty, being able to interact and spar with them. Captain Tin-Ho shoots back at him fiercely. "Yeah. Like you would understand. Shopping is also a kind of practice for girls. You know." Dumbass. The members of Tin-Ho nod in agreement, annoyed at that pesky bright squad, who always seems to be in their way. Just then, another voice rings out as two young men appear. It is Captain Joel and Captain Ju-dong. Joel chimes in. "Are you guys about to start a love fest?" Captain Tin-Ho furrows his brow, irritated. "Captain Joel, you are never serious." Ju-dong glances over at Aki's group, shouting, "Hey, you guys come join us." The whole group responds in unison, leading the charge. Lu says, "All the squads have gathered now." Ju-dong introduces a few people. "I am sure everyone knows each other well enough by now, so let us skip the introductions." He gets serious, laying down the rules. The finals will be split into 2 stages: team battles and individual challenges. In the end, we will tally up the points to determine the top team. Zago raises his hand, continuing to explain the specific rules. "At the start of each phase, I will go into detail about it for you, to boost your spirits. I will reveal the rewards for this round first." She winks. "I know you all dream about rewards. This time, you won't be disappointed." Joel spreads his arms, excitedly announcing, "As you wish." The team that takes first place will get to go to the B-class city for a week of observation and learning all teams. Everyone is buzzing with excitement, cheering. "Awesome. We really get to go to the B-class town. That is amazing. They can't wait to secure that #1 spot. It is about time after all the missions we have been on." Sino glances at Tomo, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "For real? What do you want to do in the B-class town?" Tomo. She looks at her old camera, saying, "Of course. I want to buy a better camera." Ju-dong announces, "All squad leaders, come here to draw lots." The members below start murmuring. "B-class. Sounds like a big deal this time. I have heard the stuff in B-class is way better than what we have in C-class." The squad leaders step up one by one, and the chatter below starts to rise again. "Isn't the B-class town really far away? Level B has warriors capable of surviving the cyclic core." The whispers keep echoing. The cyclic core. So they are even more formidable than the 3 captains. Theoretically. Yep. I am really looking forward to the cyclic core warriors. Despite the chaos, amidst the noise, Aki quietly ponders, resting his chin in his hand. Fast forward half a century, and there is still so much that is unclear. Level B. Back in my day, we did not have such strict rankings. It was all about fighting for yourself. Self-sufficient. Aki sinks into deep thought, his expression turning serious. "I heard Sino mention that Fevris City is a level C city, the lowest tier. Then there is level B, followed by level A. I am picturing the whole layout in my mind. The tiers of cities depend on the strength and rank of the warriors. Typically, the cyclic core warriors are level C. Those of the 2nd and 3rd cores are level B. If there are 3rd, 4th, and a few 5th core warriors, that city would be level A." The image of the city keeps flashing in Aki's mind. The one who determines the rankings of these cities is the only level S city. Sunrise City. Located in the heart of the Hope region. Aki remembers the location clearly. They say Hope City is massive. Not just with 5th and 6th core warriors, but also the strongest 7th core warrior. That image appears in his mind, right in the center. There is something like a mark. It is the strongest strategic hub for humanity right now. Aki recalls the old city. The only level city. Sunrise City. The name shines brightly. He wonders how it compares to his old city. And reminiscing makes Aki feel a bit melancholic. He sighs. 60 years after that great war. I wonder if my city still exists and if my reliable teammates are okay. Remembering this, Aki's face falls as he thinks of his old teammates. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his train of thought. It is Sino and Tomo. Sino looks at him with concern. Aki seems to be in deep thought, and Tomo pulls on his arm, saying, "Come on. We need to get ready for the field." With that, she glances at the captain, Zhu, who looks utterly calm. She holds a ticket with the #1 on it. The first match is about to begin, and the referee shouts loudly as the weapons have been switched to training gear. The morning match against Team Lee. Both squads exchange glances, as if they are ready to jump into battle at any moment. Tumo suggests an idea. "Our squad does not have a name yet. Shouldn't we come up with one?" Sino chuckles, showing his agreement. "True. A cool squad name is important. If we get famous later, it will sound awesome." Aki nods in agreement. "Not bad. After we finish this fight, we will discuss it." He adds, Noticing Team Liu's tense atmosphere, the captain of Team Liu speaks up. Clearly annoyed, this sluggish team thinks they can compete for first place. He frowns and commands. Listen up. Each of you find your own targets to fight. Let me handle that captain line. The rest of the team chimes in unison. The referee signals the start of the match. A loud call goes out, followed by the command to disperse the teams. Quickly, Tetsudo Liu's previously laid out strategy comes to mind. Solo tactics. This approach can be very effective when you have the strength advantage. But unfortunately, her sharp gaze is now completely immersed in battle mode. She signaled to fight together. And immediately, Team Liu surged forward. Aki continued to strategize in his mind. It seemed Liu had figured out the enemy's tactics too. For our team, breaking through the captain directly is the most effective move. Aki quietly observed and made his predictions. The downside of splitting up is that each person fights alone. If the captain falls, the other members will instantly lose their will to fight. Aki watched Liu's back. Liu's intuition was not bad. Someone in the light squad had caught on to the issue. They wanted to take down the captain first. Team Liu quickly set off, switching to defensive tactics, aiming to take down the captain first. Suddenly, Team Liu was ambushed from behind by 3 enemy members. She remained calm, maintaining formation and providing cover while Tomo burst out to break through the encirclement. The captain of the light squad was struggling, wanting to take him down directly. His eyes burned with determination. Do not underestimate me. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, ready to counter Team Liu's move. Team Liu was now charging in with their sticks from upstream. The captain of the light squad twisted his leg and lunged forward, smiling coldly as his gaze sharpened. He threw out a move, jumping up to strike at her. Here comes my brilliance. Team Liu warned everyone. Close your eyes and defend. She thought to herself, focusing energy into a blinding attack. Even Han's team was affected. His move was so powerful that the light was blinding, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as they stumbled through the chaos. That kid is still used to this fighting style. Are not you going to remind him? If it is a one-on-one, his skills could be a real weapon. But fighting as a group will definitely affect the teammates too. I have said it so many times. But it seems like only a taste of hardship will change some people. The captain of the light squad twirled his sword, thinking, little birds should not flaunt their feathers in front of my brilliance. Take down the captain first, and your team will lose all strategy. He swung his sword, not caring whether she had a trick up her sleeve or not. Aki stepped in to block Liu's move, thinking, did you ever consider how your teammates are affected? Aki then kicked down hard on Han's shoulder, sending him flying back. The captain of the light squad glared at him, saying, you little punk with those water glasses, when did you become so tactical? Aki just smiled smugly, explaining, leaving teammates behind in battle is not a smart choice. The water glasses are made from water, bending light and creating a dazzling barrier. Liu could not help but stare at him, wondering when he had learned that. Aki then casually drifted past her, smiling and saying, next, you handle him. She thought, watching the guy struggle to stand up. Aki really put him in a bind. Was everyone closing their eyes just now? Aki's got skills. Then Leo turned and charged at the captain of the light squad, who was still grimacing in pain. He thought, you dare to rush in like that. Just perfect for me to hit you. Suddenly, he felt his arm go numb, unable to lift it. Damn that guy. His arm was completely locked up, unable to counter. He braced himself to take Leo's attack, who struck while giving him a cold, sharp look, saying, you were right just now, quick and decisive. He had it easy since he was just casually supporting Sino and Tomo. Those two were already strong contenders. And the more they fought, the better they got. Suddenly, a loud noise made everyone turn around, and there stood Tetsudo, nonchalantly saying, Captain, you lost. And you are still fighting. Everyone was exhausted and out of fight. On the city wall, the end was declared. As expected, Yago looked over at Aki and said, that Aki guy has not even used his abilities yet. The captain of the elite team, surprised by the outcome of the battle, asked, did you really lose? Or are you just messing with us? Is this because of Tifazi Liu? Is she really that strong? The elite team captain frowned. We underestimated our opponents. Next up for you guys is a longtime rival. Consider this a warning, standing before Aki's team and allies. She fell into deep thought, distracted by the elite captain's words. Yago stood on the wall, fuming. The team's weapons had transformed into training props. As the match began, the elite team captain charged in, reminding everyone, don't let the elite captain's words shake your resolve. Based on our previous training methods, we absolutely cannot break formation. Run thought to himself as he launched his attack, putting all his strength into this punch. He slammed it down into the ground, causing the area to shake and crack. Aki was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Perfect. With the dust in the air, I can use this? He thought, Launching a surprise attack that left the elite team unable to react in time, Aki smirked to himself. It worked. Seems like the elemental absorption from that demon has more uses than I thought. I wonder how many more elements I can tap into. You called for help clearly, he said with a flash, dashing toward the elite team. His quick strike caught the elite team captain off guard, but she quickly shouted, "Spread out and regroup." They were forced to break formation, and Tomo and TT Liu rushed forward to attack the elite team captain. Their combined attack was blocked by her, and she yelled for backup. Her teammates tried to rush in but were intercepted by Aki. At that moment, she recalled the elite team captain's warning. "Now it is your turn. You are longtime rivals. So consider this a heads up. Be careful of that Aki guy. I think he is the strongest in that team. He is controlling the battlefield," she thought. Just as she was getting lost in her thoughts, Tomo snapped her back to reality. "Hey, do not ignore us," she replied, her voice strained. "So what? I'm a..." Tomo taunted her while launching her attack. "Agility. I've got that too." Then she struck in a way that left her unable to move. Cheers erupted from the stands. "Yep. Great job, Tomo." On the city wall, Jiago remarked, "Looks like this match is about to wrap up." Team Alu had won the group match. Now, it was time for the individual battles. Both the elite team captain and the elite team captain of the light team had serious, piercing gazes as they prepared for the fight. They both pointed at Aki and said in unison, "You can freely challenge any member of the other team. I want to challenge Aki from Team Low. Personal challenges can only be one-on-one." Aki did not hesitate to say, "You guys are no problem. To save time, let us have both of you come at me." He stood boldly in front of the crowd, issuing his challenge. And as the duel commenced, Aki faced off against two opponents, adjusting his gloves. Deep down, he thought, "This is it, the final battle. And it is time to get serious with you guys." The captain of the Bright Squad frowned, clearly annoyed. "Looks like we have been underestimated." The captain of the elite squad, wearing protective goggles, stood side by side with the Bright Squad leader. She clenched her fist and declared, "I will make him regret being so arrogant." Yago, the captain of Team Manga, observed the battle from the city wall and announced, "The rules are just like any regular challenge. One side either surrenders or loses their fighting capability. And then it is over. Let the challenge begin." With that, she signaled loudly, "Start." As Yago finished speaking, the two captains from the Bright Squad and the elite squad quickly separated, rushing toward Aki. The Bright Squad leader yelled, "Don't he forget our plan." The elite squad captain glanced back and responded. Aki did not just stand there. He crouched, gathering momentum, his strength shattering the ground beneath him, his eyes shining with determination. He unleashed his lightning speed dash toward the Bright Squad captain, and as the two shadows collided, the elite squad captain watched in anxiety. "Be careful. Don't underestimate me," the Bright Squad captain shouted, channeling his power into a blinding red light in his palm. "Don't take me lightly. You punk." The elite squad captain flinched, feeling a jolt of fear and disbelief. "So fast. The plan is already underway," he recalled, remembering their pre-battle discussion. The Bright Squad captain had said, "Listen up. This time we team up, we can afford to lose. If we might even get a chance to rise in rank." He revealed a foolproof plan, pulling out special goggles for the elite squad captain. "Put these on." "Actually, there is only one pair," he said, holding the yellow-tinted goggles. "These tactical goggles can barely filter my light. I want you to attack his blind spot while I blind him." The elite squad captain took the goggles without hesitation, looking at them curiously. "You are giving me this? No way. That is hard to believe." The Bright Squad captain clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. "That Aki guy is no joke. To reach the next level, we have to team up. Remember, use the lightning as a signal. When you see me using it, that is when you strike. Get back to reality." The Bright Squad captain activated his lightning, a brilliant light emanating from his hands as he charged toward Aki, crossing his arms in front of him. "Don't even think about running. This is lightning 5 times stronger." The audience could not look directly at it. They had to turn away to avoid the blinding light. Zago exclaimed in shock. "This kid has gathered so much energy into such intense lightning, it is even stronger than before." Joel, standing beside him, assessed the situation, noting, "Using so much energy right from the start. The core 1T hold up. Looks like he is going for a quick finish." Tomo covered her eyes with her hands, a hint of regret in her voice as she said, "Man, I can't see a thing." The captain of the elite squad was staring intently at Aki. She thought to herself, "That guy must have temporarily lost his vision. All I need to do is boost my agility to the max and take him out in a blink of an eye." Gotcha. Thanks to her protective goggles, the elite squad captain quickly pinpointed Aki's location. She channeled her energy into her arm, charging toward him to land a blow. Long thought to himself, "This hit will knock him out cold." But in that critical moment, Aki's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. He turned his head to her and said, "Just as I thought. You are the one responsible for the attack." The elite squad captain's eyes widened in shock through her goggles. Suddenly, her body went stiff. She could not move an inch. Long was gripped by panic. Thinking, what is wrong with this guy? It is like he is. Something terrifying was targeting them. Like being dragged into a freezing deep sea. Aki coldly swung his hand, saying, "Water element." A stream of water slowly flowed from his palm, growing more intense by the second. It wrapped around the elite squad captain's body, transforming into a gigantic water hand that squeezed her tightly, causing her protective goggles to fall off. She screamed in agony. The elite squad captain was on the brink of breaking. He was trembling, struggling to maintain his lightning flash. "What is with all the noise while you are getting beat up?" The bright light of lightning flash shone directly into the elite squad captain's eyes, forcing her to squint. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "I am getting hit here." "You idiot. My goggles fell off. I can't see a thing." Aki was controlling the water to restrain the elite squad captain. His face cold as he said, "Sorry, but your plan has failed." As soon as he finished speaking, Aki summoned countless vines from the ground, striking the elite squad captain's body, rendering lightning flash useless. He used the vines to fling her out of the way. At the same time, he directed the water to hurl the elite squad captain backward. Aki effortlessly took down both of them at once, his power sending clouds of dust swirling across the arena. Jidao, watching from the stands, could see nothing through the haze and could not help but worry. With both lightning and dust, this is chaotic. These kids better not go overboard, or there will be serious trouble, he thought, hurriedly jumping down from the stands into the arena. He did not know who was worried, but Jidao landed safely. Looking up at the center of the arena, his eyes widened in shock at Aki, whose presence was as terrifying as a demon ready to consume everything around him. Jidao froze, thinking, with a presence like this, I can't even find the words to describe it. But before he could gather his thoughts, Aki coldly interrupted. The dust in the arena began to settle, and members of the Bright Squad and the Elite Squad rushed in, with someone saying, "The dust is clearing," facing the captain. It seemed someone had won. "Captain, is that you?" A clear voice suddenly rang out from the stands. But it was wrong. Zidu crossed his arms over his chest and continued, "I bet it's Aki." Sure enough, in the center of the arena, Aki was adjusting his glasses and grinning at her, while the other 4 members of his squad rushed onto the field. Sino excitedly exclaimed, "How did you strike back like that in the heat of battle, taking down both of them at once? By the time we regained our vision, you were already done." "You grabbed their protective glasses like a pro," he winked at Sino, adding, "Nice steal." But as Aki thought about it, he silently admitted it was lucky he picked them up. Sino wrapped his arms around Aki, playfully ruffling his hair. "That is my guy." Tomo, standing nearby, snapped countless photos of the moment, her gaze thoughtful. "Why do you always give off this mysterious vibe?" The team leader's voice cut through her thoughts as he approached their squad. He shouted, "At ease." Instantly, the team members clasped their hands behind their backs, calling out loudly. It was then that he stood before them to announce, "Your team has won the match, taking first place. Congratulations, everyone." He turned to Aki, praising, "You did fantastic. Every battle, you surprised me, especially just now, even under attack from 2 squad leaders. You managed to counter." Aki smiled humbly. "Come on, you are exaggerating." But inside, he held firm to his confidence he was the strongest warrior, and this body would not let him down against those 2 kids. Just relying on experience alone would win you the match. But to strike fast and hard, using a bit of power is just bullying them. The team leader's eyes sparkled. He continued, "Anyway, you all took first place and earned a reward. Tomorrow morning, we will head through the underground passage to the nearest B-level city, starting with a week of training." Contrary to Aki and the team leader's calm demeanor, Tomo jumped up joyfully, arms wide. "This is amazing." Even Sano could not help but clench his fists, exclaiming, "Awesome. Today is a great day. Get ready, everyone. We will gather here in the morning." Dismissed. As the team leader finished his sentence, the squad shouted in unison, "Understood." The 4 of them left together, with Sino excitedly saying, "I heard there are core warriors in the B-level city. Can't he wait?" Tomo immediately volunteered, "Then I will help you take photos with them." Aki turned to the team leader and asked, "What about you? Is there anything you want to do in the B city?" The team leader crossed her arms, calmly replying, "I am just thinking." Joel watched their departing figures, chuckling, "That Aki guy is something else. If he goes all out, I am not sure we could beat him." The team leader looked at Joel, hesitating slightly. He does not belong here. He gazed at Aki's retreating silhouette. Continuing, he will push forward. And I want to lead them to the underground passage. Joel inquired. Then added. Sounds good, safer than the surface route. Yago, standing beside him, crossed his arms with a hint of worry. We still need to stay alert. Sometimes. Rogue demons wander in there. Though just a first-tier core warrior. The team leader confidently replied. Don't worry. For every first-tier demon that shows up, we will take them out, the four of us, even without me. We'll handle it. The underground passage, a complex and chaotic network of underground transportation, is currently abandoned, serving only as a transit route between cities. A terrified warrior was sprinting desperately through the tunnel. A streak of red light hot on his heels just a heartbeat away. That beam of red light morphed into a hand, swiftly taking him down. A massive red hand with long black claws gently lifted the head of another warrior. These human warriors were weak. Utterly bland. The demon, with its enormous body radiating like fire, scratched its head and let the lifeless warrior drop to the ground. Aimlessly wandering through the underground tunnel in search of an exit, got lost. How did I end up lost underground? The demon stepped over the bodies of the warriors. Moving forward, it was a second-tier demon, abilities and attributes still unclear. With a kill count of 21 rookie warriors, 9 first-tier warriors, and 2 second-tier warriors. At that moment, Aki's group was gradually entering the tunnel. Tomo, camera in hand. Her eyes lit up as she snapped photos of the underground passage. Is this really an underground tunnel? It is my first time seeing something like this down here. She kept snapping shots, both in front and behind, but it looks like old architecture. When was it built? Leaning against the wall, Tomo squinted her eyes and chuckled. This underground tunnel has been around longer than I have. She even took a moment to capture the dusty cobwebs, and kneeling down to snap a souvenir shot before asking. It seems so abandoned. Are there really people still using this? Leaning against the wall, Akiki explained. After the dawn battle, countless great warriors went missing, and the number of elite soldiers has drastically decreased. We can no longer explore territories or carry out large-scale missions, which has led to a severe decline in the energy glass we need to survive. This vast underground network has also gradually been abandoned. It was built during the reign of the great King Aki. Everyone in the team turned to look at Aki in unison. The last person in line, Tomo chimed in. This was built during the time of the great king who shares your name. Aki casually crossed his arms, appearing relaxed. Right. But just then, the team leader shot back, irritated. So what? You just share a name. It is not your achievement. Don't joke about the greatest warriors. Aki flinched at the shout, glancing at the team leader with a frown. Izu, do not mess with me. The team leader, known for his easygoing demeanor, made Tomo burst into laughter. Haha. Looks like the team leader is about to blow a gasket. Shino chuckled. Hehe. Even the usually cold-hearted Shido could not help but cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. You idiot. The team leader cleared his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment, thinking to himself, being around these fools is turning me soft, feeling a bit out of character. He shot them a serious look and commanded. All right, enough joking around. Let us keep moving. Aki gazed into the underground tunnel, lost in thought, unsure of how far his mind had wandered. It felt shameful to speak it out loud. This grand structure is exactly the proposal for the male fighting arena I suggested. Aki followed the others forward, his gaze growing more serious. However, team leader, you might have said something wrong. What is called an underground tunnel is actually a vast underground city network. It not only connects various towns and cities, but is also an incredibly secure and bustling trade route. Aki reached out to touch the tunnel walls, realizing that this magnificent structure, once hailed as the greatest miracle, had also been abandoned after his death. Aki's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow, and the silhouette of the great king appeared in his mind, wearing a face full of regret. At that moment, Shino suddenly spoke up. Team leader, the energy glass you just mentioned. Is it like the core of a demon we have encountered before? It is like a booze-fueled road trip. Exactly. You can think of it as a collection of demon cores. A single demon core can power our warriors. But what happens when we concentrate those demon cores and refine them? Based on this principle, after countless failures, we have finally succeeded in assembling and refining energy glass, which is a large energy core. This energy glass can supply operational power for the current city structures, equivalent to the electricity of the past. The advanced structures will organize operations to hunt down and collect demon cores, refine them into energy glass, and then distribute them across different areas. This is the center. Then followed by, and finally, this time, you guys are heading to B level. Not only will this broaden your knowledge, but it is also about getting the energy glass allocated to our first city. Tomo curiously asked. What if we run out of the energy cores and do not get a replacement? The way he turned back to look at everyone had a slightly terrifying expression as he answered. Complete paralysis. Hearing this, the members of Team Liu were collectively shaken. Without energy, we can't live normally. The most vital weapons and defensive structures of the city would become useless. Ultimately, in a situation without protection and all kinds of equipment unable to operate, people would be forced to abandon their homeland. Liu Vong. That would be a huge disaster for the city. The members of Team Liu were a bit anxious. Sweating bullets. While the guide chuckled. No need to stress. Our city is not that big. The energy glass we currently have is enough to last about 3 months. Every month, we go to Bizarre City. This trip is just to stock up, so do not worry. Tomo shot him a glance, stuck out her tongue, and made a silly face, feeling secretly pleased. Seriously. The captain is too scary with his warnings. T-Stask. The guide reminded them. This time you need to be well prepared. Bizarre is a B-level city. Not only does it have a few second-tier core warriors, but it even has 2 third-tier core warriors. His expression turned a bit serious. I heard that one of them has a synchronization rate of 69%, which is incredibly impressive. Everyone's eyes lit up in amazement. Sinnoh could not help but repeat it. A third-tier core warrior with a 69% synchronization rate. Tomo chimed in. Really? That is so strong. Standing behind everyone, had one hand on her hip and the other holding her backpack, thinking to herself, right behind you is the strongest 7th-tier core warrior with a stable synchronization rate of 96%. Tomo accidentally spotted a red button on the wall. Whoa, what is this? As she spoke, she reached out to press it, and Aki quickly exclaimed, stop. Don't press that. The guide rushed over, angrily giving Tomo a painful tap on the head, saying, do not touch anything here. Thankfully, Aki was cautious. Tomo cradled her swollen head, feeling wronged as she said, but that button over there, my hand could not resist. The guide quickly covered the button, explaining, this is an emergency shut-off button. In case of a crisis, it seals off the pathways. The button has a warning message in black and yellow, saying absolutely do not touch. The guide looked up at the pathway, glancing back at the passage behind there. Pay attention. Once you press this, a massive steel plate will drop down in a blink of an eye. This is our emergency plan, activated at the most dangerous moment, to protect the tunnels and other cities. Aki stands, hands in his pockets, looking like the crucial function of the tunnel is operating just fine. Suddenly, his whole body feels a strong tremor, his brows furrow, and his gaze sharpens. He goes on high alert. The oppressive energy is coming from ahead. Plus, something is approaching. Seeing Aki getting into a battle-ready stance, his teammate tries to hold him back, worried. But then, he realizes with a start the smell of blood. Has Aki sensed it before him? His teammate looks at Aki's back, thinking, there is no way his nose is sharper than mine. Is he just relying on instinct? But now's not the time to ponder that. He shouts, everyone, gear up for battle. After a moment, they see the tunnel ahead flowing with crimson liquid. It is blood. His teammate is astonished and concerned. Heading toward Bizarre City. What is happening? In the pitch-black tunnel, a red light suddenly appears before them. His teammate grits his teeth, wondering what it is. A demon. A warrior is rushing towards them, and both he and Aki shout out. He is a warrior from Bizarre City. The injured warrior runs towards them, shouting, you guys are from First City. Before he can finish, his eyes roll back. He collapses to the ground in front of everyone. Aki looks at him with concern, asking, what is wrong? His teammate rushes over. What is going on in Bizarre City? The gravely injured warrior struggles to say a few last words. It is the demons. They attacked Bizarre City. The city has sounded the evacuation alarm. His teammate's eyes widen in shock, unable to hide his disbelief. Looking at his teammate, he asks, Captain, what is an evacuation alarm? Are we in danger? His teammate falls silent before responding. Only one situation triggers an evacuation alarm in any city, and that is, all warriors of the city have fallen. Everyone is stunned and terrified. Aki grips his dagger tightly, his hands trembling. An evacuation. How many lives have been lost? Before anyone can react, a burst of golden light shoots out from the dark tunnel, striking the warrior who is collapsed on the ground. Aki gasps, cursing under his breath, distracted and unprepared. The golden light drags the fallen warrior into the darkness right before everyone's eyes. Aki grabs the warrior's head. Found you. It pulls the warrior out from the shadows. Why is there still someone alive? It gnashes its sharp teeth. If I do not kill them all, it will be a tough job. The warrior from Bizarre City struggles to muster his last bit of strength to say, run, run. But before he can finish, Aki snaps the warrior's neck. The dead can speak. Aki slams his hand against the tunnel wall, still holding onto the warrior's remains. Its mouth full of sharp teeth keeps opening and closing. Keep going. Kill them all. The demon leans against the wall. Stepping into the light and intermediate demon. Core. Crimson. Fire attribute. With a record of slaughtering 21 rookie warriors, 10 first-tier warriors, and 2 intermediate warriors, the demon wielded a long whip. Its tip adorned with a sharp blade, still stained with the blood of innocent warriors. It locked eyes with them. So many of you. It sneered, approaching the group of wine lovers. Gripping the whip tightly and spinning it with incredible speed, the blade formed a deadly golden arc, sharp enough to slice through anything. Which one of you should I start with? It hissed, opening its mouth to unleash a thick, gooey liquid. Decision made. With that, it launched the blade like a beam of golden light straight at Sino. The poor kid. Sino was frozen in shock, his eyes wide as the blade hurtled towards him. In a flash of red, the wine lover dashed in front of Sino, his hands meeting the blade in a desperate attempt to stop it. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The blade ricocheted off the tunnel's ceiling. The demon scratched its chin. This guy is tougher than the last one, it mused, seeing the blood trickle down the wine lover's arm, shaking and panting. He realized the fire attribute demon was stronger than he had anticipated. Damn it. I can't take another hit like that. The wine lover gritted his teeth. This is not the time for ego. I need to protect the kids. With no time to overthink, he clenched his fists around Aki and the others, ready to fight. Tomo and Sino turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. But the demon was right on their heels, ramping up its speed. You think you can escape? It roared, launching the blade strapped to its whip, hot on their trail. Its immense power was something even the wine lover could not withstand as he shouted in panic. Hit the button. Get through that door, he urged. But the demon was not letting up. It lunged at him before he could pull the others through. You are all going to die. Just then, Aki suddenly stopped, shoving the wine lover forward and taking the demon's blow himself. Rolling over on the ground, the 4 of them tumbled through the door, crashing onto the ground with a yelp. Both Sino and the wine lover shouted. The wine lover turned back to see Aki driving a dagger into the ground to brace himself, the demon looming behind him. You are just buying time, are not you? It charged forward. You are all going to die. Aki rose, glaring at the demon, spinning to face it. One hand gripped the dagger, while the other smashed the button on his armor, hitting the red button directly. The door behind him began to shut. Now, he shouted. Hurry over here, Aki called back, his face eerily calm as the demon closed in on him until the door slammed shut. The others shouted, tumbling to the ground, but Aki was already on his feet, desperately banging on the door. Are you okay? No response came. The wine lover's face paled as memories flooded back. Just before Aki pushed him away, he had said, protect the 3 of them. The wine lover glanced at Aki, Tomo, and Sino with an unreadable expression. He said, guys, stay calm. Aki has given us hope. We can't waste his effort. This place is not safe. We need to leave immediately. Sino urged, Captain. That is a second-tier demon. Even Aki would struggle against it. Tomo chimed in. Exactly. We can't leave Aki behind. The wine lover slammed his fist against the door, yelling, break it down. We have to save Aki. It is incredibly quiet here as we try to explain. This door is made from special materials, including alloys, that can withstand attacks from those pesky demons. It is not going down easily. The security is top-notch. We can't even hear what is on the other side. Unfortunately, we are stuck here with no way to move forward. Sino, feeling impatient, urges, Captain, please reconsider. Tomo chimes in. Yeah. Is there really no other way? With clenched fists, Tazudulu proposes a more feasible plan. Let us head back and call Captain Joel and Captain Onga. Please give the order. The captain, feeling utterly helpless, closes his eyes and says, even with Joel and Onga, I can't guarantee anything. But then, a light bulb goes off in his head, and he suddenly opens his eyes wide. Yep. There is another way. Follow me. The captain leads the team forward at lightning speed. These are some of the easier paths in the tunnel. One leads to the O'Brien town, where we can ask for help. The captain stops at a fork in the tunnel. This is it. The group puts all their strength into rushing down the tunnel, choosing this path. The representative ignores the other door and the B-level town. We all believe Aki will survive on the other side of that door. Green blood from the Akma splatters against the door as it stares in disbelief at Aki, the seemingly weak warrior who managed to injure it. Aki pulls out a dagger. With a swift kick, Aki sends the Akma flying back, landing on its feet. After transforming into Akma form, a blood-red horn appears on his forehead. Finally, there is no need to hold back his strength anymore. The Akma looks at Aki, confused. What? A human. Aki chuckles. I do not even know. But I guess I have to push myself harder than you. Maybe I can avoid transforming in front of them now. But right now, I am just curious about your fire powers. Just as he finishes speaking, Aki unleashes his power. His eyes shining bright. He licks his lips, looking wild as a red aura envelopes him. The Akma gasps in shock. First level. This is more than just first level. As Aki completes his transformation, vines sprout around him, and he commands countless vines to surge toward the second level Akma. The Akma stands unfazed, shaking its head. If you are a first level wood type, then my fire will easily counter you. As those words leave its mouth, a massive fire erupts around the Akma. Following the vines Aki had controlled earlier, Aki remains silent and calm. While the Akma is blissfully unaware of the danger creeping closer, it bares its teeth, mouth ablaze. Then I will feast on you, transforming you into my power. Heh. It opens its mouth wide, a fireball forming inside. It roars, and the fireball expands, shooting directly at Aki's position. Aki's eyes flash with determination as he swiftly dodges the fireball. The fireball crashes into the door with no effect whatsoever. Aki uses the vines to propel himself toward the Akma. The Akma is taken aback but quickly dismisses it. In close combat, you won't even be able to touch me. Getting close is just asking for self-immolation. Aki ignores its taunts, circling behind the Akma with his hand shaped like a claw. If you look closely, you can see some water droplets on his hand. Aki uses his water powers to attack, his palm piercing through its body, nailing the core. Who told you? I only have one attribute. And now it is my turn to dominate water attribute. Human. Humanity. 2 attributes. Akma was taken by surprise. Before it could utter a word of denial, Aki yanked its core right out of its body. A loud explosion rang out, and Akma's body blew apart. Thick clouds of dust rising through the haze. In a terrifying moment, Aki stood there, still in Akma's form. One hand gripping the core, the other clutching the skull of the second-tier Akma. At that same moment, the sounds of dozens of demons charging from the tunnel filled the air, trampling over each other, thirsting to attack Aki. He heard their approach and quickly glanced toward the tunnel. The swarm of demons surged towards him, their sharp teeth snapping. Aki thought to himself, Akma was unpredictable. It seemed that the battle sounds earlier had lured it in. He looked at the demon's heart he was holding, muttering to himself, a second-tier fire core. What kind of power will this bring me? Time to find out. Without hesitation, he crushed the demon's heart in his hand. It is. A wave of energy erupted, blasting the demon's back. He raised his hands to the sky. Fire at. Become my strength. Then he fed that energy into his own demonic core. In an instant, Aki extended his arms, and the energy began to spread around him, enveloping his entire body. As the last rays of light finally reached Aki's eyes, he had completed his evolution into a second-tier Akma form. 2 long red horns sprouted from his temples, and his eyes turned golden. Awesome. I can feel the blazing flames surging inside me. Boiling over, the demons continued to howl, their teeth bared as they charged at Aki. And he thought to himself, this Akma swarm is something else. Then, he realized something. He remembered and opened his mouth. Mimicking the attack move of the demon he had just battled, energy began to gather, forming a sphere right in front of Aki's mouth as he focused. Fire is used like this. He blew it straight at the demons like a tornado, turning them to dust. His attack shot out so far it did not return to any demon. While the demon screamed in the sea of flames, Aki calmly walked through the fire. Those monsters, using your screams of despair to comfort the fallen warriors in the passage, Aki said as he walked forward, leaving the burning chaos behind him. At the tunnel's exit, all around him, debris from electrical devices lay scattered. And suddenly, a flame erupted from below, blowing the door bearing the exit wide open. At that moment, Aki appeared calmly stepping up each stair in the thick smoke. As he set foot on solid ground, he was stunned by the scene before him. The exit was littered with the bodies of innocent villagers sprawled in pools of blood, and the entire city seemed to be engulfed in flames. Buildings collapsed into piles of rubble, seemingly devoid of life. Aki stared in shock at the devastation before him, thinking, this city has been completely obliterated. Then he took careful steps to observe the fallen villagers. Contemplating, this is a high-tier demon at work. Then you see a warrior sitting there, impaled by branches, nature's cruel touch. You imagine the demon stabbing at the villagers, thinking about the one-hit kill technique, just like Aki moving step by step, stepping out. This is a long-range skill. Such power. It feels like a 3-tiered demon is wreaking havoc. Aki imagines the scene of everyone being scorched by the demon and curses under his breath. Damn it. And now there are 2 core 3-tiered warriors. Those guys. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept Aki along with swirling smoke, causing the fruits to take flight. When Aki looked up at the direction of the flying fruit, he unexpectedly saw someone's legs dangling high above, On the tree were 2 warriors impaled by branches. Aki looked closer and realized these were the 2 core 3-tiered warriors. But they had already lost their lives. Aki stood there silently, gazing at them without a word. Then he activated his target power. Slowly, he moved closer to the fallen warriors, gently placing their bodies down, and bowed his head in silence. They were all skilled warriors. And he reached out to the face of one warrior, who died with his eyes wide open, gently closing them. Looking at those 2 warriors, Aki felt a wave of sadness. May you rest in peace. At least you can rest well. He thought about everyone fighting with all their might against those demons. Deep in thought, this was a brutal war. When suddenly a voice rang out behind him. The demon is dead. What do you want with them? Hearing that voice, Aki was taken aback. Thinking, a survivor. He turned to look at the man, who was holding a knife, his body trembling, tears streaming down his face. Yet he shouted defiantly. The man's appearance suggested he was a higher-level demon, capable of transforming into a human. My life is theirs to save. If you dare touch their bodies, I won't let it slide. Aki closed his eyes, his face filled with sorrow, wanting to explain. But he thought, with my appearance. Damn it. This kid totally does not believe me. This is getting awkward. While everyone was distracted, suddenly, the demon attacked that man. Aki was shocked. The survivor lost consciousness after the strike, and he began to fall backward. Aki quickly used his powers to fend off the demons that were closing in on the man, catching his head to prevent it from hitting the ground. Damn it. There were still hidden demons lurking in the city. Then he used his wood power to heal the man's injuries. Dawn T-Talk. Let me help you recover. The survivor was too exhausted. He could only muster a faint whisper. Are you a demon or human? And just like that, he collapsed into Aki's arms. Leaving him stunned for a moment, he questioned himself. Am I a demon or a human now? The demon seemed to sense someone was there. They charged at him, surrounding Aki, who began to rise. Whether demon or human. He surveyed the demons once more and quietly raised his blade. There is one thing that will never change. And so he began to channel his power, preparing to strike them down with determination. He had to wipe out the demons. Just as they began to charge, Aki's fiery wings completed their transformation. You stomped your foot down hard on the ground, cracking it open like a giant fissure. And then you shot off like a rocket right into the enemy's midst. But instead of diving straight at them, you soared up high, raining down fireballs over a wide area to wipe out those demons. Aki gently landed not far away, turned around to glance back, and muttered to himself. Turns out that the fire energy behind him not only boosts speed, but can also unleash explosive fire bursts. It is a shame he can't fly. But he decided to keep attacking those demons, trying out something new. The demons caught in his attack could not fight back, and were sent flying. Aki quickly zipped over to them, grabbing the throat of the demon hanging mid-air. By pouring fire energy into the demon's body, he infused it with his own power, causing it to erupt with flames. He hurled the demon down to the ground while shouting, Get back to the cesspool you crawled out of. Aki cracked a faint smile, whispering under his breath, Surprise. The demon he just tossed down suddenly exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Aki could not help but chuckle in satisfaction at the sight. Compressing fire energy and injecting it into a demon's body can turn it into a demon bomb. Let us see the power of this elemental strength, he thought to himself. I could create so many fun tricks with this. Seeing his teammates get blown to bits like that, the remaining demons stared at Aki in terror, howling as they turned tail and ran. Watching the demons flee, Aki fixed his gaze on them, determined not to let them escape. Without saying a word, he charged straight at the demons like an arrow. As soon as he landed, he thrust his hand into the ground, conjuring up 2 pillars of fire on either side, incinerating the demons into dust. Standing in the center, he watched them crumble and could not help but smirk. Too late now. Monsters. Just a little longer. The entire fleeing demon horde was wiped out, and Aki stepped on the head of a dead demon, reminiscing about his team. Originally, they were all looking forward to this trip. The captain was especially excited about getting some energy crystals from here. He wondered how they were doing now back in Favreau's town. The energy core could last another 3 months. But the route to get there has been blocked. If he can't bring the energy crystals back, the whole team will be in danger. He was determined to find the storage for the energy crystals in this place first. At the very least, he needed to bring one back. After thinking it over, Aki scanned his surroundings and realized there was no path forward. He could not afford to wander aimlessly. He needed to consider the resources and gear he had. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had an idea. He used his powers to summon some roots, which were perfect for utilizing his sensing abilities. He directed the roots to explore the area around him. The energy crystals are a fusion of the energy core, so they might emit 3 energy pulses. It could be worth probing around this whole area to feel for those 3 energy pulses. After pinpointing the location of the energy crystals, the roots slowly began to dig down into the ground. They commenced their search, and Aki sensed that the roots were about to find what he wanted, So he channeled more power into them. The roots had discovered the energy crystals. Aki looked back with joy swelling in his heart. Found it. Instantly, Aki shot forward like an arrow, spotting a large hole in the middle of the ground and thinking, it is down there. 3 extremely weak energy sources. Probably well guarded. Awesome. Without a second thought, he jumps straight into the lake. As he leaps, he glances at the energy crystal and can't help but be amazed. Whoa. There is a cave underground. Finally, he glances softly, then looks up at the energy crystal. This is the energy transmission system of the B-class town. Truly impressive. But just then, a voice echoes from behind him. Soldiers. Protect the crystal. Please. Soldiers. Hearing that, Aki quickly turns to where the noise is coming from. An automatic machine.
Yep.
The storage for the crystals. He rushes over, unaware of how many are hidden inside. As he steps, his eyes widen in shock at the sight before him. There is nothing but devastation and bodies scattered everywhere. These are the ones who tried to protect the crystals. Aki's frustration is evident, cursing those demons under his breath. Damn it. Despicable monsters. He steps forward, glancing side to side, noticing the soldiers who fought to the death defending the crystal, and he reaches out to touch the red crystal. It was a targeted attack. The demons broke in here with the goal of destroying the crystals. They must have been ordered to assault this place. Way smarter than the previous demons. He sighs deeply. It seems this place has no perfect energy crystals left. He needs to find an underground base for some gear and supplies. Clenching his teeth, he resolves to bring the energy crystals back. If the team leader and the others face trouble, then the city of Favros will be in serious danger. Aki quickly concludes that he must find the new town within 3 months and bring the energy crystals back to Favros. At that moment, the door to the equipment room blares with an alert, and suddenly a light shines through the door, illuminating the way ahead. He kicks the gas, the tires screeching against the ground, sparks flying like a whirlwind as he floors the gas pedal. Racing straight out, he speeds off, his mind repeating the command. Find the new town. Sitting in the car, Aki ponders. Outside the town, he is still undetected. The fog will thicken by nightfall. In no time, he has reached the desert terrain, where a once great city is now buried beneath the sands. These crumbling structures used to be bustling with life, but now they are likely resting spots for demons. Aki drives while glancing at the map in his hand, mumbling to himself. The next town is marked on the map. This direction seems right. As Aki drives, someone on the side is closely watching him. That person quickly pulls out a knife, cutting a rope, and suddenly the trees tied by that rope drop down, startling Aki. He swerves to avoid them. With his skilled driving, he makes a sharp turn around the trees, narrowly avoiding them in an instant. After dodging, Aki slowly steps out of the car. He removes his glasses, squinting ahead, muttering, "What the hell is this?" He looks at the fallen trees in front of him, realizing, this place. Demons. No way. With a rope in hand, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, barking orders. Don't move. This person aimed a gun right at him, demanding to know who he was and which crew he belonged to, shouting for his name. And this person was indeed a member of the crew. They were humanity's warriors, not living in the city, often forming small teams with extremely strict demands on personal abilities. Aki looked at the person before him, sighing inwardly. Man, how unlucky. It really is the crew. The crew members stood on large wooden planks, announcing their names. I am only going to ask once, Aki thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He never expected to run into a crew member here. Quickly, he raised both hands to explain. Don't misunderstand. I do not belong to any crew. I am just an ordinary fighter passing through, he said. The crew members were humanity's warriors, not residing in the city, usually operating in teams with very strict personal ability requirements, wandering outside the city without a fixed home, with exploration and material gathering as their main goals. Often armed, their actions were extremely organized. The opponent shouted back, Fighter. You think a city fighter would come here alone? Aki thought to himself. You are from the Silver Wolf crew. Right, he calmly replied. I told you. I am not part of any crew. It is hard to explain right now, but the opponent ignored his words, immediately raising their gun and loudly commanded, Pull. A shot rang out, but the bullet only grazed Aki's foot. You demons are nothing but beasts. Is my fallen comrade still alive? Answer me now. Hearing that, Aki stared intensely at the person, thinking, fallen comrade. She just mentioned whether the comrade was alive. Seems she was referring to the Silver Wolf crew. Calmly, he looked at the person in front of him. Listen. Right now I can't prove I am a fighter or whether I am part of a crew. But you can't just keep your gun pointed at me like this. She did not respond but slowly lowered her weapon. Suddenly, Aki glanced to the side, sensing someone else nearby. The opponent, seeing his reaction, grew suspicious and aimed the gun at him again. Don't move. It was just a moment. A few bullets shot straight into the girl's hand, causing her to gasp in shock. In the distance, two shadows raced towards them on bikes. One of them laughed at his teammate. Take out that arm, punk, first. Fallen. Sure enough, there were still survivors. They could demand justice from the boss. Let us check it out. They were members of the main squad, the Silver Wolf Hunters. Meanwhile, the girl, unexpectedly shot in the hand, lost all strength and could not hold her gun anymore, thinking to herself, are they from the Silver Wolf crew? Damn it. I can't lift my arm anymore. One of the two climbed up and grabbed her by the head, laughing mockingly. Look at this. And she is a girl too. Awesome. He lifted her head up, saying, let me see your face. The girl could only glare at him in frustration, while he turned to his buddy, cursing, what the hell? Hurry up and grab that delicious loot before we hand it over to the boss. Let us have some fun first. Aki could not just stand there and watch any longer, so he lunged forward and landed a punch on that guy. The other one stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. After that, he sent the guy flying, landing gracefully on the ground. Aki stood protectively in front of the girl and said, I do not want to get caught up in your team's personal grudges. He was in a full mood, and before he made his move, he shot a glare at the guy and growled, get lost. The guy, terrified, quickly raised his gun, thinking Aki was some kind of demon. But Aki stopped the gun with his hand, squeezing it tightly while glaring at him. Being aimed at twice was really frustrating, and the guy looked at him in horror. He stammered, just go, and we will let you live. But Aki did not say a word and unleashed his targeting powers. Suddenly, roots burst from the ground, forming a giant hand that punched the guy into the air, leaving the girl behind him in shock. After the punch, the guy was sent flying several meters and landed painfully, clutching his stomach. He shouted, this is madness. I have a device. Aki held the gun, using his powers to squeeze it while echoing the guy's question. Are you a human or a demon? Human or demon? And in that moment, he crushed the guy's gun into a pile of pieces. Furious, took slow steps toward him. For you, it does not matter. And all that remained was the guy's desperate scream, echoing throughout the area. Next, Aki used his abilities to slowly heal the girl's wounds and reassured her. Don't worry. I just happen to have healing powers. The bullet only grazed her arm. It just needed some time to recover. Thanks. She shyly turned to look behind her, and there lay the body of the guy who attacked them, now pinned down by metal rods. She glanced at her own wound, which was nearly healed, and could not help but feel ecstatic. I can't believe it, I am really healed. It is a skill. I have heard that the 4-hatch warriors can possess such abilities. Skills create special phenomena, like supernatural transformations. You are amazing. She looked up at him, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Could it be that you are a 5-hatch warrior? But Aki thought to himself. He could clearly feel the power of a 2-tier demon within him, though it was much stronger than the 2 tiers he remembered. Still, he smiled brightly and replied, I am actually a 2-hatch warrior. I just have a special ability. Hearing that, the girl was so excited that she hurriedly bowed to him, saying, being a 2-hatch is still impressive. Anyway, thank you for saving my life. I am really sorry for pointing a gun at you earlier. No problem. It is wise to be cautious out here alone, he said, looking at her curiously. By the way, I am trying to get to the nearest town. Do you know the way? Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds before slowly answering, I know the direction. But if you are going, could you take me with you? Aki was taken aback by her request. You want to come along? We have just met, and you do not even know my name. Why do you trust me? She bit her lip. The nearest town is called Tamvai. It is a tiny C-grade town. But, she continued, it is currently being taken over by the Silver Wolf team. A few days ago, our rescue team set out to save the town from them. But we failed. My teammates had the potential to win. But little did we know, the captain of the Silver Wolf team had recently broken through the 3rd-rank warrior. His power skyrocketed. While my captain is only a 2nd-rank warrior, I want to ask for your help. I would put my life on the line for you. Hearing this, Aki looked at her, memories of his past life flooding back. Even though our team appeared, the management was nowhere to be found. Now they dare to forcefully take over the town. What are they doing? The girl continued her story. Moreover, I heard that the Silver Wolf team is taking over the town to seize the energy crystals. I wonder what their real goal is. With that thought, Aki seemed to connect the dots. The energy crystals were indeed their target. They dare to steal the basic energy source of the town. Gradually, he stood up, ready to lead the way, no matter what. He was already furious about this situation. The scene shifted to a hilly area surrounded by trees. Aki and the girl drove forward together, and she announced, "Up ahead is the town of New Vi. All right. We need to hide the car before we get closer to the town." As soon as she said that, the car began to slow down. Aki quickly got out and scanned the area, thinking to himself, he had no memories of this town from his past life, not even on the map. Now, the Silver Wolf team has taken over. After taking a look around, he wanted to enter the town for a closer inspection when suddenly, a demon appeared behind him, baring its teeth and ready to attack. The girl turned and gasped in shock, then screamed as Aki was surrounded by a horde of demons. Without a word, Aki summoned his earth power, causing massive roots to burst from the ground, entangling the demons. The moment he slammed his fist down, the roots crushed the demons beneath them. He coldly looked at them and said, "Work together. You beasts? Don't let them interfere with our mission. We can kill them yet. The stench of demon blood will surely attract more of their kind." He then calmly turned to urge the girl. She admired Aki more and more, happily responding, "Okay."
Yep.
And hurriedly followed him, thinking to herself, he is so strong. The town, the teammates. There is really hope now. While they were hiding behind some bushes, Aki suddenly spoke up. "Strange. There are no guards in the town." Indeed, even the city gate was wide open. Through the gate, Aki spotted something and quickly announced, "Someone is coming." But the man carrying a boy in his arms screamed in fear as a soldier reached out to grab him from behind. In no time, the soldier had seized the man's head and slammed it down onto the ground. The girl, witnessing the scene, could not hold back any longer and raised her gun. Aki saw her move like that and immediately grabbed the gun to stop her, glaring at her. "Doing that will reveal our position." Just then, a massive hand reached out from behind the gate, causing Aki to quickly turn his gaze. And you see a massive hand gripping the man and the boy tightly. Then, that hand slowly retracts behind the door, witnessed by the soldiers blocking the path. On this side, the girl gasped. There is a demon in the city, while Aki is scheming in his mind. If there is a demon, there is no time to plan. They just have to rush in and save whoever they can. Without hesitation, he teleports forward, leaving the girl stunned. In no time, he takes down two of the soldiers. Seeing this, the girl hurries after him. "Wait for me. This was my request after all." And she dashes past the two soldiers lying motionless on the ground, feeling a mix of emotions. The member of the Silver Wolf he just defeated. At this moment, she seems to discover something, observing the two soldiers more closely, her heart racing. What is going on? The flesh looks like it is rotting, as if they have been dead for days. She looks up, gasping. The city is full of Silver Wolf members, but Aki is not paying attention. He is like a whirlwind, taking them down one by one. He grabs a knife from one of the soldiers and realizes they are all corpses, controlled by the demon's special powers. Then he swings the knife with determination. No more holding back, unleashing his speed and strength. He slices through them like a professional assassin, then lands softly. Looking down at the soldiers, he notices a strange aura radiating from them and thinks, maybe it is linked through the black threads on their bodies. This demon has some kind of special ability, almost like a solo act. He notices purple smoke rising in the distance. Looks like he needs to follow the aura of these corpses to find it. Then he turns to the girl. "I am going to save that father and son from earlier." She goes to search for any other survivors in the city. And just like that, they head off in different directions to take action. Aki runs through each house, finally landing at a nearby shrine. Aki charges straight at the door, confident that this is the place. He decisively kicks the door open without hesitation. But what he sees leaves him dumbfounded. The man and the boy are now just lifeless bodies. Seeing this, Aki seethes with anger. Damn it, I am too late. And suddenly, a demon appears out of nowhere, staring intently at him. Then it speaks. "Everyone in this city belongs to me, whether alive or dead. Trying to escape the city is already pushing your luck." Then it suddenly beckons to him. "Come here. Let us see who our guest is." This demon is Tam, with the ability of death manipulation, controlling corpses. Its attributes still unclear. Aki stands there, fixated on it. Behind the demon are 3 energy crystals. The Silver Wolf hunters occupy the city to seize these energy crystals. Is that what attracted the demon here? What does the demon want with the crystals? The demon Tamki laughs loudly. "Stranger, are you human or demon?" But Aki just glares at it in anger, not responding, thinking to himself, truly a rare and precious death crystal. The evil demon is a death core, possessing a unique power, and Aki slowly approaches it. The Silver Wolf squad has already been wiped out. Right. Even the captain of Silver Wolf broke through to become a 3rd stage warrior, faced with someone who can control corpses, but is likely not a match. The demon halts and asks, 3rd stage warrior. You are. Suddenly, It pulls out some energy crystals. Just as Aki is about to respond, something rushes toward him, stunning him for a moment. Another demon attacks him. But luckily, he dodges just in time. Aki quickly steps back to observe, finally catching a glimpse of the demon sizing him up. The third stage core warrior. That guy is the former captain of the Silver Wolf Hunters. A third stage core warrior. To make matters worse, a ton of glowing orbs start appearing from the shadows, and one by one, warriors step out. Seeing this, the third stage demon cheers. Come on, everyone. Guests. Aki thinks, furrowing his brow. Not only the Silver Wolf Hunters but also warriors from other towns are here. There are way too many of them. And noticing Aki's expression, the third stage demon bursts into laughter. Welcome to my party. As soon as he finishes speaking, the soldiers charge at Aki one by one. The demons start overwhelming him, and Aki grumbles to himself. Third stage demon. Right now, I am at the second stage. If this were a regular third stage demon, I would be in real trouble. But fortunately, it is a death core demon, not specialized in combat, but rather in manipulating the battlefield. Without overthinking it, he immediately unleashes his power, igniting flames that engulf his hands. He punches straight down into the ground, unleashing energy that scorches the demons and sends them flying. Just like that, he has wiped out the demon warriors, leaving the third stage demon in shock. Noticing Aki, it realizes he is anything but ordinary, then uses its power to command. Get up, fight. But Aki remains calm. Useless. I have burned away their bodies. The third stage demon shivers at his words. How annoying. The treasures I painstakingly collected, Aki retorts coolly. While it may seem disrespectful, compared to being controlled, this is the best fate for them. With no corpses to control, he stumps the ground. Aki throws a flying knife right in front of the third stage demon. Aki then shouts as the combat ability of the demon drops drastically. He relentlessly punches it, not giving it a chance to recover. The demon, overwhelmed, shouts. Final blow. Core. Suddenly, a boy steps in front of Aki, forcing him to stop. He is stunned, staring at the kid, the same little brat from earlier. Seeing Aki hesitate, the demon behind him laughs loudly, ready to throw a punch, and then it yells, "Here I come," and lands a crushing blow on him. Its punch is so powerful that even after hitting Aki, it drives him straight into the ground, creating a tremor. Aki quickly dodges to the side, immediately using his water powers to shield himself. Annoyingly, he still has to rely on the water element to avoid a fatal injury to his abdomen. Seeing this, the little one smiled brightly at him. And not only did she know how to control it, I also have a metal element as well. Aki was surprised to find out it could use the metal element too. Then he activated a healing system to treat his wounds. Thinking deeply, he needed to quickly handle the wound in his abdomen. When the three-eyed demon spoke up, Senza wanted to take him down but had to take some risks. He had to try using what he had worked so hard to obtain. And then he commanded the man's essence. Grabbing it, the man was holding a vial of green liquid. He turned to look at the two essences. You both have your uses. Then grabbing the vial, he decisively brought it to his mouth and gulped it down. At this moment Aki felt something was off. Although he did not know what it was, Aki instinctively sensed danger. He could not recover in time, holding back the pain. He lunged forward to break it. Then he ignited his knife with fire, aiming straight at Aki. But by then he had already swallowed the vial down his throat. Immediately, Aki created a barrier to block Aki's attack, causing him to be thrown back, which caught him off guard. How did he manage to unleash such explosive energy? He was forcibly siphoning energy from the energy glass. No way. The energy in the glass was refined and concentrated energy. Absorbing it like that would definitely lead to an explosion and death. He muttered. This theory he had already confirmed before, but seeing the three-eyed demon like this, he speculated that the energy in its body was explosive, but remained below the limit, thanks to that potion. That thing, it could not possibly be a potion that a demon could create. How could it? Suddenly the three-eyed demon shouted. Advance. Transform. Evolve. Just like that, a burst of purple light suddenly flashed around the demon. Seeing this, Aki realized that it was using the energy glass to evolve. In no time, the three-eyed demon had transformed into a four-eyed demon, with death attributes, dark energy, and metal properties. Aki clenched his fists, feeling frustrated. A four-eyed demon. This is getting complicated. Seeing Aki's expression, the four-eyed demon could not help but feel excited. Is this the feeling of being a four-eyed? Then it conjured up several spheres surrounding its hand, and shot them into the air. Those spheres flew straight towards Aki. The four-eyed demon revealed a wicked grin, releasing metal energy. Those spheres had surrounded Aki, preparing to attack, making him briefly panic. This is bad. It already possessed the skills of a four-eyed demon. Then he quickly activated his wood element power, with roots sprouting around him, just as those spheres shot out projectiles. That was when Aki quickly rolled himself within the roots. But the four-eyed demon quickly jumped close to Aki. Then it unleashed a powerful kick right at him, sending him crashing down from mid-air to the ground. On the ground, it was nothing but a haze of dust. Aki was nearly sprawled out on the ground, unable to move or resist. Seeing him like this, the demon triumphantly stomped down on him, reveling in its victory. Did you see? Each evolution has a gap that can't be crossed. This is where it ends. And then it channeled energy into its hand. But I really like you. Just as the four-eyed demon's blade was about to stab close to Aki's neck, it abruptly stopped. Suddenly, the space around the two of them distorted. Lying there motionless, could not help but feel a chill. The very fabric of space was warping, and this distorted dimension was increasingly surrounding the four-headed demon. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the warped space, grabbing the head of the four-headed demon. Accompanied by a chilling voice that echoed, a strange specter began to emerge from the twisted dimension, gripping the four-headed demon's head tightly and whispering in its ear, "Don't let a pesky human mess up the plan." It hissed, and the four-headed demon trembled. Could it be the Harbinger? But the specter did not answer the four-headed demon's question. It simply uttered one word, "Crush," and in an instant, it decisively twisted the demon's head to the side. The next moment, the four-headed demon's head was sucked into another dimension. Just like that, the four-headed demon gradually vanished from Aki's view, leaving behind only swirling clouds of dust in the air. The specter began to plant its feet on the ground, and it was none other than the four-headed demon, the Harbinger, who excitedly gazed at Aki, seeming utterly incredulous that a mere human could be a threat. The Harbinger slowly became clearer before Aki's eyes, radiating a stunning beauty. Aki furrowed his brow, thinking, a demon, how peculiar. This overwhelming sensation was just like that red entity within him. Suddenly, he realized something was off. He recalled a fragment of the Harbinger from back then, when it had come before him and spoken, disregarding the surroundings. Who knew when the chains would awaken again? Moreover, even the four-headed demon could not hold a candle to it. Indeed, the likes of humans were inferior. Aki thought. What did you say? She pointed at him, mockingly. And you think you are the strongest human? You are digesting way too slowly. With that, she unleashed her power, lifting his entire pained body. Suddenly, the Harbinger held a sphere in her hand, lunged forward, and shouted, "Time to evolve into the four-headed demon." And then, that sphere pierced through Aki's body. He immediately recoiled, letting out a pained "uck," before collapsing to his knees. He looked down at the spot where the sphere had entered him. She had just directly shoved the core of the four-headed demon into his very being, completely bypassing the chains. Moments later, Aki began to feel an excruciating pain, crying out in agony with desperate screams. "I am gonna blow up. My insides can take this." The power from the core of the four-headed demon was overwhelming. The foolish Harbinger watched from the side, biting her nails and muttering, "What a waste. Is it really that weak? Even the power of the four-headed demon can't be absorbed." Aki shouted, "No way. I am about to explode. This body can't handle it. Think of something, you stupid demon. Think." At that moment, cracks began to form around his body, and the Harbinger immediately activated 8 spatial barriers to restrain him. Then yelled, "I have locked the space around you. You worthless human. Hold on for me." As Aki's body slowly began to swell, the Harbinger continued to scream in pain. Inside Aki, someone with their eyes closed suddenly heard a voice reminding him, "You are disturbing my sleep," and he slowly opened his eyes. The Harbinger, standing beside him, joyfully exclaimed, "That voice, could it be?" In an instant, Aki's body began to recover. "You are fuming," eyes blazing with intensity. "Did you seriously forget what I told you earlier?" The Demon King quickly punches through the leaves that were wrapping around him. The Princess of Song is taken aback, and in that moment, Aki has completely transformed into a different person. He is now the Crimson King. The Princess of Song shivers in excitement as she sees him. "Crimson." She gasps. And just like that, she rushes to hug him tightly. "Finally, you have shown yourself." The Crimson King embraces her lovingly, letting out a soft sigh. "It has been so long since we last met." The Princess of Song gazes at the Crimson King, secretly observing him all this time. His power is way too weak. He can't fight against that advancing foe. If he does, it won't just be him. The Crimson King cups her face gently and replies, "This body needs relentless training. Human bodies are not like ours. We are weak, but filled with the unknown. He was originally at the stage of merging with the divine, and you just let him leap straight to the next level. The energy he absorbed is too much for his body to handle. But this time, the energy released has awakened me from my deep slumber." The Crimson King warns, "From now on, do not interfere with his evolution anymore. He needs to evolve step by step to become a perfect vessel in the future." Then he shoots her a glance. Got it. What you say goes. She suddenly remembers something important. Oh right, during this time. While you played dead, although the four kings made moves, none actually took action. They formed a balance among themselves. Just as you predicted, the Crimson King chuckles lightly. At first, they feared my power and banded together to eliminate me. But now it seems, even without me, they still can't change their nature of suspicion towards each other. Maybe they have forgotten their original mission. How about you? Are you doing okay lately? They do not suspect you. Do they? She quickly scoffs. Lucky for you that you still remember me, even if they do suspect. They do not have the energy to investigate what actually happened. So do not worry about me. Then she lightly touches the Crimson King, expressing her feelings. I just want to welcome back the strongest one. The Crimson King smiles and assures her. It is just a matter of time. I have forcibly pushed this body to evolve. But he needs to gradually adapt and stabilize his strength. She should try to stay out of this human business to avoid unwanted attention. Don't ruin our plans. She replied shyly. I just missed you and wanted to come visit, even if she is just your vessel. The girl who came with Aki has caught their attention. The girl is trembling. 8 kings. How can there be an 8 demon? Seeing this, the Princess of Song smiles slyly. I totally forgot to handle this area. Meanwhile, the Crimson King stands silently, just staring at the girl. Just like that, the girl gradually falls under the Crimson King's gaze. And then a wound appears, deep within his subconscious. As Aki sinks deeper, a voice echoes, so you are a demon. Aki jolts awake at that moment. The instant he regains consciousness is also when he realizes he is attacking the girl he was with. He gasps in horror. The girl, dressed as a hunter, had already lost consciousness. Seeing her like this tore him apart, leaving him trembling as he looked down at his hands. It is all my fault. And then he clenched his teeth, unleashing a surge of power, crying out in pain. His power manifested as she was shot straight up to the sky. Then he gripped tightly, finally reaching a new state, an extraordinary form. Evolution complete. As Aki recalled the words of the huntress who told him, I want to check out the City of Dawn, and if possible, I would love to become a flower artisan there. The truth is, I really love flowers. Back to the present, he stood there. But the girl was no longer in front of him. She was engulfed in a sea of flames. Lying within it, the voice from the past echoed, in this apocalypse, it is so heart-wrenching. I feel like we need even more beautiful flowers. After this, Aki thought to himself, this mistake, I can never forgive myself for. It is because I could not suppress the demonic power that led to this. I hope the flames can save people from the humiliation of demons, so they won't suffer anymore. Right now, with the extraordinary power inside me, I do not even feel like testing it anymore. There are so many issues to think about. I need to unravel every clue. If that demonic entity possesses such terrifying power, I wonder what its connection is with the royal energy within me, forcing my body to surpass the mental stage, reaching the extraordinary state. Damn demons. What scheme are they plotting? The suspicious object that the demonic entity used to break through to the extraordinary state is unsettling. It is not something that a demon could create. How could it have obtained it? Or rather, who provided such advanced weaponry? It is likely only the highest tier cities could craft something like that. Could it have been transferred from the City of Dawn? In any case, I need to quickly find a large settlement. At the very least, I need to report back to Captain Joel that everyone is safe, and I am worried. I do not even know how they are holding up right now. Then he hopped into the vehicle, put on his glasses, and hoped they would make it out of the tunnel safely, and reach the settlement. He kept heading straight in this direction. There is an A-tier settlement called Pisidia. At least from there, he could send news to the city of First. The vehicle finally rolled forward. After another night, the next morning, at the highway checkpoint, the four of them successfully arrived at the A-tier settlement of Brian. Brian, a core warrior commander of the 5th tier, spoke up. But we can dispatch reinforcements. We just received word that the A-tier city of Pitta is facing a high-level demon. Your teammate Aki might not have great odds of survival. He cautions. If we recklessly send soldiers to her aid, it would be irresponsible. The serious atmosphere thickens. He shouts. But our warrior here has a special talent. He might just survive after all, but even they can survive an onslaught of that scale. He falls silent after hearing this, not responding. However, in this apocalypse, every life matters. I can send help directly, but I will send scouts to assess the situation. Hearing this, he is taken aback. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to, he replies politely, stepping out while announcing. The high-level demon in Peta City might affect the Sama tournament in Bulan Min. He responds lightly. I have heard about that. The Sama tournament is coming up soon, but you know, our for First is only a sea-level city. No worries. If you are interested, feel free to stick around for a few days to check it out. It is the only S-level city in B-Min City. They will host the Sama tournament, and the minimum registration requirement for cities is B-level. While your city might not qualify right now, those 3 young warriors behind you have potential. The future is uncertain, and gaining more knowledge is always beneficial. This city. He gestures. Feel free to explore and catch them by surprise. All 4 bow deeply in gratitude. Thank you, they say after he leaves. Tomo gently called out. Captain. The extreme forecast. As he turned to respond. What is it? Tomo, she curiously asked. What is the Sama competition? The extreme forecaster explained. It is a contest that only the Sunrise City can host, basically. It involves hunting demons at various levels to select the next generation of powerful warriors, while also offering them special rewards provided by Sunrise City. This is a recurring event. The goal for all warriors. But unfortunately, you need to be at least B rank to participate, but I believe, in the future, you guys will definitely have a chance to join. Don't worry. But Aki, I wonder how he is doing right now. The Sama competition in Sunrise City would definitely excite him if he were here. That Peta city is facing high-level demons. I hope he can survive until the demons are pushed back. Tomo added, who would have thought that falling from the city for the first time would lead to this. Aki is at the window, looking out. It is because of us that we have gotten into this mess. She gazed into the distance, while the extreme forecaster could only sigh, then comforted everyone, saying, folks, all we can do is wait for news from the scout warriors. I have already used the communicator here to inform Fort Worth about the situation. For now, let us stay in Bryan. It is rare for us to be here, so we should learn and observe. There are many outstanding warriors here, and the outside looks so green. Clouds drifted lazily over Rank City Pisidia. Inside a room in Pisidia, 2 people were sitting together, and one spoke up. We have verified the information you provided. It is exactly as you said. The B-rank city of Peta has been destroyed by high-level demons. The person flicked ash from their cigarette into the ashtray. Also, I have sent your message to C-rank Fort Worth, detailing your situation. I am sure you will hear back soon. But about your other request. The girl put the cigarette in her mouth. I am really sorry, she said, turning down Aki's request. We can't provide you with energy crystals. And that person is a core warrior of the 5 ranks. The combat commander of Posada, Barisi, stated that the supply of crystals is not up to us. It is usually distributed by the higher-ranked cities. Your higher-ranked city, Peta, has been destroyed, so you can address this with Sunrise City. Aki thought to himself. Sunrise City. I did not expect the crystal distribution system to be so complicated. If that is the case, maybe I can take a trip to Sunrise City to investigate the breakthrough by those demons. Whether I can actually enter Sunrise City is another issue, he thought aloud. Thanks for the heads up. Can I represent Forbes to go to Sunrise City? But she sternly replied. Unless you take on the role of captain at Forbes, or have authorization from the Forbes authority. Otherwise, you do not qualify. You can't just send someone to negotiate. He thought, if I want to request authorization, I still have to go back. What a hassle. But suddenly, she spoke up again. However, there is another scenario where you could go, and that is if a higher-ranked city guarantees it. For example, Aki asked in surprise. You mean, you can guarantee it for me? I can guarantee that for you, but I have a request. Hearing that, Aki broke into a curious smile. Do tell, she replied lightly. The city of Bindman's demon hunting competition. You have probably heard of it. If you can become a foreign member and join our team, while also being a pioneer to help us gather intel during the competition, then I will make sure you are in. But just so you know, I can guarantee your safety. Especially as a pioneer in the demon hunting competition. Each team will send out a pioneer member whose job is to scout the demon ranks and gather intel, kind of like an intel officer. But due to the extreme difficulty of the demon hunting competition and the high ranks of the demons, being a pioneer is incredibly dangerous, with fatalities being all too common. They are often seen as cannon fodder. So fighters participating in the competition will try to avoid that position. But Aki calmly replied. Looks like no one in your squad wants that role. No worries. In the end, it is your choice. I accept. Then he thought to himself. After all, this demon hunting competition is a major event that I founded myself. At the Nami equipment depot, Barisi and Aki walked and chatted. She spoke first, saying that looking for you to be a pioneer was a last resort. Basically, the top members participating now do not choose important roles for pioneers due to recent years. Pioneers either get injured or killed. She gritted her teeth and said, that is why I warned you beforehand. I can ensure your safety. We can only try to meet your requirements for arrangements. And then both of them stepped into the equipment depot. Aki cheerfully replied. Got it. Let me check it out. as she followed Aki's figure, silently evaluating her. This guy's core level sign is damaged and hard to see. Or is he originally a low-level core from the sea-level city of Fort Worth? His strength is at best a second-tier fighter. But he seems pretty confident for a fighter from a sea-level city. Could he have some secret weapon? After a moment of consideration, he decided on this one. Looking at the items before him, Aki could not help but feel pleased. The Nami wings could transform into a great sword. And he silently calculated that while the small blade he fought with before was agile, it lacked real damage. She saw him touching it and exclaimed, "Wait! The Nami wings require at least a core-level fighter to use. With your strength, trying to use it might be unstable and could easily harm yourself." But he did not hesitate to pull out his energy core. Then, a brilliant light radiated from him, causing Parisi to shield her eyes. And she stared at him as if she would discovered something. Could it be? The small blade was now spinning in midair. And ultimately, it plunged straight into the ground as he held the small blade triumphantly. It fit perfectly in his hand, and the weight felt solid. Seeing this, Parisi could not help but feel a chill. He could use it so successfully. Could it be he has special knowledge about the Nami wings? I have heard some fighters possess quite high innate talents. Today's sight truly surprised me. Aki then turned to ask, "By the way, you guys must have a combat training school, right?" Then the two of them stepped out of the door together. "You are trying to meet your own demands. But what is the point of heading to the battlefield?" Aki turned to look at her. "I just want to test out the new Nami wings on Akma. Think of it as warming up," Parisi worriedly confirmed. "You really want to go alone? Even though we have marked the battlefield. But every now and then, an Akma anomaly shows up. If it gets tricky, I can go with you." "No problem." Marking the area. Taking advantage of the equipment to temporarily dominate the outskirts for an investigation. Whether in combat or for testing, you calmly replied, "It is. Even if there is an Akma anomaly, I can still handle it." Watching Aki's back, Parisi smiled with excitement. Feeling confident and bold, this is a tough organization for warriors, so be careful out there. I have got some warriors waiting to be trained. If they had the same confidence as you, everything would be much easier. Then, both turned to go their separate ways but said in unison, "We will meet again." Aki cracked a wicked smile, thinking to himself, "Of course. I can let her tag along. Because I only want to test this new weapon. But more importantly, what abilities will I have under this unique form?" In the marked area, Aki was wandering around a ruined place, mumbling, "This area has been marked. The fog has cleared. Seems like this is the spot." Suddenly, a demon's cry echoed out, and Aki quickly noticed an Atma targeting him from behind. Just as he predicted, the demon lunged at him. But Aki swiftly dodged in time and drew his dagger. In an instant, Aki sliced it in half decisively. Feeling satisfied as he looked at the dagger, sure enough, the big sword feels much better. Standing before the demon's remains, Aki slowly sheathed his sword, then glanced down below. At that moment, more demons appeared, and Aki smiled with delight. "Awesome. I was worried you guys would not show up during the day. This time I can get familiar with the new weapon and enjoy some comfortable kills. There have been way too many recent troubles." Without saying much more, he stomped down hard on the ground and shot up into the air. Aiming precisely at the position of the demons rushing in, Aki swung his big sword, each swing sending blood and Akma guts flying in a frenzied dance. Bloodied and graceful, Aki soared like he was born to slay Akma. Without using the four elemental powers of Akma: water, fire, metal that he had mastered, he swung his sword again and again, honing the physical memory of this life. In this desolate area, Aki was wildly slaughtering a bunch of Akma. Or rather, it was more accurate to say he was soloing them, in the shadows. Only the echo of Atma's agonizing screams could be heard. No one knows how long Aki had been slashing. The head of the last demon finally fell. Aki decisively plunged his knife into it and then sighed warily, wondering how this body is evolving with the power of Akma. Although he was much stronger now than when he first arrived in this world, in many other aspects, it still was not enough. Just moving around for a bit left him out of breath. Suddenly, from behind Aki, tree branches came crashing toward his back. Aki quickly sensed the danger and slashed through the branches with his dagger. Then he glanced back and saw a demon before him, which spoke up. "What did I say? But something feels off. And that is the Akma. A system." Murmuring, "Humanity," the warrior appears. "Food." And the moment he sees it, he can't help but smile with delight. "Finally, we have got you, Akma." The most bizarre. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, the guy is stunned, saying, "Aren't you scared of us?" Strange. Strange. This must be about fear, yet your face is nothing but pure joy." Suddenly, a demon turns to the other, pointing out that he is right behind them, and the fire demon charges up, roaring, "Let us," as it continuously screams to burn it down. Out of nowhere, a powerful flash shoots, Wielding some unknown force, the fire demon gets knocked back to its original spot, leaving the other demon dumbfounded. Not understanding what just happened. Not giving them a moment to regroup. Akma rushes over to the flattened fire demon. Then, he plunges his sword into it. Scoffing. Dealing with fire. The metal element works best against it. With that, he turns his attention to the other demon. Next, let us see the power of the fourth element. As he finishes his sentence, his body starts to transform slowly. The demon, seeing this, steps back in fear. Trembling uncontrollably, he channels his energy into the demon and commands, "Serve me." In no time, the demon gets back on its feet, leaving the opposing demon stunned away. The demon standing behind Akma glares menacingly at the one in front. Witnessing its companion being controlled, the demon is now completely terrified. Akma can control its body. Meanwhile, in Picardia, the sun begins to rise as the commander of the fifth element warriors prepares for battle. Paris frowns and shouts, "You are saying the young man I let out of the city has not returned yet?" He clasped his hands behind his back, reporting seriously, "That is right, Commander Paris. The sun is setting soon, and it is related to Akma, near the Pella city. Due to the request, the city gate will soon close, including the mansion's door." She furrows her brows even tighter, reporting the recent appearances of Akma. He begins his report. "Commander, not only has the first level Akma appeared quite a bit lately, but there are also second and third levels. Even fourth level reports are coming in." She narrows her eyes, biting her nails in frustration. Cursing. "Damn it. That kid better not be food in Akma's belly already. Tell him to get back soon. I have just submitted the competition roster. Don't he cause me more trouble, kid?" Seriously. And she instantly bolts, leaving behind an afterimage. "I will find that guy at the training ground. I will be back before the city gate closes." He stands there straight, replying. Yep. She moves so fast, leaving only a red afterimage, swiping through branches, making her careless. And then she leaps down onto another branch. That kid is just an ordinary soldier in the city, probably a Firant. I should not let him go to the training ground alone, even though he is stubborn about it. Moreover, the combat training ground basically only has Atma of the lowest rank, but years ago, even higher ranks showed up here. Thinking about that made her grit her teeth and speed up. If he dies during the combat training, it would completely ruin my reputation as a 5-star warrior. The guilt towards the city of first was heavy on her, and she jumped up with a fierce determination. "Kid, you better stay alive for me." But then she felt something Akma's presence. But why did the air feel so thick, with the scent of death? She gritted her teeth and landed on a nearby branch, close to it, in the direction of the combat training ground. She relied on her instincts to begin assessing the situation. This energy did not feel right, and there seemed to be a lot of Akma. There were not just those of the lowest rank. There were even the second and third ranks too. What is going on? This does not feel like a simple Akma ambush. Why are even the second and third ranks gathering in such large numbers? Just as she was landing on the next branch, an Akma dashed past her. It seemed to have spotted something, and what it saw was the 5-star badge on her uniform, which made it panic and slam to a halt. A 5-star. The Akma immediately turned and ran, but she was faster. Before it could escape too far, she appeared right behind it from the branch, kicking high over its head, causing a shockwave. The area around them filled with gusts of wind and smoke. The Akma that had tried to flee was now lying at her feet, covered in yellow-green fluid. Yet she frowned. This feeling was odd, different from the usual. Just as she had sensed there were many Akma starting to emerge from the shadows, she asked in confusion. "Really strange. When did you all start gathering like this?" Just then, a long blade gradually appeared in her hand. It seemed like time was of the essence, but the Akma were quaking in fear. She noticed something was off. These Akma were like shadows, filled with an eerie energy, just moving forward. Forward they came. But instead of scaring her, they only made her more amused, and she took a ready stance with her blade. Whatever. As long as they are Akma, they can all die. Then she focused all her strength into her arm, making her muscles tense, and with one swing, she cleaved through several Akma in half, creating a devastating shockwave that ravaged the forest. Yet, after that shockwave dissipated, she saw another swarm in the distance. She raised her blade, unhurried, as more were closing in from behind. Just how many are there? Before she could even finish her thoughts, a figure leaped down from above, startling her. As she found herself here again, instinctively she recoiled in pain, thinking she was being blocked by him. Me. Take a good look. At the sound of his voice, she panicked. "Atma, you're okay?" Then her eyes widened as if a realization hit her. "Wait a minute. He managed to take one of my hits. That last strike was purely instinctual, with strength and speed that were not weak at all. This kid is not from Okupsi Sal." When she glanced over, He was withdrawing his weapon. Even a 4-core warrior would need to give it their all to withstand that. Yet he just brushed off the dust and glanced her way. The strength of a 5-core. Not too shabby, he said. And I could feel my hand starting to tingle. Just a little experiment. But I lost track of time. Sorry. She was not going to hold a grudge. So whatever. As long as it is all good. First things first. I need to deal with this weird group of Akma. And there are quite a few odd ones among them, very threatening towards you. Just follow my lead. But before she could finish her sentence, he had already stepped ahead of her. Were you talking about those? Don't worry. They are all dead now. With a snap of his fingers, a burst of purple flame appeared, incinerating all the Akma around. She gasped. Her eyes wide in shock as all the Akma collapsed simultaneously. After clearing them out, he turned back with a grin. All done. Let us head back. But she grabbed his collar, pulling him towards her, demanding, what did you just do? You controlled all those Akma. You are clearly a red core. What is your ability? Calmly. He brushed her hand away. I do not need to explain myself to you. Hearing this, she fell into deep thought. Then he added, but I can tell you that I can control dead Akma. In this apocalypse, a warrior with some pretty normal tricks. Upon hearing this, she looked down at the fallen Akma. Controlling dead Akma. Among the 5-core warriors, we rarely hear of such an ability. She crossed her arms and told him, if that is the case, we can set off for Sunrise City tomorrow. Hearing this, he could not hide his excitement. That sounds great. The sooner, the better. We need to quickly tackle the glass energy issue for the city of Ek fight. With that, he moved ahead of her. We will leave tomorrow. And she followed him closely. It seemed like there was a growing hope for him in the demon hunting tournament. Meanwhile, Barris hurriedly headed back to the city, unaware of the devastation far from the battlefield. Racing towards the spot where he had just fought, the area was in ruins. Blood and demon corpses littered everywhere. According to subsequent reports, the battlefield was completely destroyed by an unknown force. Anki and she left with the crowd, while behind them lay the wreckage, trees, and monsters scattered throughout the city. Based on further reports, the real battlefield had been entirely obliterated by some mysterious power, and the armored vehicle finally arrived at its destination. Parisi, not too pleased, reminded Aki, we are here. Get off quickly. Do not mess up our town. Aki looked up at the city for a long time, taking in the scenery and terrain along the way. He had guessed it. To his surprise, it was true. He gazed up at the towering city. The Kwang, which was indeed the city he had managed before. The Kwang, the only battle-grade city. It seemed that after I had perished in my previous life, this city was renamed the Kwang. Was it because of that campaign known as the Eastern Battle? Still, it seemed this place had changed a lot since then. He furrowed his brow, pondering the aesthetic differences. I thought it would be ages before I could return to the city of my past. But wait a sec. Aki's face lit up with excitement. Could it be? We might see those 6 again. The ones from my previous life. The strongest team I ever assembled. Known as the 6 heroes. They are the 6 mightiest in my realm. And as I reflected on my past comrades from the battlefield, I could not help but wonder. After the Eastern Battle, I wonder how they are doing. If I told them what happened, would they believe me? When I first stepped into the city of Shining Glory, I was totally blown away. Hi. Do not get too shocked just yet. You have not even stepped inside. Shining Glory is the ultimate city of our humanity. It represents supreme power. She stepped forward, reminding me that not everyone gets lucky like you do to visit Shining Glory even once in their lifetime. I suddenly realized that as a 5-hatch warrior, Baresi must know something useful. So I decided to ask her. I want to ask a little something after the Eastern Battle. What is up with the 6 heroes now? Baresi paused, looking puzzled, and asked back. After the Eastern Battle? Your question is kinda strange. Are you talking about the new 6 heroes or the old ones? Aki pretended not to get it. What do you mean by old or new? I thought the 6 heroes were just those 6 guys. They were my past subordinates. The ones known as the strongest warriors, following the king with the same name as me. They are the strongest group of 6. Before Aki could finish, Baresi quickly covered his mouth with her hand. That name. Are you being dumb or just pretending? She spoke to him urgently. Everyone knows the new 6 heroes do not like hearing about the old ones. You can say stuff like that in the city. And about the king. Things have changed a lot. The old king is no longer the king. Right now, the strongest warrior is the new king. You mentioned that the strongest warrior shares a name with you. He is already the old king now. And she waved her hand seriously. I warn you one more time. In this city, don't say such foolish things again. Meanwhile, Aki kept repeating what he just heard. New king. It's new 6. So tell me, what is up with the old 6 heroes now? Baresi snapped, grabbing his shirt. You do not hear me. Do you? Aki did not answer her. They stared at each other. The tension in the air was palpable. A subordinate called her name. Commander Baresi, and she slowly lowered her hand. All right, I do not get why you insist on calling yourself Aki. Maybe it comes from admiration. But I was not planning on asking it first. She pointed directly at him. Threateningly. I warn you. At least in shining glory. Do not mention the old king and the old 6 heroes again. With that, Baresi turned to leave but glanced back one last time. Maybe in your siege. Let city. Those people you just mentioned are still honored. But not everywhere recognizes them, especially the old king who sacrificed himself back then, in shining glory. No one acknowledges him. Aki heard this and stood frozen. Baresi shot a look at him. Hurry into the city. And remember what I just told you. As he entered the city, Aki walked, his mind racing with thoughts. Not everyone recognizes me. And not everyone acknowledges my sacrifices. What really happened after I died? You remember that fateful day when you led 6 heroes and all your soldiers, fighting desperately against those evil demons. Aki recalls the bloody scenes from the battles he fought back then. I ventured alone into the ancient tomb of the king to uncover the secrets of the demons. In the year 3069, 6 massive tomes shone from above, glowing in gold, green, blue, purple, black, and the colors of the 6 different demon clans continuously spilling out from within the tomb. This is the source of the demons. And no one knows what exactly lies hidden inside the ancient tomb of the king. It seems only Aki discovered that secrets resided within. After everything, he feels so unjust. Was everything he did in vain? Did he not leave this world as a hero? Aki approaches the gate, where humans and animals bustle about, happy and lively. Stepping through that door, he enters a new realm, shielding his eyes from the sunlight. He looks up at the city, the heart of the Star City, much more advanced than before. A colossal place called the City of Radiance. To describe it simply as a city seems insufficient. It boasts urban clusters and many independent buildings, each with its own unique style, as well as lush forests, lakes, and mountains. It is like an independent world with its own ecosystem. This vast city surrounded by towering walls, divided into 7 zones. 6 major areas are governed by the 6 heroes. While the new king resides in the central zone, he basks in the refreshing sunlight. Even though so much has changed, yet the divisions remain the same as before. Even the air feels familiar, reminding him of how things used to be. There, a statue of himself stands tall, in front of a massive, peculiar statue adorned with intricate designs. Parisi realizes he should introduce this to him. The statue of the former king he worshipped has been standing for decades, crafted by the people of that time. When the former king was still in power, he was well loved by the people. But Iza falls silent, hinting that, not long from now, this statue will be moved. And soon, the statue of the new king will take its place. Even larger, Parisi can't help but feel torn, unsure if it is fortunate or unfortunate. Over there, right beneath the statue, stands the person he keeps mentioning, one of the 6 former heroes, Lina, the strongest warrior among them. Just saying her name sends a shiver through Aki as he recalls the image of this girl. Lina hears someone calling her and quickly lifts her hat, revealing a charming face. Someone's calling for me. A rough guy pushes her aside, causing the flowers she was holding to fall. How many times do I have to say it? Don't just stand here blocking the way. Plus, she is the last of the 6 legendary heroes. Lina. Parisi adds about this girl, the patrolling warrior. Although she is a healing warrior, she has a reputation for being hot-headed. Haha. Aki suddenly finds this intriguing. This is going to be fun to watch. Those 3 low-ranking soldiers are really pushing it. Sorry. Aki is surprised by their attitude, saying, those 3 are arrogantly enjoying themselves while she is just picking flowers off the ground. One of them is even acting tough. The room was filled with tension. Who cares about her past identity? Those 6 old heroes, whatever they were, once you lose the core of power, you are no longer a warrior. If the king had not allowed you to stay in the city, we would have seen you all out of here. Left to fend for yourselves a long time ago. That guy raised his hand, ready to slap her. All because of your dead old king who thought he was right. If it were not for him, humanity would not have to live in fear like this. That jerk needs to leave. The sooner, the better. Just as he was flapping his gums, Lina shut him up with a stinging slap that left him speechless. That slap did not seem to cool her anger at all. The nameless patrolling soldier was desperate to grab her, thinking a lowlife like her could hit him. Little did he know, Aki had his axe pointed right at his face, glaring with a menacing intensity. You want to try me? Faced with the sharp blade inches from his face, he trembled, not daring to speak. Aki pressed the blade even closer, veins bulging on his forehead. The guards of this guy were ready to back him up, but Aki stood firm. This is Upper City. What do you think you are doing? They pulled out their guns, aiming straight at him. Drop the sword or we shoot. Aki was determined to go down fighting against these clueless fools. What is the difference between you guys and the scum outside the city? Today, I am going to teach you a lesson. Parisi stepped in, gripping the sword tightly. That is enough. Let us ease the tension here. We are warriors from Level A Town Pikizia, here to compete in the Sama tournament. Are you really trying to pick a fight with us? Parisi snapped Aki back to reality. And you? Put your sword away. Remember, you represent Pikizia now. Reluctantly, Aki sheathed his sword. Put it away. The three guys whispered among themselves. So they are the warriors participating. Let us not clash with the warriors from other towns. Exactly. If the captain found out, we would be in serious trouble. The soldier was still aggressive, grinding his teeth at the situation. If you are the warriors participating, just go back to your hotel quietly. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Suddenly, Lin asked Aki, do I know you? He opened his mouth to say something, then hesitated. He really wanted to talk to Lina directly. Your strongest warrior is back, and I won't cause any more trouble for her right now. Parisi, seeing Aki's silence, spoke up for him. This complicated guy is Aki. Lina looked surprised, staring at him. Aki closed his eyes, letting out a breath. Feeling shy, he scratched his head and replied half-heartedly. I just happen to have the same name. That is all. Lina felt let down but said nothing, quietly pulling her hood back up. I see, she said before turning to leave. Seriously? What a headache. Parisi commented, finding her behavior strange. After all, she is a senior. Aki has helped her, and she can even say thank you. Aki stopped her. Let us not bother her anymore. He sighed as he watched Lina walk further away. I will definitely find a chance to explain things to her later. Lina has so much she wants to say to me directly. As the red banners flutter throughout the city, parading the Sama competition, the Pikizia team is being praised wherever they go. With this new handsome face, Parisi quietly turns to Aki. Waiting for the competition to end, I will represent you and introduce you to the Energy Crystal Supervisor. So remember this, okay? Thank you, Aki confidently promises Parisi. Don't worry. I will definitely get you results that will impress. That is the goal. Right. Somewhere in the noise, a reminder echoes that only he can hear. Just be careful not to die in this competition. Handsome. Look here. Aki spots Lina standing amidst the crowd. He slightly curves his lips and waves at her. Lina knows he recognized her, so she pulls her hat lower over her face. In the city of Shugwang, the competition forest is dedicated to the Sama contest. It is the size of a small town. A city within a city. This massive structure is quite common in Shugwang. Not participating as a contestant, I can only bring you guys this far. Once you are inside, it is all up to you. Parisi slams the flag down onto the ground to claim glory for Pikizia. Brave warriors. Hunt those demons for the honor of our town. Not taking responsibility, Aki forces a smile with the team. Should we have shouted with them just now? I will keep guiding the players. Teams, please enter the arena in order. The captains of the advanced teams gather in the referee's room. He looks toward the entrance. It is starting, and it is so lively. Over the past few decades, the Sama competition has grown into such a grand event. It used to be just a small contest in our town. Next up is the Pikizia team. Warrior Aki. They even bow their heads in front of him, a symbol of eternal camaraderie. Toma looks at him like she is about to cry. The mission of gathering intel is entrusted to you. We will forever remember your dedication. Everyone is looking at him like this is the last time. Warrior Aki. Let us shake hands one more time. Do not worry. I will do my best. I am not dead yet. He thinks helplessly as he looks at them. Don't you all know how dangerous it is to be on the front lines? Each of them looks like they are sending me off. Being chosen as a pioneer is a life or death matter for them. A truly hopeless situation. The MC guy. Pioneers, are you ready? First, I would like to pay my highest respects to you. Your mission is full of the unknown and danger. Members of the Sama team are excited. Your courage to stand up in this role is truly admirable. Your mission is to delve deep into the competition area, gather intel, and bring back as much information about the demons as possible. The audience cheers louder and more passionately. Pioneers, please be careful and pay attention to your safety as you will face unknown level demons. Aki ponders. Just now, I observed the participants, and most of the warriors are two-element warriors. The current Sama competition can be seen as a selection event. It aims to find out which town has the most outstanding new generation warriors. So of course, they won't let overly high-level warriors participate. You chuckle, fully aware that my strength surpasses 2 factors. Luckily, as long as I keep it under wraps, no one will suspect my true power. Now, let us give a warm welcome to this esteemed gentleman. This time, he will be participating as the supreme judge in the competition, one of the 6 greatest warriors. Just hearing that phrase makes you sensitive. One of the 6 greatest warriors. The mysterious figure steps forward. The strongest warrior of our kind. Ladies, prepare to be amazed. He is so handsome. The greatest among the new 6-star warriors of Vandaland. The one and only new 6-star warrior. The legendary healing tree of Vandaland. The moment he steps out, countless girls stand in awe, whispering, "He is so handsome. He is one of the new 6-star greats. The warrior of Vandaland, with a status that demands respect." He strides in with confidence. One of the new 6-star warriors of the healing tree of Vandaland. Everyone watching knows who he is. Many are thrilled just hearing his name, Sir Vandaland. 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 You quietly observe him closely. What a sight. The technology still seems to be in its infancy in the previous world. But it has been realized now. The healing tree represents the power of dual thresholds. If the synchronization rate is high enough, it could unleash incredible power. A warrior's ability stems from energy provided by the Atma healing tree. The higher the synchronization between the warrior and the Atma tree, the more it can unleash hidden strengths. But with a higher rate of synchronization, the human body must endure the shock of Atma's power. It is like a crushing energy, which is why some warriors with lower adaptability to the Atma tree or weaker bodies have low synchronization rates in the previous world. Human technology could only develop devices to decode a single Atma tree. But it seems that the new 6-star warriors in this world do not just possess dual Atma connection devices. Their power is also greater. All the pioneers here bow their heads respectfully to him. You have worked hard, showing up despite your busy schedule. Only Aki remains unfazed. Thinking about the state of the old 6-star warriors suddenly makes you feel uncomfortable around him. I want to bow to someone like that, he says with satisfaction to everyone present. You all know the dangers of this position, yet you still dare to stand here. You are all great. Magnificent warriors, to praise everyone as bravery. After the competition, I will personally gift each of you a 3-fin Atma tree as a keepsake. I hope everyone returns safely. The pioneers echo in unison. Thank you, sir. Someone notices you have not bowed and reminds you. Hey, why are you being so disrespectful? Bow your head. Not wanting to speak the truth and hurt feelings, Aki awkwardly scratches his head. Sorry, my back hurt. I can T-bow. And with that, Aki stands face to face with Vandaland. He does not get angry but instead makes a face that infuriates you. What a creep. Why is he smiling like that at a guy? The guide continues. Next, you will witness an extraordinary display. The 4-fin demon hunt of the great warrior Vandaland, one of the new 6 stars. To wish for the perfect success of this demon hunting competition, please welcome Sir Vandaland. We have been waiting for you. Come on. Everyone, let us head forward. Next up, I invite the pioneers to follow me to the stage to observe. The stage is handed back to Lord Vandaland, while Aki glares at this pompous name. The performance to hunt down the 4-tailed demon has begun. Stop. Now we have to showcase the strength and prestige of the new elite. Capturing and safely containing the 4-tailed demon is not a walk in the park. It seems like today's Radiant City. The overall power is indeed much stronger than before. Daylan stops in front of her. Man, you are the new commander. Right. The commander thinks she is impressing him, so she is all smiles. Yep. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Daylan suddenly leans in close to her. Lord Vandaland, you are here, Daylan whispered into her ear, leaving her frozen in shock. Let us wait a bit before sending someone to replace you. We are the only elite. Every time that new elitist's name is mentioned, it is really ear-piercing. If you were not a warrior of Radiant City, I might have accidentally shattered your insides by now. What are they talking about? I can't hear anything. Lord Vandaland even bows his head. How gentle. Get lost. The girl, frightened, stumbles a few times. Aki caught the whole scene. The talk show is connected for Dailan. He starts putting on a kind-hearted face. Let me represent the elite, showcasing the slaughter of the 4-tailed demon for everyone. Let us hope this demon hunt goes smoothly, and also serves as an opening for our brave pioneer warriors. The audience in the stands shouts down. Lord Vandaland. Lord Vandaland. They are not thrilled. A gigantic machine to trap the demon appears. Lift it up. He is excited. Open up. Dear audience. Now, we will detail the match through the broadcast. To capture the 4-tailed demon in this transport box, we have mobilized 3 warriors of the 4 elements, showcasing its terrifying power. What stands before you is a 4-tailed demon of the red element. Extremely fierce and powerful. A rare find among the 4-tailed demons. The demon steps out, growling. Seems like it has been trapped for a long time. What is this? Even though I do not know what you humans plan to do, if you do not kill me, just keep me here, in an outdoor area, and you are all prepared like this. Not too smart. Snap. It lunges forward. Your warriors are not smart enough to recognize that this demon is really fast. Its attacks even affect the audience in the stands. Oh my. 4-tailed. But it did not expect there to be protective glass on the stands. It holds its head in frustration. The protective layer was knocked far away by Daylan. Now it is clear. who is not smart here. The protective layer surrounding this area is quite solid. This protection comes from one of our elites, and known as the strongest illusion warrior. Everyone, young and old, looks at Daylan through the green shield with admiration. Look at that, bro. It is like there is an invisible curtain around it. So interesting. Demons are so fascinating. The injured demon is in agony while Daylan is feeling quite proud. In the next performance, man, Daylan says each word slowly. The demon begs him with its last breath. Do not. It screams as it rises. Do not come near me. It throws a punch, but it is pointless. Daylan continues walking unharmed. Truly a demon. Lowly and stupid. Does not even know how to speak politely. The demon continues to throw its attacks. It looks deadly. But even if it uses its giant hand to crush him, nothing's gonna happen. Daylan stands in the protective barrier, arms crossed, calmly watching it attack like it is just a game, the one unworthy of fighting back. Indeed, this makes the demon despair. What kind of power is this? Why is it so invasive? In the introduction corner. Generally speaking, green represents recovery, and most healing warriors are of the green core type. A human warrior, even with just one arm, has to drag the dead around. Before he finished his sentence, he was scared right into silence by the sheer force of his presence, making him feel completely trapped. Hey now, let me clarify. Although I am a green core warrior, I am a dual 6 core warrior of the 6-star rank. Just so you know. The demon gapes in shock. The organization is boosting. Boosting. And here comes another attack from Daylan. You really talk too much. So let us start with your mouth. Shall we? The giant monster kneels before the ordinary man with unfathomable strength, and then it explodes. He happily spreads his arms to welcome that bloody mist, marking the beginning of our demon hunting tournament. Now, let us officially kick off the demon hunting tournament. The crowd on the platform is cheering him on wildly. They keep chanting his name. 6-star. 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 Standing above, witnesses everything. He sizes this guy up. His power is truly terrifying. The way his energy flows. The energy provided by the dual cores is not just double the energy of a single core. It even enhances each other, creating an even greater force. The new 6-star is not simple at all. He suddenly recognizes that mysterious figure. I wonder what this so-called new king will be like. It is just that they are treating Lina in a way that really rubs me the wrong way. The commander speaks up. First, let us invite our great 6-star to leave the stage. Meanwhile, the pioneers return to the stage, continuously expressing their admiration for Daylan. Those pioneers keep bowing down as they pass by. Daylan is truly beloved. As Daylan glides past Aki, they both feel each other's presence. Wait a second. Daylan speaks first. You seem to have some dissatisfaction towards me. Aki does not like him, but he still has to play nice a bit. Haha. You have misunderstood. I just have a habit of keeping a hostile attitude before stepping onto the stage to stay alert. You know, this pioneer position is not easy either. He looks at Aki and does not say anything at first, then says casually, you are an interesting warrior. I will keep an eye on you, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Hearing this, Aki finds it hilarious. Don't he disappoint you? Yeah. Right, I am playing with this demon guts. Your parents might still be having a boring time. The commander begins to read the instructions to everyone. Now, I invite the pioneers of each team to gather. Pioneers, please get ready and listen to the rules. A pioneer means to go ahead. The eyes of the team in action. Your mission is to rely on the strength of each team. Find the optimal fighting route within the time limit before the demon arena ends. And score a point. In this competition, there are not only level 0 demons, but also some level 1. And even level 3 demons. All randomly distributed in different areas of this inner city forest. Aki attentively listens to every rule. The vast inner city forest requires the pioneers of each team to meticulously scout the best routes. During your exploration, please pay attention to your own safety. This is no joke. Take care of yourself. Don't forget, you are all alone. So try not to attract the attention of the evil spirits. The pioneers here are just whispering to each other. Do we really need to remind you? Who wants to poke the bear with the demons? That is right. Although 0 debt and 1 debt is not a huge problem yet, but it is still dangerous. Absolutely. Because you never know when other demons might come to attack. Demons with 2 debts and 3 debts are even more perilous. In short, you guys need to fend for yourselves. Don't forget that in previous demon hunting competitions, the survival rate for pioneers was only about 36%. Aki just quietly observes. These 2 hash warriors, they only have the core of 2 hash. And they probably do not even compare to real 2 hash strength. Regarding synchronization rates, the warrior's personal momentum is also a crucial factor. Maybe because they are young and lack the responsibilities of a team leader. They seem a bit inexperienced. On the flip side, they lack the sharpness of 1 hash warriors like those boozy guys. Those skills and awareness are honed through battles, defending the strongholds in resource-poor towns. There are warriors nervously chatting unconsciously. Aki has seen it. Some warriors have even started to feel scared. We have 2 debts, plus 3 debts, and final guidance. Finally, there is a special round in every competition. That is the existence of the 4-debt demon. Yes, indeed. In the competition area, there is a 4-debt demon. This demon is trapped in a containment tank. If your team is strong, you might consider it a target. Just successfully hunt the 4-debt demon, and the competition will end right there. That team would be the winners. Aki smirked slightly. Haha. So the arrangement still holds true to this day. Haha. Everyone knows this. The 4-debt demon represents the top score, but no team dares to take the risk. That is the 4-debt demon. The announcement for the 4-debt demon officially rings out. The competition begins, and the warriors scatter in chaos while Aki starts his hunt. His legs are incredibly powerful, shaking the ground beneath him. Right. The 4-debt demon is indeed his target, as Aki's strong legs carry him forward. The ground quakes beneath him. Aki's face looks really confident this time. The 4-debt demon is his objective. He suddenly halts at a point. After scattering around, most are still cautiously following the main group forward. Clearly the pioneers of other squads. He has absolutely no intention of looking for that 4-debt demon. He looks up at the other warriors, knowing that the 4-debt demon represents victory. But these young warriors still fear the looming threat of death. On this side, Daylan activates the large screen system to observe Aki, casually instructing his assistant, "Get me the data on the warrior." The assistant immediately complies. "Yep. Sir Adon, may I ask which pioneer warrior you would like to learn about first?" He taps his fingers for direction. "That one. The one with a tuft of white hair, walking leisurely." The assistant has retrieved the information. "Found it. That is the warrior registered for the city of Paikisha. The registration level is a 3-hash warrior." He squints in thought. 3-hash. I remember that this pioneer position allows a 3-hash warrior to participate, but it is really rare for any of the tri-hex warriors to willingly join this competition. It is tough work with no benefits. Just a level above the other fighters. That is why they act like they are above everyone else. Haha. Then they ask the assistant what his name is, and she hesitates to answer. His name Aki. The moment he heard this, his energy surged. She just said it. What? The assistant realized his reaction and quickly clarified. I am just reporting. Just letting you know based on the info from the documents. Sir, look, the system shows him. Paikisha. What a damn name. The audience cheers like crazy. Just like before, the pioneers are on the move. It seems they have spotted the demon, and the warriors are leaping into the trees. Scouting carefully as the competition airs, the pioneers have discovered the demon. They are using every trick to record its coordinates, reminding each other to be careful. This is the meeting point of the demons. And then the pioneers head to the next location, while Aki stretches a little, jotting down the coordinates, mapping out the path, planning the best route for points. That is the pioneer's duty. He chuckles at this scene like it is a familiar sight. They push through the trees. It is a real harmony. In the locker room, the city of Paikisha, people might be annoyed by how unusually relaxed he is. His demeanor is like he is just out for a stroll. Seriously, is this name even reliable? Commander Barris. Look at that name Aki. She is casually smoking, legs crossed on the sofa. I see. She recalls what he said to her. Barris, if you trust me, I won't take the same cookie-cutter path as the other pioneers. But I can assure you that Paikisha can achieve victory. How about it? I guarantee victory. The confidence in his eyes at that moment. It does not feel like a joke at all. And the skills he showcased in the real fight before. That little punk is getting bolder by the day, daring to call himself out like that. Regardless, she finds him intriguing. His words make her even more interested in him. And someone reminds that the pioneers are scouting the path. Over here seems to be an opening. And now 3 demons are following them. It is an elite demon class. But here there are 3 of them. They try to steer clear of this coordinate. Otherwise, it will hurt their scoring efficiency. Others are just as panicked. It is a mid-tier threat, mid-tier crimson threat. Running for blood with hopes of escape. It is a high-tier demon. Hurry up and run. Someone passes by and sees him relaxed, so they shout. Wait. There is a high-tier demon over there. If you want to live, do not head that way. The high tier is still standing there. And this direction happens to be the only path I have to take. Up ahead, many pioneers are being tossed around by the demons like feathers. They can only scream in despair. The demon is getting closer, growling loudly. Yep. This one is a high-tier demon. Elemental decay. Blue core. And the audience is worried for him. Look, it is a high-tier demon. Get out of there. Young warrior. And the demon is continuously cursing humanity. Damn it. You have trapped us here. It has been a while. Humanity really deserves to perish. You are standing there pondering. And since they are trapped here, the demons on the battlefield are way more brutal than the ones outside. It quickly adjusts its speed while charging at Aki. No chance of escape. You dodge it easily, but can reveal your full potential. Being watched by so many people is really uncomfortable. Aki makes a snap decision, trying to resolve this as quickly as possible. He moves so fast that time feels like it is measured in seconds, not 20 years. Not 5 seconds. Not even 70 years. It is time to unleash the finishing blow. While the demon is still waiting for me. Sorry. I do not have time to play with you. In just 1 second. He delivers a single strike. And the demon gets caught off guard. The audience holds their breath. Battle. That warrior just took down a tier 3 demon in 1 second. The lone pioneer. Killing a demon. As the demon dies, a gemstone flies up from its chest. A golden elemental sword. Adding gold element to his weapon. Enhancing its sharpness and destructive power. Daylan has been observing Aki this whole time. Shocked. That was the fluctuation of the gold element. Aki sighs. Collecting his trophies. Huji now possesses the core. The flexible core of tier 3. And he exhales, feeling a bit of the burden lift. Phew. Moving forward. He does not have much time to think anymore. The tier 4 demon is probably somewhere ahead, as long as the setup has not changed. Glancing over. To give the high-ranking spectators the chance to enjoy the most spectacular view. The tier 4 demon will be placed in the highest vantage point close to the VIP area. This is the view from the perspective of the arena. Daylan's face darkens as he realizes Aki's target. Aki seems to have set his sights on the tier 4 demon. The battle continues. Each of his moves like an explosion lighting up the sky. His sword piercing through a monstrous beast. The 5th one. He stands there, watching that beast scream while he contemplates. In the deepest parts. The aggression of these demons intensifies unusually. Wanting to study them closely. But he can't afford to hold back. Keep chasing and attacking him. It is rare for anyone to willingly take on the role of the vanguard. For low-level warriors. It is like stepping into the lion's den. But here he is, becoming that vanguard. Having killed 5 tier 2 demons for the team. They should be able to see a significant boost in their squad's accumulation. Hopefully. It won't shock them. Contrary to the calm in the preparation room, Aki's teammates are wide-eyed at their accumulation points. While Aki looks up at the highest wall, the tier 4 demon must be up on that highest peak. And the one in the VIP area up there is Van Dyland of the new 6th rank. Van Dyland has noticed him too, smirking to himself. Ambitious. Is the goal of your squad really the tier 4 demon? Or is that just your personal mission? The two stare at each other with icy glares, both aware that the other is watching. In the observation room, everyone is buzzing about Aki's next move. The wind from Pigdia is heading towards the tier 4 demon. How strange that he knows exactly where the tier 4 demon is. Could it be that this guy wants to set up a kill route for our squad? Our team's strength can't possibly take down a 4th tier monster. This is a decision that Commander Barisco made. But he did not respond to everyone's questions, and just kept his eyes glued to the screen, smoking and speaking. I do not know what that guy is planning either. You little brat. Do not bring any troubles my way. Our squad does not have what it takes to fight a 4th tier monster. Suddenly, the battle commentary team announced that he had found the 4th tier demon. In front of Aki was the seal of the 4th tier demon. And it seemed like the scout from Pigdia was quietly observing the surroundings, mentally plotting his next move. Scanning for something. I am sure he is getting ready to leave. As long as he can make it back to the squad safely, their squad will be the first to set out. But suddenly everyone froze at his actions. He had shattered the seal of the 4th tier demon. And the entire audience and commentary team went silent at that moment. Aki's cold gaze pierced through everyone as he spoke. Get out of here. 4th tier demon. Vandalan, sitting in the air, could not help but feel excited by Aki's actions and laughed loudly, saying, "Is that? How interesting. You are not even letting your squad take this demon down. You are going to face it alone. You want to win this competition by acting as the scout yourself." The commentary team was blown away by his actions. Unbelievable. The scout from Pigdia has removed the restrictions. This is a situation that has never occurred in the history of this grand tournament. The scout facing off alone against a 4th tier demon made Officer Barris drop his cigarette in panic. Commander Barris. That little punk is in deep trouble. Right. The commentary on the screen got even more chaotic. The tournament atmosphere was reaching a fever pitch. Aki's actions had the entire audience buzzing. As if this was really a 4th tier demon. He is definitely going to die. Commander Barris thought as he stared at the screen. Deep in thought. Even if he has that miraculous control ability, taking on a 4th tier demon is not as easy as he thinks. When I faced a 4th tier demon, I had to use 100% of my power. Are you sure you can handle this? The seal of the 4th tier demon shattered, and it emerged a 4th tier demon of water element. Finally, it could be released. It spotted Aki below and declared, "There is only one human warrior here. I will start with you first." The drill tip charged at him, but Aki did not flinch. He slashed with his sword, causing rocks to fly up to block the attack. Meanwhile, the commentary team continued, as the warrior swung his massive sword, forming an earthen wall. But the demon's speed was like a drill. Relentless. For the 4th tier demon, this earthen wall was merely paper. Our warrior was in danger. The 4th tier demon roared, "How dare you? Human warrior. Fight me alone. You will be crushed just like that earthen wall." Aki's last line of defense finally started cracking. But suddenly, a demon as large as the 4th tier demon appeared from underground and grabbed his arm. Aki coolly replied, "Who said I was alone?" Vandalan. Floating above. Could not believe it. The second 2 demon he had just defeated reappeared. Then more demons swarmed in, attacking the 4th tier demon. And he was sent flying by a powerful blow. The stench of death from them. What is going on? Someone who can control the undead. Aki chuckled. Isn't this supposed to be the exclusive power of your demons? But I am not in the mood to explain things slowly. Officer Barris thought with a smirk. The kid's special ability just popped up control. The commentary booth was buzzing like never before. We can't be seeing this wrong. Can we? What on earth did the pioneer from Pygdia do? I can't believe those 3 demons are actually helping him fight. Those were the same demons he just took down moments ago. Good grief. Can a warrior really have such power? Controlling the corpses of demons to fight. That is wild. With just a word from him, the 3 demons surged forward to attack the 4-star demon. The 4-star demon did not even flinch in response. It is just a few dead 2-star demons trying to take me down. Let us see my water gun's rapid fire. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the 4-star demon, delivering a crushing blow that sent it crashing down. Aki raised his hand to wipe the blood splatter from the demon and thought, with just that impact, I could crush the 4-star demon. Turns out it was Vandalan landing down, grinning wickedly at Aki. Sorry. I am just really curious about your strength and abilities. I want to have a simple duel with you, Vandalan, with a mysterious expression, controlled the dead demon. This was the first time I would heard of such a power. He said seriously, I believe your strength can defeat the 4-star demon. He started using his power. Let me test your strength. Then, from behind him, a massive surge of energy appeared skull-shaped with vibrant green eyes. An ominous aura radiated from it as he slowly walked toward Aki. Meanwhile, down in the commentary booth, the atmosphere seemed completely opposite. The sun was shining, the sky was blue, and everyone around them was like, our great warrior Dylan wants to personally evaluate this outstanding warrior. Everyone was excited. The audience was lucky to witness this. They raised their hands enthusiastically to cheer. Lord Dylan is so eager to check out the newbie. Lord Dylan. Do you think they can hold out longer than the 4-star demon just now? Came a voice from the stands. A group of people looked worried. What is happening here? They murmured anxiously. Dylan from the 6th squad is personally testing Aki's strength. Barris thought. Feeling confused. This has gone out of control. Aki covered his face with his hand. Lost in thought about this guy. What the hell is going on? Your gaze is hard to read. Testing my strength. You can't replace that silent hostility with just words. Dylan remained expressionless. Not bad. You seem pretty calm. You are way more seasoned than a typical young warrior. Aki smiled calmly and replied. I have gone through a lot of training. His gaze sharpened. I was born with a special ability. That is why my commanding officer has been strict with me since I was little. I confidently held my sword. Perhaps because of that, so my strength is much higher than those my age, he said confidently. You know, that is what they call a genius. He thought to himself, even if I am just making this up. You probably want to go looking for someone to verify it. Right. Dylan faced it. Unbothered. Haha. You are really interesting. I am getting more and more curious about you. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Dylan surged forward, his eyes glowing with intensity. A wave of green magic racing swiftly towards Aki. Caught off guard, Aki jumped out of the way just in time. The green magic morphed into a massive, powerful fist that slammed down into the ground, causing the water below to explode and create a huge crater. Aki remained calm, assessing the situation with a steely gaze. Unexpectedly, the shards of rock shot out like bullets. Aki raised his sword to shield his face, moving with incredible speed and force, his body flying backward. If he had not been on guard, there was no way he could dodge that attack. He furrowed his brow at Dylan. Realizing something was off, this guy was dead serious. Looks like you are in trouble. Dylan smirked slyly. You have always kept your guard up around me, have not you? Otherwise, you would not have dodged that last hit. His eyes glinted with a strange light, the eerie aura around him intensifying. Should I expect more from you? Aki struggled to his feet, boldly asking. You do not seem too friendly with me. Why is that? In an instant, the figure in front of him vanished, leaving only an afterimage. His voice was low and raspy. There are 3 reasons. Suddenly, Dylan reappeared behind Aki. First, I do not like your attitude. He summoned his power, forming a fist that crashed down where Aki had just stood. He acted like he had not even tried. While Aki struggled to balance himself against the sword, Being pushed back, Dylan just kept materializing behind him. Second, you reek of demonic filth. He continued, calmly using his power to attack Aki. Aki had to continuously dodge. His body feeling utterly drained, collided with a tree, snapping it to bits. Sweat pouring down his face as he thought. Looks like he is starting to suspect me. As long as he had demonic power within him. But this guy. The strength he was using now definitely did not exceed 50%. Aki felt immense pressure, evaluating his opponent's abilities. This overwhelming feeling only surfaced when facing such absolute power. It had been ages since he last felt this way. Dylan kept applying pressure, whispering into Aki's ear. Third, I really hate your name. Aki was taken aback by his words. He was genuinely furious. His expression shifting. You hate my name. Ah. Well, I guess you also despise my royal status from the past. Memories flooded back to him. I once risked my life for you people. Lost so many comrades because of you. Dylan seized the moment. He raised his hand, fingers splayed out towards Aki, unleashing his power. Let us end this here. Aki's mind was now swirling with conflicting thoughts. Let us wrap this up. Aki felt a surge of awakening throughout his body. His eyes shining bright as an overwhelming aura of power was unleashed. He charged forward to counterattack. Thinking, who do you think you are? They faced off, their powers colliding, creating two opposing energy sources that cracked the very ground beneath them. The dust clouded the area, resulting in a massive explosion that shook the surroundings. Everyone nearby gasped. Phew. Good thing the president has my back. Dylan emerged from the heart of the blast, his expression unchanged, with only a small cut on his face. Blood trickling down as he steadied himself to face the colossal magical force before him. Aki's power left everyone in the arena gaping at the screens. Like, no way. Can you believe it? This prodigy just took a hit from the mighty Dylan. He stood there radiating raw strength. And the crowd was buzzing. I honestly can't wrap my head around how powerful this guy really is. Dylan used his hex and healing abilities to patch up his earlier wounds. He was deep in thought, while everyone on the other side of the screen was judging him, even if it was just in a split second. But to everyone's surprise, Dylan was injured. He bent down, unleashing every ounce of strength he had. A fierce aura enveloping him. It was like he was losing control, ready to kill. Later, they would explain that the aura of darkness surrounding him was no joke. The audience below was glued to the screens as the great Dylan unleashed his skills. It was legit. The crowd was wild, hyping each other up. The high-speed energy gears were about to crush everything. It was so epic. They could not stop cheering, convinced that the legendary Dylan would end it all. Let us all witness the epic performance of the great Dylan together. Each step he took was filled with power as he stomped forward, accelerating with every move. Meanwhile, Aki was wrestling with his own thoughts, feeling like Senza wanted to toss him into the underworld, hiding his strength. I am gonna die right here, Aki thought in a whirl of chaos. You are pushing me, Dylan, with your new hex. If you want me dead, so be. Even if I can't beat you now, I am going down swinging. Aki snapped awake, eyes wide open. And they were different now. Gone was the arrogant, calm gaze. It was now wild and fiercely combative. A fierce aura filling the sky. Two passionate warriors, both ready to clash head-on, created a mesmerizing scene. In the distance, a figure shot up. She stood in between them, suddenly appearing to shield Aki and blocking Dylan's attack. He stepped back, his eyes dark and unreadable, questioning her bold move. What a reckless choice. Why intervene? The former Hex Master, the heart of the recovery system, Lena stood firm, radiating determination. People may hate that kid, she thought, but I really like him. When Lena unleashed her ultimate move, shooting a sharp glance at her opponent that made Aki's eyes widen. He stared at her in awe. Lena stood against the light, and to him, she shone like the sun. Lena, could it be? Did she use her hex to bring her body back to peak form? The guy looked at her with pure hatred, his gritted teeth revealing a fierce smile. But Lena, did you forget? You are not allowed to wear combat gear. Right. The air was thick with dust as he stood before them, mocking them with a scoff, while she stood resolutely, forming a protective barrier for herself and the injured Aki, holding her sword steady to avoid collapsing. Is she trying to challenge the king's rules? She crossed her arms defiantly, her unwavering gaze focused on him. Aki recalled the moments of her fighting alongside everyone. Those times when Lena was cheerful and full of energy for her teammates. Haha. Lena is still the same quick-witted, lively person she has always been. She is the most vibrant one in the Hex squad. You stand behind, gazing at her silhouette, lost in nostalgic memories while he stands with his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on both of you. In my past life, I always stood in front of her. But now, it is her who takes the lead. How could it be that the person who just showed up is none other than the infamous Dai now, Lena and Dai Lan? Her face darkens. But you both hold your ground. Is there some mysterious connection here? This demon-slaying convention is full of surprises. I respect you because you were a warrior back in the day. But that does not mean I am going to show you any mercy. You are a girl who has no shame. Lina grits her teeth. Her cold gaze locked onto him. And what about you? In broad daylight. As a top-tier fighter. Having a conflict like this is a bit inappropriate. Lina keeps her eyes on him. But this time she mentions Aki. Catching you off guard as you turn to look at her. That kid behind me is the son of an old friend of mine. You have checked him out enough already. Right. Her eyes dart toward him, flashing a sharp glint. Your real aim is not just to check him out, is it? He gazes at her intensely, a smug smile spreading across his face. He chuckles, his lips curling in a mocking way. Ha! It is. He suddenly unleashes a flurry of green arrows flying from toward both of you, catching her off guard. It is something to despise. She braces herself, a radiant power forming in front of her chest, her eyes blazing with cold fury. Lord Dyke Loon has activated a skill that releases dense energy in the area ahead, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. How dull. Lina prepares to use her power to block his attack but is stunned, her eyes widening at something flickering in front of her. Aki has rushed in front of her with his sword to block his attack, and she stares in shock, waiting for him to stand up. A shadow resembling someone familiar appears before him. Another wave of attacks comes crashing toward both of them. It seems they won't be able to hold on much longer. That guy really has directed the first wave of attacks perfectly, just as the next wave of attacks heads their way. It looks like there is no stopping it. She lunges, gripping your shoulder, her determined gaze glinting as she commands you. Get back. She uses your shoulder as a springboard to leap forward. And you grit your teeth, feeling uneasy. This is bad. The reason she is showing off like this is that she is afraid Lina will strike. She leaps, pushing off the ground, creating a boost for herself. She stomps her foot down hard as a springboard, ready to unleash her full power. With a quick flick of her eye, only a bright green light remains as she rockets toward him like a missile. There will be casualties. Meanwhile, the MC is watching the battle on screen and commenting. This is a fight between top-tier fighters. It is rarer than encountering a legendary demon. He watches her closely, his cold eyes and smile revealing that he is going to have to use all his strength to deal with her. Both of them shoot forward like missiles, ready for a deadly duel. On this side, you tilt your head back and exhale a plume of gray smoke. Lord Dailuan has really gone all out with the secret technique of the illusion merchant. Over here, Van Daylan is getting ready to launch his sword. And when she sees that, her eyes widen in shock. Thanking the great warrior Delone, Lina turns around in surprise. Whoa. You just used your eye skill. Now. His eyes are completely white as he looks at both of them. Thanking the great warrior Delone. A deadly smile creeps onto his face. He really knows how to use it. Then, he shouts at the top of his lungs. Great warrior Delone, even amidst 1,000 tasks, has made time to pass on his experiences to our generation. He shouts so loudly that his voice echoes throughout the arena, while the two others just stand there, staring at him, forgetting they were about to fight. It truly warms my heart. Parisi, watching the match, looks up, confused about what is happening in the arena. What on earth is going on? The entire audience is stunned, looking at him. Whoa, he keeps shouting, not caring that no one is answering him. Excuse me, are you satisfied with my performance? After he shouts, he turns to the two with a goofy smile. Whoa. The audience is buzzing, chatting non-stop, with the front row fans expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Lord Deluan. I thought we were going to see a showdown between the 6 heroes, but it looks like it just wrapped up. No more fussing around fighting, only when it is urgent. Seeing Lord Deluan step in twice is already enough to satisfy me. Exactly. The whole audience agrees with the guy's words, standing up and cheering. Great warrior. Great warrior. Lord Lu. Yep. Even amidst 1,000 tasks, he still finds time to nurture the younger generation. Van Daylan gazes at the fireworks soaring and falling around the arena, while the chatter in the audience continues to swirl. Truly, our great 6 heroes. Everyone, let us cheer for our great 6 heroes. He closes his eyes and grins widely. What a move. Lina, Van Daylan, and Aki stay in their positions as the fireworks rain down across the arena. So now I can continue what I just did. Right. I am really grateful for your guidance. Sir. Aki stands with his hands on his hips, looking at him with a challenging gaze. I believe the younger generation won't disappoint you. I will keep pushing forward. This fortune blessing technique is just as useful as that. With so many people watching, this guy can't force himself to act. Both of them look at him with scowls. Losing interest and backing off, he grinds his teeth in frustration, wishing he could shoot him down to the underworld with one shot. Not a bad performance. He passed the test. You are a truly remarkable young warrior. Just keep it up. Congratulations to the pioneer from the astounding city for receiving the endorsement of the great Lord Deluan. This is truly an amazing test. The cheers from the audience rise as they look up at the screen, hearing him announce. Congratulations to Astounding City for winning the championship in this competition. Astounding City. Astounding city. Somewhere. Upon seeing this scene, everyone is stunned in admiration. What? We won the championship without even trying, up on the battlefield. He stood his ground, eyes fixed on you. While she slowly walked toward you. Let me announce. This is the fastest and most surprising demon hunting competition ever. And this miracle comes from the forefront. She brushed past you with an unhappy expression. And you widened your eyes in shock as Aki appeared on the news screen. Everyone around was lifting you up, cheering loudly. That golden trophy glittered beside you, making you feel like a total boss. Arasi joyfully hugged you, saying you actually defeated our rival. Do you know how many rewards I am going to get when we go back? Haha. Oh man. I am almost crying here. I do not even know what to say. I nearly got killed. Hey there, the cheeky one. She leaned back, laughing, and bowed slightly toward you. Tonight, meat is on. You can do whatever you want. The footage got blocked, and Aki's face turned red as a tomato. Completely speechless. Wait. Commander Beelish. Oh. Looks like she is about to hyperventilate. Commander Beelish. You gotta calm down. She awkwardly looked away, but was actually sneaking glances at you. Meanwhile, Aki cleared her throat after escaping her grip, trying to ease the awkward tension. Cough. Cough. B? Her sharp gaze became more serious. Do you remember what you promised me before? She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at you. Course I remember. I will be your guarantor, so you can talk to the crystal energy supervisor. Okay. Sorry to bother you with this. You flicked off your outer jacket. It was dirty, by the way. Could you help me get a clean shirt for daily wear? Also, if there is a celebration or anything like that, I want to be able to join. One guy in the group suddenly opened his eyes wide like he would seen 1,000 stars, staring at you. Is the warrior on a hot date? Is it a guy or a girl? You could not help but smile. Lena walked up to a high hill where she could see the entire city below, just visiting an old friend. You had changed into a long shirt and stepped closer to her. The setting sun cast a romantic glow on both of you as you took slow steps toward Lena. Hey. Hi. Did you want to meet me here for something? She turned to look at you. You actually came. She recalled the moment Barisi called you by a different name, and when she brushed past you on the battlefield. You looked at her with a dazed expression. How did you know this place? Lena took steps closer, emphasizing each word with every step. You really... Her eyes glistened with tears, shimmering sadly yet beautifully. Is that key? View. Lena and Aki were hanging on the cliff, and Lena shouted. Look at this. I write. This place not only has no people around, but you can also see the city in all its glory. She stretched her arms wide and took a deep breath. I love it here. It is so spacious. This is where you and I... Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped. Lena starts to reminisce about her memories, twisting a lock of her hair as she thinks. This is my secret base. Aki playfully flicks her forehead, his gaze gentle. Secret base. Haha. You are so cute, Lena. You are still a little star, waiting for me to get mad, and then flick my forehead again, making me look dumb. Everyone wants a secret base of their own. Right. She glances at Aki, shaking her head, especially that silly Aki. You only know how to slay demons. You do not understand anything at all. Aki calmly covers his face. Okay. Got it. He looks toward the sunset, his voice soft. But honestly, this place is really peaceful. Both Lena and he love it here. She raises her hand, using magic to float up numerous small plants from under the stone, which she then directs to carve something onto the rock. I have made my decision. This will be our secret base. It turns out those carvings are the names of her and Aki. You can't tell anyone about this. Her mind snaps back to reality. The stone is now covered in moss, her eyes shimmering with tears. Is that really you? She just wants to confirm something. You remember our secret base, right? Aki hesitates. Lena turns her face away, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. I am sorry. I lost control for a moment. I startled you. Lena rubs her eyes and continues. You remind me so much of someone very important from my past. Lena's back looks so lonely. Your actions during the competition were reckless. If I had not shown up in time, you might not have made it out alive. She silently reminds herself. This is like repaying a debt for your statue. We are even now. Aki softly interjects. His gaze is as gentle as in Lena's memories. Do you still remember the secret base after all these years? She still is a little star. That voice. Those lines. Everything is just like that old friend. Her eyes fill with unexpected hope. She calls his name, and tears start to fall. They stream down her cheeks, and Aki looks at her with deep affection, relieved to see she is doing well. It is really good. Too good, under the sunset. Aki admits. Yep. His face is calm. I am back now. And Lena rushes to Aki, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Lena's voice is playful. Why did you come back so late? She shouts.
Well,
Why now? Wah. Aki hugs Lena tightly, comforting her. And the sight of the two under the sunset feels like a sweet reunion with cherished friends from the past. The birds soar through the sky, and peace returns to both of them. Lena curiously asks, so you said you time traveled from half a century ago to now, plus. There is something weird about the ancient king's monument. She keeps firing questions. Is not the highest level of demons the 7? Aki slips his hands into his pockets, calmly explaining, confusing. Right. Honestly, I do not even know the cause and effect. Aki's expression changes. Even I find it absurd to say. Simply put, I was dead 50 years ago and somehow time traveled to the present. Moreover, there is something strange inside me. As he speaks, he recalls the demon's presence within him. Lena silently gazes at him, feeling emotional. Just like he said, the fact that he is still alive is already a huge blessing. Aki looks at Lena with a hint of curiosity. Oh right. Lena, I do not understand why people have such a strong grudge against us these days. You see, we sacrificed our lives for everyone. Why do they hate us so much? Lena sighed. Honestly, if I had to say, the reason is you, Lena slowly explained. Remember the ancient battlefield? You led a group of warriors to the ancient king's monument. Do you remember? Most people tried to persuade you not to recklessly approach the monument. As she spoke, she recalled that scene from years ago, when logistics representatives and soldiers even went to the front lines to stop you because the situation was not in our favor. Everyone believed we should maintain the current balance. The image of smoke and thousands of warriors flashed before your eyes. But back then, you did not listen to their advice. You told everyone to wait for us to come back. And then a group of warriors pushed forward. The sight of everyone then was truly chaotic. Then came the news of your death at the ancient king's monument. Aki was impaled on a pillar that looked like a cross. Lena continued calmly. And with that news of your death, the morale and faith of the warriors plummeted. The strongest among us had died. And the king abandoned us, drowning all of humanity in despair. The scene of devastation replayed in Linus' memory. After your sacrifice, the demons launched a massive counterattack, reclaiming the lost lands and trampling everything in their path. Everywhere were the bodies of warriors. That battle was a great one, with both sides tearing at each other. Lena said with a heavy heart at that time. Someone once calculated that out of 10 warriors, 9 would die. For many, they believed all of this should never have happened. She nostalgically remembered the images of her comrades. If only you had heeded their advice and not recklessly entered the ancient king's monument, perhaps the number of survivors would have been several times greater. Lena continued. Then as time flowed, the new warriors and new kings gradually appeared. The helpless truth was that they were also among those who opposed your decision back then. That is why so many people hate you now. Lena recalled her own circumstances back then, and the remaining members of our group because they were seen as your false supporters. They were scorned by others, and ultimately stripped of their warrior status by the new king. Aki listened to Lena's account. His face froze in shock, his hands trembling. That decision from back then. His voice faltered with self-doubt. I have caused so many deaths. Lena took a deep breath, her expression gentle. Years have passed, and I have grown accustomed to it. What is done is in the past. Who is right or wrong does not matter anymore. Lena reflected on her own image. Occasionally, when I walk past your old statue, I stop and look up, remembering so many things. She turned her face towards Aki. But you came back in such a strange way. Aki replied. It really is a miracle. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He raised his voice, questioning, what kind of logic is this? Back then, I wanted to deal with the demons at their core before her approaching the ancient king's monument. I did it for humanity, because we wanted our future generations to no longer be tormented by demons. That is why I made that decision, Lena said compassionately. She tilted her face up to support Aki's chin. I understand your struggles. Perhaps you can't blame them, because many cannot accept the outcome from back then, especially from someone who is king like you. Aki is about to become the target of humanity's scorn. He closes his eyes, reflecting calmly, and asks, what about the remaining members of Squad 6? Lena's hands tremble slightly. After his sacrifice, 3 others also fell in battle. And with a heavy heart, she lowers her head, leaving just the 2 of us. Han, once the pride of Squad 6, was gravely injured and chose to retreat into obscurity in some remote town. From the cliff, she gazes down at the city, voicing her intentions. I was planning to leave this place too, to escape this memory-laden hell. She continues to explain, but as the hallowed shadow Disa, after resisting the new king, she had her arms and legs broken and was locked away to await her fate. At this point, Aki grits his teeth in anger. Damn it. Dessa. How could they treat us like this? Those filthy bastards. The aura of dread radiating from him. Why are not you joining forces with our supporters to resist the new king? Lena replies calmly. Because he is too strong. Aki questions. Elemental power, Lena slowly explains, then gestures to form a symbol. Demons do not just have 6 core abilities like red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. They have now evolved to include 5 elemental powers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Images of demons flash in Lena's mind. Demons are no longer the pushovers they used to be. Aki realizes, he thinks, so they split into 5 major elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, meaning in his own body. He only lacks the earth element right now. He doubts and asks, but what does this have to do with warriors? Lena falls silent, then responds seriously. What if warriors could fuse elemental powers? Aki's eyes widen in surprise. Warriors can now fuse elemental powers. He thinks to himself, fusing elemental powers. Is it similar to controlling one's own elements? Lena looks at him with a determined gaze. Not just the gap in strength between 4 core and 5 core warriors. She explains calmly, 5 core warriors are now incredibly powerful. They will compete for the precious fused core. An image of the grand arena flashes in her mind. Heading to the ancient battlefield Dogora to obtain the fusion power. I believe you still remember this special place. Aki's gaze drops. He contemplates. The fortress of Dogora. Of course. I know. Old memories resurface. It was one of the most brutal battlefields where I led hundreds of thousands of warriors against demons. The ferocity of the battle replayed vividly, now called the fortress of Dogora. It was the center of ancient battles. Hence the name Dogora. Right. Lena speaks up. With a somber look, many years have passed since the Great War, and countless bodies of warriors and demons are buried beneath the fortress of Dogora on that fateful day. Someone discovered a special type of demon emerging from within. Lena continues the story. This special demon is at least a 5-class demon. As she speaks, she imagines them. And unlike the other demons, their hollow cages contain a suspended fusion crystal. Lena looks at Aki. The wide-ranging tone rises. And it is that special crystal that allows warriors to merge elemental powers. But not every warrior has the strength to do so. Lena shares her thoughts. In short, the warrior's rank must be at least not lower than the core of the 5th stage and must possess exceptional resilience. Curious. Wonders if obtaining that merging crystal means they can combine 5 superior elemental types. Lena quickly shoots back. No way. You can only merge one type. She starts to elaborate slowly. The elements are interdependent and contradictory. And no one has ever succeeded because, theoretically, a body can't contain multiple types of elements at once. Even the new king and the new 6th-ranked warrior can only merge one type of element. Aki is utterly stunned. Realizing what she means is that they too have merged elemental powers. She continues explaining, when Van Dylen and I faced off, I could not even recognize him because I worried that using all my strength would overwhelm the arena's defenses, injuring the audience. Lena puts her hands on her hips. That guy really cares about his image. If he had started with 100% strength against you, you would never have stood a chance. The wind blows Lena's hair, and she lightly brushes it aside, preparing to explain further. Though I hate to admit it, the strength of the new 6th-ranked and the new king is indeed much greater than ours from back in the day. They not only possess dual cores but also elemental powers. As she speaks, she remembers her teammate. And this is why she could not save Deja from prison. Hearing her words, Aki reflects on himself, realizing he already has 4 types of elemental powers within him due to that superior existence, just as Lena said. Even so, compared to the new 6th-ranked warrior, his current strength pales in comparison. Aki tries to encourage himself as a warrior. He can't forever rely on the strength of demons. To save Dev, he must make his own strength powerful enough. In Aki's determined gaze, he thinks, I get it now. Looks like I have to make a trip to the treasure city of Dogora. Lena looks at him with understanding, but right now, he has not reached the strength of the core 5th stage. The leap from 4 cores to 5 is a massive gap. Of course. I know. Aki regains his confident demeanor. The so-called massive gap is just a phrase I coined back in the day, just this lifetime. He hesitates, beginning to accept the truth. Maybe I won't have to adhere to those sayings anymore. I think I can break through these limitations. Scene transition. Aki and Barassi just left the bar, and she hurriedly dragged him out. I thought you would stick around a bit longer to have some fun. Aki takes his time. His plans have changed. After I finish switching the energy quartz, I have to leave. Barassi stands tall, stretching her arms. Young people are so full of energy. She tidies her hair. Don't worry. I promise to be your guarantor. And I will stick with you. He looks back. Thank you. When suddenly a familiar voice chimes in. The issue of supplying energy quartz from Hylos has been resolved. Surprised, he heads toward the source of the sound. And the person continues. Next, We will go to the warrior operations department to request reinforcements. You recognize the person in front. Ah. Everyone's curious, and Barassi wonders. After stopping, Atsu Duolu feels something and turns around. It seems she heard something. The figure of that person flashes before her eyes, and she shouts. The whole group turns around. They call out, greeting everyone. They are all incredibly surprised, rushing towards Aki, joyfully wrapping him in their arms. We're back here. The captain of the Extreme Booze team shakes Aki's hand, his eyes sparkling. You really came back to life. And you are looking stronger than ever. Aki looks at him and replies. The captain of the Extreme Booze team throws a playful jab at him, while Sino looks at Aki with a skeptical expression. But Aki, have not you grown a lot taller? Aki is flustered. Ah, I did not notice. Maybe it is the influence of the evil core. Sino excitedly recounts everything. We were just following the commanding officer from Bryan City to observe the matches. On our way here, we heard news about you, so we left Bryan's squad to find you. But it turns out the intel was wrong. We just arrived in Shiyuan City, and the captain of the Extreme Booze team just wrapped up discussions about redistributing the energy quartz. He says, we intended to keep looking for you. But who would have thought you would be in Shiyuan City already? Yaki happily responds. That is great. The energy quartz distribution issue has been resolved. I wanted to negotiate as a representative. Barassi lowers her head. You can leave worry-free. Looks like you all are Aki's long-lost teammates. So I want to interrupt your reunion. The captain of the Extreme Booze team says awkwardly, with a somewhat embarrassed expression. We got so excited we did not pay attention to you. Sorry about that. Thanks for looking after Aki. Haha. You newcomers probably do not know. But Aki was the one who took care of me and the city of Pictia. Sino pulls on her hand to remind her. Speaking of which, Ludi, ever since you separated us, she has not really eaten anything. Tumo chimes in. Look at this picture I took of Ludi. Mei's face looks gloomy. Talking to her, she seems so out of it. Tetsuo Lee lowers her head, her silhouette feeling very lonely. Aki gently steps in front of her, his gaze full of tenderness. Captain, I am here to report. I am sorry you had to worry. Tetsuo Lee bites her lip, playfully hitting him. She raises her hand, her cheeks flushed, happily reminding him, from now on, you are not allowed to leave the team alone. He gives her a loving look, commanding her. The whole squad laughs and chats happily. While in the dark corner, Lena observes everything. Her eyes filled with regret. Lena's lips tighten as she reminisces about the past. It reminds her of us back then. That boy's figure still shines brightly and warmly in her memory. In the Dogora Bone Guard city, Atsu Duoli's labored breaths are heard as she helps Aki walk, struggling with fatigue, surrounded by the bodies of the evil spirits. Lee keeps encouraging Aki to hang in there. In Aki's hands is the elemental quartz he just obtained from the previous battle, as he slowly starts to close his eyes. She panics. Not wanting him to sleep in this state, Sudoli struggles to carry Aki on her shoulder, her legs shaking from exhaustion, repeatedly telling him not to sleep. Wake up. Come on. It is tough for us. But before she can finish, his grip loosens, and the elemental quartz falls far away. The elemental quartz can enable warriors to merge the elemental power of the demon. Suddenly, a demon appears and bellows as the warrior crouches low. You have elemental quartz on you. But here, your fate is sealed, and it lunges forward to attack the two, continuing to shout the word death. Sudo quickly blocks the demon's attack, but she is too exhausted to hold on much longer and collapses to the ground. Still, she struggles to get back up. This action catches the demon's attention, leaving it intrigued. You can still move. She glances at Aki lying next to her, thinking, I am too weak. I can protect him. I am sorry. She reaches out to touch Aki's unmoving body, desperately wishing for his recovery. When suddenly, Sudo opens her eyes wide. She finds herself lying on the bed, a light sweat glistening, realizing that it was all just a dream. Slowly, she sits up, feeling that the dream was hauntingly real. Even the pain from being stabbed felt genuine. She sighs, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Looking down at her clothes, they are drenched, and she feels an urgent need to shower right now. Suddenly, Aki bursts through the door, shouting, What is wrong? I heard you scream from the next room. Are you okay? Seeing him, Sudo hurriedly grabs a blanket to cover her body, her face turning as red as a tomato from embarrassment. Without hesitation, she grabs a pillow and smacks Aki in the face, yelling, Don't he look? Didn't anyone tell you to knock before entering a girl's room? Aki tries to explain. I heard you scream. That is why. But before he can finish, Zuduo cuts him off with a loud glare. Outside, she slams the door behind her, leaving Aki bruised and bewildered outside. Meanwhile, in front of a fee-ranked town hotel, Tsudo steps out and urges, Are you all set? But Tsudo is still fuming about earlier. So when she hears him call her like that, she feels annoyed and reminds him, Call me Captain. Not wanting to argue, he chuckles and agrees. All right, Captain. Have you recovered? Our journey today is not short. Zhu Duo replies coolly. You do not need to worry. Then she thinks to herself. It was just a strange dream that scared me to death. Oh. How annoying, after all that happened. This guy still looks so laid back. Aki says, holding the map. Right now, we are in a C-rank town. A mandatory stop on the way to the Dogora Bone Fortress. If we push ourselves, we should reach it by evening. I heard that entering the Dogora Bone Fortress requires passing a strength test from the gatekeeper. Or else you will be considered an illegal intruder. What a hassle. But Tuzudo thinks, did not the captain say that the Bone Fortress is now a crucial strategic location? It is where 5th-tier warriors can obtain elemental quartz, surrounded by a specially built wall. There is even an army of high-ranking warriors stationed around it, keeping a strict watch over the entire fortress to prevent any unauthorized entry by warriors. But there is still the possibility that one day the demon inside might break free. This is also a defensive measure for the fortress. Hearing this, Aki skeptically asked her, aren't you scared to come to the fortress to dig up bones with me? Even though this was the captain's order from the Extreme Booze Squad, I did not expect her to agree without hesitation like that. After all, that is a place only the top-tier warriors dare to mess with, Zhu Duli replied bluntly, not holding back at all. As the captain of the Extreme Booze Squad, he can't trust someone like you who always goes off the rails. Without a recovery-type warrior like you around, it would not be safe, and I am just a recovery-type warrior. She turned back to him and explained, plus, it is not because of you. I am here for the mission. The captain of the Extreme Booze Squad told me to level up with you, aiming to become a Tier 2 warrior when we return. Don't forget that, however. Aki definitely won't forget. Anna and Snow also need to undergo the special training from the captain of the Extreme Booze Squad. And they seem pretty eager about it. Zhu Duli sternly reminded her of the past. I am the captain. Remember the last time you left the team on your own? I have to keep an eye on you. Hearing this, Aki could not help but smile, recalling her innocent look, noticing his silence. Zhu Dulu cast a puzzled glance at him and could not help but wonder why he was smiling so crudely. Is he thinking about what just happened? The two continued on their way toward the next target. While elsewhere, voices echoed all around. Over here, we are missing a recovery-type warrior. The minimum requirement is a Tier 5 warrior. Our squad is set to roll out at this moment in the fortress of Dogora. The main gate was active with preparations for war. After a long journey, Tizudulu and Aki finally arrived. The warriors here began to chatter as soon as they spotted the two. A Tier 4 warrior, and there is a Tier 1 warrior. Where did this kid come from? Is this for real? They were speculating wildly. Did he come to be a snack for the demons in the fortress? There were also two others nearby discussing the situation. These two must be lost. They won't get through. They can't even pass the strength test. One of them smirked. And upon hearing this, Aki did not get angry. She just stood there, looking like they were being underestimated. The crowd gathered around, and a trio approached, mockingly imitating them. Hearing that, Aki turned to see who was talking down to her, only to find a red-haired guy, a Tier 5 warrior. Mocking them, what a clueless Tier 4 warrior. Lacking any strength and still acting tough, bringing a Tier 1 warrior to the fortress. They do not know how they will end up. Zhu Duli felt irritated hearing that. Where did this guy crawl out from? No worries. Just the usual pathetic provocation. Just ignore him. By now, the crowd had recognized his identity. The red-haired guy was indeed the young master of the Ming family from Europe. Who would have thought he would also come to the fortress to vie for the elemental quartz? Following him was a Tier 6 warrior. Presumably one of the top-tier combatants from their family. I used to see information about these individuals on the mercenary roster. Their skills were top-notch. Little did I know they have sold their lives to the Ming family now. I also witnessed that person gaining elemental power through an elemental quartz. With this guy's escort, that elemental quartz is definitely going to end up in Hao Tao's hands. Hearing the gossip about my background, Hao Tao is basking in the limelight. I am the young master of the Ming family in a level Yura city. Surely, you have heard of the Ming family. Right. We are the biggest warrior clan in Yura city. Then he casually throws shade at Zidu Liu. Hey. You with the long hair, let me give you a piece of advice. This ossuary is no playground. Hao Tao notices that Zidu Liu is not responding. He is getting bold. You are the one from the Green Clan. Ah. He does not even care about her gasping for breath in his grip, casually reaching out on his left. This young master has a personal healer who might just keep you around. Seeing she has not replied, he glances at the two and lets out a scoff. While he is busy boasting, Ziedo Liu and Akai are too engrossed in their own conversation to pay him any mind. Making his outstretched hand tremble with frustration, he is fuming, yelling like a madman. Don't tell me you do not know who the Ming family is. Damn it. I am only giving you face because you are American. Zidoliu is not one to back down either. Her rebuttal is fierce. Who gave you permission to talk to me like that? Hao Tao and the blonde girl next to him are so taken aback they turn pale. Instantly falling silent, Zidoliu rolls her eyes, constantly dropping the Ming family name like it means anything. He is definitely a loser. Hao Tao, humiliated, snaps at the blonde girl. You little witch. Were you talking to me just now? Do you think I can crush you with a single finger? Z, annoyed, drops her luggage to the ground. Look, I may not be strong enough yet, but I am not afraid of anything. Although she says that, inside she is thinking, a pathetic guy like you dares to get angry. I only waste my time on trash like you. Who is scared of who? I will take you on right here. Hearing this, Hao Tao smirks wickedly, already lunging in for an attack, just a first-tier warrior. Anyway, he raises his hand, ready to strike. Today, I am going to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a flash of red cuts through the air. Aki rushes in front of Zidoliu just before Hao Tao's blow lands. Aki slips, easily blocking Hao Tao's attack with one hand, while his eyes blaze with rage. If you do not back off, I will take you down with him. Aki warns, holding his grip tight. You are from the Ming family. Right. You were the one who started this fight. If you keep attacking, this might just backfire on your precious Ming family. Aki glances toward the entrance, causing a scene here. The guards want to let you into the ossuary. Aki tightens his hold even more. You really want to reconsider your choices. But Hao Tao, furious, channels his strength into the arm Aki has a grip on, angrily retorting, think again, you little punk. Just then, a booming voice cuts in from behind. It is a giant man wielding an axe, advising him, that kid's right. According to Hao Tao, any warrior who makes it here must have some skills. If they arrive and leave a bad reputation, it will reflect poorly on them back home. This could put you at a disadvantage. Even if you want to teach them a lesson, it is not something to rush into. Making a move here, securing an entry into the city to protect the treasure is the most crucial task. Inside, anything can happen, and his expression turned sinister. Hao Tao seemed to catch on to his intentions. Smirking wickedly, he yanked his hand away from Aki's grip, declaring he would not waste his time with such useless people anymore. Then he brushed past Aki and Zidoliu, leading that old man and the blonde girl along. The sixth-tier warrior said, casting a calculating glance at Aki as he walked by. His footsteps quietly activated the earth elemental power beneath him, and red sparks began to flicker around his feet, causing the ground to lift. Small rocks floated up, glowing red as they hurtled toward Aki. He closed his eyes, refusing to look back, and threw a punch to counter the old man's attack. Zidoliu, hearing the commotion, could not help but turn around. Curiosity pick. After that, Aki just laughed. No big deal. Just a little tap. We are just here for the assessment. I believe we will pass through just fine. As he relaxed his grip, the debris fell away since he had used the elemental power to harden it, neutralizing the sneak attack from that sixth-tier warrior, following the red-haired guy. Seeing this, the old man shot a horrified glance at Aki. That kid. He blocked my hidden earth attack with his bare hands. Forget about his insane reaction speed. His hands should have been pierced through, he exclaimed suddenly. Following Hao Tao's lead, the old man turned to see what was going on. The other guy said, we need to revise the list of contenders for the elemental courts we plotted out. That kid from earlier. I think he is the most formidable contender. His power is definitely beyond the fourth tier. I can T-gauge that kid's strength. We should find a way to take them out first to prevent future troubles. Meanwhile, someone else looking at the screen exclaimed, whoa, synchronization rate is at 54%. That is crazy. Another person chimed in. I am over 42%. The testing staff, after evaluating Aki and Zidoliu, was left astonished, while the two remained unfazed, as if they were used to it. If there are no rank regulations, we have passed the synchronization rate check. Right. The staff hesitated, looking at the results on the screen. At that moment, Aki thought in surprise. I remembered that girl's synchronization rate was 39% before. It has skyrocketed to 42% during this time. That is a rapid increase. The staff member checks the screen hesitantly, seeing two figures, one a crimson core warrior, the other a green core warrior. You want to enter the treasure city to claim the elemental courts. Right. Her expression turns serious, sensing the danger within. The lowest rank is a 3-core demon. Are you sure about this? She points to Ved, affirming their capabilities. Yep. We have got enough skills to protect ourselves. She is our healer and also a nimble fighter. Hearing that, Tididro Lu blushes with anger, gritting her teeth, furious at being labeled a healer. Iki is such a pain. The staff member explains that never before has a warrior below rank 5 entered the treasure city. Although there are no strict rules about strength, but the combination of the two of you is the lowest ranked team in history. Let me remind you, The so-called elemental quartz can only be found on special 3-core demons in the treasure city. And these demons only show up once in a while. After they are killed, it takes a while for them to reappear. What you will face is not just demons, but also powerful warrior competitors. Even survival will be a challenge. Despite that, do you still want to go in? Aki's gaze is resolute. Of course. Besides, our goal is not just survival. Thanks for the heads up. Seeing their determination, the staff member does not argue further and leads them inside. Please, follow this way. As they step in, Titieldu is. The rumors say there is a 9-to-1 chance of dying in the treasure city. They should be scared, but for some reason, I feel incredibly calm and confident. As long as Aki is here, I have a limitless courage. The heart of the treasure city, Dogo, seems to be searching for something, waiting for it to move away from Titielu. This place has been completely overrun by Akma. Aki observes the situation while speaking. Dogora is called a treasure city, yet is actually a battleground. Did you know that Dogora used to be as grand and popular as the current Shangung city? It was situated at the center of the continent and had the highest population density, but after the invasion by Akma, it gradually fell into ruin, turning into a war zone. The once vast central area of the classic treasure city has been claimed by Akma. No one dares stay here anymore. And people have started referring to it as the treasure city, perhaps to forget its glorious past. As she speaks, Aki's eyes carry a hint of sadness. Tifu, sitting across, comments. You really know a lot. I heard a bunch of random stuff when I was younger. He replies, thinking about that damn name. He stands up, urging Titilu to get going. We also made our way to Akma, especially bringing along elemental quartz, trying to conserve our stamina and steer clear of unnecessary fights. Titilu noticed an explosion in the distance and called out. Do we need to go help? Aki replied coldly. It is best not to help, at least not in the city of Hesperus. And to avoid assisting anyone, he sighed quietly, thinking that Ulvu, who grew up in Hesperus with a kind heart, still did not understand the dangers lurking outside. Do you think the annoying warriors we encountered at the gate are just a minority? There are plenty of selfish and vicious people around here. To be on the safe side, it is better for us to stay unkind for now, he said, turning back to look at Tizayalalu, his eyes widening in panic as he spotted an Akma behind her. The horrifying sound of its attack echoed, shaking the ground. Thankfully, Aki managed to sweep her away to safety just in time, the elemental water Akma smugly declared. Who would have thought the reaction would be so timely? Attacking our water system without a sound. That is just not right at all. Aki set her down. But Welwu was still in shock. When did that Akma show up behind us? This beast must have taken advantage of the stillness of the water element, using agile moves to sneak up on us. If Aki had not turned around just then, I would have been a goner. Aki interrupted her thoughts, saying, Look, we have to strike fast and decisively. Try not to draw attention from the other Akmas or the nearby warriors. Let us take care of this one without leaving a trace. All right, I want to be careless. I do not want to be Aki's burden. The Akma, with its 5 cores, casually remarked, Hold on. You all think you can take me down? A 4-core warrior and a 1-core warrior. I must be in for a treat. Sure enough, he then transformed, making it hard for the two to see anything. He appeared above them, poised to strike. Too cute. Then he unleashed his deadly attack, but Aki managed to dodge just in time. With his attack closing in, the force of it shattered the ground. He sneered. 1 2-core and 1 1-core. Don't you worry. I won't even spare a glance at your corpses. After saying that, the Akma continued launching direct attacks at the two. Aki stepped forward to block the hit, channeling elemental energy. The Akma was a bit surprised. How can you have 2 types of powers? Isn't he a human warrior only supposed to wield elemental power at level 5? Aki quickly dashed toward the 5-core Akma, landing a blow that pushed him back. He deflected that attack using water power, saying, I know the water element too. Then he surged forward with such speed that the Akma was caught off guard. Aki closed it, smirking. You think you are so clever using the water element? Can you really compete with my enhanced water agility? Aki called out to Tidizavlavu, who dodged the Akma's attack just in time and kicked him in the back. At the same moment, Aki raised his sword and pierced through him, finishing him off before turning to say, Great teamwork. Look, awesome collaboration. Tididriwelhu pulled the elemental core from the back of that Akma, claiming, I will take this one. No worries. She then tossed him down, adding, I want to even look at your corpse. And Sudaliu swiftly grabbed a handful of 5-colored jelly, then stepped on his back, observing her agile movements. Aki could not help but start evaluating. That last move was not half bad. He pulled his sword out of the guy, blood still dripping from the tip. She bowed her head, reminding him that in the world of martial arts, what they did here was just basic training. He slung the sword over his shoulder, eyeing her as she looked at the guy with a huge hole poking through his chest. We should get out of here. That brawl definitely caught someone's attention. She noticed a long cut on his face oozing blood and panic. Next thing, he was injured. Find somewhere to hide. I will help you patch up that scratch on your face. He chuckled, lifting his hand to cover the wound. It is just a little scratch. Why bother healing it? Do I really look that weak to you? Li looked at him with a seriousness he had never seen before, reminding him that she had already mentioned her responsibilities when they set out together, whether the wound is big or small. I have to heal it. Otherwise, my existence would mean nothing at all. Seeing her so serious made him feel a headache coming on. Running his fingers through his hair, was she really that determined? No wonder they call you the serious one at Hesperus. All right. You are right, let us get focused. A massive shadow loomed over her as Li looked up. Startled, watch out. That guy raised his leg, gearing up for an attack. But Aki was quick to react as she noticed him. The attack came down fast, shaking the ground beneath them violently and sending her flying. Aki was quicker, drawing his sword from behind to block the attack in the nick of time. Did he really target me that quickly? That guy stomped his foot down on the axe blade, pressing down hard. This was no easy opponent. The one attacking him was a 6th level warrior of the Azure Hegemony. He pushed down with all his strength. But Aki held his ground, blocking the attack. My assessment was not wrong. He is just a 4th level warrior. He had only one eye left. But that eye seemed to want to swallow him whole. His strength definitely surpassed the 4th level. The axe pressed heavily against Aki's sword, creating sparks. As he swung the sword and leaped away, get lost. The warrior's cold, fiery gaze locked onto him, a 6th level warrior of the earth element. Sudulu noticed and decided to use her support skills. But it felt like something was holding him back, making his eyes widen in surprise. The 3rd level 6th element warrior trapped him, leaving him unable to move. You two just keep your eyes on your teammate. I can easily take her down while you are distracted. The 3rd level 6th element warrior unleashed a paralyzing technique. She retracted her abilities, causing her whole body to go stiff and unable to move. This was indeed the special paralysis skill from the healing system. Being from the healing system, you should know how dire the current situation is. This paralysis skill is usually used for treating wounds. But if used directly on an opponent, it can render them completely immobile. She ignored her and strode toward Aki and the warrior. Realizing it was them, no wonder I was targeted so quickly. With a chilling glare, she shot a look at both of them. Isn't it a bit much to abandon your precious little teammate and come here to ambush us instead? This place is a battleground of life and death, and there is some guy slowly striding over here, talking away, making you look back, about to bite the dust, yet still acting tough. The person showing up is Howda, the one you just mentioned. His deep, unpredictable gaze is laughing at you. Ha. Do not want to be humiliated in front of your girl. From the start, Lu felt his words hit her like thunder, leaving her dazed. She turned red with anger, but could not move a muscle. What do you mean? Your girl. I am about to explode. She bit her lip to cool her rage. Calm down, now's not the time to lose it. Howda stepped up next to her, one hand in his pocket, the other giving her a playful smack on the backside, making her jolt like she got shocked. Good job, babe. When we get home, I will reward you. He turned and pinched Lu's chin, lifting her face up with a smug grin. But her eyes were always fixated on you, and there she was, both of them staring at you standing tall with your sword in hand. Haha. I want you to see him die right here in your garden. No woman has ever dared to refuse the infamous how to. You are making me very intrigued. His hand still on her chin made her furious, eyes wide open, teeth clenched in anger. The Lycee Hung Hutch warrior sat on a rock, observing them. How to? Did not I tell you to hide and not show up? I can handle this guy alone. But if you are interested in that girl, I will bring her to you. Everyone stayed put, while he kept holding her chin, grinning like a fool. Haha, with me here, I doubt anyone would dare ambush us. I won't hide, too cowardly for me. He glanced at you, smirking mockingly. Besides, no matter what, I am still a 5-star warrior. Are you looking down on me? Do you think you do not need your hands anymore? Around you, sparks of blood flickered. I thought you were just a spoiled rich kid. I really did not want to mess with you. But turns out you are just a pathetic loser. I want to confirm something. Your cold, piercing gaze was glowing fiercely, lips pressed tight, radiating death. How to? You must have hurt a lot of girls. Lu's icy glare wanted to kill him right then and there, while Howda laughed, pointing straight at you, mocking. Huh? What kind of 5-star nonsense is this? You are still trying to act tough with me. Tonight, I am going to ruin your woman. You are just a pathetic 4-star loser. The Lycee Heng Hung Hech warrior over here was also grinding his teeth in frustration. A spoiled young master who does not even realize how weak he is, calling himself a 5-star warrior. All thanks to your powerful father. who had to rely on others just to get you that title. A mark inside a red circle, a warrior who has never killed a single demon. That title is just a joke. It is laughable. I am a 6-star warrior. And if it were not for your family's support, with a petty loser like you, I would have crushed your neck long ago. He sat there watching him flap his gums and sighed. Forget it, young master. How to? I have already instructed you to follow my orders when you come out. I hope you want to. He was cut off mid-sentence, his icy gaze piercing as if he wanted to swallow them whole. I want to hesitate to kill you. You charged like a bolt of lightning toward him, catching him off guard. The 6th-tier warrior behind you ramped up, shouting for him to watch out. Be careful. Your eyes are filled with a deadly hatred, and a sense of doom is in the air. What is with that fire elemental energy around him? Isn't he supposed to be a tier 4 warrior? How can he control elemental power? You were still charging at him like a rocket. The guy in front of you, alongside the 3rd-tier warrior, was ready to counter, hands clenched into fists. You raised your fist, engulfed in fierce flames, your sharp and furious eyes locking onto him. He felt sheer terror as you lunged at him. Resembling a starving wolf with your bared teeth, shaking like a leaf, he stumbled backward, screaming in pure fear. Enno, do not come any closer. Why can't I think of fighting back? He covered his face with trembling hands, eyes wide in shock as he stared at you. He knew he was just a tier 4 warrior. But in this moment, you swung your sword straight at him, your other hand clenched into a fist, your eyes blazing with intensity. You looked like a demon ready to swallow him whole. Your power was so immense that it knocked her off balance. But she was frozen in place, unable to move. Help! Somebody. Save me. He flew forward, brandishing his axe, ready to attack you. But you caught on just in time. He swung his axe down hard, aiming to split you in two. But you dodged his strike just in time, spinning around for a counterattack. You struck back, sending him flying. His angry glare was fixed on you as he gritted his teeth, adapting his strategy on the fly. The 6-core Crimson Warrior used his weapon to block your attack. But the force was too strong, pushing him back. He truly knew how to wield fire elements. How was this kid pulling it off? But he would not give up on his earth element either. As he was pushed back, you seized the chance to launch your attack, using branches that lunged at him, catching him completely off guard. The earth element. He skillfully dodged your moves. The 6-core Crimson Warrior was forced to stabilize himself with both hands. Yet he could still control the wood element. What in the world was happening? A bright smile spread across his face. Interesting. You have impressed me, hiding so many secrets, he said, slamming his weapon into the ground with force. I never expected you to control 2 elements. He continued, wrapping stones around his axe. I am genuinely curious how you pulled that off. He prepared to swing his axe directly at you. If I could master both elements, my power would soar. With the earth element shielding me with molten strength, I would be unstoppable. He laughed mockingly. In 10 minutes, you will be the one begging for mercy. Right now. A purple force surrounds you as you conjure something in your hands, looking directly at me. What is going on? A massive blue hand suddenly grabbed his, making his eyes go wide with shock. A blue 5-core demon appeared, restraining him from striking down. Roar. Control the water element. 5-core demon. The 5-core blue demon materialized behind the warrior. Now he realized the demon was right behind him, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Why did not I sense any demonic presence earlier? At the moment he noticed the stone on his chest glowing. It was too close for comfort. The warrior turned to distance himself from the demon. This was a 5-core demon, and it threw its weapon to the ground. The warrior recognized its elemental type. Water. The demon did not wait for him to strike. It charged forward, pushing the warrior back. Sensing things were about to spiral out of control, the warrior turned for help. Kid, can we pause our little feud and take down this demon together first? Aki pointed his finger as if controlling something, interrupting him with a pause. Just think about it. Why is this demon only attacking certain people? At that moment, the demon unleashed thousands of sharp spears, and the warrior finally realized something was off. He turned around, but those spears were now too close for comfort, ready to take his life. This demon was under his command, and the warrior's eyes were filled with fear. That demon was his puppet. How could this be? Just how much power was he hiding? With no time to ponder, he quickly summoned a shield from the ground. At the same time, the rain of spears came crashing down on him, but the shield held strong. Aki could not help but admire the warrior's strength. No wonder he was hired by such a prestigious family. While fending off the rain, the warrior reached out as if to summon something. And suddenly, an axe in the distance began to stir. The axe soared through the air, spinning toward the warrior. Just then, the demon was almost upon him, and the axe was dangerously close to its back. In a swift motion, he chopped at its back, and the axe flew back into the warrior's hands. He quickly activated the axe's ultimate mode, but it still dodged. He glanced at Aki. He realized that kid was controlling it. With that kind of ability, Aki looked like a demon in his eyes. Could he be a tier 6 warrior? There was no time for doubt. The warrior charged in to fight the demon, planning to take down this tier 5 demon first. Suddenly, a vine wrapped around the warrior's leg, and he was stunned as he looked down, not noticing the demon preparing to attack. The demon used the vine to disrupt his movements and lunged at him, but the warrior blocked it with his axe. However, the warrior was injured and growing weaker. If it were just a tier 5 demon, it would not be a big deal. But that unpredictable kid was in the mix, damn it. He saw the demon and felt a surge of fear as he urged the tier 6 warrior to act. A demon was a demon. They had to deal with it first. Hurry. Hurry, you two. Get in there. Did you hear me? She stammered, trying to explain her confusion. But, mister, I am not good at fighting. I am only good at support. And besides, I need to use my paralysis to help you deal with her. Right at that moment, Zidolia's hands trembled slightly. Her fingers moved a bit, yet she stubbornly pushed the tier 6 warrior to act cowardly, ignoring that tier 1 warrior. If something happens because of that demon, do not expect to get a dime from me. The tier 6 warrior was hesitant, but Zidoliu unexpectedly struck her from behind, causing her to scream in pain. How tragic for you, being a warrior. Shouldn't you fight with all your might so you do not fall behind the men? The tier 6 warrior turned to look back. Sneak attack. My body is paralyzed. She struggled to utter each word. How did you escape the paralysis? Zidoliu glared at her with a murderous look. I was a tier 6 warrior from the start. My healing knowledge is deeply ingrained in my brain. As long as I harness the energy to use your skills, I can escape it. The recovery system can save lives or take them, do not you think? The tier 6 warrior was losing consciousness, her strength fading, unable to speak any longer. As for her, she leaned forward right after Tichai Baludu, who pulled the knife out of her. She is a genius in recovery. After she collapsed, Titia Lu faced off against Hao Tao. The musclehead. Now it is your turn. I avoided her internal organs. Whether she survives depends on her now. But you are different. Hao Tao's grip tightened around him. How dare you sneak attack me? You are just a low-level warrior who only dares to strike from behind. Sure, I can't take down the demon, but you are just a low-tier female warrior. You are done for. Ati Welgu mocked him, sensing his chaotic aura and weak posture. Looks like you have no battle experience. You must be the type who got your family to use resources to buy you a warrior title, just to boost their reputation. Pathetic. You are such a spoiled brat. Her eyes sparkled with a deadly edge, tainting the title of warrior. Hao Tao was furious, thinking, damn that filthy woman. Why does she have to be such a pain? Realizing he lacked experience, memories flooded back to him. 10 years gone by. His father had recruited many powerful warriors to guide him, forcefully honing his core. But the process was torturous, and he always crumbled under pressure. But at least thanks to the protective abilities of those warriors, he barely reached the peak of a 5-horned warrior. Then he recalled the image of a tall figure, a 6-horned warrior. His father spent a fortune to recruit this warrior to escort him, and even arranged for a healer. I could have snagged the elemental quartz without breaking a sweat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. This whole plan is ruined. Damn it. Turning to the fighter, he yelled, what are you doing? Get over here and protect me. My father has given you plenty of benefits to protect me. He kept shouting while the warrior struggled against the demon. Can you hear me? Come protect me. He urged the warrior, who was grinding his teeth in frustration. If you heard me, take care of it already and come over. The warrior could not take it anymore. Booming. You useless piece of trash. Get your act together. You are just a guy who knows how to chase girls. A real loser who even a demon would not touch. It was the first time he was insulted like that, and he was too stunned to respond. He was about to yell back, but then he saw Titaji Elju still standing silently in front of him with the knife poised, and deep down, he knew he could not rely on that warrior anymore. He had to act, but TTVLU had already blinked behind him out of nowhere, stabbing him right in the ribs. Hao cried out in pain, spinning around to shove Tai Loku away. Get off. Titi Welgu pushed back, and at that moment, Hao suddenly clutched his head, losing control, yelling, it hurts. A quick glance, and Titi Welgu sensed something off about him. This kid clearly did not know how to harness energy. If he carelessly activated the terrifying energy of the 5-horned core now. She recalled what Si Dai Dong had said. Listen carefully. If the core's energy backfires, it will spiral out of control. If you encounter a warrior like that, everyone needs to steer clear. You can predict their loss of control if they suffer injuries. It will lead to severe damage. CC De Wei Tu's expression was serious. If you find yourself in a situation with energy backlash, stay calm. Channel your energy back to the path you know so well. If not, that overwhelming force will ultimately lead to self-destruction. Back in reality, Titia Lu had her jaw clenched. But that did not stop her from charging at Hao. Destined for a showdown that screamed drama. With a fierce stance, she launched herself towards him at an insane speed that was almost impossible to follow. Howdot's face was tense, veins popping, eyes wide as he stroked his hair with one hand while gripping his sword with the other. Daring to challenge her, he swung his sword straight at Tita-Ilodu. Unleashing immense power and lightning speed, he was nearly out of control, raising his sword high behind him. Spinning his body to build momentum. Try this move of mine. He unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed directly at Telu. Grinning triumphantly, caught off guard by Howdot's fast-paced movements. Telu was not fully prepared but, thanks to her natural skills and quick reflexes, she managed to dodge one of his powerful strikes. Seeing Telu react like that made Howdot feel cocky, and he laughed boastfully, declaring, "I am a warrior of the agile blue core. How could a healing green core like you keep up with my speed?" Titi-Loju looked at him, irritation evident on her face. "Shut up already," as she replied. Memories of her daily training routines and her father's words echoed in her mind. She recalled the times she had to balance on one hand while practicing her flexibility, a skill her father ingrained in her since childhood. Howdot's attack relied on the maximum energy force of the 5 cores, but it had no method, just wild slashes. Meanwhile, Howdot was still slashing wildly at Titrevaludu. He watched her effortlessly dodge his relentless strikes with a terrifying speed that made his teeth grind. He shouted in disbelief, "How can a weakling like you endure an attack from someone as fast as me?" Titrevaludu felt like she was just playing with Howdot, letting him swing and strike as he pleased while she maintained her calm. Thinking, "I will take you down head-on." Titrevaludu unleashed a burst of green energy that shot out like an arrow, pushing Howdot back and catching him off guard, staring straight at him. She declared, "My dad always said, no matter how powerful you are, if you do not know how to harness that power, you are not even 1% effective." With a decisive move, she struck Howdot back. He could not accept that he got hit like that. Thinking, "I am Howdot of the Min clan. You all will pay for underestimating me." Howdot charged at Titrevaludu with all his might, shouting for everyone to die. Titrevaludu quickly backed away, realizing his uncontrolled speed was even faster than she would imagined. With the distance closing in, dodging was no longer an option. She plunged her dagger into the ground, lowering her stance in preparation. Surrounded by a green shield, Titrevaludu resolved to take on his explosive attack alone, relying solely on her protective barrier for a direct defense. Howdot erupted with a burst of power, muscles bulging, eyes wide open, surrounded by a dazzling blue light that radiated everywhere, shooting out bolts of electricity that shook the very ground. That intense light drew the attention of Aki and the veteran soldier nearby. Both caught off guard. Everyone was stunned, taken aback, surprised. Aki quickly dashed over to where Titrevaludu and Howdot were, while the veteran soldier stood off to the side, seething with anger. "What a joke! That idiot actually got driven crazy by a girl with a single core." Sang illuminated the area. A powerful force surged forth, forming a massive blue energy sphere where the two clashed, resulting in an explosive eruption of earth and fire. After the chaos settled, a gigantic circular crater appeared on the ground, with thick clouds of dust swirling into the sky. Titrevaludu covered her face with one hand to shield herself from the dust, eyes shut tight, unsure of what had just happened, wondering if she could hold her ground with her protective barrier. Suddenly, a voice rang out, claiming she had forced a 5-core warrior to self-destruct. Titrevaludu opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. Startled, Aki stood in front of her, holding a massive stone with one hand while turning to say, "Great job. Look, you used the power of the needles and the aim to create a solid defensive barrier to protect yourself. Otherwise, with just Titrevaludu's flimsy barrier mainly for support and healing, she probably would not have been able to hold her ground." Titrevaludu sank to the ground, bowing her head in frustration, saying, "He does not even have the strength of a 5-core warrior, and his personality is just the worst, with no combat experience. Even a seasoned 1-core warrior could not hold their own." Tiantu felt a mix of emotions, a bit chaotic as she continued, "If it were not for me, I could never defeat a 5-core warrior. I might be finished in an instant." Aki simply looked at Tazuni-Eltu without saying much more, just reminding her, "Wait, you got injured during that fight with him. You need to recover quickly." Now Titrevaludu looked at herself, realizing, "I really did not pay attention earlier." Aki studied Titrevaludu for a moment before continuing, "Your strategy and courage are pretty impressive." Titrevaludu felt her cheeks flush, a mix of joy and embarrassment swirling inside her. She looked at Aki with sparkling eyes, slightly surprised. Stuttering, she said, "Whoa, wait. Stop rambling. Your fight is over, right? Where's that warrior?" Her mind was racing with questions, overflowing with confusion. Why was he suddenly praising her so seriously? Aki glanced over at the battle, where the demon he had controlled laid scattered in the aftermath of the earlier explosion. After all, It was just a body without consciousness. And that warrior. He was a core of 6. I doubt he can survive that. Right. He did not finish his sentence. But everyone could guess what he meant. The 6-core warrior stepped out from the smoke, looking unfazed. Haha. He strode forward, weapon in hand, completely unaffected by the explosion. But that useless young master is dead. Even if I leave the family, it is all good, he sighed, hand on his face, thinking maybe he would be targeted by the assassins hired by the Hen family every day. Who knows? I also know that the assassin warriors are part of an underground organization formed by desperate fighters taking on requests from clients. On those assassination contracts, the other warriors are incredibly pricey. Rumor has it that there is a formidable warrior with insane skills also involved in this organization. But to hire a top-tier assassin like that, money won't cut it. You need to offer something that matches their worth. The Earth Element user slung his weapon over his shoulder and made a decision not to fight anymore. You two are freaks. With powers like yours, why are you only using low-tier cores? Aki chuckled in agreement, saying the truth. Continuing this fight would be pointless. In his mind, he seemed to have accepted his fate. Sure enough, the target he needed to protect was already dead. In a place like this, he lost his reason to fight. The Earth Element user continued. If the one fighting me were serious, teaming up with that demon from earlier, I honestly would not be able to retreat unscathed. Controlling the element. The demon's corpse. You are hiding too many secrets. He fixed his gaze on Aki, demanding to know his capabilities and background. Aki stood calmly, his expression unwavering, and replied, I am just a lucky 4-core warrior with a few special abilities. With your 6-core strength, if you took me on for real, I would be in serious trouble. After hearing that, he pondered. Special abilities. Is he one of those rare prodigy warriors? I have heard of a few gifted warriors who truly possess abilities that ordinary ones can match. He looked at Aki, curious. If you have mastered elemental power, why do you want to go to the Bone City to find elemental quartz? It should be useless to you. Aki simply replied. That is none of your business. His words made Aki think a little more about elemental quartz. Indeed. It is typically meant for 5-core warriors to merge an element, but I want to see if elemental quartz can allow a warrior to merge elemental powers. What if I combine the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one, then use elemental quartz to merge them together? What would happen? This scary thought had been in his mind from the start. Not something he just came up with. He grimaced, muttering to himself, I need to find a way to boost my strength. He recalled a faceless man in tattered clothes, covered in blood, looking more monster than human. Dessa, a former 6-core warrior, definitely cannot be trapped in a place from which he could easily escape. If I want to save Dessa, I can rely solely on the demon power within me, as I might have to face the new king and the new 6-core warriors. Back outside, that 6-core red-core warrior had run out of things to say and turned to leave, saying, You should seriously get out of here. The explosive backlash from that idiot will quickly summon countless demons or warriors. In a place like this, you should look out for yourselves. He walked away, leaving behind a simple wish for the two of them. Good luck. Aki and Todolyu stayed behind to scout, probing and examining the traces left behind. They discovered unusual footprints, similar to those of forest creatures, and even had a run-in with a few monsters. On their journey, they stumbled upon a campfire where a group was sitting around, and ended up making new friends. Aki cheerfully shook hands with a girl with flowing hair, seemingly having decided to team up together. Late at night, in some desolate place, a voice echoed, Aren't you going to sleep for a bit? It turned out to be Tudolia's voice. She was lying in a sleeping bag while he sat vigil beside her. You go ahead and sleep first. I will catch some Z's later, half asleep and looking very drowsy. Tudolyu said, Your combat skills and negotiation tactics are pretty seasoned for someone our age. How do you have so much experience? Aki sat, at a loss for words, pondering for a moment. After a long while, he finally conjured up a reasonable excuse, confidently saying to himself, Maybe I know how to handle this. Yeah, that is it. Tudolyu could not help but chuckle at his antics, thinking, Dude, you are like the spirit of a goofy uncle. He leaned against the wall, gazing up at the moonlight, feeling like this scene had played out somewhere before. The image of him, just a moment ago, flickered like a warrior in an illusion under the gentle light of the moon. His answer was vague yet loaded with meaning. Perhaps that was it. Not wanting her to ask any further, he told Tudolyu, Get some sleep. Okay. Good night. Morning broke, and Tudolyu was jolted awake by the sound of an explosion, the unmistakable noise of battle. Aki was already up, standing and staring at a hole in the wall. Aki looked on calmly, stealing a glance at her, and there was even a demonic energy wave. The first thing Tudolyu asked upon waking was, Aren't you going to sleep? He replied, I dozed off for a bit. It is all good. The energy over there is chaotic. Seems like a lot of warriors are chasing after something. That demonic element must be showing up. He was gearing up to head out, his voice suddenly laced with excitement. Follow me. I have got a way to find that demon fast. 2 beams of light shot past in a blur. Too quick for the eye to catch, leading the way. Could not contain his thrill. He was beyond excited. Tudolu chased behind. Puzzled. And asked, "Why are you so hyped?" Aki held on to his excitement and replied, "It is just okay. What I say outside does not match what is going on in my head. Yeah, I am really excited. For me, this new type of demon is something I am really looking forward to. In my past life, I fought against all types of demons. This elemental demon has me extremely curious. I need to lay eyes on it before anyone else does." Shadows darted and sprang across the crumbling walls. So fast they left only streaks of color in the air. As Aki maintained his speed while glancing back, its speed is slowing down. It must have found a hiding spot. But now's definitely the time to catch it. Tudolio looked at him and asked, "Do you know where those elemental demons are? This area is huge. It is hard to find them. But do not worry." Aki's eyes sparkled with determination. "I know," he thought to himself, though he did not want to admit it. Ever since the aura of the elemental demon appeared, it felt like he could sense its existence. Images of the entire city flashed through Aki's mind, as if he could feel its kind. It was heading toward the Earth's core, and Tudolio pointed at the city wall, exclaiming, "Look over there." Aki glanced that way. The group up on the city wall was moving at a shocking speed, and it seemed they had noticed Aki and Tudolio. Aki frowned at them, his gaze sharp as he realized the response team had also taken notice of the recent battle, but they still needed time to fully uncover the demon element. A different thought sparked in his mind. Shortcuts were necessary. He grabbed Tudolio's hand. His voice was serious. "We have to go." Tudolio was confused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Aki pulled him along at lightning speed, heading straight down into a deep, wide pit. Aki hugged Tudolio and jumped quickly into the lake below. It was pitch black and dangerously ominous. Aki sensed something lurking beneath the fortress. This was the fastest way to find it. I was pretty confident in mastering the elemental force. Aki exerted himself, his face turning pale. "I have always wanted to try this," he said as he embraced Tudolio. From the depths of the pit shot up long branches, forming a crisscrossing square net. That was the wood element. Wrapped around. They quickly slowed down thanks to those wooden nets. Tudolio yelled loudly, and Aki felt an exhilarating rush. "This is thrilling." A loud bang it. And the scene shifted as someone called out Aki's name. It turned out to be Tudolio. She called out, "Where are you?" Tudolio looked down. His voice was a whisper. "I am right below you." Aki scratched his forehead and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry about that. Did I scare you? Can you step down?" Tudolio's face flushed red as she punched him, leaving him struggling in the night. Little did they know, there was a cave within these underground ruins. Tudolio, frightened from behind, asked in a small voice, "How much further?" Aki's steps halted. "We are really close now." He signaled for silence and began to observe ahead. A demon appeared in front of them. It was a 5-star demon. Seemingly resting, Aki thought to himself, "Found it the demon element." Tudolio also spotted it and began to analyze slowly. This is a quartz demon element, a 5-star demon. But it is different from ordinary 5-star demons. When it unleashes its power, it is extremely potent. Aki added, "Once we engage, it will attract many capable warriors. We need to deal with this demon before anyone else finds this place. Extract the elemental meat from it, and get out of here," he said, looking at her with utmost seriousness. "I estimate we have only 5 minutes to fight. I need your support." Tudolio thought to herself. 5 minutes, dealing with a 5-star demon element. She looked down. "What do you need me to do?" They sat in the dark corner, quietly discussing. Tudolio looked at him, surprised. "Operating high-level energy. Where did you get all that experience?" "I believe you can do it." "I will go first," he said, charging toward the monster. The 5-star demon screeched, and Aki summoned his magic. His face changed, a red streak appearing from his forehead to the corner of his eye, his eyes shining bright. In Aki's mind, he was laying out a plan to tackle the monster. Observing closely, he noticed that other teams entering the fortress had many warriors with incredibly strong sensing abilities. If they did not resolve this quickly, stronger teams would arrive, and getting the quartz element would be a lot harder than the ferocious 5-star beast. Surprisingly quick to find our hiding spot. This is not going to be easy. It unleashed 2 flames, 1 orange and 1 blue. I was not wrong. You can control multiple types of elemental forces. Aki thought as he leaped high. The 5-star demon questioned suspiciously. "Your aura reveals it all. You are a demon." With that, he merged the 2 flames from earlier, creating a swirling firestorm of dual colors that charged straight at Aki. Aki suddenly understood something. So that is it. As long as you balance the energy between the elements, you can control multiple elements at once. Aki focused his energy. "Now it is my turn." You conjured 2 flames just like that demon and charged right in. The 2 forces collided with a thunderous impact, sending smoke and debris flying everywhere. The atmosphere crackled with a powerful energy. Zituoliu recalled the earlier scene Aki had warned her not to be surprised by his strength and appearance. You can consider it my special ability. Remember this, I am Aki. Zituoliu finally got it. This was indeed Aki's special ability. And this aura was remarkably similar to that of a demon. Both of them were pushed back by the force of each other as powers. And the 5-star demon fixed its gaze on Aki, a hint of admiration in his tone. He observed. Just one glance, and you have grasped my skills. How can you manipulate both water and fire elements? Not your average Joe. Aki advanced and delivered another blow, catching him off guard. He suddenly retreated, using the wood element to heal his wounds. The metal element. Ah. So you even know how to use the wood element to heal your wounds. Brimming with confidence, raised his hand to look at him. I have figured out your ability. Well then, let us wrap this up. With resolute eyes, he summoned wood elements to create vines that ensnared the demon, leaving it utterly shocked. The wood element, so that is also under your control. With newfound confidence, you fashioned a weapon just like during the demon arena. That 5-star demon was using the metal element like that. But he remained determined. Alright, let us see whose elemental force is stronger. Unleashing all my metal elemental force, the 5-star demon generated a massive energy wave called the Tri-Blade Shield. Aki smirked, finally forcing him to concentrate his energy. With that, he shouted, now! From a distance, Lu readied her arrow, entering a battle stance. She recalled Aki's earlier explanation to her. This is a high-ground energy operation. Try to gather the core energy and feel its existence. Sense the flow and form of the energy within, the invisible energy body transforming into something tangible, converting energy into a weapon. Then she thought to herself, let me take charge. Lu gripped her arrow, ready to attack, her eyes shining bright with heroism. Remembering Aki's bold plan, Zituoliu anxiously looked up at him. Should I unleash the final strike? After saying that, she lowered her head, feeling a bit uncertain. But this was a 5-star demon, a special kind of demon at that. Plus, with its high intelligence, if it focused on defense, we might not be able to take it down quickly. Aki smiled at her. Encouragingly, I will force it to concentrate its energy in one spot. Then you can counterattack with me. I am sure you know, when it focuses its energy to attack, its defense will be extremely weak. At that moment, Zituoliu prepared to launch the spear she had conjured with all her might. The energy from the green core surged behind the demon, which was struggling against Aki's onslaught. This was the perfect moment for an ambush. By the time the demon sensed the attack from behind, it would be too late. They had just begun preparing for this very strike. In an instant, Tidrilogu's attack pierced through the demon's chest, making it scream in agony. With the spear still poised, Lu could not help but think. The energy technique Aki taught me can draw out my energy to its max potential. Who knew it could shoot straight through a demon? Just moments ago, it had not put up any defense. And now, as the spear pierced its body, the demon desperately tried to use wood element magic to heal itself, but failed, leaving it stunned, unable to heal. It seized the moment as Aki rushed towards the demon, not forgetting to praise. Great job. Look, as he got closer, he reached out for the elemental crystal. After grabbing the elemental crystal, he appeared behind the demon. Losing the crystal made it drop to its knees in shock. It could not accept that the energy within it was fading away. Why could not it heal instantly? Aki held the elemental crystal in his hand and turned to the demon, explaining with a sly grin that Elju's attack was pure healing energy. During the attack, this type of energy repelled any healing methods that were not inherent, causing the demon's energy to continuously dwindle, making it slump down, trembling all over, repelled. It had been calculated. And finally, the demon lay on the floor, completely drained of energy, just managing to utter its last words. Everything was over. And seeing the demon fall, Lu rushed over to Aki. Are you okay? Aki raised the elemental crystal with a wink at her. Thanks to you, we got the core. Your last attack was epic. No doubt you are a genius. Hearing Aki's praise, she stared blankly, her face flushing. Quickly, she turned away, crossing her arms to shift the attention. But inside, she felt determined. Stop blushing. Of course. I do not want to get in your way, she replied. But Aki was still concerned. You really used up nearly all your energy on that last hit. Right. Are you okay? Issa was still able to move freely when suddenly, the sound of footsteps behind Tetralu'u caught her attention. She bit her lip anxiously and glanced back. A few warriors with strong sensing abilities could pinpoint the exact location of the energy waves from the battle. This squad of fighters definitely includes people like that. With that, he immediately dashed in the opposite direction. I think I heard footsteps to the left, he said. Let us head to the right to find our way out. but before they could move. Suddenly, Aki felt a sharp pain, stumbling back as he dropped to one knee, covering his mouth as blood spilled out. Seeing Aki spit blood left to Gilju in shock, she rushed over to support his arm, causing the elemental crystal to fall and crack. "Are you okay?" In pain, pushed himself up with one hand, confusion swirling in his mind. What just happened? I did not feel Mikama's attack. He was in excruciating pain. Slumped over, scratching the floor with his hand. It hurts so much. What is going on? My body. It hurts too much. Aki groaned, leaning his head down, making Yelzu worry. Where are you hurt? After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he thought, I get it now. This body, it is overloaded. This body of mine is so weak. Even though it is much more synchronized than before, you remember the battle scenes from before, but over time, I have relied too much on demonic power. Have I finally reached the overload threshold of this body? Damn it, why is it now, of all time, that I think of this? Aki tries to hand the elemental quartz to Tsuda Liu. You take the quartz and get out of here first. The other warriors are about to arrive. Just go. Wait for me. Without waiting for you to finish, she grabs your wrist and shouts. Shut up. Then she drapes her arm over your shoulder, helping Aki along. Together, they head toward a fork in the path. I do not know what you have been through. I do not have time to hear your explanation. She glances at Aki, her voice steady. I am the captain. I won't leave you here alone. Up ahead, she spots stairs and encourages Aki. It seems like going up ahead will get us to the surface. If we get to the surface, there will be more oxygen. You will feel better. For a complex structure like the Fortress of Bone, there must be other exits. Drenched in sweat, endures the pain in silence. After a while, the two of them reach the top of the stairs and are greeted by sunlight. But as Dudu Liu steps out, looking exhausted and soaked in sweat, she thinks, finally, we made it to the surface. If they keep heading this way, they should be able to escape the Fortress of Deuce. But as she looks at the castle before her, she wonders, why does it look just like the architecture from my dream? Suddenly, from the stairs behind them, the sound of rushing wind fills the air. Black figures burst forth, sending dust flying everywhere. One guy with a core rank of 5 grins widely. So you guys actually made some progress with your temporary squad. The sensitivity of you three twins is truly impressive. The group stands their striking poses, staring at Sudalu and Aki. They are all rank 5. There is no need for pleasantries. Heh. So they were the ones who caused the earlier commotion. But Sudalu looks at the group in shock. Those are rank 5 warriors. Damn it. One guy with 2 dark circles under his left eye leans back, arms crossed, observing Sudalu, a rank 1 warrior. I can't believe my eyes. Is your squad just the 2 of you? Did your other member get injured during that fight with the demon? Suddenly, he notices something and looks down at Aki's hand, pointing in surprise. Wait a minute. You have got elemental quartz. The group gasps in shock. Then they break into grins. Great. Huh. Looks like we won't have to work too hard. We will be taking that quartz. You know, our squad 1T agree to that. Su Dulu grits her teeth in fear as she hears them. What are we going to do? I can take them on. This is frustrating. If only I were a bit stronger, I could protect Aki. Suddenly, Aki pulls his hand away from Sudulu. Surprising her, try to lift the elemental quartz for me. Help me out. Hold on to that quartz. Stay calm and analyze the situation. Their goal is the quartz. But here, they won't let us leave alive. Teacher Aki continues to draw on his core energy, worrying Sudulu. But your body, at the very least, I can still fight. You drag your sword forward, leaving a powerful silhouette that inspires others. I am a warrior, and I will fight until my last breath. The sight of a battle-scarred figure shouldering a sword stunned the crowd. It is the injured 4-horn warrior. You think you can take us on? We have got 6 5-horn warriors. Haha. If you know what is good for you, just hand over the quartz, and I will make sure 2 of you kick the bucket real quick. Aki panted heavily, thinking to himself, I can feel it, the demonic energy coursing through me. It is almost impossible to awaken it again, because my body can't handle that overwhelming dark power anymore. This is going to be a rough fight. Not seeing Aki respond, the crowd sprang into action, based on their own skills. Whoever grabs it first gets to keep it. Let us see who can snag it before the others catch up. Suddenly, an image of Aki collapsing flashed in Lu's mind, making her anxious. Why am I remembering that dream out of nowhere? At that moment, the others charged at Aki with weapons drawn. The bald leader shouted orders. Kill them. This time, leave the elemental core to us. One of the other team members fought for dominance. Haha. Sorry, but this one's going to our squad. This guy seems serious. But we have already found a buyer. Even if we do not need the elemental core, selling it will make us a fortune. Splitting it 3 ways will still get us all some serious upgrades. For about a minute, Aki gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. I can sense that if I unleash the demonic power one more time, my body can only hold out for about a minute. Why must this cursed body act up now? Lu anxiously watched his every unstable reaction. At the very least, I need to ensure he can leave here safely. Aki drew on his sword's power to temporarily subdue the 6 attackers. Blood dripped from his mouth. But if I still have a little left, that is enough to take you all down. The true strength within him ignited, starting the countdown 60 seconds. The bad guys could not believe their eyes. That aura. What is going on? Is he a demon? Aki moved like a gust of wind. Zipping away in an instant he vanished. The opponents activated their abilities to sense enemies. But they could not even spot Aki. When did he jump behind them? 5-8 seconds. The blonde guy sensed it. 5-7 seconds. He immediately yelled. He was about to say something. But Aki punched him in the gut. Aki's eyes lit up. Let us start with you. The other 2 had not even recovered. They were fuming. Get him. Brothers. 5 seconds. They all charged together. Kill this demon. Avenge our brother. 5-4 seconds counting down. 5-3 seconds. 5-2 seconds. With earth and metal elements, Aki swiftly took them down one by one. Leaving everyone dumbfounded, his skills and speed were incredible. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down 3 of them. What the heck is he? Aki confidently advanced, counting down from 40 seconds. The bald guy began reassessing the situation, believing that those 3 brothers were more attuned to sensing than he was. But after all, they were still 5-horn warriors. And just like that, the imposter was defeated. The remaining guys started to act up. We need to hold our ground. It is ridiculous that we can't even take down a demon. Alright. Let us give it our all. Aki charged towards them, but suddenly he froze, with his hands planted to the ground. He used them as leverage to steady himself. The countdown was at 38 seconds. He bit down on his hand to sharpen his focus. It felt like his insides were about to explode. Damn it. 36 seconds left. Tetsudo realized his time was running out. Aki's body could not hold on any longer. 34 seconds. The attackers were reveling like it was hunting season, thinking it would be a piece of cake to snatch the core of that top-tier warrior. But the guy in front of him was definitely an unpredictable factor. 32 seconds left. And that brainless head started charging at him. This was their chance to take him down. And Aki was still sharp enough to notice. You want to rush in and kill me? Be my guest? Aki used his energy as a protective shield. The head charged in, thinking it had the upper hand. But it was just a mere barrier. Just hit me head on. Everyone, use your skills. This attack of theirs is totally pointless. They were all panting like dogs. Boss, should we keep attacking? We have already burned through so much energy. The protective barrier was shrinking rapidly. But it could not break. The head started to doubt life itself. Why is this happening? It is collapsing. He thought to warn his teammates it is a trap. Everyone, stop. Aki grinned with satisfaction. Too late. This attack will drain all your energy back to you. The countdown was over. And all the hits they landed on his shield were now heading back to their owners on that site. This energy is definitely linked to the elemental core. They are rushing toward the light. Aki's shield vanished, and he collapsed to his knees. Exhausted, Tetsudo rushed to his side. Breathe. Just a little breath left. Hold on. His eyes were shut tight, unable to voice another word. Damn. If only I could control the blast's range and density. Thank goodness she is okay. Aki slumped back. Tetsudo quickly caught him. Aki instinctively pushed her away. Do not worry about me. You go ahead. The wild energy surge had attracted a lot of warriors and demons. Tetsudo frowned. Displeased, if it were you, would you abandon your teammates? She firmly grabbed the quartz. Let me carry you. I can't let you fight alone like this. She hoisted Aki onto her back. Leave the rest to me. Her brows knitted together as she recalled that dream. It is starting to feel too much like that dream. The wooden door creaked open, spilling light into the dim corridor ahead. The beginning of the hallway still had light filtering through a few windows. But the air was thick with the stench of blood. She knew it was dangerous, but with no way out. Tetsudo had no choice but to support Aki as they moved inside. She panted heavily, guiding Aki down the hallway. Everything was drenched in Aki's color. Just a little more. She clutched the elemental crystal tightly, trying to keep Aki from slipping off her back. We have got this. But there was still no response from Aki as she looked back at him. Stay awake. Don't sleep. But Aki remained unresponsive, his weight pressing down on Tetsudo, making her legs tremble. Please. Wake up. It is so hard. We struggled so hard to get here. And suddenly Aki's hand went limp, causing the elemental quartz to slip and tumble behind us. Titia Lu was taken aback by the sight. She caught Aki, turning to reach for the quartz, her mind racing with the earlier scene. It is more like she did not know when it all began. She remembered the time she had slept, These were the very visions that had haunted her dreams. Every scene matched reality perfectly. So now, she swallowed hard, lifting her gaze on the side. Fearing what might come, 2 high-level demons suddenly appeared, staring her down. As she sensed the danger looming above, her legs trembled. With determination, she mustered all her strength to keep Aki close and sprinted away from the demons. She ran. But unfortunately, she could not match their speed. One of them closed in on her. Tclu had no choice but to pull Aki down, shielding him in her embrace as the demon raised its sharp claw and roared. The final fate of the warrior who managed to grab the elemental quartz here ended with demon's razor-sharp arm piercing through Teewelu. There was only death. As it retracted its arm, Tclu fell forward, causing Aki, whom she was protecting, to fly out of her grasp, while the 2 demons gazed at the 2 of them, lying motionless on the ground. How did these pathetic fools even get here? Let alone get their hands on the elemental quartz. We are not wasting our time here. Tclu lay on the floor, gasping for breath, her heart racing, pierced by a demon. Can T recover from this? Can I? The blue demon walked over to Aki, using its foot to flip him over. This guy still has a pulse. How strange. Tclu watched as the demon approached Aki, struggling to reach out, her vision fading. There was a smell on him that made her uneasy. Don't touch. The demon sat there, observing Aki for a while. I do not like the smell of this man. Let us chop off his head for fun. Upon hearing this, Tclu gathered all her strength to shout, making the 2 demons turn to look. Don't touch him. She glared fiercely at the 2 demons. Even as her blood continued to pour onto the floor, the blue demon stepped closer, a mocking grin on its face. Impressive? About to die but still able to shout. After saying this, it lunged straight at Tclu's stomach, causing her to double over from the force, sending her flying backward. But I am just too weak. Tclu thought bitterly through the pain. Yep. She was too weak. She struggled to open her eyes, trying to look at Aki. I could not protect my teammate. I could not protect Aki. At that moment, Tclu's vision began to fade. Do not touch Aki. As her eyelids grew heavy, she continued to blame herself. Damn it. I want to protect Aki so badly. But it's all because I am so weak. I want to accept this. If only I were a little stronger. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the space. How annoying. This is so awkward. Out of nowhere, the sound of high heels clicked, and a beam of light appeared right in the middle of the corridor as a figure stepped out. Freezing time and space while Tclu was sent flying into the void, the demon queen stepped out of the space. One of the 6 great queens, the master of time and space. Her oddly blue eyes gleefully gazed at the scene unfolding before her. The 6 kings warned me not to intervene and help that human warrior. But in the end, I could not resist. Seriously. She watched Aki gasping for breath next to the demon ready to strike him down. But can you really blame me? The one I am worried about is the 6 kings who is trapped inside that human's body. After all, she adjusted her dress to fit snugly as she sat down. This human body just can't handle the power of the beloved 6 kings. She sat, brushing her hair aside, fixating on. This body was overloaded long ago. Yet here it is, still holding on. She gazed at Aki's peaceful face, eyes closed in tranquility. Just as the 6 kings said. The will of this human she is fond of is truly astonishing. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Right. I need to confirm something. The Black King leaned down close to Aki, whispering in his ear like a lover. Are you there? The whisper was sweet, but no voice answered back in the quiet space. She sighed, propping herself up with her hands to stand. It is pathetic. I finally get to see you. And you want to wake up. At that moment, the Black King noticed Ziduli. Oh right. That girl. After she spoke, she vanished and reappeared right in front of Ziduliu, grinning as she studied her face. There is a wave of power about you that I recognize. Interesting. She stood there contemplating for a while. It seems even stronger than I imagined. Your power. Unfortunately, you are just a human. You can unlock the strength that is inherently yours. As she said this, she suddenly had a thought. She touched her lips, amused as she mused. If the kings told me not to directly help that little one, then could not I help indirectly? I am not being too clever here. She stretched her hands out to lift Ziduliu's head and legs. Let me help you evolve into a new life. Her beautiful mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth. You carry the wave of time within you. And just like that, she pressed her lips against Ziduliu's slightly parted ones. I grant you my power. And in that instant, the green core on Ziduliu's chest was immediately consumed by darkness, altering every cell within her until her core transformed into deep black. But it did not stop there. The symbol began spinning like a propeller before settling into the shape of a core. The core of time and space. Afterward, the king withdrew her tongue from Ziduliu's enticing lips, staring at the core on her chest. I can't believe your body could accept so much of my power. Very good. It seems your desire to grow strong is fierce. At that moment, she leaped backward toward the portal, not forgetting to blow a heart at Zidu Liu. I am counting on you. Once the Black King passed through, the portal closed, and in that instant, circles radiated outward, signaling that time and space had begun to flow. As Tidibro Lu fell, blood splattered everywhere. Aki faced the sharp arm of the grinning demon, ready to pull the trigger and behead him, but just then, a hand gripped that sharp arm tightly, preventing any movement. The demon looked on in shock. This hand did not belong to the person in front of him. Wait, what is this? The blue demon turned towards the other person. Over there. The demon was astonished to see a cloud of smoke accompanied by a voice emerging from it. How is this possible? I told you earlier. Titi Velu stepped out from the smoke, transformed and completely different. Dante touched him. Her signature white hair was now half-dyed jet black, her eyes glimmering like a radiant jewel. This is the form of a demon. Empty Bech Decay, with powers over time and space. She charged towards the demon. Go ahead. Try touching him. Her space manipulation made her hand reach out and claw at him, causing him to yelp in surprise. The demon stumbled back. Shocked. Are we? Titioldu said, I am not kin to you filthy beasts. The other demon calmly replied, trying to maintain its composure. Whoever you are, you will die. It lunged at her, but Tidra Logu stood firm. Conjuring some sort of magic with her hands, a cube appeared above the demon's head, crashing down on it, immobilizing the creature. You can manipulate space. It grunted, trying weakly to cling to the ground to stand up. Do not underestimate me. It is just one blade, not even close to killing me. Titia Lu scoffed. Who said there was only one? Turns out she had conjured dozens of blades around it, and then furiously brought them all down. The sound shattered the air, accompanied by the demon's agonizing screams. The ground where it stood was now a crater, and its shadow was nowhere to be seen. After finishing with that one, she moved toward the remaining demon, seeing her power. This demon began to tremble, realizing the severity of the situation. How deep has that pit been torn by space? Even its ally could not hold its ground. She glared at it and said, Your turn is next. The demon quivered and backed away. Why is it that she is just a tiny human? Yet she exudes such an oppressive aura. It spoke up cautiously. Wait, I am really curious. What are you two? You do not need to speak. I can tell from your power that you are one of us. Plus you have that rare space ability. And you have allies too. There is an aura about you that terrifies us. What are you? Titi Olu calmly replied with the same old line. We are human warriors. The demon burst into laughter. You are human warriors. You really believe that about yourselves just now. That was only the strength of a first-level warrior. And in the blink of an eye, you have the power of a fourth-level warrior. Even at the fifth level, we could not stand against you. Before it finished speaking, Ti Volwu rushed forward, tearing the demon's body in half. You are too loud. She paused for a moment, staring at the demon. Then she bent down to Karasaki's cheek. You always saved me before. This time, I will save you. She collected the demon's crystal and helped Aki up. Let us get out of here. At the city's entrance, the sound of knocking echoed loudly. The two soldiers outside the city shouted through the loudspeakers, checking for survivors, and upon seeing humanity, they quickly turned back to open the gate. As the door swung open, Ziduli was helping Aki step out, covered in injuries. Exhausted, she said. We are out. But before she could finish, she collapsed. Seeing this, the two soldiers rushed to them, urging, Get them to the treatment room. Quick, Dante looked back. Everyone was gripped by fear at the horrifying sight before them. It was a mass of demons. Crushed by the space around them. What on earth was happening? And how did they even get here? Dozens of demons were being crushed or passing through each other, creating a scene that was both terrifying and surreal. In Ziduliu's dream, a voice suddenly echoed, confirming, I knew I was not mistaken. You are a perfect match for my power. Little sister, within you lies an untapped ability for foresight, and I am incredibly curious and excited about it. Zidulu gently opened her eyes to find another version of herself in front of her. She jolted awake, looking up at the ceiling, sitting up in bed. She realized she was in a medical room on the outskirts of the city. It seemed they had been rescued. But that dream, who was it? She raised her hand, observing it for a moment. Her wounds had healed. What is going on? A serious injury like that feels like it never existed. Zidulu felt foggy about her memories. Why could not she remember anything clearly from her time in the city? That part of her memory felt like it was shrouded in a thick, black mist. Suddenly, a hand draped a coat over her, reminding her of who pulled her out to safety. She turned back to Aki, who continued, I heard someone brought us here. You really held on until we reached the city gate. Zidulu suddenly recalled the battle and asked Aki, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Aki smiled and replied, Just a few minor wounds, nothing serious. But then his voice dropped, tinged with sadness. Just a few minor wounds. Nothing to worry about. I am sorry for being so careless. My body did not feel right back in the city. We almost lost our lives because of that elemental core. Zidu Liu suddenly realized something and looked around, asking, "Oh right. What happened to your elemental core? Where's the core?" Aki held up the core in his hand, shaking it before showing it to her. "Don't panic. It is right here with me. When I woke up, I found it stuffed in my clothes. Did you help me hide it? Thanks for being so thoughtful." Zidu Liu, her tone skeptical. "How?" Aki replied. "Anyway, we achieved our goal in this expedition to the city. Now we need to find a safer place. Let us analyze this core," Zidu Liu said as she stepped off the bed, her expression deep in thought. "If that is the case, let the medical staff know." She put on her coat and walked out, saying, "Once we finish the paperwork, we can leave." Ieki looked at her, impressed with her strength, and nodded. "Sounds good." But after a moment, he sensed something was off. "What happened in the city? Why do you have the same aura as I do?" The two of them drove away from the treatment station on the outskirts, and Zidu Li turned to Aki and asked, "Do you need a place to meditate while driving?" Replied, "Yeah, a place where I can focus my mind. I might need to spend some time studying this elemental quartz to make it easier to merge." Aki pondered thoughtfully. "Based on the demonic element, I can use all the elemental forces. And this piece of quartz contains the last element I need, earth. If I fuse all 5 elements, and then use the quartz to recombine them into one, what will happen?" Su Dulio told me that he once heard his father say that some B-rank towns or higher offer training rooms for rent, usually for warriors to train in, which might just meet your needs. Aki replied, "That is great. Up ahead, there is a B-rank town. Let us check it out. It is called Salamanca, built based on ancient architecture. Outside, it is ancient, but inside it is a modern trading city." Aki and Tuzu Doli got off the vehicle and stepped into the bustling streets. This town seemed quite popular, yeah. While walking, they noticed a lot of warriors who were not locals. Atsu Liu spotted 2 warriors carrying guns on their backs and was taken aback. "There is even a squad of warriors from the Sand team hanging out here." Aki laughed and replied, "A city kid like you ended up in the Sand team," Tsuda Li responded, explaining that this is just common architecture. The Sand team is made up of human warriors who do not live in the town, although the area outside the town does not have permanent residences. The main goal is exploration and resource hunting. Typically, they operate in small groups with extremely strict requirements for individual capabilities. Armed and highly organized, Salamanca may be a rank town, but it is a unique trading city. Aki sighed after hearing her. "So that is why other warriors can come in. The trading city is thriving. And I hope to find a suitable training room without any hassles," when suddenly a loud voice boomed. "What is this 300 battle points thing?" The shop owner looked at Aki and said, "Are you serious? A warrior who does not know what battle points are. Battle points are the unique currency for your kind. Warriors can use battle points anywhere. Are not you a warrior? How do you not know about this stuff? Are you cosplaying or something?" Su Delu cut in, pointing at the machine on the table. "Battle points are tied to your identity. And finding out how many you have is pretty simple. Just swipe your finger over that machine." Seeing how knowledgeable she was, the guy could not help but exclaim, "You really know your stuff." After listening to their explanation for a while, Aki put his hand on the machine. "Let me give it a try." He thought to himself, "In my previous life, there was no such thing as battle points. Resources were fairly distributed among everyone. If you need something, just submit a request." Times have really changed quickly. After a moment, the machine announced the results of the battle point check. And everyone around him looked at him and burst into laughter. "This kid came here to mess around. You are trying to rent a training room without any battle points." The shop owner was furious, yelling right in his face, "You think this is a joke? No battle points, and you want to rent a training room? Are you here to stir up trouble?" Aki chuckled, twirling his ear, thinking, "Am I really this poor in this life? Why does it feel so strange?" The shop owner was fuming. "My training room is the best in the area. The cheapest is 600 battle points a day." Meanwhile, while the two were chatting, someone at the machine next door was checking their balance, 120,000 battle points. So that is what TC Devalu told the shop owner. To set up a spacious room. Both Aki, the shop owner, and everyone there were left wide-eyed and speechless. She said to hurry up. Her true identity is the richest person in Hylos. After that, the owner led the two into the room. Aki said, "This time, consider it a debt I owe you. I will pay it back." "No need for that." The shop owner kept mumbling. "Please follow me, my lovely and charming customer." Iki stepped up and asked, "Although I knew her family was wealthy, I did not expect it to be that rich." Tidri Wogu thought to herself, "My father taught me to be humble." It was all because they laughed at Aki. The owner walked ahead and pointed to a room, saying, "This is it." The three entered a massive room. The owner explained to the two that the room was nearly 200 square meters. The walls, Top and bottom were all built with solid materials. And at the back, there was even a balcony. This is a special lounge area. During training, if anything happens, you can hide underground. It is top-notch for training, Aki said as she walked in. But Logu replied from outside. If you like it, take this room. Just wait until my companion is done. The shop owner cheerfully responded. Sure. I will be off then. If you need anything, just call me. Lelu stepped into the room and spoke to Aki. I won't bother you any longer. Feel free to use it. I will take a stroll around the city for a bit. After that, I will rent a nearby room. I need to calculate my gains from the past few days. Aki sighed in response. Alright. I will contact you when I am done. But it is getting cold. Here, take my jacket. Lelu shyly yelled. Who wants to wear your jacket? After that, she left, and both began their work. Aki focused. Knowing she had to become stronger, I must rescue Dessa, the old six-pointed star, due to the resistance. The new frontier has broken both my hands and legs. The new six also has a new king. When the time comes, I will settle the score with you all. The backlash from this demonic power made it clear that I could not solely rely on demonic strength. I had to make my original power stronger too. I will use the earth element extract for myself first, then merge it with the 5 elemental powers. He began chanting the incantation for the core, which started to glow, responding to my core elemental energy. Meanwhile, Logu walked through the bustling streets, still deep in thought. On her way here, she seemed to recall a few things about the city of treasure-hidden bones. It felt like a sudden awakening of some power within me, and in an instant, my strength reached a new peak. It was a kind of power that was both overwhelming and strange. Am I really that eager to grow stronger? What kind of power is this? I still had not fully grasped that strength. Lost in thought, I suddenly noticed a long line forming. That place looks incredible. No cutting in line for tickets. It turned out to be the venue for the martial arts fighters competition, where warriors from various forces came together. Therefore, this martial arts ranking would attract a massive crowd. Wait. I might need to fight to master and control this mysterious power. No matter how much I mumbled to myself, one thing was clear. I was genuinely going to fight to get stronger. If you want to step into the arena, you have to keep your identity under wraps. Suddenly, she hears the sound of blades, and sees masks and nano jackets for fighters being sold in the hall. She heads over, buys a fierce mask, and thinks to herself, I want to become strong. I do not want to be a burden anymore. And I definitely do not want anyone, especially any demons, to underestimate my power. If there is some mysterious power awakening within me, then I will learn to control it. As she steps inside, she halts her thoughts. The owner, in front of today's earnings, can't he help but sigh in awe. Today's haul will be impressive. She approaches him and asks, Boss, I want to join the arena. How do I sign up? He responds cheerfully. Welcome. What is your fighter rank? You can share your name or nickname. Just call me the arena demon. We have got someone here to sign up. The owner beams like a sunflower and welcomes her with open arms. At the Salamanca arena. We are glad to have you. Are you ready to fight today? Lelu tilts her head slightly. Can I join right now? Upon hearing this, the owner squints his eyes in delight. That is fantastic. It has been a while since we had a new female fighter. The male fighters have already solidified their ranks, so it is rare for women to join the arena. If we spread the word, we will be rolling in duff. Thinking this, the owner turns to his staff and shouts, Get over here and show her the way. A young boy rushes over. Breathing heavily. This way. This way. Follow me. He bows respectfully and points toward the hallway behind him. Please follow me. The boy stammers nervously as they walk down the dimly lit corridor. I have already registered you on the computer as the arena demon. I will briefly go over the arena rules for you. Lelu watches a couple of fighters heading out and comments, catching the boy off guard. Just call me arena demon. No need for honorifics. The boy smiles widely but still stutters. Okay. Then, arena demon it is. Lelu replies, trailing behind him casually. What is the highest rank of fighters here right now? I heard this is the arena for Sakalaman. The highest rank here is the 5-element fighter, the boy explains. So do not worry. You are the arena demon. He adds, this is the male fighter's arena. And the highest rank for female fighters is the 4-element fighter. Not having researched beforehand, Lelu is curious and asks, wait, so there are separate arenas for men and women? Exactly. The number of male fighters is huge. And this format is pretty common. The boy replies, it is rare for female fighters to join. Lelu walks gracefully behind him. But why separate the arenas? Isn't it better to fight together? It used to be mixed, the boy admits, looking a bit embarrassed. But I heard the male fighters were not keen on battling female fighters, saying it is embarrassing. Winning feels embarrassing too. So they ended up separating the arenas. It is really rare for female fighters to show up now. He adds. TTLU frowns at this notion. Strength should determine victory. There is nothing embarrassing about it. Anyone who thinks that is just a weakling trying to convince themselves otherwise. The boy blushes, admiring her courage. That is so cool, he thinks. Eyes wide, clenching his fists. Breathing heavily. Yeah, you are right. A warrior decides victory with their strength. But just as she was about to say more, the loudspeaker blared into both of them, and the boy pointed ahead, saying they had arrived. In front of them was a spacious area, a fighting arena shaped like a lotus, mixed with the cheers of the audience, a stage for female warriors. From the start, she felt a bit overwhelmed, thinking to herself, there are so many people. If I were not wearing a mask, I would seriously be freaking out right now. Getting her spirit back, she looked at the boy and asked, we just need to get on stage. Right. Yeah. You better give it your all. Winning means a cash prize. She was from a wealthy family and did not care much about money. So she turned around and surprised the boy with her question. A cash prize. Is there anything else besides that? Well, there is the cash prize, and the boy hesitated, scratching his nose as he asked, ranking. Your ranking on the fighting board will go up. It is considered an honor. That is good enough for me. And with that, she strode confidently toward the arena, her robe billowing in the wind. Nothing was more important than the glory of a warrior. Watching her, the boy stared in awe and then blushed, shyly covering his face. The boy felt a part of the moon shining brightly in the night sky. From the start, she stood tall on the stage. We have a new member in our female warrior arena. Let us welcome the warrior known as the Slaughter Cat. Hearing this, the audience erupted in cheers. Woohoo. It had been ages since a female warrior stepped into the ring, so they were eager to see a fight. From the start, she looked up at the audience, thinking to herself, their reaction is so enthusiastic. It seems that female warriors rarely participate in the fighting arena. I am really curious about the situation on the male warrior side. We are the last remaining female warriors now, our goddess of the female fighting arena. She finished speaking when a door was pulled up, revealing a girl with a fan and a unique emblem on her chest. From the start, she thought to herself in surprise. She is the last female warrior here. So she looked at the fighting board and saw only one name shining bright. Lang Ho. It is. There is only one person. A charming girl stepped onto the stage, throwing flirtatious glances at the audience. Hello, I am Lang. I love all of you. As she stepped out, the crowd gasped with excitement, finally getting to see the beautiful Lang Ho fight. Lang Ho, go get him. From the start, she looked at the opponent's alluring outfit and thought, I get it now. I understand why normal female warriors would not want to join this arena. It has become quite something. Has nodded. Lang Ho, with her sparkling, beautiful eyes, looked at her. Are you my opponent? Nice to meet you. I am Lang. The Slaughter Cat. From the start, she simply introduced herself and thought, the Slaughter Cat. Black Cat. It has been a while since I awakened. I can feel the overwhelming power of time and space. The specific ability. I need to fight with all my strength to find out. She looked at the friendly beauty in front of her, unsure. But given the situation, Lang Ho's beautiful lips parted in surprise. A rare black cat. Plus, she is hiding her face. And I am super curious about that seductive little demon. She strikes a pose, extending her hand, and if she loses, she will have to take off that mask. This is the showdown with the big sister. And the audience is buzzing with excitement seeing the stunning beauty of Lang Ho lighting up the big screen. Lang Ho. She is so gorgeous. TTLU does not want to say it, but she is not a fan of this weird vibe, so she wraps it up with a line, intentionally looking into the camera to say, now that is some performance art. If we are all warriors here, let us get serious and fight. After that, both of them unleash their core energy around themselves. And so, the fierce battle between the seductive little demon and Lang Ho officially begins, with a serious mindset. Welgu quickly gets into a defensive stance as the host announces the start of the match. In contrast, Lang Ho lightly lifts her foot, asking, are you ready to witness my beautiful dance? Hearing this, TTLU raises an eyebrow in confusion. Lang Ho dances like a fairy, and with every step she takes on the stage, a beautiful flower blooms. She winks and smiles at Tati Eldu while singing, making the arena feel utterly romantic. The host chimes in, saying, these gorgeous flowers bloom wherever she walks. It is Lang Ho in her classic outfit. How lucky we are to witness this breathtaking beauty. The audience is going wild. She is here. Lang Ho. Keep dancing. The host glances at Tati Eldu, who is standing still, commenting that it seems the seductive little demon has settled down. Is she backing down from such a massive attack? Lang Ho continues to dance closer to T. Ilgu with a sweet, gentle expression, under the vibrant lights. While singing, a slap from TT Luldu hits her right in the face, distorting her features horribly. The audience gasps in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. And the host is not any better off. The young host earlier looks thrilled but is better off not having his eyes popped out. A sneaky hit leaves Lang Ho knocked out on the mat, foaming at the mouth. At this moment, Titia Lu feels utterly disgusted behind her mask. She is even more obnoxious than that spoiled rich kid I met in the city. I can't even sense any warrior vibes from her. Her skills are just for show. Her voice cuts through the silence of the arena, claiming that with people like her around, new female warriors won't get the respect they deserve. Warriors exist to fight. And as she says this, a fierce aura envelopes her as she clenches her fists. Please do not insult the word warrior. Do not underestimate warriors. You jerk. The young host hears this and gets goosebumps all over. This is intense. This is seriously something. I am throwing my hands up in celebration. So cool. The seductive little demon. This is amazing. The audience, fanboys of Lang Ho, look at each other in shock, suddenly seeing Lang Ho's image on their shirts replaced by the seductive little demon. Then they erupt in cheers. The seductive little demon is so cool. Please, just take me out. The host rushes onto the stage, declaring that the seductive little demon has claimed victory. One slap to defeat her opponent, truly impressive, with an overwhelming atmosphere. Let us congratulate her for topping the leaderboard. Titia Lu looks displeased at the host. Seriously. This is just child's play. This one-woman match can just be scrapped. Let us head to the Southern Martial Arena. Shall we? Does he think I misheard him looking all dazed? What did she say? The girl, Tusu Dao, is radiating this blue energy around her, emphasizing that she wants to challenge at the Southern Martial Arena. The scene shifts to a bustling market in Salamanca, where people are moving in every direction. But everyone's turning their heads to watch a young man carrying a little girl on his shoulders. Look at that guy over there. Seriously. Just a bathrobe for a stroll. And is that girl on his back really his daughter? What is going on? No way. She is definitely his little sister. He is still pretty young himself. He looks to be in his 20s. And despite the crowd's gossip, he is just holding his little sister, who has got a blank expression but is smiling. As they enter the market, she curiously glances around, spotting a stall with some killer sweets. She points at the vendor selling those vibrant red candy skewers and exclaims, I want that. He just chuckles as she strides toward the stall. This one. I heard it is sweet and tangy. Would you like to buy some of my candy skewers? The vendor turns with a smile, practically glowing with excitement, saying, my candy skewers are the sweetest in the whole city. He looks down at his little sister, who is eagerly reaching her arms out, wanting to eat. He grabs a handful of the candy skewers, catching the vendor off guard. All right, let us do this. He then lifts the vendor's candy skewers up to hand them to the girl, leaving the vendor stunned and falling back. Here you go, he says without a word, turning away as the vendor stands there, bewildered. Guess this is enough to last the night. Let us see if there is more fun to be had. The vendor finally snaps back to reality, sweating bullets. Wait. You did not pay for those. Hearing this, the guy in the flip-flops stops in his tracks, and both of them turn back. He has got his eyes closed, lost in thought, while the little girl looks at the vendor with a confused expression, noticing their silence. The vendor, now fuming, rolls up his sleeves. What are you staring at? You think you can just walk off without paying? You think you are tough? You want to fight me? You have no idea. I used to compete in martial arts myself. The guy opens his mouth, revealing a confident grin. The world better watch out. His eyes suddenly glow with a purple energy, as if he is ready to pull the whole universe in. The vendor stares into his eyes, suddenly losing focus as blood drains from his face. As the guy's voice booms, the vendor seems hypnotized, turning to leave. Just get out of here. Got it. The little girl happily munches on some candy skewers, her mouth wide open, gobbling them down. Both the vice captain and the captain have already left the arena. The sunlight catches the guy's dark face, but his bright white teeth shine through, showing he is smiling. Exactly. Let us take out a few human warriors around this city. They are bound to panic. He grins with his eyes narrowed, thinking, humans really are weak and cowardly. Once she finishes her mission, he lifts his head and smiles at the little girl. Let us wipe out this whole city. The little girl hears this and happily chews on her candy stick, grinning with delight. Back at the Southern Arena, the announcer's excited voice rings out. If a warrior dares to challenge the male warrior rankings, it is a first in history. The host beams and points to the arena entrance. So please look to my right now. Let us welcome our challenger. It is the fierce assassin, Tudu. Stepping out with swagger, hands in his jacket pockets, the crowd goes wild, cheering. Look at that, a female warrior, taking on the male fighters. As Tudu Lu approaches the host, the male fighters initially hesitate to step up, but after some discussion, following the host's direction, a figure emerges. Tam Kai, radiating a mysterious green aura. Please welcome our first combatant. Warrior, taking a defensive stance. He locks eyes with his opponent, thinking, Female warrior 2. Just my level. What a rare sight. The host steps back, leaving the two opponents facing each other in the arena. Now I will hand the stage over to our warriors. Rule number 1. Do not cripple your opponent. Rule number 2. Do not kill your opponent. Let us shake hands. The defensive warrior extends his hand with a friendly smile, though internally, he is dismissive, hoping for a lesson rather than a fight unless there is a bonus involved. I am not interested in battling a female warrior. He scoffs as their hands are about to meet, causing Tudulu to hesitate. Let us talk this out. He grins slyly. How about we team up and share the rewards? This way, we both benefit. I 1T embarrass you, and you 1T embarrass me. Deal. Hearing this, Tudulu stands there, glaring at the defensive warrior, refusing to respond. She grits her teeth, clearly annoyed. Was that not clear enough for you? Tudulu turns her back, dismissing him. A warrior like you is not worth my handshake. The defensive warrior, feeling insulted, stomps the ground in anger. He wants to drink the punishment shot instead of the offered drink. I do not care about those rules. With a leap, he flips mid-air, charging at Tudulu. He launches a whirlwind kick toward her head, but she swiftly dodges, though his attack fails. He grins as his left arm unleashes 4 blades like a fan flexible. A blue blade from Tudulu locks onto his arm, coupled with the blades coming down, causing a bit of fear in the assassin, who seems too slow to react. With a thunderous crash, his punch shatters the arena floor, creating a wide fissure. The audience gasps, shielding their eyes. Goodness. Is he trying to kill her? Is she dead on the arena? The host watches the dust settle, revealing the smug face of the defensive warrior. A full-force strike from the defensive warrior. Did he just kill his opponent? That is a big no-no. Just as he is basking in his triumph, a figure appears behind him, accompanied by a flash of green light speeding toward his head. When the green light is almost in his line of sight, he realizes it is a hand enveloped in green energy. He quickly jumps back, staring ahead as something whizzes past where he just stood, making him think in terror. What the hell was that? Why are there other people in the ring? The tough fighter squints, desperately searching for answers, when he sees Ziduli half lying on the ground, half floating in the air, still reaching out. He is completely confused. But the show host is buzzing with excitement. What is this demon cat all about? Good heavens. This demon cat has a hidden ace up its sleeve. Zidulu gradually melds his body through the spatial crack she created, and it looks like he is not holding back. Behind the mask, Zidulu smiles to himself, thinking, Dad was right. When you are pushed to the brink, that is when your true potential kicks in. The crowd is going wild witnessing this scene. Is this the power of the hardcore? Mind-blowing. Demon cat. Bring it on. The tough fighter grits his teeth, feeling frustrated yet yearning for more. The hardcore's ability is freakishly alluring, making him crave it. Seizing the moment, he puts his fists up like a boxer and rushes toward Zidulu in a zigzag pattern. The tough fighter unleashes his hardcore skill, launching an agile attack. Faced with Zidulu's offensive, he steadies himself, closing his eyes and muttering. First, he will pretend to attack with a left punch. Then, he will throw a right hook, thinking if he can dodge that. Just then, the tough fighter's left punch comes soaring in, and Ziduli's eyes snap open, sparkling with determination. Finally, he goes all out with a left punch, and as he mutters, the tough fighter is left bewildered, thinking, how does she seem to know what I am thinking? Zidulu grips the tough fighter's left wrist with his spatial ability, leaving him stunned. Well, that is easy. She instantly uses her spatial powers to appear above the tough fighter, grabbing his other arm, then stomps down on his back, sending him crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ziduli looks at her handiwork with immense satisfaction. Controlling his hands was the key. The tough fighter's eyes are bloodshot as he grits his teeth, thinking, my left arm is paralyzed from the energy flowing into my pressure points. This is not the warrior's way. How does she know? Seizing the moment while the demon cat is still close, he clenches a steel-like fist, channeling energy into it, preparing to take her down barehanded. The host is losing it over this scene, and the tough fighter materializes nano gloves, surprising everyone with his ability to operate 2 sets of gear at once. No wonder he is a powerhouse with a synchronized performance of up to 40%. The tough fighter's eyes flash as he punches straight for the demon cat's face. So arrogant. Just as his fist is about to connect, the demon cat opens a spatial water crack right beneath it. Instantly, a force from the spatial crack shoots up, knocking the tough fighter's punch high into the air, as he realizes his attack has failed and he is being pushed back. The host explains that the tough fighter was repelled by a hand from another dimension, making it hard for him to maintain his balance. Zidulu smirks beneath her mask, because she figured it out, so that is how it is. I remember now. The power I have is spatial control and foresight. With that confidence, she draws her hands back, now enveloped by dark energy. Right now, The host's glasses are ringing off the charts. And he can't believe it. The synchronization performance of the assassination technique is skyrocketing. This glass measures the synchronization performance. The synchronization performance meter is pretty basic, can't compare to precision measuring devices, but it is compact and convenient. A hawk grips the glasses tightly, staring at the assassination technique as the synchronization number keeps climbing, reaching 42% and still rising. 5. 50%. 60%. Still climbing. What the heck? Is my meter broken? Memories flood back. And I remember everything from the treasure city. The person who gave me that power. Now emotions surge inside me like a tsunami, because I know the truth. It is a demon, facing the Blade Master, gritting their teeth in disbelief. Can the synchronization performance be this high? Thank goodness. I won't let him ramble on. Energy surges into my hand as a transparent pillar slowly descends onto the Blade Master. Before he can react, the pillar slams down, making him widen his eyes and spit out blood. The audience gasps in shock. Oh my, what kind of power is this? Is the assassination technique this strong? Crushed to the floor, the Blade Master still refuses to back down. Damn it. I am ranked 10th in the male martial arts arena. How can I lose to a female fighter? I would rather die than accept that. At that moment, Lu steps forward, startling him. She speaks, creating a series of floating pillars above him, sending chills down his spine as her icy glare locks onto him. Now he is genuinely terrified. One pillar is already crushing him, and with a barrage of pillars about to descend, he is ready to throw in the towel. I give up. Call me the Chicken Blade Master from now on. The host laughs and raises his hand. The Blade Master admits defeat. The audience erupts, shouting. Assassination technique. Kill him. With the atmosphere so charged, the host seizes the moment. Assassination technique. Do you accept the challenge? Reveal your choice. Lu turns gracefully under the moonlight, captivating everyone. Next, the host confirms, and the arena buzzes with excitement. The assassination technique says she will continue to fight. How cool is that? Let the games begin. Fireworks explode in a dazzling display, cheering on the fighters and signaling a sleepless night ahead. Tonight is truly a grand celebration. We will witness the assassination technique battle until dawn. While Lu is fired up in the arena, Aki is not slacking off in the training room. He is panting, looking down at his chest, grumbling. Damn it. I have been at this for half an hour and still can't sense any elemental waves. Regular earth absorption is not doing anything, but he quickly gathers himself, visualizing the circulation of the elements. Alright. I have no experience in this area. Stay calm and focus on the elements. I am just a newbie getting familiar with this new kind of power. So you close your eyes and dive deep into your thoughts to feel your body. I am still missing an earth element. What kind of power would I have if all 5 elements existed within me? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Aki's mind, and he opened his eyes wide. Akma's mental element. He stroked his chin, organizing the data in his head. If this so-called mental element is derived from Akma's power, using humanity's earth magic to sense might not work. Could it be that I have to adopt Akma's stance to actively feel the energy within? Aki sighed and closed his eyes, contemplating himself. What a ridiculous game this is. If I want to grow stronger, I have to rely less on Akma's power. In the end, I still have to depend on that kind of power. Immediately, the room filled with sizzling sounds as a red mist began to emanate from the core on Aki's chest. Before long, the core on his chest shifted to a 5-pointed star symbol, marking the successful activation of the elemental quartz. Hands of stone emerged from the ground around where Aki sat, accompanied by a surge of energy surrounding him. In an instant, the room was cloaked in a cloud of dust, barely revealing a shadow. A moment later, the dust cleared to show Aki's sharp gaze and the massive hands looming behind him. At that moment, Aki smiled with satisfaction. Earth mental power. I can feel it now. As Aki completed his transformation, the demonic aura erupted outward, catching the attention of someone far away. The little girl, seeing him acting strangely, lowered her head and asked, "What is wrong?" The guy did not answer immediately. He fell into deep thought, then shook his head. Nothing. I might just be overthinking it. He turned to admire the dazzling night view from the castle, and changed the subject. Are you ready? The little girl, hearing this, focused her beautiful eyes back on him. I have been counting on you since you hit the 2nd stage. Aki grinned and said, I am counting on you. Do not let me down. Complete the mission, and you will earn your chance to advance to the 5th stage. Upon hearing this, the little girl closed her eyes and 2 horns sprouted from her head. When she opened her eyes, she had transformed into a demonic form, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Okay, Army, she announced, standing atop the highest tower of the city, arms outstretched, looking down. Let us get started. Tonight, in the city of Fan Ho, everyone was buzzing with excitement. eager to watch the battles in the arena. Someone suggested that the group rush over, saying there was a fierce female warrior on the other side known as the Demoness. I know, a solo challenger against male warriors. That has never happened before. Let us go check it out. They claimed she had already defeated a few male fighters. And before the sentence was even completed, everyone was flocking toward the arena. The host was listening to the staff relay the current situation at the venue. Boss, I feel like everyone in the city is pouring over here. But now, there is no room left. Upon hearing that news, he was stunned and stuttered. Really? Really? I am about to hit the jackpot. I am about to hit the jackpot. Back to the ticket seller. He was overwhelmed by groups of people rushing to buy tickets to get in, one person after another. Everyone was fighting to get their tickets. I want tickets. Give me. The crowd was so chaotic that he could not manage the situation and could only shout out, "We are really out of space. Stop pushing. Just stop." But no one listens to him. They keep crowding toward the arena. Frustrated, he mutters under his breath, "It is all your fault. It is such a shame I can't catch a glimpse of the fighters." Right now, in the center of the arena, thousands are cheering for the fierce Lasat Miu. Lasat, Lasat, Lasat. The spotlight is on her as she stands defiantly, staring down her opponent. Her opponent is now panting heavily. Struggling to think straight, he is in deep trouble. When did a warrior like her emerge from Salamanca? His gaze sharpens as he analyzes the move she executed earlier. The male warriors that came before him have all been defeated. With her rare black crane technique, her attack style and strength are truly exceptional. But oddly enough, his pride and speed seems useless against her, as if she can rid his thoughts. Suddenly, another thought strikes him: this girl. This warrior must possess more than just spatial power. To prove his theory, he readies his weapon. He thought his strength was nothing to scoff at, but she seems to be incredibly skilled. Damn it. This time I might lose all my face. When Lasat Miu sees him ready his weapon, a dagger, she smirks and says, "Using a dagger? Ah, I used to do the same." Then she readies her own dagger and challenges him. Let us see who is better. With a swift strike, she darts toward him, catching him off guard. She shortens the distance and accelerates straight at him. Completely ruthless. Is she looking down on me? The more he thinks, the angrier he gets, gritting his teeth as he rushes toward her. Let us see what you got. They clash at lightning speed. With each strike she lands, he finds himself retreating, as if she is plotting something. He tries to block her dagger with both of his but gets thrown back, his own weapon flying off, feeling smug about the situation. He smirks, thinking that if he just finds the right moment to use his twin daggers, he could knock hers away. You think you can defeat me with that dagger? He adds more strength into his blade and charges at her. Caught off guard, she can only use her spatial abilities to blind him and sweep his legs, sending him crashing hard to the other side. After taking that hit, he jumps up and swears, "Damn it. Why can't I see anything in front of me?" Suddenly, the announcer appears and declares, out of the arena, Lasat Miu is the winner. She has triumphed once again. Next, she will face the top-ranked male fighter. Hearing that, he freezes and protests. Wait, who said being thrown out means losing? The announcer stumbles over his words to explain. It has always been this way. It is just that no one has ever used this before. He strains his neck and demands, "I do not care. I want to keep fighting. Tell the guy behind to wait a sec." He started, but before he could finish, the ground shook violently, making him flinch and swallow hard. The top-ranked fighter strolled past him, completely unfazed, heading toward the arena with a confident swagger. The Misi explained to everyone with a welcoming tone. This guy is the current leaderboard champion. He has held the top spot for 6 consecutive months. He is known as the strongest Tier 5 warrior among the free fighters living in Salamanca. Rumor has it, his power is just a notch below that of the team leader. Let us give it up for our reigning champion. Allah. His entrance was accompanied by the Meepsi's voice as he strode confidently into the center of the arena. Behind him, whispers and doubts swirled among the crowd. Is he serious? Challenging the champion straight up. Isn't he that a bit much? Why is everyone so quiet? Are they just asking each other questions in hushed tones? Meanwhile, the staff member was running while talking to the old Mies. Their boss. Are you really letting the top girl fight that guy? This does not seem right. Can we postpone the match? He replied with concern for the girl, only to be met with the old man's sharp retort. What do you know? I am just respecting her choice. Isn't she here to challenge? After saying that, the old man turned back to the arena, bizarre excitement on his face. Just spreading this news will skyrocket ticket sales tenfold. I can definitely cash in big time. And as for those two, why should their victory or defeat matter to me? At that moment, the demon was scrutinizing Achala with an analytical gaze. 5 hues. I am curious to see how my strength stacks up against that warrior. Achala's sudden voice snapped her out of her thoughts. She really was an intriguing warrior. I have watched all her matches. Her spatial powers are bizarre. And her prediction skills are impressive. He radiated an aura as if to intimidate her and continued, not bad at all, even among the Four Hues warriors. She would stand out as someone powerful enough to make anyone want to smash her to bits. Feeling that aura, she took a defensive stance, preparing to predict his next move. This guy's aura was on a whole different level compared to the others. She felt she could counter it. I see it now. He is using aerial skills to suppress me. Smart move. I will unleash my spatial power and launch a surprise attack from behind. Suddenly, that energy shot out and slammed into her face, breaking her concentration and sending her crashing backward. He laughed. What are you looking at? Trying to use your predictions to find my weakness. Useless for me. Female mask wearer. Getting hit like that made her doubt her own abilities. Wondering, what is going on? I clearly saw it. So where did I go wrong? TT Liu was deep in thought. His last move was different from what I had predicted. Why is that? Could my prediction skills be off? Cario's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Masked woman, if you are too arrogant, I might not be able to go easy on you. He spun his weapon behind him, fearing they would accuse him of bullying a weak girl. That would just ruin my day. TT Liu was furious hearing those words, but she composed herself and lifted her gaze. VD was a bit surprised. But someone just successfully ticked me off, she reassured herself. Staying calm, watching his footsteps, Cario tightened his grip on his weapon. You are mad now. And charged toward Tazi Liu. I like fiery people like you. At the same time, her predictive ability activated. To the left. He is going to grip the staff tightly and spin to attack from that side. She quickly raised her weapon, ready to strike back. I see it clearly now, but Cario attacked from the right, catching TT Liu off guard. Ah! She did not have time to respond as Cario's strike sent her flying. I will smash that mask in your skull. The audience gasped, clutching their heads and exclaiming, oh my god, another direct hit to the face. This Cario guy is brutal. He is definitely a pro at hunting. Did the mask of the demon just fall off? I am curious to see what she looks like. On this side, Cario noticed something was off. She had blocked his last attack. TT Welwu is still unscathed. She was just pushed back. The little sister watched the match unfold. Realizing that La Setamanju was hanging by a thread, she boldly used her weapon to block the attack, moving at lightning speed. We almost thought La Setamanju was hit right in the face. TT Welwu's hands were shaking slightly. She seemed a bit scared, was too fast, and she barely managed to react. If it were not for the power of this moment, I would have forgotten he was the red core of strength. I get it now. It is not that my foresight was off, but he was using high speed to perform multiple feints to confuse me. What I saw was just one of those feints. To defeat this opponent, she decided to rely solely on her core abilities. TC Welgu stomped her foot down, causing the ground to shake. Moreover, she had to take the initiative to attack, disappearing and reappearing as fast as the wind. Cario's gaze turned deadly. Was that the spatial ability to change positions again? Wanting to seize the offensive, Cario swung his weapon down. But the girl could not just move around carelessly. He activated his secret technique, long land step shadow dance. He moved at incredible speed, his staff continuously attacking Tzielu, his eyes normal. But she could not keep up. Cario shouted. No matter where she appeared from, she would be hit by my stick. Her techniques are useless against me. Inside, he was feeling quite pleased. Spatial abilities truly are a hassle. But as long as I can defend, that is all that matters. Plus, my defense is an attack. In an instant, Cario conjured a devastating whirlwind, and the Memsi watching from afar could not help but exclaim, oh my. Cario's staff spun into a whirlwind reaching up to the sky. If this were anywhere but the arena, this whole structure would be obliterated. Cario shouted a challenge. Come on. Let me guess where you are. And then I will smash you like guacamole. T. Welagu's voice echoed. The audience has seen enough of my spatial abilities. Just as she finished speaking, she appeared right behind Cario. With a swift strike, blood sprayed as Cario stumbled back, screaming in pain before collapsing. He lost his ability to attack and could only sit there. Watanji Losu, damn it. My legs. I can stand up. But how could she appear right beneath my feet? It is not just simple spatial movement. She can even phase through. TT Vel Lu towered over Cario, her aura radiating. If your speed could catch up to me, then I will just have to slow you down first. Don't worry. This little wound will heal in a few days with the right treatment. If you beg me, I could even use the core to heal you. Cario trembled in fear. Damn it. I underestimated the power of her core ability. Moreover, her presence truly is just a facade. Titi Welu stood up, slightly mocking him. Now you are nothing more than a target for my darts. The audience erupted in cheers. Lasun Mbu's abilities are indeed different from Cario's. Cario's attacks are currently useless against Lasun Mbu. TT skillfully neutralized Cario's attacks. It was impressive. At that moment, a staff member rushed towards the gate. Looking worried. Why do I keep hearing screams from the arena? The fight is still ongoing. Is Lasum-gu being humiliated? His eyes showed concern for T-Yelgu. That Karyo guy is trouble. Moreover, known for her ruthlessness, Lasat-mayu is rushing things. How could a 2-hatch compete with a 5-hatch? Even if I die. This match needs to end now. Just as Tranan steps through the gate, the Mexi's voice booms. Lasat-mayu has gained absolute dominance. Could it be that today's champion of the male warriors will have to hand over the title? The MEP seizes the moment to advertise. Grab the stunning first edition fan badge of Lasat-mayu right now. It will skyrocket in value later. Only 1,000 pieces are up for sale. And that employee finally relaxes. Awestruck, no wonder she is Lasat-mayu. At this moment, the Messi turns to the employee. Lasat-mayu is definitely winning this match. You fool. What are you doing just standing there? Come help me sell these. The Memsi's face beams with excitement. I am heading out to sell a new batch. Every second is money. With that, the Mefi rushes over to the employee. Make sure to rally the crowd's enthusiasm. The employee nods and runs over. Got it. He takes the mic from the mess. Let me witness the moment you claim victory. He seems overly excited. Leave the support to me. He hugs the board and shouts with all his might. Are you really going to win the championship today? Let us watch closely. Everyone cheer along. The MC, in high spirits, skips away. Let me calculate. If today goes well, I could make 2 to 3 months worth of sales. Lasatmu is truly my golden goose. As he walks past, he suddenly halts at the sight of a little girl. His feet stop mid-stride. He turns back to confirm. Hey, kiddo. What are you doing here? Don't linger around. Are you lost? Where are your parents? A voice calls from that direction. The MC is terrified, having been spooked by the little girl. A stranger. A ghost. The little girl sends the MC back to the heavens with her innocent remark. The little girl glances towards the lively crowd, where they are chanting Lasat-mayu's name. It looks like it is really happening over there. She heads toward the excitement, leaving behind the Memsi's unconscious body. Below the arena, the Memsi is introducing the match while the audience erupts in cheers. The atmosphere is electric. Everyone's eyes are glued to the stage. Today, the female warrior is on the brink of becoming the champion of the male arena. She has proven that warriors are not defined by gender. Kalai is focusing on channeling her strength when suddenly, a mysterious figure appears behind her as he moves toward Lasat-mayu. She is caught off guard, struggling to maintain her balance while Lasat-mayu quickly readies her weapon and charges. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, he grits his teeth. The red glow from the ring seems to conceal some hidden power. Damn it. I am being tossed around like a toy. You want to take me head on? He retaliates, swinging his weapon at her. Just as Lasat-mayu prepares to counter, a vision suddenly flashes before her eyes, causing her to lose focus. What was that feeling just now? Why does she suddenly feel so uneasy? The fleeting scene felt all too real. And in her moment of distraction, Kala seized the opportunity, swinging her weapon right in front of her. Here was the chance she had been waiting for, slicing through the air. But not only did she miss her target, he ended up with her foot firmly planted on his head as she landed gracefully. Her mind still replaying the earlier moment. Just a moment ago, I sensed a powerful aura of evil suddenly appear. Like, how could this be? We are in the city. How could a demon show up here? Yet, that feeling felt oddly familiar, stirring something deep within me. But there was no mistaking it. That was definitely the presence of a demon. The demon's power coursing through my veins. I can smell my own kind. And right now Kalai is furious, screaming out loud. Damn it. I can't believe I am getting wrecked like this. Today, I am definitely going to take her down. In the stands of the arena, everyone is laughing and teasing him, saying, did you see that? The champion. The Kala got kicked in the head and fell flat, while the audience was roaring with laughter. The demon hunter seemed unfazed and was scanning the area instead. Everyone was perplexed by her strange behavior, wondering what was going on. What is up with her? Is she looking for something? And why is not that demon hunter attacking again? Seriously. What is with all this looking around? What is she doing just standing there? The demon hunter was getting furious at her bizarre actions. How dare she look down on him? That little bitch. She has got a big mouth. But deep down, he was screaming. You will pay for this. The pain from the hit is unbearable. And normally I would be rushed at her with everything I have got. But suddenly the demon hunter spoke up. You might think I am crazy, but just now, I sensed the presence of a demon. Even if it was just for a split second, before this turns into a full-on brawl. Remember, you are still a warrior. Right. Hearing her words, he not only did not believe her, but he laughed it off. A demon. Where? This is the B-class city of Salamanca. Where would a demon come from in the city? Are you really that clueless? Or just pretending to be? Before he could react, a hook came flying in from behind, piercing straight through his back. What the hell is this? Is this some new ability of hers? He did not even finish his thought before he was sent flying. Behind him, little Dozy was standing there with a smirk. A 5-core warrior. What a surprise. Sensing danger, she stepped back, on high alert. Looking for the kid. No, it is a demon. The audience had not even reacted in time to her appearance, or Kala's demise. Someone needed to tell the MC to announce it over the mic. Then she turned to the MC and saw him cowering, sitting back in shock. Speechless. Damn it, it is a demon. Everyone, get out of here, now. The crowd was in a frenzy, panic setting in. What is she screaming about? I can't hear it clearly. It sounds like something about a demon. What happened to Kayla earlier? When did this child even show up? As if picking up on the chatter, the little girl glanced back, making those people gulp in fear and scramble to run. Could it be a demon? Run. Do not shove. A demon has appeared in the city. Move aside. Watching everyone shove and trample each other to escape, the little girl smiled faintly. Just a little chaos. And they are already panicking. Humanity truly is a bunch of cowards. Over by the demoness. She is furrowing her brow, contemplating the girl's appearance. How can a demon turn into a little girl? This does not make sense. Contrary to her doubts, the little girl seems surprisingly pleased with this mission because it is too easy. The task of hunting down 6 sleeping warriors turned out to be this simple. And she grinned wickedly, ready to wrap up the rest of the mission quickly. Anyway, the master said that once the mission is complete, she can ascend. Hearing that, the demoness reacted strongly. A demon of the 4th tier. What does the intruder want in the city? Now. The little girl finally noticed her and exclaimed, a female warrior, that is Ray. 1 minute the master said that in a place like this, a level city, reacting to a demon means that if I am exposed, within 1 minute, you human warriors will chase me down. The demoness looked at the girl with sharp eyes. She can freely change her appearance. This one is not an ordinary demon. The little girl suddenly interrupted her thoughts, saying, this is an arena. Right. 1 minute. Let us have a match. How about it? The scene shifts to a house where the main character is sitting, suddenly startled as he senses a strange aura from the inner city. The inner city has felt a bit off since yesterday. Why are there 2 such powerful demon auras? Aki also seems to sense something's wrong and turns to look outside, falling into contemplation. Am I being too sensitive? He furrows his brow slightly, but then shakes it off, focusing on the main issue. I can't be distracted by anything right now. An orange light radiates around him. Just a moment ago, he was already sweating. Feeling uneasy, the gem on his chest glows, emitting an orange light. This elemental stone can grant elemental power to warriors, because it contains the pure energy of the male elemental. Originally, elemental energy cannot be controlled. But if you can attune to it, you can accurately find the earth element you need. He sits on a stone statue shaped like a hand, designed to resemble a human body. Almost like a throne, it is all very eerie. As he focuses on attuning, his face shows determination. Once he completes the attunement and gathers the earth element within himself, he will have enough male elemental metal, wood, water, fire, tiger, and next up is merging the male elemental. You have never been more determined. Your mental resolve is through the roof, ready to see what unfolds. Meanwhile, outside, where the martial arts tournament is happening, people are rushing for the emergency exits. A chaotic and desperate crowd pushing and shoving, trampling over each other in utter chaos. The screams are everywhere. Get out of the way. It is a mad scramble. Countless voices filling a cramped space. Fear begins to take hold, causing many to go wild like crazed rats trying to escape. Little demon raises her hands, feeling the sound with an utterly satisfied expression, almost dancing to express her joy. The screams, the cries, it all sounds just delightful. Suddenly, everything halts. Little demon opens her wicked red eyes, giggling and saying, Master just said it, humanity is a lowly creature that fears. And fear is a base emotion that makes one lose their composure and rationality. Little demon, brimming with pride, points at herself, boasting, but we demons want to let emotions control our actions. We are a higher existence. Tuvielgu watches silently, her expression revealing a hint of concern, not hostility, but a touch of caution. Perhaps even a self-awakening, no doubt about it. Do not be fooled by her childlike appearance. Tuvielgu sees a green aura emanating from her, confirming she is indeed a high-level demon. Her words and thoughts are completely different from those of previous demons. Tuvielgu firmly grips her weapon, preparing for a fight, and loudly asks, who were you just mentioning? How many of you have infiltrated the city? Little demon has somehow snuck behind her, exuding a sinister aura as she warns Tuvielgu not to forget only a minute left. Little demon unleashes those sharp green lights again, now resembling thin, deadly needles aimed straight at Tuvielgu. Michael reacts just in time, using his spatial shifting skill to escape. Little demon watches, slightly surprised by Tuvielgu's abilities, taken aback by her spatial powers. Now, little demon looks seriously at her opponent, sensing a powerful aura from her. Who granted you that strength? Those sharp spatial abilities, could it be? Her statement concludes just as Tu Lo Wu's power peaks, the green mist surrounds them, creating the illusion of some mighty and powerful demon. Tu Lu is also stunned by this little demon's strength, struggling to remain upright, one hand on her face, feeling the pure, flowing energy. No wonder she is a high-level demon, able to quickly gauge that her strength is granted. But who is the one she mentioned? I need to find a way to make her spill some information. With that thought, Tu Lu starts planning, trying to blend in with the scouts. After all, we are on the same side. What is the infiltrator's purpose in the city? Titi, with a dark, fearsome expression, replies, the mission is to evolve. Tu Lu notices a hint of panic in Ti's reaction. Evolve? What does that even mean? Demons do not level up by relying on equal counterparts or higher allies. What exactly is this evolution mission? Zito stood frozen, a mix of confusion and intrigue washing over him, before breaking into a strange smile as he stepped towards Saito Liu, showcasing a low-level demon's transformation. It is unclear when Zito found himself right in front of Saito Liu. After all, we have more than just one way to transform. Saito Liu, hearing this new information, felt a bit awkward and slow to react. Like, right inside. She thought, oh my god. I hope the other warriors do not know about this yet. I need to dig for more intel, because this is huge. Zito took her hand, but that grip felt a bit off. Zito smiled widely, thinking, if we are on the same team, how could you not know about this? Who knew you were such a hotshot? A sharp pain shot towards her, and she realized she was too late to create a space to dodge. Luckily, Saito Liu managed to react just in time to avoid being taken out, just when she thought she was safe. She caught a glimpse of the power that could take her down in an instant. Before she could fully regroup, Zito held her hand and launched into an attack, unleashing a blinding strike. This time, she was quicker, darting behind Zito as she unleashed her own preemptive move. Thankfully, after a few arena battles, she had honed her skills, so as long as she maintained her composure, she would be okay. Seizing the moment, Saito Liu struck just behind Zito. Even with Saito Liu's attack, Zito remained calm and steady, not moving an inch. It seemed Saito Liu noticed something and instinctively pulled away, stopping her attack mid-swing. In the haze of smoke, Zito's voice broke through. Not bad. But it looks like I need to switch it up. Hearing Zito's voice still lingering, Saito Liu was astounded. Wasn't he that a warning? The mist swirled around, revealing a green flame surrounding them. But she was determined to stick to her original form for this mission. Zito emerged in his original form, exuding a fiery aura. Saito Liu was taken aback, thinking, his original form? Just how many secrets does this high-level demon hold? In his original fiery form, Zito stepped closer to Saito Liu, announcing, I am done playing around. I have a mission to complete, and I will tear you apart. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the warriors were scurrying to assess the situation. Chaos erupting in the absence of their captain and vice-captain. Is it really this dire? Another warrior responded. I find it odd demon events usually follow a pattern, and we have always managed them well. But just days ago, it was like the demons were deliberately making a mess, with brutal massacres happening all around the town. Some supply workers were mysteriously attacked, many of them high-ranking warriors. It is crucial to stabilize the economy and safety of our town. Salamanca. The team leaders have organized a large-scale sweep. But surprisingly, on the very first day, reports came in about demons appearing in town. This is just bizarre. Let us check it out first. 3 of us together should be more than enough to handle the typical demons. The 3 of us are candidates for the vice-captain position, so do not underestimate us, you damn demons. The demons just lounged on the rooftops, chuckling to themselves, thinking, how strange. It looks like I will need to make things a lot more chaotic next time. Humanity really is strange, always ignoring what matters and fixating on the insignificant. Have you seen how the Little Death Reaper showcases its skills? The arena for the Little Death Reaper and the brutal death flow is still intense. The death flow, in the form of a demon, watched as the Little Death Reaper unleashed those green flames, thinking to herself, I absolutely cannot touch that blue fire. No matter how far away I am, I can still feel its terrifying heat. Breaking her train of thought, the Little Death Reaper, in her original form of blue flames, dashed forward like an arrow, laughing and making her dodge. Wasting my time. Sister Warrior. The death flow was not backing down either and charged at her, saying, do not call me sister. That is just gross. Death flow created an alternate space, pushing the Little Death Reaper into it. Faced with this situation, the Little Death Reaper remained calm and pushed back into the space. It is pointless. Relying on a few human abilities won't do anything to me. Then she tried to reach out, both of them soaring high into the air. The Little Death Reaper was surprised by her actions, as this warrior pushed herself upward. How could she do that? What level is her spatial ability? This kind of power can just be anyone's. I have only seen something like this in a military officer, a human warrior. And yet there is someone who can harness spatial abilities to this level. Could her powers really be from that great being? The death flow looked at the burn on her arm. Just a touch and it was already like this. But I can withstand it. Is it because the demon's power affects my body? I need to take advantage while its core flexibility is in a difficult phase. She grabbed the little Death Reaper's arm and secretly smiled. This move was originally just an attacking technique to launch oneself up and grapple with the enemy on the ground, but now I can use my spatial ability to elevate this move to lethal levels. She then locked her legs around the little Death Reaper's neck tightly, preventing her from breaking free, and shot down like an arrow towards the ground. The collision was so intense that the little Death Reaper could not counter in time, and took the full brunt of the attack. The mask of the death flow fell off, revealing how many demons had infiltrated here. The little Death Reaper gritted her teeth in anger. Never expected to be toyed with like this by a human warrior. She turned back to retaliate. The one who granted her the spatial ability was the great being Black King Kai, one of the mighty rulers. Otherwise, one could not possess such high-level abilities. Who exactly are you? The death flow heard the little Death Reaper's question and pondered. Black King. That name echoed in my mind. That woman is named Black King Kai. Who exactly is she? Could there really be a king among these demons? Isn't he the highest rank of demons, the seven-horned demon? What level does Black King Kai belong? The little Death Reaper, pinned under her foot, said angrily, "Damn humans. Damn human warriors. Clearly using the power of demons against me, yet acting so superior." The master was not wrong about this. Humanity really is a pitiful and despicable bunch. Suddenly, a hand from Little Dozy was revealed. Purple fire flame. Then Little Dozy was blown away. Her body lay still. Was this a mental attack from the Purple Heart Demon? How did it detect my fifth core? Little Dozy stood up and spoke. My master will be disappointed to see this side of me. She transformed, harnessing her full power. I never imagined you could force me to unleash my full strength. She now stood transformed into the 5-core demon form, a true powerhouse. The warriors felt the power of the demon and charged in. This demon is a 5th-level fiend. So what if it is a 5th-level fiend? Together, the 3 of us can take it down. The 3 warriors advanced toward the 5th-level demon. The weak voice of Z Tuli echoed, "Don't come any closer." The 5th-level demon sneered and looked up. Humans are pathetic. You are not worthy of being my target. The 3 warriors grew anxious. With a flick of its wrist, the 5th-level demon pointed at them, casting a mesmerizing spell. Then she recited a fatal incantation. Blood from the 3 of them sprayed everywhere. After that, she turned to Jituliu and said, "You are different. You are worthy." Xiaodu's turned to look at Jituliu, who was trembling as he struggled to get up, and felt delighted. "You are worthy of being my target. You are my mission's evaluation target." She sauntered closer to him. The high-level demon teased, "You can earn your qualification through this evaluation mission, and my evaluation mission is to kill 6 5th-level warriors and wipe out the entire city." She recalled the scene of her master wreaking havoc across the city. "My master helped me by luring those strong vice captains out of the city for my convenience. If those human warriors teamed up, they could really give me a headache. But there are still a few 5th-level warriors left in the city, and that is enough. Even if you are only a 4th-level warrior." She glanced at Ji Tuliu, whose clothes were tattered. "My wounds are still fresh and painful, but I am already worthy of becoming her target." She gritted her teeth, but her mind was in chaos. What should I do? I am a 5-core warrior, and my power is strong, but right now I am no match for her. What should I do? Do not stop your thoughts now. She raised her hand to brush her hair. Memories of the tough times they faced together flooding back. Strangely enough, at this moment, I remembered Aki. Before she could collect herself, the girl raised her hand. The energy surged out and coalesced into a black orb in her palm. "All right. I have wasted enough time with you." The orb grew larger and began to pull everything around it in. "Thank you for bringing joy to my life. And you too?" She snapped back to reality in surprise. The flames were sucked into it, and then she slammed the ground, unleashing a burst of energy. Then, in the blink of an eye, she lunged at her with a deadly strike. She moved so fast that the onlookers could only stare in shock, unable to react. But suddenly, she widened her eyes, pulled into another dimension, where a voice echoed, "I can't go too far. Little sister, we are all beings we want to protect, and I have already given you my power. You are floating in the water, completely bare. And then you suddenly open your eyes. You have gradually mastered spatial skills now. But how far can you go? That depends on your own enlightenment." Then, the royal banner appeared right behind her, but seeing this, she just smirked. Just a mere demon. And then she unleashed her power. "How dare you talk about enlightenment with me?" As she charged forward, she realized something was off. And indeed, she exploded with power. A powerful aura erupted, sending her flying back. She was shocked. Such a domineering aura. It must be the royal lord who granted you this. What is your true identity? Aren't you just a human warrior? The royal lord betrayed us demons. But she just returned to her own techniques. I do not care. Then she slowly ascended, accepting this newfound power without a doubt. To protect him, I have to keep getting stronger. Then, green blades of energy began gathering toward her, evolving non-stop. She was furious. Don't think that accepting demon power means you can negotiate with us. You foolish human warrior. What is the royal lord's true intention? It seems I need an answer. Then she conjured the illusion of a monster with a huge mouth and sharp teeth. I must bring your head back. She was not the least bit shaken and looked down at her. Go on. And try it. Even if it costs you your life. I have to kill too. And you can hear the clash of our powers directed at you. Right. You and your wicked demon. The moment our powers collided, it created a massive shockwave that illuminated the entire city. While somewhere else, someone in a revealing bathrobe gazed up at the sky I absolutely despise. Rumbling and roaring, driving me crazy. While Yan was lost in his thoughts admiring the sky, someone called out to him. Hey. A group of people was rushing towards him. At the front was Carmen, sprinting towards him while throwing questions his way. What are you doing? Why are you just strolling around here? Don't you know a demon has appeared in the city? He casually held onto his bathrobe to keep it from blowing away as he walked towards the group. You guys want to go over there and deal with them? His expression darkened, eyes wide open, staring right at them. Wait. My bad. I misspoke. You want to go over there and take care of them? The leader of the group, hearing this, got furious and shouted back. Answer me. Are you a true citizen of this city? Where exactly do you live? Do you have an ed? He felt a surge of suspicion. These idiots. It was rumored that a humanoid demon had appeared in the city. He smiled and raised his hand, looking nonchalant. But there was a hint of mischief in his demeanor. I am just a passerby. No need to get all worked up. Then he reached into his robe. Here's my ed. Let me just find it for you. But he rummaged around for so long that everyone was on edge. Finally, he pulled out his hand and made a heart gesture, winking. This totally caught everyone off guard. Did not, and still you dare to look at me. No matter who you are, I am going to tear you apart, he said with a chilling grin. Right after, a wave of dark energy and illusory monsters he summoned appeared. This is definitely my ed. He effortlessly moved towards the group, snapping his fingers as the aura shot past them, catching them off guard and making them scream in panic. From that spot, a drop of blood accidentally splattered on his face, and he wiped it away in disgust. I hate blood. I just wanted to be left alone. Seriously. He wiped the blood off harshly, turned his back, and walked away. Rude humans. After a while, he stopped in front of a large building, the training room. It seemed he recognized something, realizing it was emanating from here. That strange energy from earlier. He released his aura and stepped into the building. All right, let us see what is going on inside. Aki was still focused on his training. The energy in his body constantly transforming. The earth element was being refined. And he calmed his mind, meditating to harmonize the elements within his consciousness. Great. For now, he needed to solidify the earth element within himself. With that, the 5 elemental forces metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had gathered enough. He decided to try merging them together. A surge of energy radiated from his brow, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Little did he know that introducing the earth element into his body would be so taxing, just a slight misstep, and that elemental energy could be abruptly cut off. It was no simple task to focus. The earth element slowly merged into his body. He had to stay completely centered, or all his efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, in the training room on the first floor, someone from outside yelled loudly, "Boss, what do you think that kid is doing all alone in such a big room?" The shop owner sighed. You have no idea what it is like to be supported like this. Seriously, who would want someone like me? Suddenly, the TV blares with breaking news. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. The host warns of a demon sighting in the city and urges all residents to stay indoors. Suddenly, the shop door swings open. The TV keeps blasting alerts. While on this side, someone has just walked into the store. The owner is taken aback as someone approaches and shouts, "What are you doing? You do not look like a warrior at all. Didn't you hear about the demon in the city? The shop is temporarily closed." And they ask him to leave. But he completely ignores them and walks straight in. The shop owner, irritated, says, "This is a training room for warriors. You can't just barge in." But he simply replies with one word, causing everyone in the shop to turn their heads in shock. He thinks to himself, so this is a specialized training room for warriors. Could that energy be coming from a human warrior? He strides right in, and someone asks, "Which room is it? Who are you? I will kill you." Someone screams, "Where did you come from? Get out," he shouts as he kills. "Not you. with each door he passes. Blood spills everywhere. What room is this? Over here. Aki is still focused on his training. He wipes the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, focusing his mental energy as the earth element begins to merge with his consciousness. Just a little more progress. And at that moment, someone approaches his door in size. Only one room left. How splendid. He grins as he channels his power into his hand, a human warrior. And then he throws a punch at the door. Just to test it, a hand appears to block his attack, dispersing his strength sideways. He stares in confusion as the door remains unscathed. Wait, I can't break the door. That feeling. He looks down to see a hand pressing against his. That hand immediately grips his tightly. The Demon King emerges from the other side of the door, leaving Ji-Yu stunned. You are that legendary figure, the Demon King. I remember you. He raises a finger to his lips with a soft sha, while the other hand crushes Ji-Liu's wrist, causing him immense pain. The Demon King raises an eyebrow. Keep it down. He turns to look at the door. This is the most crucial moment for him. And even I am eager to see it. We need to eliminate any noise. And instantly, a red soundproof sphere appears in the area. Ji-Liu is still in shock. You are the legendary Lord Demon King. The Demon King chuckles at himself. Looks like I have become a legendary figure after all. Those guys really live in a different world. He instantly recognizes Ji-Liu's identity. You are a subordinate of the Demon Lord. How does your current strength compare to before? And Ji-Liu immediately bows his head. Yep. I am a subordinate of the Demon Lord. You and your kind are the strongest beings in our clan, of course. Including you, Lord Demon King. He asks again. But I am in a bit of a bind right now. He glances down at the city under attack. Realizing the strength of the person must surely be one of the Demon Lord's most capable subordinates. I sense another demon in the city. Is it your companion? He still does not dare to look up and answer. That is right. He is my apprentice. And today he is here to prove his strength. The higher-ups have given him a chance to test himself. And if he passes, he will be granted power and a promotion. Flashed a smile. The mission of ambushing and destroying the city. Right. The rules I set before are quite interesting. He continued. But this time it is not convenient. I do not want him to be disturbed. After all, he is just here with the human warriors. Who is this person that the Great One mentioned? Is it someone with a strange aura that I sensed earlier? Sechke Vig looked down at him. He is my secret. I can't let anyone report back to those guys from TVVK. Hearing this, he grimaced, quickly raising his head and promising. Wait a minute. Sechi VK Aiman, I really won TB Chatty. I am still an enemy of VK. But before he could finish his sentence, his upper body exploded, and Y just smirked. Sechi VK was just chatting wiki while he practiced. Ung had grown astonishingly, able to materialize elemental power in his consciousness. A human warrior's physique can only contain one attribute. Yet he wants to cram in 5. You have got some nerve, I floated above, observing him. But I like it this way. Ung is really struggling. Right. Even with me right in front of him, he still can sense it, forcing 5 incompatible attributes into his body. It is a miracle he has not died yet. He is really pushing himself. I encouraged him, fully entering the depths of his consciousness. For a human, this mindset is quite impressive. In your past life, was the strongest warrior. Right. I thought to himself. It seems choosing him as my vessel was the right call. And Y stretched. Well then, I should return to this human body. To avoid interruptions, I have to force my soul out here, which drains a lot of my spirit. Y still could not stop himself from laughing it off. But all this was worth it. This way, the human's physique would improve significantly. For me, it is a good thing too. Suddenly, lightning flickered in the earth element, gradually spreading to the surrounding elements. Y was astonished. Thunder. You still had your brows furrowed tight. As lightning appeared in the training room's sky, Y suddenly realized something. Could it be that a massive bolt struck straight down on the training building? It obliterated the entire structure, leaving everything in ruins, while Sich Vegake wrapped himself in a red sphere. Keeping quiet, I wondered again. Why thunder? Your elements are continuously binding together. I frowned, wanting to pull the male attribute into his body and merge it into one. Can that even be done? The male attribute was continuously merging together as he gritted his teeth. I will emerge. Then he threw his head back and shouted. A lightning bolt struck straight at the building. The 5th level demon looked at him, suspended in the light, deep in thought. This human, looks like I underestimated him. This kid is not just evolving to 5th level, but also controlling and merging 5 elements to create this unique lightning attribute. He frowned. This white lightning is really annoying. Lightning is an attribute I despise. Suspicion. He slowly faded away. On the other side, Zitalu was gazing up at the beam of light, contemplating the rising lightning energy. What is that? Suddenly, something rushed toward her, and she barely dodged. The two forces collided, causing the ground around them to crack. The kid marveled. I am surprised that a 4th level state could possess such immense strength. No wonder it is the power of a high-level demon. Leah thought while struggling to hold on. If this keeps up, I won't be able to last much longer, even if I awaken my 4th level power. This could be a 5th level demon with dual attributes. She frowned. The captain level in this city probably got the news, and is on their way back. I need to change my strategy. Use my abilities to buy more time. And the kid immediately launched a punch. Don't think I do not know what you are thinking. She saw the punch aimed directly at her face, and immediately tilted her head to dodge. Then she began to summon cubes, launching them toward the kid, sending him flying back. She spread her legs and stomped down hard, causing several cubes to appear. Memories flooded back from when she was taught that, if you can be sure you can crush your opponent. Then keep your distance and watch their moves. Find the gaps or weaknesses. Meanwhile, in the present, she was relentlessly kicking at the cubes. The cubes on the little brat's side were gradually showing signs of her kicks. They shattered with a smile that was not quite clear. The space was charged with energy, and in an instant, she unleashed a sound wave attack towards her. This made her freeze in place, feeling the intensity of its spiritual assault, and she smirked as she easily blocked her kick. Then she stabbed through the calf of her leg, pulling her hand back. She quickly pulled her leg back and hurriedly retreated, gritting her teeth. She thought that her ankle had been pierced. Even with her healing abilities, with this wound, recovery would not be quick. The little brat laughed, saying that the city would become a dead zone under our gaze. Even if we were to fall, she was certain she would not. But if only her master could guide her. She thought of her mentor. Then, with a confident wave of her hand, she would easily turn this place into a dead city. In short, this city would not survive the night. She unleashed her attack towards her, abandoning the human warrior. She could not dodge in time, and could only watch as the attack rushed toward her. It was the end. But suddenly a lightning shield appeared from the sky, easily blocking the attack. The little brat was stunned, exclaiming that her skill had been destroyed by the thunder. How could this be? A demon suddenly appeared in front of her, leaving her dumbfounded. A 5-star demon saved her, but soon after, she felt joy as she recognized him. That feeling, standing before her in a new form as a 5-star lightning deity, furrowing his brow at his opponent. The 3-star form was terrified of Aki's power. Who are you? The little brat Lee realized. Is that really you? He replied. Yep. This name is strong. You did great. Aki assessed that Liu's current appearance must have received some demonic intelligence. She warned him. Be careful. It is a dual-core demon, and not just any demon. It is a high-level demon. Its abilities are. Aki replied. I know. Do not worry. A high-level demon. The one I am fighting is a high-level demon. He added. You are also a warrior. The aura around you is similar to that female warrior, both having the same aura as us. Hearing this, Aki retorted. Your aura. Don't act like we are on the same level as you. We are the ones who specialize in slaying your kind. His words infuriated her, and the lightning crackling around him made it clear that he was a threat. He needed to be taken down quickly. Then, she unleashed a powerful attack. Die already, Liu warned. Be careful. But Aki stopped her by touching and sealing the pressure point on her forehead, saying, if you are injured, do not act recklessly. I will handle the rest. Aki unleashed his power against the demon, the lightning serpent. Cutting through the demon's attack in half, he stood in the midst of the clash, with the two forces colliding around him, creating an electrifying atmosphere like an intense battle. The demon knows. It has separated my power, and one of my moves is pure energy absorption. How could it possibly be divided? What is that lightning of his? Even a human like he can make a demon tremble in fear, radiating a protective aura around to Trilui. You know, it seems I have fused 5 attributes into something pretty amazing this time. Aki recalls that this type of lightning seems particularly effective against you demons. When the 5 elements fused within me, I thought I was going to burn out. My whole body felt like it was being pierced through. I was about to faint, on the brink of death, thinking it was a clash between the elements. But somehow, I ended up merging into this mysterious lightning attribute. I ponder the power in my hands and wonder how effective it will be against your demon kind. It seems the demon sees that Aki is ready. You want to kill me? You just want to stop my move. Right. Isn't he that a bit overestimating yourself? It is preparing to strike, while I am here unleashing my core potential. Haha. If my master finds out, I will definitely get an earful. Aki remembers back then. Master, even if I am disobedient, I want to unleash my strongest power to obliterate these 2 humans. It transforms into the most brutal demon with the most explosive power of the demon elite. Aki may be strong, but seeing it unleash its attack, he stays cautious. Core potential. What it is referring to must be similar to the core power that warriors like us use to rapidly elevate our strength to the max. Just in a flash, this guy seems determined to go all the way. The demon spreads its wings and compresses the air down to create shockwaves, shaking the ground as it uses its claws for a springy lift. Energy surging with a bluish-purple glow. It seems that the midsection is the demon's stronghold, with its wings giving it an advantage in speed. Aki seizes the moment to attack the core demon, yelling, "Lock it down. You think you can just defend with your bare hands? Damn it. The attacks keep coming, and all I can do is defend. I have not even mastered the lightning yet, and this core demon is incredibly agile and hard to hit. If I keep fighting against someone at this level, I will really be at a disadvantage. Sure, I can manifest my wings, but only for a short time, dodging and defending." Aki asked Tia-su. "Right. Look, what is your ability?" The core demon continues its relentless assault. "And Haddock and T deny the demon powers you possess make me really take notice of your human adaptability." It laughs. "But a lowly human is still just a lowly human. Even if you borrow the great power of our kind, in the end, you will still be a lowly human." To avoid wasting breath, the core demon uses all its might. As it is hard for humans to survive against it, it is pure spatial gravity manipulation. It is the mysterious cosmic arsenal. This is the true power of a demon, a move meant for annihilation. The multi-dimensional universe gradually curls inwards, shrinking into a vortex of death, a swirling black and green maelstrom. The great demon's tide. Suddenly, Aki shouts to T Layu, "Now's the time." He grabs her and says, "Run. It is getting exciting. Run." Haha. You won to escape my whirlpool. The whirlwind obeys its master's command, swallowing up every creature around it, claiming them as its own. The ghost and the dark demon core feels the victory within reach, growing stronger with each passing moment. The dark demon core above cackles with glee. "Haha, I crushed them. This time, they will be nothing but dust." Little did it know, Aki had another plan up his sleeve. A tiny gap appears. A portal. Perhaps. He hears a sound from behind, and suddenly remembers Aki is sneaking up on him from the rear. The warriors will never back down. Aki and Zichuliu unleash an immense surge of power, both of them charging forward. "Get down here now." The energy creates a massive lightning bolt that rips across the sky, crashing down towards little Dotto. She can no longer resist. His lightning power is just too overwhelming. Gritting her teeth, she thinks to herself, "I am paralyzed." And yet, Zichuliu and Aki leap down. They stand atop translucent shards. Aki glances, his eyes sharp as he declares, "The lightning will immobilize our enemies, leaving them sluggish and vulnerable. This lightning is your death day, demon." Little Dotto exclaims with fury, "You dare to kill me?" Her voice is laced with challenge. "If you kill me, my master will definitely come to my rescue. My master is an immortal being, supremely powerful." Aki remains calm in the face of her taunts. "Is your master really immortal? I do not know what divine being you serve, but if they show up, I will kill them over and over until they are completely gone." Little Dotto, in her furious core form, smashes her fist down. "You dare underestimate my master. You have no idea how powerful he is." With an incredibly calm demeanor, raises his hand, forming it into a long weapon. Electric currents wrap around the arrow, generating a tremendous amount of energy. Aki declares confidently, "No matter how strong you are, all I need to do is be stronger than you." Little Dotto struggles, eyeing the two figures before her while Zichuliu gestures to offer help. She reaches out. "Let me give you a hand." With a surge of even greater power, Aki nods in agreement as she uses her magical space control. Quickly, she helps Aki leap from one spot to another, amplifying his speed until he moves like lightning. Aki grips the electric arrow tightly, bolts of electricity crackling across his body as he pierces the air, shooting straight down. Two dragons materialize from his mana. This is the lightning spirit. Double heart, both sources of power intertwine, and charging fiercely toward little Dotto, who dives down, creating a massive explosion. Dust clouds fill the air, debris flies everywhere, and little Dotto looks incredibly pitiful. She is severely injured, gasping in pain. "It hurts so much. Master." Memories of her master and her past flood back. She remembers her master lifting her up with such pride. "I found a little fellow of our kind, and now, a double core. Haha. I will teach you how to evolve and disguise yourself." They had endured countless months of grueling training together. And in little Dotto's heart, there was always a longing for the joy of slaughtering humanity. She knows the fear of facing powerful foes. These are emotions that low-level demons instinctively feel. The image of her and her master on that sunny meadow comes to mind. Back then, she was just a carefree child, much more innocent than she is now. "But master, what does it mean to be hurt?" The master only smiled at her and replied, "Not knowing that being injured is a good thing. I hope you never have to feel this emotion." As little Doozy fades away, "Master, I have disappointed you. Just thinking about dying and never seeing you again makes me feel so sorrowful." Tears stream down her face, And little Duzi finally understood as she pulled away from her thoughts. Her body completely vanished, leaving only tiny fragments of energy behind. Aki landed on the ground with a sigh, finally having completed it. As Liu hugged her shoulders, it is a high-level demon. Although it is considered a growing high-level demon, its power is truly formidable. Aki turned to her, satisfied with a smile. Realizing she could fight it this long thanks to her warrior skills, he assessed that Li had also received demonic power. Unsure if that was good or bad, but I will definitely keep an eye on her. Aki noticed the wound on her leg and asked, filled with concern, how's your wound? Li looked down, gently rotating her leg. I used energy control to manage the wound, but it is quite serious this time. If I want to fully recover, I need a place to gather energy. And a source of purple energy is radiating from that direction. It seemed both of them sensed it. Aki quietly affirmed it was the aura of a warrior. Moreover, its strength was not to be underestimated. Liu felt anxious about these auras. I know. It must be the captain-level warriors returning from a mission. This ambush seems to have been planned out by this demon and its master. Liu voiced her insight, her gaze serious. Even if all the captain-level warriors fell from the city, it must be part of their plan. This way, we can inform the captain-level warriors about the demon's situation and warn them that is not as simple as they think. Her voice grew serious. Among them, there exist some very powerful beings. Perhaps even something above the 7th tier. An existence that humanity has never discovered before. Aki was surprised. He had not expected the girl in front of him to understand so deeply. She had already pinpointed this issue. Humanity's knowledge of demons only reached the 7th tier. And they did not even know the specific types of demons. For example, this high-level demon. Even though it is still maturing, its displayed power is beyond what a 5th or even 6th level warrior can handle. Aki looked at Liu and asked, but do you think we should stay here with our current appearance? Li looked at herself, puzzled, seemingly understanding her thoughts. Aki explained that she had just received demonic power. You can immediately return to your old form. Right. You probably know that I have far surpassed the strength of an ordinary warrior. It is because I borrowed demonic power, he seriously added, and now it seems you are just like me now. Do you think that ordinary humans or warriors would see us and think we are human? Aki gestured for Liu to follow him, saying, we should leave here first, grabbing her tightly. He immediately hoisted her up and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. I took her to get treated, and then we continued our journey, cutting through layers of thick dark clouds. At last, the light began to peek through, transitioning to the training room. However, he was sprawled out on the floor, his limbs scattered. Yet his hands started to move. A strange new energy enveloped his body, pulling together his cells, blood, and other organs. Gradually, they fused into a complete form. He slammed his hands down on the floor, his face showing sheer exhaustion. It seemed that the power he just used had taken a toll on him. But thankfully he had the ability to revive himself. The Crimson King was terrifying. I need to report this to Lord Death King right away. We have to halt the evolution mission and bring Little Bean back. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled, seemingly realizing something. Wait, Little Bean's presence is gone. This was utterly shocking. He gazed out the window, seeing a heart-wrenching lonely figure below. Looking down from above at a group of people chatting, other teams had already split up, searching for clues, asking the townsfolk to clear the way. One person approached with a box to report to the Iron Blade. Captain, here is the fragment of the core we collected. The box contains a few small pieces. They must be from the 5th grade demon, but they have lost all their energy. The Iron Blade remarked. Fully drained, then it is basically useless junk. Just hand it over to the squad for analysis to see if they can extract any more information. The other person closed the box and received the orders. In Henyan River. I pondered. It was a bizarre assault that seemed planned, leading to many elite soldiers' deaths. The arena-turned-battlefield still radiated an astonishing demonic aura. Surveying the wreckage around him, Han was sure this was definitely not an ordinary 5th grade demon. But the question remained. Who was this demon fighting? How did it die? Who killed it? A barrage of questions flooded Han's mind. And this aura. It feels like there is more than one demon. A girl speculated. If the aura is not from just a single demon, could it be a deadly clash between demons? And chimed in. Are you suggesting that a demon deliberately intervened to protect the city? Don't say something so ridiculous. Meanwhile, a blonde guy was in line doing his assigned task, thinking to himself, if something unexpected happens, it is my time to shine. I feel like the captain's been paying more attention to me lately. Hey, so next time, I am sure I will have a shot. Suddenly, a voice from the alley hypnotized him. Come here. He immediately halted and turned towards where the voice came from, finding a figure draped only in a bathrobe. Raising his eyebrows. Tell me what happened at the arena, he said. And the guy quickly recounted the events. The demon that ambushed the city was eliminated, but it is unclear who did it. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Han thought silently. Little Bean is dead. Then he recalled the recent events caused by the Crimson King. If it was the Crimson King, this city would have already fallen. And asked again, what is in the box? The blonde guy reported. Fragments of the core collected from the demon. Han immediately ordered, open up. The blonde guy listened closely. And Han peered into the aura. Show me who the killer of my child is. His eyes widened, summoning the spirit. As a purple mist emerged from the shards of the core, rapidly expanding. From here, I learned more about the spirit. It is the conscious energy controlling the core, allowing us to see the last scenes witnessed by the core's owner. The more complete the core, the richer the scenes and information. Otherwise, it diminishes and then slowly returns. Slowly, a small screen emerged from the mist, replaying last night's battle. And Han was astonished. 2 human warriors, 1 male and 1 female. And Han leaned in closely. Even though I have no idea what divine master you serve, if it appears, the screen will clearly show Aki's face in a demonic form. And I will kill it over and over until it is completely dead. Hearing the spirit deny it, the master thought about the pain it felt. Perhaps you have finally understood. And clenched his jaw, the veins on his face bulging. Then he swung his hand, severing the blonde's head, gripping the core shards tightly until blood flowed. And then he dashed outside to report the news about the previous king's power, and was completely enraged, killing everyone in his path. Meanwhile, in another location, Aki was holding onto the ankle, healing Zidu Liu's injuries while treating him. She said, this battle drained too much of my energy. I do not have enough strength to heal. My recovery is not much different from your 6 core recovery. Just hand me the knife. She blushed. Thank you. Inside, she was screaming. No one has ever touched my legs, let alone a guy. She wondered. Aki pondered. Where are we headed next? He contemplated, considering that the purpose of this appearance was to find the elemental core to merge the attributes within me. Now that the merging has been successful, I think I should continue my journey to gather the information I want to learn. She then asked. Information. Gathering information. The image of her appeared in his mind, and he thought, that makes sense. Aside from Lina, who knows my reincarnation secret? No one else does. Luit has no idea about my plan to save Dessa, who is trapped outside. And he thought about the 2 opposing factions. The conflict between the fallen king and the new 6 Halls. Do Liu and his crew know about it? Would they side with me? Aki lowered his head and avoided the topic. It is nothing. I might want to go alone later. It might be easier. Her current strength was already on par with a 4-rank warrior, equally matched with the captain of the Extreme Wine team. And she worried. You want to set off alone? He affirmed. Yeah. But I will walk with you for a bit. I have something to discuss with the Extreme Wine captain. She agreed. Your wound is fine now. But after the muscles reconnect, it might hurt a bit. During this time, do not move too much, he said as the sunset gradually faded. Let us get going then. She agreed. 3 days later, at Hespero's levels, Tomo had just retrieved the scene of a bird flying by. Then she flopped down by the window, feeling bored. Right after that, she sprawled out on the floor, contemplating when Liu and Aki would return. Their absence was so dull. Senna was nearby, lifting weights, probably trying to level up. He glanced at her and smiled. We can fall behind. She rested her chin on the floor, looking at the camera. I know. I am just feeling bored. They are not here, and it is driving me crazy. I want to go out and level up in Hesperos. It is taking forever. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice. If it is taking too long, then your captain here can take everyone out to level up. How does that sound? She jumps up and looks out the door to see someone standing there. And they all shout in unison. Tuzuda Ali lets out a soft hum as Sino rushes over asking, you are back. Where's Brother Aki? She responds. He is off looking for Captain Jujing and asking to cancel his status as a warrior of Hesperos. Both of them are taken aback, canceling his status as a warrior. In the captain's meeting room, Jujing grits his teeth, slamming his hand down hard enough to break the water glass on the table, demanding to know who would dare to cancel their status in this city. Jujing sits next to Joel and Zago, raising his voice to the figure standing with their back to the 3 of them, asking, what the heck is going on? Joel props his chin up, saying, what? Going out to train with a friend. Sounds like you are looking down on us in Hesperos. Aki chuckles and waves his hands, saying, Captain, you have misunderstood. How could I be so ungrateful? He continues explaining. It is just something I want to do for the future. I do not want to drag everyone else or Hesperos into my mess. Zago sits cross-legged, casually asking, drag us and Hesperos into what? Be clear, it is not a small deal to cancel a city's status. Aki runs a hand through his hair, replying, honestly, I do not even know how to explain it. In this day and age, saying something like that is just plain rebellious. But in Aki's head, He is thinking about how he can't directly tell them he is the reincarnated Aki, who is planning to overthrow the current regime. He furrows his brow and decisively says, "It is a tough situation to explain, and I do not know how to clarify it. But I hope you can understand my struggles. I just do not want to involve anyone else." The three sit in silence. And at this moment, Joel crosses his legs and sighs. "This kid looks a bit lost. Kind of reminds me of myself back in the day." Zago raises an eyebrow in surprise, questioning Joel's decision. "Is it really that clear? Are you just going to agree to this?" Zago turns to Jujing, urging him. "Come on. Say something. What if he does something dangerous?" Jujing frowns, deep in thought, and says nothing. Then he stands up, hands flat on the table, and tells Aki, "It is not that I do not trust you. I just want to be sure. Here's the deal." He stands tall and clear. "If you can defeat the three of us, I will agree." "How about that?" Zago looks at Jujing. She scratches her head helplessly, saying, "Well, I guess we have to go along with you then." Aki looks confused. Just like that? I mean, I am pretty strong now. Or should we find another way?" Jujing insists. "Consider it a test of your skills after your time away. Who do you want to train with among us three?" Both Joel and Zago are a bit eager to hear Aki's answer. Aki raises his hands, saying, "All right, let us do it this way. To put everyone at ease, I guess I will have to go all out. At the training room for warriors." Sino is still puzzled by what Sudalu said, implying that Aki does not just want to leave Hesperos, but also wants to cancel his warrior status here. Right. He lowers his head. "So that is drawing a clear line with us." Tumo speaks up, asking Zudoa, "Does Aki have some hidden struggles?" Ttld cast his gaze downwards. "To be specific, he did not say anything to me." And she recalled the drive back. They were cruising down the cracked road, chatting away, and Aki warned, "Look, I want to do something. It might be something that is not allowed by the higher-ups right now. You remember your past." Hands still glued to the wheel. As Aki continued talking about my history, "I want to challenge some powerful forces, to rescue an old friend of mine. So to prevent dragging everyone into this later on, this time, I am heading back to Hesperus with her, to cancel my current identity as a soldier of Hesperus." Lua was still intently listening to Aki. The wind blew Ugu's hair back as she turned to Aki, puzzled. Why the sudden change? "Do we really have to cancel? Maybe I can help him," Aki firmly replied. "No way." Lugu's eyes widened in surprise. Akiki explained, "Even if everyone agrees to help after knowing what is going on, with our current strength, we can do anything." Ttlu continued looking at Aki, feeling confused by what Aki said, sharing the story with Zero and Tomo. Ttlu blinks and says that is just how it is, and beyond that, she does not know. Zero and Tbotsu fall silent, while Tomo, puzzled, wonders if Aki sees them as a burden. Zero places his hand on his forehead, closing his eyes and saying that Aki, since they have known each other, has always been someone who takes care of his teammates, risking his life to save others. Tdralu can see many things worth learning from him. If he is stubborn about this, he must have his reasons. And she believes in him. Zero's hand clenches tightly, veins bulging on his arms. But he expresses his frustration at feeling like nobody trusts him. It really sucks. And he does not want to settle for that. Tomo questions Tvialu, noting she has always hated admitting defeat. So does she really want to give up this time? Tomo winks at Tyelzu, wondering if they should at least try to save some face together. Zero agrees wholeheartedly. "Captain, we are a 4-person squad. We have never completed a mission together. How can we just disband like this?" Tvelhu looks at the two of them, feeling a bit touched. Everyone. Tomo smiles and pulls out the photo of the 4 of them that is still on her device, saying that is right. They can be missing anyone from their squad. In the photo, Tlu stands a bit behind, looking cold, while the 3 in front, Zero and Tomo, are all smiling happily. Tlu parts her lips but does not say anything, then asserts that she is not wrong. She can believe that Aki wants to leave the team alone. Tdralu turns to walk away. "Let us go find him." The 3 step out the door in search of Aki. On the battlefield, Aki stands facing the 3 he just challenged, and Joel speaks up, noting that it seems Aki has returned with a higher perspective now. Joel locks eyes with Aki, smirking as if he does not take them seriously at all. "Don't underestimate us. We are the guardians of Hesperus." Leaning casually against the wall, Joel stretches, while Yoga props his hands on his hips. Leaning back, Joel introduces their trio of powerful guardians from Hesperus. Yoga Pite, objecting that this name is completely made up. Right. Leaning against the wall, Joel agrees that no one would choose such a ridiculous name, causing Joel to grumble about how dull their banter is. Aki stands tall, his hand behind his back, smiling as he asks how they plan to determine the winner. leaning confidently next to the other two. Joel responds that they are going all out to defeat their opponents. Does he really think they are enough this time? A powerful aura surrounds the battlefield. Eyes gleaming, fists clenched and ready to strike. He tells you, if you stubbornly want to throw away your identity as a warrior, consider this a test. I know you are a naturally gifted fighter, and you have been training hard out there. Your skills have definitely improved. But challenging all three of us at once, that is pretty cocky. Aki winks. All right, I will remember the captain's advice. Joel's energy core glows brightly. Chuckling. Just a young warrior who is a bit too full of himself right now. We are going to teach you a lesson. With that, the three of them charge at Aki. Yoga shouts boldly, if this is a test, even if Aki is under your command, you can't go easy on him. The three race forward, hoping everyone takes this seriously and sees if he can handle things solo. With a powerful stomp, the ground shatters beneath him as he declares, I will lead the charge. Still standing calmly in place, a massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves that blow everything away. Amidst the thick smoke, Aki is struggling to block Joel's trembling punch. Confused, Joel wonders, how is this happening? He is pinned in the middle, Aki's grip tight around his fist. Surrounded by swirling smoke, Aki remains, saying, Captain, I told you, let us all come at him together. The other two charge in, surprised to see Aki actually blocking Joel. A Yoga shouts, how is that kid managing to hold off the attack? Both slam their feet down hard, attempting to counter Joel's earlier strikes. Joel can wrap his head around it, asking, why is this happening? He is stuck in the middle, Aki's grip strong. Surrounded by thick smoke, Aki reaches back, thinking he needs to avoid a direct hit, and says, time to change things up instantly. All three feel something's off as Aki sends them flying backward. At that moment, he transforms into a red demon. Retracting his fist, he opens his mouth. What is going on? The bewildered faces of the others reflect the chaos. He is still holding tight. Surrounded by a thick cloud of smoke, he keeps his grip firm, the fog swirling around them. Now appearing as a red demon, pulls back his fist. He speaks, revealing sharp fangs, saying, then he raises his hand toward the three of them, and gigantic tree branches crash through the steel walls. Aiming to knock them down, the branches slam into all three of them with immense force. They find themselves pinned against the wall, shocked by Aki's unexpected attack. He stands below, controlling the branches that wrap around them. Joel, caught tight, grits his teeth and says to Aki, now I see why that demon was so interested in you. You are a demon yourself. Aki stands there calmly, his demonic side clearly revealed. He addresses all three of them. I hope the captains stay calm. I have shown my abilities, so please believe me, I mean no harm. Now, let me explain. The branches gradually shorten, and the three captains kneel in front of Aki, listening as he explains. The captain of the booze team must still remember that this time, Lou and I set out together to reach the shelter and escape the core. The booze team captain confirms it is true. I told Leo to stick with you, because I wanted you to have someone by your side on the journey. They found a small, shiny white quartz that, Zaki, I got the elemental quartz from. Then, due to a mix-up during the refining of that quartz, with a devilish appearance, stretches out his hand to explain. He recalls how Lee underwent a transformation as well, her face fierce, her skin looking wild, nails changing color like a demon's. Lion continues, saying Liu also received a similar kind of power during that time. However, while wielding this power, our appearances changed. At this moment, Aki remembers he already mentioned this to Liu on the way back, using this explanation to clarify the changes for both of them. Regarding the elemental quartz, they surely must know about it. At least it makes a lot more sense this way. After all, we can't just say we got the powers of demons. Ryoga exclaims in surprise that Lee received powers similar to his. So what is her current strength? Before he could finish, Aki responds that her abilities are not fully mastered yet. She still needs more training, and her current strength is around that of a low-tier warrior. Leaving the three of them stunned, Ryoga questions, it seems your powers are much stronger than Lea's. So what is your current strength? Aki then closes his eyes, focusing on controlling his power as a sphere of energy rises, and Aki returns to his normal form. He states that in human form, he is considered a 5-tier warrior, and all three are left speechless. Aki's eyes are still shining brightly, crackling with tiny sparks, but using demonic energy to control elemental lightning well. That is still uncertain. A thought briefly crosses Aki's mind. Joel is excited, truly unable to believe it. He has heard about the elemental quartz. You need strength to obtain it, but you also must have the fate to gain insight from it. Ryoga adds that perhaps both of them have received their own unique gifts. One a low-tier warrior, the other a 5-tier warrior. Hesperos is definitely shining bright now. As the two chat animatedly, they turn to find the booze team captain standing there in silence and ask, why are not you saying anything? The booze team captain remains deep in thought, and Aki calls out to him. Captain of the booze team. He reminisces about the past. The memory of the city engulfed in darkness, surrounded only by flickering red dots like blood. He recounts how Hesperos faced a small-scale demon attack. My little brother was taken by a demon, and when I found him, he was nothing but a corpse. At that moment, the booze team captain held his brother tightly, screaming amid a pile of rubble and engulfed in flames. A power emerged, red like blood, and he continued. Since then, I vowed to become a strong enough warrior to protect those beside him. He reaches out to Aki, seriously advising that as a warrior, the greater the strength, the heavier the responsibility. After hearing this story, Aki reflects, realizing that the booze team captain has such a story most likely from the time when our team was captured by demons. I heard the captain is going crazy looking for us, probably missing his little brother. The image of him frantically searching for his team flashes in Aki's mind. He is losing it everywhere he goes. The captain shuts his eyes to focus. He does not fully understand why this kid wants to give up his warrior identity, but he sees that not only is the kid not backing down from this power, but he is also really good at managing the pressure. He looks at Aki with pride, boasting that he is the captain of this kid and feeling proud of both of them. Ryuga turns and awkwardly asks, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Before he can finish his sentence, the captain confirms he agrees to let the kid abandon his warrior status. Aki's eyes widen in surprise. With his hands behind his back, the captain stands tall, knowing this kid is aware of what he is doing without needing to ask further. They have their own choices and futures. Aki bows his head, clasping his hands in gratitude to the captain. The three of them stand outside the city, watching Aki's car drive away. Ryuga brushes his hair back, saying that kid really just left. Memories of Aki in the past flash back a weak Aki who often crumbled under physical challenges, sometimes even fainting in the commander's arms. He recalls how pitiful he looked back during the assessment. It is truly sad. They all wonder how far he can go this time. The three of them gaze into the distance. Joel chuckles, saying he does not know, but that kid, we really could not hold him back. Maybe I should not say this, but that little punk and Aki remind me of something great. The captain watches the car shrink in the distance and smiles, thinking maybe his future achievements surpass even that greatness. Under the vast blue sky, Aki speeds down the road pursuing his own goals. While driving, Aki thinks about leveling up to the 6th core at least. The plan to rescue Dessa would be more solid. It seems like there are a lot of demons recently. Maybe he can scout around, and if he collects enough cores, leveling up might be more promising. Suddenly, he hears a noise from the trunk. Aki wonders what is going on back there. A fist comes flying up, knocking the trunk lid off, and Aki jumps, exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" Inside the trunk are Liu, Tomo, and Zero, gasping for breath. Tomo yells, "I am dying back here. I can't take it anymore." Meanwhile, Tomo and Zero start grilling Aki, with Liu saying, "You wanted to go solo. You jerk." Aki stammers, unable to speak. "What? When did you all get in the car?" After getting out of the car, the team stands together, and Aki speaks up. "Captain," Lee says shyly, lowering her head, her cheeks flushing as she speaks. "As the captain, you have to respect your teammates' opinions." Aki interrupts. "But did not we talk about this in the car?" Liu raises her voice. "I do not want you to leave." She stops abruptly, pretending to be uninterested and turning her face away. "I do not want the team to just fall apart like that." "I do not get it at all." Aki was surprised, raising a huge question mark, while the contrasting expressions of Tomo filled the frame. Her look full of reproach. "Snow and I were stuck in the castle, wanting to die. And you, well, you went out with Liu. You come back and demand to be on the team," she said, hands on her hips, her gaze firm. "I absolutely won't agree to that." Not agreeing, Snow raised a hand to explain. "And she is right. If we are a squad, then your issues are our issues too." Tomo chimed in. Exactly. Even Utai wants to pitch in." Snow continued. "If it is something dangerous, then you definitely should not act alone." Aki was ruffled, hair all over the place. "I swear, these people are impossible." Deep down, Aki thought, she has got a point. As a member of the squad, I should probably tell them what is going on. I can't mention my resurrection, but I guess I can see how they feel about the other stuff. Aki regained his composure, his face serious. "Fine. Maybe after hearing me out, everyone will be able to make a choice. My situation is not simple. If I drag everyone into it, their safety is at stake." He continued his story. After a long discussion, everyone was shocked and asked, "You want to rescue the new king as prisoner, is that right?" Aki calmly replied, "Exactly. This is my secret. You should close your eyes and ponder on that. Then explain. Now that everyone knows, this is forbidden. But are you all still in?" Tomo interrupted, excited. This is thrilling. Count me in. Opposing the new king. Rescuing the hero from before. Shino was equally thrilled. He eagerly added, no wonder it is Aki. Keeping secrets like this. Let us not talk about anything else. I trust you. I am From the side. Yulu chimed in. Joining. Aki was hesitant. Confused about how to handle this. Wait. The reactions of these three feel a bit off. You all heard that right. We are talking about opposing the new king here. Shino cheerfully shared his thoughts. The residents of Hylos City have always been loyal followers of the king in the past. You could say without the past king, there would not be a Hylos City like this today. Yuli's gaze turned serious. My grandfather, the Tsudao family, is a subordinate of the former 6th Harbinger. The image of a tall man popped into Yuliu's mind. He must have been incredibly important to her. Yulu continued her story. Memories of the land being built came back, making her nostalgic for the past. All thanks to following the guidance of the previous king, accompanying several battle standards to build Hylos City. So I think my grandfather would agree with this plan. Aki suddenly realized something. Tuzu Dao. That name sounds so familiar. He recalled the first time he heard about Yuliu. So that kid was the one. Looking at Yuliu, he immediately thought of the brave warrior charging into battle alongside him. Remembering the first time the 6th Harbinger brought that kid to meet him. That tense yet genuine look of his. Time really flies. Aki thought before making a decision. Alright, but if everyone wants to join, then their strength is still far from enough. Look at everyone and consider this. If you want to help me, we need to meet this person first. The entire squad. Eyes sparkling, asked in unison. Who? Scene change. In front of them stood Violina, the former 6th rank warrior of the 6 pillars. She confidently crossed her arms and asked. You want to train? The squad stood frozen as if turned to stone. Aki spoke, asking for her help. Yep. Sorry to bother you, just me alone. I'm afraid my impact won't be that great. From Tomo to Shino. They were all stunned. I need to take a ton of photos of Lena. Aki thought. How does he know this divine being? We can also ask her to train us, too. Lena turned towards the cliff, accepting the request. Sure. But it is going to be a short time. How much strength we can gain is not something I can decide. It depends on all of you. She turned to look at them, who seemed puzzled. You are going to take those 3. They might have potential, but their current strength is still shaky. Guessing Lena's thoughts. Explained. There is no other way. After all, I am the team leader in this life. Lena ran her fingers through her hair, her face beaming with satisfaction. Just like before, more and more people were gathering around him, and he could not just abandon them. Lena wanted to ask more. You have fused with that glass element now, and you even researched the lightning element. It seems this body of mine, while not as strong as before, still holds promise. Aki pointed to himself, confidently declaring, Whom? In an instant, Lena's eyes lit up. She was utterly amazed, smiling while thinking, that is right. You are still you. The one who can do anything. The entire squad turned their gaze toward Aki and Lena, wondering what those two were saying, unable to hear clearly. But is not Lena quite old already? Shino questioned. Yet, she looks no different from someone her age. Dulu glanced at Lena in awe. It is impressive that she is a 6th pillar. Restoring her body, maintaining a youthful body is something only she can do. Aki confidently stepped towards the squad. I want to be a 6th pillar warrior as well. Our goal is that before we take action, everyone must at least reach the strength of a 5th pillar warrior. Otherwise, we might as well be signing our death warrants. The whole squad was left in shock. 5th pillar warrior. That is something we did not even dare to think about before. Aki looked at Lena, grinning. According to the plan, I will leave them to you, and I will level up myself, he said calmly. Moreover, I also need to find a way to boost their power up a notch. Lena grinned, her mind racing with thoughts. Leveling them up to 5th pillar is indeed a big challenge. Lena tossed her scarf dramatically, looking all high and mighty. Declared, if you want to get strong in a short time, we might have to resort to our previous training methods. It is going to be tough. Exhausting. Can everyone handle it? The squad responded in unison. No problem. Scene change. Right at the grand gates of the city, a large vehicle zoomed out from the entrance. Inside the vehicle was a strange guy, pondering about some glass element. If only he could find more glass elements, and maybe even some dual element gear, it might bring unbelievable results. The Crimson Monarch appears. Thanks to you using that glass fusion. When the time comes, lend me a hand. He casually leans back, crossing his legs atop the car's edge. And about that glass you mentioned. I know a little about it. Aki drives recklessly, lightning flashing around them, and thanks to that quartz fusion user, I have gained a bit of strength. The Crimson Monarch lounges on the hood of the car. That quartz you mentioned. I know a thing or two about it. The car speeds down the road. The wind can't drown out Aki's voice. Why are you showing up now? I remember you wanted to catch some sleep in the car for a while. The Crimson Monarch glances over. Yeah. Thanks to your brain doing the heavy lifting. Elemental quartz or whatever. Yet. Surprisingly, it offers me a bit of spirit. Unfortunately, this spirit is still too weak. Remembering those grotesque, terrifying images. The Crimson Monarch continues. Plus, the last time I helped you deal with that annoying guy drained the spirit I struggled to gather. He said this while closing his eyes, chuckling at Aki's perplexing attitude. Well, you would not understand what I am saying anyway. I am not going to bother with you. That quartz you just mentioned. At that clueless rate, you probably won't find any within a year. The Crimson Monarch's words leave Aki dumbfounded. I can help you find some effective ones in a short time. Hearing this, Aki suddenly stomped his foot. The car came to an abrupt halt, leaving long black streaks on the road. Filled with suspicion, exclaimed, You have a way. What is it? Why do you want to help me? What is your game? The last words were muffled as he saw the bulky figure buckle up in the corner of the car, due to the sudden brake. The Crimson Monarch gritted his teeth. Next time, warn me before you slam the brakes. Aki sighed. Who told you not to buckle up? The Crimson Monarch brushed off the reminder. By the way, did not you just finish battling the wicked core demon? An image flashed in Aki's mind. He turned to the Crimson Monarch. Yeah, that did happen. Seems like you are not completely blocking out the outside news while being in my body. The Crimson Monarch crossed his arms. It is just that the wicked core demon you fought had too low a rank. Otherwise, you would have gotten a recovery core demon right away. A crimson stone appeared in Aki's memory. Still filled with doubt. What is that recovery core demon? Does it work like elemental quartz? The Crimson Monarch burst into laughter. Haha. Its effects are definitely strong. He took on a teacher's tone. You should know. Regular demons evolve through encounters with demons of the same or higher rank. A clear symbolic image appeared. But after the demon's awakening, what is called a high-level demon can only level up through the rare fusion of recovery core demons. The Crimson Monarch thought of others and continued. You want to help your 3 teammates boost their power. For you humans, if you can refine this recovery core demon, you could gain immense strength. Aki turned to him. You say the demon fighting me is too low ranked. Does that mean it has to be a 6-tier demon? And how do I refine the recovery core demon, just like me? Sensing the core energy and then resonating to fuse, that is all it takes. The Crimson Monarch pulled out his flashy and stylish display. Haha. At least it has to be a 6-tier demon's core. Only 6-tier and above demons possess recovery core demons within them. Aki felt on edge, wondering what tricks he had up his sleeve. Why was he sharing this information with me? Are you telling me that you are just going to suddenly show up, snatch the spirit core, and then take control of my mind? You are sweating. Are not you? Aren't you also a demon? Betraying your own kind does not seem to bother you. The Crimson King suddenly bursts into laughter. Haha. There are 9 kings in total, including me. The other demons are just chaotic byproducts of the ancient stone tablet. The Crimson King looks thoughtful. You clearly have no idea about the situation at hand. Even if I told you, you would not get it. Plus, you are really underestimating me. It is just a spirit core, and you are still eyeing it like it is a prize. The Crimson King, with an air of mystery, speaks up, his giant hand gripping the chair beside him. He lunges to the side. Did not I tell you already? Aki is caught off guard as something suddenly rushes at him. What are you doing? A swift motion, and the Crimson King grabs both of Aki's hands with one hand. The Crimson King looks down at him. I have said it before. You have me within you, and I have you in my heart. In this lifetime, you are me, and I'm you. They struggle inside the vehicle, and the Crimson King says, If you want to evolve, I will go along with your wishes. If you evolve, I will evolve too. If you grow strong, I will grow strong. The Crimson King's expression turns serious. So do not doubt my goodwill. Just focus on getting stronger and leveling up. Got it. Aki grits his teeth, sweating profusely. This is the power of the king. Even if it is weak, it can still keep me immobilized with ease. Back off a little. You jerk. Being this close is nauseating. The Crimson King scoffs. Aki repeats. You let me. The Crimson King sighs as he sits back in the vehicle. Tough guy with a tough mouth. Aki becomes serious. So where do I go to find the dual core demon at the 6th level? You do not understand that these high-level demons come and go without a trace. They are very mysterious. The Crimson King's eyes light up. T-Stask. What is up with you humans being so impatient? I can help you find them without attracting attention from beings you can handle. That would be a nightmare. The wind blows fiercely, causing the Crimson King's hair to flutter. He speaks softly. I will tell you how to achieve your goals. Let us. Aki ponders. A dual core demon at the 6th level. A high-level demon like that. Thinking about it is less boring. I get it now. Even though I do not like that place right now, and is very risky to go there. If what you are saying is true, then the risk is worth it. The young man's voice echoes. Let us buckle up and hit the road. The Crimson King grunts in agreement. Where to? The vehicle starts moving away. Aki responds about going to the city. The Crimson King remains silent for a moment. So how do you fasten this seatbelt you mentioned? As night falls, the headlights of a vehicle approach from a distance. Iki stops the car. We have arrived. Let us park here for now. It is just the blind spot of the city. The Crimson King sits in the vehicle. Arms crossed. So before you get the spirit core, I want to show up again. It will drain a lot of my energy. Aki steps out of the car coldly. Got it. The Crimson King glances over. I do not know your specific plan, but let me remind you. Once you get the spirit core, don't even think about forcing your teammates to grasp the nuances of refining it. That will only drive them insane and lead to their deaths. Feeling disgruntled. Mutters nonsense. Suddenly halts. Turns around scratching his head awkwardly. Wait a minute. The Crimson King is surprised. Even you want to ask for my help sometimes. Come on. Aki said, blushing and biting his finger. Is there anyone who can change my appearance? This time, when I reach the city of Thangyiquang, I want to find a way to join some high-level demon hunting missions. I can use my old look. Anyway, at the demon hunting conference. Oh right. If possible, can you give me an extra weapon? A big sword would be great. My current one is still useful, but it still does not feel strong enough. The Crimson Lord, glowing with pride, crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. If you can tell us apart. Of course. This little issue is no problem at all. The Crimson Lord transformed into a small spark, darting into Aki's body, causing him to stagger back, his eyes wide with shock. The small spark of the Crimson Lord wrapped around Aki's arms, enveloping him. The Crimson Lord's gaze flashed with a proud smile as he admired Aki's new form. A sword appeared. This sword is for you to play with. Its name is Crimson Ruler's Charge. Aki stared in surprise at the newly materialized sword, pulling back his hood and drawing it out. Thanks, you wicked demon. Aki gripped the sword tightly, feeling confident and stylish as he set off to join the demon hunting team. Northwest corner. The Ningguang City. Military training grounds. Welcome. Foreign warriors. To register for the power market. This time's cleansing operation requires a rank no lower than 4 hells. If the demon hunt is successful, there will be a massive reward. I invite all foreign warriors to enter the training grounds in order. They were discussing amongst themselves. Hearing that a powerful warrior from the Ningguang would lead the team. Who could it be? They listened to the announcement, inviting them to tour in order. Aki followed along, thinking there were all kinds of people signing up. But when it comes to demon hunting, the more, the merrier. The leader arrived, his muscular body rippling with strength. He was the commander of the cleansing operation. Captain Im Digung, a fierce warrior with a crimson aura, he said. Thank you for coming to join this cleansing operation. Everyone, I am in charge of this mission. They followed his orders. And it turned out that the captain himself was leading the charge. Looks like things are about to get intense. I heard that Captain Nam Dago once undertook a mission alone against a 5 hells demon and a 4 hells demon, and he beheaded the 5 hells demon. It is truly terrifying. The 2 warriors from the Ningguang are known to be far stronger than those from other cities. They are the elite of the elite, Neem Ding stated. This week, our team is responsible for tracking the whereabouts of a demon. They went missing in the Rotten Forest, 3 kilometers north of Thangyiquang. And none of the 6 team members have returned, he added. The team leader for the scouting mission is a 5 hells warrior named Lam Hech, who has been my comrade for many years. His strength is no joke, and the other team members are also top-tier 4 hells warriors. No incidents have occurred over the years. But according to the last report from the scouting team, it is highly likely they encountered a powerful demon, at least a 5 hells demon, possibly a 2 hells demon or a high-level demon. Regardless, it poses a significant threat to transport around Thangyiquang. Nigam Dijeng also mentioned that due to the shortage of warriors in the city, we need the help of foreign warriors this time. Aki thought to himself. At least a 5 hells demon, which means it could be a 2 hells demon too. Just perfect. That Crimson Lord mentioned needing at least a 6 hells, 2 hells demon to perform demon summoning. Neem Deng added. Even though we are soldiers ready to sacrifice, we have to see the bodies of the fallen. I will definitely cleanse this evil. And then he ordered everyone. All right. Everyone understands the situation now. If you are willing to stay and help, step forward. We are organizing the team to set off immediately, aiming to return before sunset. At the Northwest City Gate, the soldiers donned their battle armor, standing ready to protect the civilians who hope to bring victory and peace home, wipe out the evil, wishing our squad a grand victory. They cheered. Wipe out the evil, wipe out the evil. When they arrived, they found themselves in a scorching desert. Nihim Dung reminded them. The journey to get here is about 3 to 4 kilometers. And there are plenty of monsters along the way. The soldiers must stay close together and remain silent. If they split up, they will be overwhelmed by the monsters. And the consequences could be dire. Aki heard this and agreed. That guy was right. As they left the store, their team had already caught the attention of the monsters. However, the arrogant soldier smirked and said, "Hey, team leader Nim Dejong, do not think of us as a bunch of noobs. Our team has plenty of strong soldiers. When the monsters come, are not they just asking for a death wish?" This made Nim Dejong furious. "Keep it down, you fools." But unexpectedly, that guy was ambushed, pierced through the heart and kidneys. Shocking everyone. The desert monsters are a type of evil creature that lurks in the sand to launch surprise attacks. They are a dull yellow, striking from the sand, then disappearing again. The team shouted, "Desert monsters. We have been ambushed." The soldiers had to fight together against the desert monsters. But they struggled to catch them due to their escape tactics and the ideal environment that favored the monsters. Ni Hem Ding was worried. From behind their formation, the number of monsters was nearly equal to the small-scale evil creatures. He shouted while fighting, "Soldiers, do not engage alone. Team up and attack together." Everyone plunged in with all their might, attacking like they were having fun. He easily maneuvered through the crowd, taking down one desert monster after another. No one could escape his sight. The thrill of victory made Nim Dajong smirk wickedly. They cheered. "Captain, our team is scattered. This is not good. Tell everyone to regroup." A scattered formation would lead to their demise. Some soldiers had drifted far away. And if they could be saved, they should be. But until then, they could only pray for luck. The monsters fought fiercely and easily tormented the soldiers. But Aki appeared, creating a burst of red fire that drove the monsters back. His teammates noticed the black-haired guy with a golden aura, a savior who accidentally broke something in the process. Aki urged his teammates, "Quick, stay close to the formation. Do not linger here." They asked, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" The squad was getting further away, and there were more desert monsters. "Let us move. There is no time to worry about anyone else." Aki just smiled lightly. Then he activated his destruction mode, making it much easier to take care of everything in his line of sight alone. Meanwhile, all his teammates struggled to fend off and attack the monsters, and they were saved by Nivem Dinong, who yelled, "Stick to the battle formation. Don't fall behind." They were in trouble. "Captain," the soldier reported. "Captain, the team has assembled." He replied, "Understood," adding sound from behind. The captain was infected. A warrior who had been silent returned. Infected made their way to them. "You guys are the farthest dispersed group. Is there anyone else?" They said. "There was a hybrid warrior who saved us. To cover our retreat, he stayed behind to face the remaining demons alone. That caught him off guard. Staying behind alone was truly foolish. Why not retreat with everyone?" the soldier said. "Brave for sure. But that is a rookie warrior move. Definitely asking for trouble." But they said this ambush was on a large scale. If he stayed alone, he would have to face more than 10 desert demons. I advised him to retreat with us. But he could not turn back. Just said one thing and walked straight ahead. Infected asked, "What did he say?" The soldier replied, "It seemed like he said it was easier to go solo." The guy behind laughed. "So reckless. If he can keep his skin intact, he would be lucky." Still, the instinct of the infected said that with 10 or so demons around, even I would have a hard time staying whole. Then he said, "If it were not for him attracting the demons' attacks, our losses would have been far worse. He gave the orders, whether he lives or dies. He is still our warrior. Let us see what is up. I predict there are still many demons lurking, ready to fight at any moment." So they headed over. The captain right up ahead. This area had strong winds. Visibility was poor. Everyone be careful. At that moment, our team was the farthest cut off by the desert demons. Plus the swirling sand made us quickly fall into a disadvantageous position. The reality before them was a sandstorm hard to penetrate. The territory of the desert demons. Teammates shouted, "Captain, demons are coming," the infected said. "Everyone prepare for battle." Glimmering through the sand was Aki, sword on his back, cold and mysterious. Seeing him made the infected doubt their eyes. Teammates pointed. "That is him. The one who stayed behind is indeed him." Aki had seen everyone. He spoke up. "Why is the team here? I thought you guys had moved on." "I was planning to catch up." Yet the infected scrutinized him. Why did he have such a dangerous aura? Could it be the demon blood on him? Teammate asked. "Are you okay? I heard you stayed behind. Where are the remaining desert demons?" Was not there more than 10? Aki silently thought. Demons. All killed by me. Before them were just the demon bones on the desert. That news shook the entire team. He single-handedly wiped out over 10 desert demons. What level is he at? No way. Captain. There is something off about this guy. If he is not at a higher level than the captain, how could he take down all 7 demons alone? Aki replied. Humbly. I'm a 5-core warrior. You know, even with my current latent strength, I have surpassed the typical 5-core or 6-core warriors. Facing a 7-core warrior is no problem, but I am not lying. Hearing that hit everyone like a thunderbolt. 5-core. That is still not bad. But even the infected did not expect it. No way. You are only 5-core. Even I, being 6-core, would find it tough to face more than 10 desert demons alone. How did you manage? Aki answered, I simply excel at mobile combat, focusing on dodging to take them out one by one. You can doubt me all you want. I was prepared. They were completely taken aback. So that is how it is fighting on the move. If they face each beast one by one, they won't get the chance to surround us. Truly a talented fighter. Then, Neem Dinu spoke up, saying, Young foreign warrior, you did great. Thanks to you holding the rear. We had enough time to regroup. All right. Everyone, shift gears and press on. Everyone moved out. Captain. We finally reached the spot where the exploration team disappeared. He asked. The map only marks 2 entrances. But there are actually 3. They ventured deeper into the dense forest, searching for the entrance. The soldier said, Captain, if we explore each entrance one by one, we might run out of time. This forest is not huge, but it is not small either, and searching for people takes longer than usual. The number of teams we have is just enough for 2 entrances. Given our combat strength, I suggest splitting into 2 groups to ensure we have enough fighting power. But we can divide any further. Neem Ding found it hard to decide. I know splitting into 2 teams is the safest. But what if the exploration team is in that one other entrance? While everyone was at a loss, Aki spoke. Let me go explore the remaining entrance alone. He seemed really determined about this choice as he ventured off by himself. Suddenly, a terrifying scream erupted from the forest, causing everyone in front to panic. Captain, that sound is definitely not good. Time was of the essence. So we immediately formed a team to go in and investigate. The guy next to him added, based on my experience, that sound means there is not just a level 5 demon inside. Aki stepped forward and asked the captain, do you know the area of this forest? The other guy suddenly shouted, why are you asking about that? Listening to the captain raised a hand to interrupt, his eyes firm. I am not sure about the exact area. We did not measure it specifically. One of the tasks for this exploration team is to measure its area. At this rate, a typical reconnaissance team of 10 people would need about 3 to 4 hours to finish. Aki bowed his head, his hair hiding his eyes. If that is the case, with our current numbers, 3 entrances are not enough. Aki raised his finger, indicating his thoughts. If I explore one of them alone, I could make it back before sunset. His expression was confident. If I do not have this capability, any unforeseen issues won't affect the progress of the other 2 teams. What do you think? From a distance. Someone sneered, so you just showed a bit of talent, and now you are acting all high and mighty. Someone else chimed in. Captain. While this rookie's words sound pretty cocky, there is some truth to it. The captain silently acknowledged it. Who is to say he is wrong? Besides, given the previous situation, who can say for sure if what he said is true? Behind Aki, 2 more teams appeared. Captain Digong, if we are splitting into teams, make sure to put my crew in one group. The whole gang is charging ahead, and if that is the case, I have something to say. Don't put me in the same group with that self-righteous hunting team. What? You think you are better than the rest of us? You guys are just a bunch of lone wolves without a real squad. Before I could take that back, someone else jumped in. Got a problem with the independent soldier. They disagreed and were ready to throw down. You think I want to take you on? Come at me. Aki watched the scene unfold, feeling helpless. Just like before, the chaotic nature of the foreign fighters was completely out of control. Nimzlung slammed down in pain. Shut up, all of you, he shouted, annoyed. If you want to fight, wait until we finish the mission first. Right now, we are in a team, so you gotta follow orders. The captain's voice was as cold as steel. If you really want to throw down, let me handle it. Everyone fell silent, and Num Dejing started sorting through his thoughts. After all, he is a foreign soldier. The discipline was finally breaking down here. In short, let us quickly find the scout team and get back. The longer we drag this out, the more problems we might face later on. He voiced his agreement with Aki's request. All right, but I will remind you. Good. If you act alone, and something goes wrong, no one will come to your rescue. You nonchalantly walked right past the captain. I know. I will probably check in on those guys first. The crew behind you started chattering again. That little punk. Even though he was doing well before. But in this situation, he still wants to engage someone. Right. There are at least 5 powerful demons inside. Nihim Dung was determined. Fine. Let us see who finishes first. He divided tasks clearly. The mission to clear out the area had changed, considering the ranks of the demons, making the scouting team the priority, while the other members split into 2 teams. As they prepared to head in, the aura emanating from the forest grew stronger. Everyone was ready for action. With Aki being the first to step forward, he moved at a steady pace, all the scenery coming into focus before him. From high up in the branches, something was lurking and waiting. Before it suddenly leaped down towards him, Aki remained calm. As if he had foreseen everything, he steadily drew his long sword, plunging it straight into the creature. And instantly, a greenish liquid burst forth from its body. His gaze hardened, filled with heroic resolve, as from the depths of the forest. Thousands of red dots glimmered like wolf eyes watching him. The monster crumpled to the ground, motionless. He turned to survey his surroundings. In this ruined forest, they would undoubtedly band together. And if they encountered a lone enemy, they would not be able to resist. Right. He jumped with a triumphant grin. But the reason he went alone was to unleash his power without holding back. With that, he activated his own demonic abilities. His eyes were deep and ominous. 2 sharp red horns sprouted from his forehead, and his power surged as he spread his legs, causing the ground to tremble. I will keep killing until the strongest among you shows up. He stood tall and imposing, energy radiating from him as he charged toward the lower-level demons. They poured out of the forest, perhaps thousands of them, shifting scenes as they approached the battalion. Even after 3 days, the forest was as dark as pitch. The guide walked ahead with a flashlight, his voice filled with anxiety, silence hanging thick and eerie. He scanned the area nervously, muttering under his breath, "Stay alert in every direction. We cannot afford to let our guard down. As long as our squad sticks together, the demons won't be foolish enough to attack." Basically, there should not be any major issues. And the guys at the back quickly chimed in. "What do you think? Has that dumb, cocky guy kicked the bucket yet? Huh. Even if he is still alive, he will be chased by demons until he is scared out of his wits. Huh." The leader seemed to spot someone's silhouette with the flashlight. "Wait, don't he make a sound? Look over there. What is that?" The familiar figure and outline made him quickly draw a conclusion. That is the gear of our scout team member. He was stunned and overjoyed. This was fortunate indeed. Our squad has found him. And the team behind him cheered. Huh. Who would have thought we would find him? It really was not in vain. Does this mean we will get a reward? Huh. He quickly grabbed the flashlight and ran toward the figure, filled with excitement and happiness. "Bro, are you a member of the scout team? We have come to find everyone. Where are the other members? Where's the scout team leader? Bro, are you okay? Come with us." The figure before him stood still, making a creaking sound like it was being dragged. He did not yet realize what had happened and shone the flashlight on the body. "Bro, what are you digging up?" He seemed to realize something was off. His eyes revealed shock and terror. A demon was voraciously devouring its meal, which was the very corpse he was staring at. He jumped back, dropping the flashlight in his hand, and screamed. The demon crawled from the corpse toward him. Its voice terrifying, its voice was chillingly eerie, saying that this one had been completely devoured. The entire squad behind him was filled with fear, their voices trembling. "Dual core. Dual core," the demon roared, its eyes glowing. With 2 colorful core orbs above its head, it was the dual core green demon. The 2-headed demon smiled a chilling grin, blood dripping from its menacing fangs as it took a battle-ready stance, aiming at its target. "You guys arrived just in time." Its left eye glowed a sinister red, and a strange, horrifying smell wafted from its mouth, as if it had just spotted its prey. 2 green-purple cores ready to wreak havoc. In the gloomy, late-night forest, under the massive trees, a voice called out, "Green core. Demon." The 2-headed demon had the green cores, and a guy with green hair stared in fear at the dark figure before him, which had blood-red eyes and something in its hands. A blue light flashed, crackling with urgency, signaling that they were in danger. "Hold on. Quickly notify Captain Yang." He heard his teammate shout. Pressing the button on the device in his hand, signal flare activated. In the shadowy woods, a powerful lightning bolt shot into the sky from his device, just as he received the alert from his teammate. However, below the demon, there was a figure that looked eerily human, kneeling in the darkness. The bright blue light illuminated a small area of the forest, but behind it, everything was still shrouded in shadow. In front of the demon, the lower body of the kneeling figure was completely obscured, revealing only the person's shoes. The brightness of that light was so intense it caused the demon to wince in pain, shutting its eyes and crying out, "It is too bright. I do not like it." At that moment, he could see more clearly a person with red hair was kneeling, looking bizarre with their whole body cloaked in black. Suddenly, the demon vanished, and a flash of light shot past him. The blue light sped upwards, but just then, 2 long, sharp, 3-fingered hands reached out to grasp it. It turned out the 2-headed demon had taken flight, stretching its arms to catch the light with its blood-red gaze, clearly in agony as the light shone down on it. It was determined to shatter that light. And everyone, including him, looked up in shock and disbelief. He raised his face, watching the demon's next move with a mix of fear and surprise. What the heck is going on? At this speed, some of his teammates had rushed over to him, looking up at the demon, exclaiming in disbelief that it could catch a signal flare with its bare hands. He seemed really scared, bracing himself and shouting a warning to everyone. Stop standing around. Run. He glanced over, ready for action. We are no match for it. Let us regroup with Captain Yang. We need to retreat. Just as he finished speaking, something rustled in the branches above. He looked up. The demon had descended onto a branch, staring down at the two of them with a chilling atmosphere hanging in the air. The two guys below were visibly shaken, scanning the forest filled with tiny purple lights. The demon spoke in a voice laced with malice, smirking down at them. You can't escape. The two-headed demon bared its sharp fangs and licked its upper lip, looking hungrily at its prey, taunting them to play. Yang, with his solid build, appeared tough, but deep down he felt uneasy. The fog was too thick. Something felt off. A sword sliced through the air, and at the girl's feet lay a freshly defeated corpse. He looked back. Something was off. Something did not add up. Without a word, he turned away. The ground littered with many monsters that had just been fought. The girl's teammate glanced around, feeling a bit suspicious. This decaying forest is not that big. Yet, since we entered, it has been eerily silent. Almost like we have been cut off from the outside world. The girl had been so focused on battling the demons that she had not noticed anything strange. Really? I think everything seems normal. She then turned back to keep fighting, especially with the commander around. The soldiers from outside were cooperating well. After the battle, they executed their finishing moves, and things were going smoothly. But I wonder how that stubborn guy who insisted on going solo is doing. Aki appeared in a warrior stance with an old-school glare. A bright flash behind him startled him, followed by a loud noise. When he turned around, he saw the ground covered in demon corpses, but noticed his teammates, two with red and blonde hair, slumped over. Suddenly, the girl behind him spoke up, slowly revealing herself. He is the leader of the Heju group, and he turned around. Fully alert, the girl had transformed into a demon, only half of her face still resembling her human form. The demon grinning wickedly, enjoying the scene. The demon's eyes glowed a fiery red, and now it was his turn. He swung his sword fiercely at the demon, shouting, while he fought fiercely against the powerful demon. A figure in black with a red sword rushed in from behind the demon. A loud clash echoed as their swords met. And oddly, one half of the forest was painted red while the other half remained blue. He opened his eyes in surprise. His sharp gaze and the striking red sword he wielded looked stunning and intimidating. He seemed quite furious, pointing his sword at the demon, questioning why he was protecting it. But Aki calmly replied, "Calm down, Captain Neem Duong. The shockwave cleared some of the mist, but right now, I have blocked your sword." The girl had returned to her normal state, no longer a demon, now holding a sword defensively. "Look, is the demon you want to slash really a demon?" He looked back in panic. Then everyone. He glanced behind him at his teammates, each one in a corner, moaning in pain, calling out. Everyone has fallen victim to the demon's mind control spell. He snapped back to reality and spoke up. This place is home to a core demon that affects human minds. Aki pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, and it is much stronger than regular core demons. He glanced at the blonde guy clutching his shoulder, looking pained. If I had not stopped you, you would be sliced your teammate in half. The guy suddenly yelled, "Captain, just now, I saw everyone dead. A demon wielding your weapon slashed at me. Everyone standing in the dark forest." He spoke out. "Looks like everyone is seeing their own terrifying hallucinations, messing with their minds, pushing us towards self-destruction. That is really shaking us up." He instructed everyone to gather. Everyone, listen up and confirm the situation around us. He was about to leave but turned back to see you standing still, staring at something. He asked, "How did you notice that? Don't you have another way out?" "Luckily, you showed up just in time. Otherwise, I might have ended up killing. You turned your back, wielding your red sword that radiated power. Just so happens I have a kind of ability that makes that charm useless against me." The flame swirling around you, with red energy and thunder elements. Those two massive forces seem to create an impenetrable barrier. I was attacked earlier too. You gripped the sword behind your back, staying alert for the demon above, preparing to jump down and fight you. Your red sword slashed through the hordes of demons. But no matter how many you killed, they just kept coming back. It dawned on me that no matter how hard I tried, I could not wipe them out. Then I realized the weakness was a trick caused by the mist. This mist creates illusions. And before you know it, you might get lost in this place. He turned to look at you in your all-black outfit and your red sword. Wondering what kind of power you possess that can counter the charm. Are you really a warrior of the 5th rank? You darkened your expression, saying, I am willing to withdraw, but do not ask about anything that is mine. Captain Nem Ding. I am not one of your soldiers. And maybe this demon is indeed the 6th rank. A dual core one that I need. His face flushed with anger. And suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the forest. Captain Nam Dining. Help me. Everyone started searching around, looking for where that voice came from. Nihem Dong's eyes lit up as he quickly called everyone. It is another squad. All soldiers. Follow me. The soldiers, and he rushed off. But Aki remained there, gripping his red sword, watching everyone leave one by one. The 6th-core demon was pinning the boy down, causing him pain and agony. He clenched the demon's hand, surprised that someone over there was not affected by my charm. Interesting. And that power just erupted earlier. The 6th-core demon gritted his teeth, eyes glowing with excitement, saying, Come on. Let us see what you have got. In the midnight forest, surrounded by towering trees, he was pinned down by the demon, unable to resist. Who is going to save him? Aki looked sorrowful. Deepan thought this purple 6-core demon is not simple. If it goes on like this, I might fall into its trap. He turns on his heel, refusing to leave them behind. He dashes forward on tiptoe, alongside his teammates. Adapting as they go, his teammates rush toward their fallen comrade, recalling how many warriors have perished here. The light is fading fast, and they can feel it. The demon they are up against is far from ordinary. He stares ahead, wide-eyed with shock. As everyone speeds up in response to their teammates' call, he suddenly shouts, Wait! The red veins around his eyes are stark, as if he can't believe what he is witnessing. He slowly raises his voice. That is. Looking up, he sees members of another team hanging lifeless from the branches. He points and exclaims, Captain. They are from another team. They are all dead. Aki watches him with a cold, steely gaze. The stable-minded teammates recall Aki's recent warning and turn back to him. Don't panic. Don't lose your cool. Everyone seems to forget this demon is a core-level threat. It is definitely the charm messing with our minds. Stay calm. It is waiting for us to falter before it strikes. Aki approaches him calmly. This is real. Move forward. This is definitely another squad. He looks at Aki, bewildered. Suddenly, a demon appears, its eyes rolling back, tongue lolling out as drool drips down. Everyone tenses up, drawing their swords for protection. The demon is closed now. In the silence, a man, who looks like he has just fought for his life, weakly calls out, Captain. Help. Help me. He looks up at the terrified boy who just called out for help. Help. Help me. A surge of hope fills him. Quick, get him down. He's not dead yet. His teammates rush over. But as his teammates approach, Aki swiftly draws his sword, slicing in front of them, and then plants it into the ground. The surprise on his face is evident. His teammates stumble back, startled. Whoa. With a fierce look, responds, What are you doing? Do you really think this is a game? It is the same guy who was weakly calling for help, now being held from behind by the core-level demon, its round legs wrapped around him. One hand grips him tightly while the other pulls his head back, the demon hiding behind him, laughing wickedly. Heh. The demon slowly reveals its face. Oh ho. How intriguing. I did not expect anyone to notice my presence so quickly. Truly bizarre. My charm has no effect on you. These flashy moves won't help you either. A beam of light appeared from below, and everyone was on high alert, filled with fear. He was furious about this. That damn beast suddenly unleashed a massive red light from the tree down to the ground. And he readied his sword, prepared to fight it. With a fierce expression, he swung his sword down from above, shouting, You monster. One strike, splitting the mountain, echoed loudly through the vast forest with that red light. A small part of the forest had withered away, smoke slowly rising into the sky. The area where the large trees once stood was now split in two, surrounded by remnants of destruction, dust swirling everywhere. In the silence of the forest, a young man exclaimed, Did it? Did we succeed? For a moment, there was silence. But then from another branch, a voice piped up. Oh my, how brutal humans are. The voice startled him. Both of them quickly turned, shocked to see that the monster was still standing. The monster, sitting smugly on a branch, looked quite pleased. But it was still far from defeated. The tiny warrior was still standing strong. He scowled, furious that after so many attempts, he could not kill the monster. He thought to himself that he would not stop until someone got hurt. Numerous beams of blue, red, yellow, and green light shone down on the ground, illuminating a part of the area. Wait, he thought, feeling uneasy about what he said earlier. He knew the monster was incredibly strong. Damn it. There are too many people. and they can't hold back their rage. Everyone attacked all at once against the monster sitting calmly on the branch. The monster's eyes glowed with a mischievous purple light, a smirk on its face as if challenging them. Then let us play. The red sword pierced through someone. Uttering, "Screw you." Suddenly, his eyes glowed red through the haze. He landed, shielding his eyes, surrounded by purple smoke, but the monster had vanished without a trace. Someone shouted. That monster turned into smoke and disappeared. Touching down, he urged everyone to quickly find the monster. Hurry. Find that little core monster. The smoke is making it hard to see. A bright white light shot out from behind, and he turned to look. In that moment, he saw Aki with the shadow of the monster, half monster, half Aki. What the hell? Aki's body slowly transformed into the core monster, its face dark and grinning ominously. He pointed towards Aki and shouted, causing everyone to look in the direction he was pointing. The monster was over there, and Aki stood still, watching as everyone stared at him. At that moment, Aki realized he was no longer himself. The monster had made everyone unable to recognize Aki anymore. In their eyes, Aki was just another monster. So that is how it is. I am immune to the monster's charm. But from the beginning, they were already made to lose their minds. They must have fallen under its charm, using its powers to confuse them into thinking I am the monster, facing off against me. While it observes from above, profiting from the chaos, the monster sat atop a cloud of purple smoke, legs crossed, looking down at him with great amusement, a large purple eye looming behind it. Below, his teammates were manipulated by the monster and raised their swords, ready to attack him. But he did not run. He stood firm, gripping his red sword and gazing at everyone. However, up here, a demon is sitting high above, watching its opponents prepare to turn on each other. Haha. This is getting interesting. Numhum Detting and Aki are going all out against each other, and the demon is loving it. Aki's eyes blaze with anger. Captain Num Dung never expected to face him. From high above, the scene below is drenched in red. The demon reveling in the chaos. This is a spectacle of carnage like no other. And it feels like ages since it has seen something this brutal. Furious, treating us like a joke for his entertainment. Fine. Let us see what true thunder power can do. A burst of red energy blasts toward the demon. But to everyone's shock, it deflects Captain Num Ding's nuclear red attack. Aki transforms into the Thunder King. If thunder can counter the demon's power, then the Thunder King wields the glowing sword. Nuzem Dizen. Seeing this, yells in frustration, charging in to avenge his fallen comrades. The Thunder King lunges quickly with the sword's might, forcing the captain to pause for a moment. The energy from the sword sweeps across the area, sending the demon soldiers flying. Num Dung is shocked. Where did this thunder come from? What exactly is this kid's power? It not only harbors colossal demon strength, but also gives him an unsettling feeling. The Thunder King stands amidst the fallen soldiers. Just as he suspected, by adjusting his special thunder intensity, he can wipe out their negative states, including the demon's charm. The Thunder King gazes up at the purple eye of the demon still hovering above. The demon is also taken aback by what just happened, thunder disrupting its charm. What will it do now? The Thunder King calls out from below, his voice carrying a bolt of thunder. The demon wobbles with its purple eye, unexpectedly infused with the destructive power of thunder in its voice. The enormous purple eye starts to crack. And finally, it bursts, sending the demon plummeting down. A sneak attack from behind targets the Thunder King. Human warrior. Thunder King spins around, his eyes blazing red. Either the demon dies, or he does. He thrusts his sword toward the demon. The demon gets knocked back, barely managing to block his strike, but is still coming for them. The Thunder King hoists his sword on his shoulder as he approaches the demon. And indeed, this demon with dual nuclei is no joke. Not only does it wield strange powers from the thunder element, but it shows no fear or tension facing him. On the contrary, it seems quite intrigued, as if it is the demon and he is the prey. The Thunder King leaps forward, charging at the stunned demon in front of him. The ground around the Thunder King is torn apart. Yet it does not hit the demon. The demon nimbly dodges his attack. The demon begins to summon its powers. A swarm of demons appears around the Thunder King, launching an assault on him. Summoning multiple demons is not just a simple charm. The Thunder King takes them down one by one. All sides are filled with demons daring him to fight back. It is a fusion of magical arts and agile movement from two cores, but only one entity exists. The sharp gaze of the Crimson King slowly observes the actions of each demon. The Crimson King suddenly speaks up. You are finished. He swiftly draws his sword and strikes at the demon. The summoned demons slowly begin to disappear. The power of this one is truly beyond what my dormant abilities could ever challenge. A light appears above the demon's head. In the blink of an eye, the Crimson King dives down, his glowing sword aimed at the demon's head. Sacrifice your core to me. Meanwhile, at the upper Radiant City, lightning streaks across the darkened sky. From above, Luku gazes down at the towering buildings. She slightly parts her lips but says nothing. But suddenly, a piercing scream echoes. It is Lu retracts her hand after striking the other person. Tumo slowly rises to sit up. She looks up at the person next to her and softly asks, "Look, what are you doing?" The only response she gets is a somewhat distracted voice. "Nothing much. Just sensing In's energy." As she speaks, Lugu moves forward. Tumo asks in surprise, "Wait, is that it?" She continues to wonder. "That thunder? Why is it happening?" But before Elgu can answer, Sino's voice interrupts. He tilts his head and asks, "What are you guys looking at?" Just as he finishes, Tomo quickly points at the flickering lightning, saying, "That isn't over there." Both of them crouch down, looking puzzled. "That is..." Tumo replies, "I have no idea. Lugu said that place has In's energy." Hearing this, Sino retorts, "What are you talking about? That is just thunder. It is probably raining over there." Before they can argue further, a piercing scream from behind makes them all jump. "What are you three doing just standing there?" Win approaches with a dark scowl. As she gets closer, she yells right at them, "If you three do not get stronger before and returns, you will just be a burden to him." As she finishes, she recalls In's words before leaving. "Before I come back, you need to strengthen these three. They must have powerful stamina." In's face becomes clearer in her mind, along with the earnest request, "Please, lie now." At this moment, she silently vows to fulfill In's request at any cost, as long as he can return safely. Win shouts again, her tone growing fiercer, "Keep fighting for me, now it is my turn. This time, you all have to withstand my attacks for 10 seconds. As soon as she finishes, I can't help but groan at the dawning task ahead. 10 seconds. We barely survived 5 seconds just now. Meanwhile, at another location, the Crimson King relentlessly hunts down the dual core demon. The demon, not holding back, reveals its fury. "Damn it. Only I can stab others in the back without missing a beat." The Crimson King immediately lunges forward with his sword. He lets out a gleeful laugh. "I can move faster than your lightning," and then grins. "Why are you so dumb? Demon." Now, that demon is starting to feel fear. Why do I sense a deep, unpredictable presence coming from him? Is he really just a human warrior? Standing before the overwhelming pressure of the Crimson King, that demonic creature seems to collapse in fear, and just like that, a sharp sword, cold, pierces through the demon. As he strikes, he declares, "This ends here. The demon is dying." The demon deflects the sword before him, cursing, "Damn it. Because of your strange lightning. But my core can detect even half of its power." He continues to threaten, "But do not get your hopes up about obtaining it." As he speaks, the demon's core emits a strange light, and it wants to self-destruct. Its eyes shine with a bizarre glow, not letting his plan succeed. The Crimson King throws him high into the air with a single strike. The Crimson King smirks and says, "Want to self-destruct? Then let me call the lightning. Let me help you," he says, and in an instant, lightning appears in the sky. The bolts of lightning relentlessly strike down upon the body of the demonic creature. He screams in agony, "Are you a human or a demon?" The Crimson King remains silent, then softly states, "I am a warrior." His body explodes, smoke rising uncontrollably. Finally, the two cores emerge, slowly descending into the hands of the Crimson King. He grips them tightly, then gradually releases them. Thinking, so this is the demon's core. The sky darkens, and tonight's moon is round and bright. In the middle of the forest, a figure suddenly appears, unconscious against a tree. Namdong slowly opens his eyes, exclaims, and rubs his head, wondering, "Did I faint? When did that happen?" He looks around and notices the others are also unconscious, just like him. Thinking, everyone is here. Are they all out cold? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a familiar voice cuts through. Aki gently asks, "Captain, you are awake?" He responds with a surprised exclamation, "You." Aki leans against a tree, propping himself up with one hand. Namdong is about to draw his sword and move forward, asking as he does, "Is it already night? Where's the dual core demon? I have killed it. And I have taken care of the demons around me, so do not worry." Aki replies calmly. Namdong hesitates at his answer. Grabbing the water bottle Aki just threw to him, Aki says, looking completely unfazed, "Drink some water." "Captain, you mean you took down the dual core demon by yourself?" Namdong asks in shock. Aki leans against a large tree, his sword resting beside him. "Well, the other team members did their best too." Namdong is astonished. "That is the dual core demon from the 16th Chronicle. What is your real strength?" Aki stands up warily, saying, "Let us just say I conveniently have a way to counter this demon. The most important thing is that everyone survived. Right. I will check around to see if there are any demons left. It is already midnight. You should rest a bit longer with the other warriors." Hearing this, Namdong looks around at everyone sprawled on the ground, saying, "They probably want to wake up right away. The tactics of this demon really catch people off guard. Even I fell prey to its mind control." Aki explains that a dual core demon, at an equivalent level, is considered to be one of the top combat entities. And these two different cores mean that its power is not just doubled. You might think it is impressive that he woke up so quickly, but Nunham feels a bit down, saying he is a powerful 6-core warrior. After all, this is the top combat force of Than the Quang, and to have been dismissed by this demon is just embarrassing. He furrows his brow, and as the leader responsible for Than the Quang's operations, he decides not to dig into Aki's true identity since he saved them. However, as a warrior, I can't just let this slide. Num clenches his fists. Intrigued. A 6-core warrior. And you, an outsider, could face off against a dual-core demon. Who is stronger? Who is weaker? He proposes a challenge. Wanting to witness Aki's true strength, Aki firmly declines, saying it is unnecessary. Captain, I believe your strength is certainly formidable, but this situation is unique, and lack of intel on the demon has put you at a disadvantage. Before he could finish, Nem cuts him off, insisting, do not refuse me. Just think of it as my extreme curiosity about your power. His sword points at Aki, asking him to spar with him. He quietly assesses him. A warrior must have a competitive and aggressive nature. Otherwise, how could they become strong? After a moment, he corrects himself, saying he has no problem with it, especially since there is an open area nearby. The night lit up brightly, illuminating every nook and cranny of the forest. They move toward the nearby clearing, and Num starts to get into a fighting stance. He enters a battle-ready state, saying up front, please do not hold back. If you are really strong, I want to see it. Aki replies, I used to be just as competitive as you, so I will take this sparring seriously. Aki draws his sword from behind his back, ready to attack, and Nunham feels a thrill. Good. Like the wind, he charges toward Aki, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Red blades appear in layers. But then Num suddenly stops. Where is he? He looks around, seeing no sign of Aki, just the remnants of his previous attack. Numham looks up in shock as a shadow descends from above, aiming to slash at him. He reacts quickly. Realizing Aki is behind him, Nema parries Aki's sword, but Aki does something unexpected. Stepping on his hand, an explosive clash happens, sending dust swirling everywhere on the ground. Aki disarms, suddenly declaring, you have lost. Aki is now standing over him, and no matter how many times he tries to get up, Aki will find an opening to counterattack and reclaim his weapon as soon as he makes a move. With a cold, emotionless gaze, he asks, do you want to try again? Nahum feels a bit shaken. He acknowledges that Aki is right. Regardless of how prepared I was, I still got disarmed. This is the raw power of his strength, the pressure he exudes. Something I have only seen in those at the top tier. Aki helps him up, saying, come on. Your face is turning red. Let us call it a day. Nam is still stunned, feeling that this moment is completely different from before or from those top-tier warriors. Aki feels like a mentor, sometimes cold, sometimes warm. He quietly concluded with a smirk. What a mysterious warrior. Num Gong grabbed Aki's hand and cheerfully said, all right, I admit defeat. A moment later, he rubbed his arm and could not help but ask, with your strength, why are you joining a temporary team like this? You are definitely not an ordinary 6-hatch warrior. You are even the strongest fighter I have ever seen. Just behind the new 6 heroes. Aki frowned slightly. He mumbled, new 6. Behind them, Nu Humandun continued. The 7-hatch warrior is the pinnacle. The gap between the 6-hatch and 1-hatch is probably even larger than the distance between the 1-hatch and the 6-hatch. The power of the new 6 heroes is something a 6-hatch warrior like me can't even compare to. No one has witnessed their full strength yet. I have heard that some of them once entered a place called the Ancient King Iscard, all by themselves, and came back safely. It is beyond our imagination. Aki was taken aback, entering the Ancient King's card. That is insane. He recalled how he had suffered in there. Aki's expression turned serious. Wait, they are hiding something else. The dawn is approaching. The other warriors will probably wake up soon. Are you going to return to the City of Glory with us? Aki calmly replied. I have a few things to take care of first, just in time. I was about to check the effects of the demon resurgence hatch. With that, the two returned to the City of Glory. In the command room, Thien Teng Dai was summoned Dumjong and said, a swang hetch. Lysi K. T hetch. This is something worth including. I heard some warriors saying there is an outsider with incredible strength. What is his power like? He bowed his head and honestly replied, he is just a 5-hatch warrior. After the mission ended, he left the team all by himself. The mission went relatively well, but the other team members were outstanding as well, especially those who sacrificed themselves. The chief strategist of the City of Glory, Thien Tingda, a 7-hatch warrior, was surprised and asked, I thought he was a stronger outsider. If that is the case, I must meet him and figure out a way to recruit him into our team. Unless there is something special, You can take a break. Reporting the details can wait until later. After saying this, he turned to look outside while Num Dokwing quickly replied.
Yep.
Just as he stepped out the door, Nuhunug's teammates chimed in.
Hey.
Captain Numadzong just came out of the strategic command room. He did not respond to them but pondered. According to the requirements, I have done my part. Moreover, Numenhun recalled what Aki had said earlier. Captain Num Dung, I hope you can downplay my strength. I joined the temporary team of the City of Glory, but do not want to draw attention from the higher-ups. This is my success story. And at that moment, he appeared astonished and asked back. You saved a member of our team. If that is something I could do. But you do not care about the mission rewards afterward. Who helped you? Aki sighed. Huff. Then looked up at the sky and said nonchalantly, I am not sure either. Meanwhile, inside the City of Glory, in a hall after finishing his shower, Aki stepped outside, drying off while saying that he finally washed away the blood of the demon from his body. Upon reaching the bed, he glanced at the demon core, and then Aki gently sat down. He picked up the demon core, muttering to himself, This is it. A second later, a thought crossed Aki's mind. This demon core was definitely different from an ordinary demon core, especially the demonic energy contained within it. If an ordinary warrior tried to absorb it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just then, the Crimson Monarch suddenly appeared, and the outcome would be unimaginable. You got your hands on the first demon core that quickly? Aki said, a bit panicked. Why do you suddenly show up like this? He casually asked the stranger. If you got the demon core, do you know how to use it? But indeed, only he could wield this thing. Hearing this, Aki replied in surprise.
Wow.
The Crimson Monarch answered nonchalantly. Because you are special. Right then, he transformed Aki to resemble him. This made Aki furious.
Hey.
What are you doing? The Crimson Monarch simply said. I like this look on you. Despite that, Aki still tried to ask. What exactly do you want? Don't act so chummy with me. He cheerfully replied. Hey, the selfishness of humans is truly terrible. Just reminding you, this form of yours has great benefits. The demon core is a unique product within the bodies of high-level demons. Its power is not something an ordinary human body can endure. It is so violent that it can drive a normal warrior insane, or even lead to self-destruction. However, the body of someone possessing two things can suppress that violent power. Aki quickly asked him. Two things. The Crimson Monarch promptly replied. One is your demonic physique, thanks to my existence. So you are completely immune to any erosion from demonic energy. The second is the lightning attribute that you have upgraded. Aki still did not fully grasp what he meant, so he said somewhat hesitantly, You mean this? As he generated a bolt of lightning in front of him. This made the Crimson Monarch frown in discomfort. Aki inadvertently discovered the weakness of the Crimson Monarch and thought to himself, This guy really resists my lightning. Moreover, he clarified something for Aki, saying, This fierce lightning attribute of yours is very effective against demons. It can suppress their power, but it can almost purify the demonic energy produced from this demon core. In other words, by combining these two abilities of yours, you can help other human warriors fuse with the demon core, but the prerequisite is that they must at least have a strong enough physique and spirit. Without a strong spirit, the fusion process with the demon core can easily affect their sanity. As for the other details, you will only find out when you help them fuse. Do you have anything else to say? And just like that, after a brief pause, Aki returned his original state and said to him, So how exactly should the fusion be done? How do I help them fuse? The Crimson Monarch replied straightforwardly. 1 on bare body. Energy fusion. Aki screamed in horror. What the heck? I am totally exposed. How does this even work? The Demon King began explaining step by step, saying that being in such a position was meant to maximize the sensitivity to the opponent. Isn't this just totally normal? Combining means merging and sensing energy. You can use your own energy to channel it into the opponent's body, he said. Aki followed along, feeling the changes within himself. Silently thinking, this is really bad. But wait, this is just weird. Aki thought, imagining himself naked while saying, Okay, Army, let us get started. He then panicked, clutching his head and yelling, I do not want anything to do with some guy in a loud outfit. Seeing Aki react this way, the demon sighed and said, Seriously? What are you doing? Besides, the Demon King just can't grasp human awkwardness. While Aki was still dazed from his earlier thoughts, the apartment door started to swing open, in walked Yuna. Looking excited, You are back, Aki calmly replied. Yeah, where are the others? Just then, 3 more people appeared behind the door, and Yuna called out, Here they are. I took great care of them. Spotting Aki, the 3 of them rushed towards him. Tomo, leading the charge, suddenly asked, Why did you change again? Meanwhile, The last one. Titiwu was used to sensing his aura more easily, seeing their enthusiasm. He hesitated and said, "About the training. I have something very important to tell you all." At that moment, he showed a serious attitude about the secret he was about to reveal. After a lengthy conversation about all the secrets, Yuna suddenly stomped on Aki's foot, making him jump like he would seen a ghost. With an angry glare, he muttered, "Seriously?" Looking at Aki, Tomo gasped, "Oh my god. Did I just hear that right?" Naked merging. Winlina grinned slyly. "Last life. You totally ignored all my hints and night attacks. This time, you seem to be playing along." With a face that screamed, "Are you serious?" Aki shot. "Do you really think just stomping on my foot will kill me?" Tom thought, concerned, suggested that someone should clarify the whole situation. "What are you babbling about? I told you. This is a necessary situation. We have to work together to merge the demon cores. Without me to support them, the demon energy inside will eat them alive." Trembling, he looked at the foot threatening his personal space and added, "Can you please take your foot off? It is really cold down there." Hearing Aki's words, Winlina was left speechless, unsure of what to say next. Annoyed, she said, "You guys figure it out. I am going to take a nap. Call me when you decide." With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her, startling everyone inside. The room fell into an awkward silence. Tumo hesitantly asked, "What is up with Lena?" At that moment, Aki became very serious and explained further, "This method is not just strange. It is dangerous. If it really works, I will quickly go grab the last 2 demon cores right in front of her. This magic core can only help one person level up. Out of the 3. Whoever gets there first wins." Tomo, lying on the bed, is deep in thought. Even though it is a battle strategy, being naked in front of others is really awkward. She thinks about Sunako. Of course, Sunako would not have any issues. But right now, her mind is stuck on that 7749 position with Sunako. In a hidden corner, Sudo is hesitating to voice her thoughts. Her face flushed with shyness as she says, "Since I already have the demon's power inside me, I think it will merge easily. How about I go first?" Shino immediately interrupts her. "No way. I am going first." His expression is full of determination. "Dangerous situations like this should definitely be tackled by me first. My strength and bravery are only good for moments like this." Aki beams with joy that someone believes in her. "Thank you for trusting me." Tumo is all smiles. "Get it? And I support you." In stark contrast to everyone's cheerful mood, Sudo is silently brooding in a corner. Meanwhile, in the room, the two are taking off their clothes. And his strength has significantly improved thanks to Lena's rigorous training. He feels more powerful than ever. Unlike before when he was at home. Shino slowly removes her shirt, revealing her toned body. "I bet all the male fans out there would love to have a physique like this. Right? If you want that, make sure to hit like and subscribe so you can achieve a body like this." Once she is stripped down, Shino asks Aki if she should take off her underwear, causing Aki to jump and turn around. He grabs her tiny shorts tightly. "No need to take those off. It won't matter. I promise. Just a tiny bit, that is all." Outside the door, Tomo and Sudo are secretly filming the vibrant moments between the two, capturing this angle. Their camera is rolling, catching the scene where the two are channeling their energy to each other. "We are just peeking. Right? No harm done." Out of nowhere, Winlino appears above them. "Don't worry. We are just looking out for them in case they need our help." Upon hearing her voice, Tuma looks up. "Hey, Senior. What are you doing here?" Winlina raises a hand to signal for silence. Whispering, "Just here to study." The 3 of them stand quietly outside. Peering inside the room, Sino holds the magic core in his hands. If what he says is true, it contains an incredibly terrifying demonic power. The magic core in his hand starts to glow dimly, releasing a dark aura. "Just holding it is giving me the creeps." Aki begins channeling energy into him and reminds, "Hold that core gently in your palm. Close your eyes and use your strength to feel it connect. There might be a little pain later, but do not worry. I am right here to support you." Sino closes his eyes. Voice steady. "All right, let us dive into the subconscious." In his mind, a vast space envelops his vision, and a soft golden light slowly appears. "I can see it now." The golden light spreads wider, like the core power within him. Can the magic core recognize a power that suits him? The space inside begins to warm up from the heat radiating off the golden light. Should he move closer to that golden light? Thinking that, he slowly stepped toward the light, but suddenly he froze. He looked up at the golden orb being cradled by a mysterious giant creature, stunned by the overwhelming power. This was the true essence of primordial evil. He reached out a trembling hand toward the orb. Was this the mighty demonic force? The power quickly engulfed him, gradually seeping into his body and causing him pain. As he reached his limit, he let out a roar. Was this the power of primordial evil? How could a mere human possibly resist it? Suddenly, The giant creature opened its eyes, tightly clutching the orb surrounding him. Damn it. The primordial demonic force was enchanting him. Invading his mind, was he destined to become a monster yet still retain his sanity? The king of Sichike watched from above, observing everything. I told you to follow my orders. Otherwise, your friend's life is at stake. He loosened his grip, revealing another form holding a sword. Now it is your turn. His eyes widened, creating an oddly oppressive atmosphere. He soared high, looking down at his opponent, the Golden Demon. The Golden Demon stared at him, surprised to encounter the king here. Sichike looked at the demon, noticing a tiny human version in his palm with long, sharp nails. He lowered his head. This thing has awareness. I thought it was just an illusion. Sichike looked down at the tiny human while the demon held the massive golden orb, which he understood was a primordial form of demonic power. And I am the purest existence, almost equal to primordial power, which is why it resonates with me. Sichike's eyes glimmered with a golden light. I can make a move against it. But if you want to save your friend, act fast, or else your buddy will turn into a mindless monster. And you can't blame me for that. The muscular boy was painfully thrown up, his steps hesitant as he slowly approached. Gathering energy, he soared high, unleashing a lightning bolt from his palm toward his opponent, making them convulse in pain. You can't fall here. The golden demon curled up, embracing the orb of light, and its senses detected something. A full smell on the human. The golden demon caught a whiff of something as the golden light flickered, releasing an unpleasant odor. The taste was disgusting enough to annihilate it completely. Lighting up, his eyes caught the scent as well. Suddenly brightening, a fully armored human managed to withstand a powerful blow from the golden demon holding the orb. The tiny figure in his palm leaped high, sword aimed at the opponent. What the heck is that? The golden demon curled up, clutching the light orb while another demon appeared. Why is there another demon here? The golden demon glared at its foe, a primordial evil demon in a rather dark space. He shrank while looking down from above. It was not that easy to shrink. Below, both prepared their stances for battle. To save your friend, you must deal with the demon in front of you. This is the dark essence of the demon hunting core. The golden beast has begun its attack on the opponent, advancing towards them with its hand outstretched. Behind it stands a red chair adorned with countless eyes, topped with a goat's head complete with two long, sharp horns. He sits down, crossing his legs and arms, ready to roll. He turns back, visibly annoyed with his master for urging him on, while the two beasts silently observe him, as if to say, "Don't act all high and mighty. Do not boss me around." The golden beast, basking in a golden light, breaks free and launches itself down rapidly towards its foe. It flies toward the opponent, lifting a leg, preparing to crush them into oblivion. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts with a thunderous blast, and his gaze turns filled with hatred. The battle is heating up. He breathes heavily and speaks. "Let us see what that strange power of yours can really do." Just as he finishes his words, the golden beast lunges at him. He readies his sharp red sword to block its charge. Thanks to the core transformation into a golden core, his power has increased significantly since before. With his long, sharp claws, he firmly stumps the ground, unleashing a powerful kick into the golden beast's stomach, emphasizing with a shout, "Get lost." But despite his fierce kick, the beast's armored belly remains unscathed, not a scratch. His eyes blaze red as he glares at the golden beast. If he is just relying on fists and feet, it is going to take some effort, and rightly so. After all, it is renowned for its tough defense. The golden beast touches its belly with its sharp hand. Gathering energy, the massive golden beast leans closer to him, causing him to drop his sword due to the damage. It seems to be a battle of both offense and defense. Testing his skills, his eyes sparkle with determination. "Let us see what you have got." The golden beast shows signs of trembling. What kind of strange power is this? Combining demonic energy with electric power, it is unexpectedly strong. He channels all his strength, racing towards the golden beast like a flash. The sound of rocks being pushed aside echoing around him. He draws back his sword with immense strength, then slashes across the golden beast's belly. A massive light exploding from behind the demon. On either side of him are two serpents with razor-sharp fangs, their eyes filled with a furious rage, contemplating a way to strike a double blow. Below them, a figure draped in black with long nails uses a technique infused with demonic energy to create a more powerful lightning version. He unleashes a powerful strike towards the golden beast, resulting in a massive explosion of light. The beast's golden armor shatters into tiny pieces. Splattered with blood, the golden beast, impaled in the stomach by the sword, collapses in pain. Its tiny eyes gaze at him in terror, realizing it has lost its demonic energy transformation, which has passed through the sword. Even though it still possesses some power, the golden beast looks back, feeling the terrifying primal power of the demon. What kind of bizarre strength has it evolved into? Perhaps it really can harness this ancient power of his. He licks his upper lip with his tongue, as if contemplating something incredibly enjoyable, thinking that his plan might just unfold even smoother. If that is the case, then let the evolution continue. Humans. A strong white light shoots up into the sky, urging for further evolution. A large white creature with sharp teeth approaches him from somewhere, returning with a menacing growl. You clenched your teeth, your two hands thrusting out with a brilliant white light. You evolved into the fifth form. You reached down toward your feet, surrounded by rising smoke. You opened your mouth, revealing fangs as you unleashed clouds of smoke from within. Your eyes glowed fiercely, shining bright yellow with anger. What else is there? Bring it all out. The evolution into the sixth form was complete. The golden demon watched you in silence. Then you glanced at the boy from earlier, watching as his sword and the golden demon's armor were slowly engulfed by that massive light. And then vanished. He flew, powerful as ever, devouring most of the power from the revival core, not only aiding your evolution. Both of you watched everything being sucked into that golden orb of light, just enough to help your friend smoothly awaken the demon's intellect. A gaze slowly opened and glowed. Your friend was about to wake up in a large room. The group of friends sat around the bed. Aki was on it with Sino, gently touching his back as golden light radiated from Sino's body. From the corner, Lindsay had her head resting against the wall, while Tomo held the camera, capturing the moment of the two friends who seemed to be enjoying themselves. And Lina, sleepy, sat in a chair yawning widely, still holding the book in hand. Tomo asked, "Aren't we done yet?" She tilted the camera, suddenly realizing something. Her eyes widened as she replied, "Wait a it seems like the demon has noticed us." Lindsay gasped at those words, taking a light breath. Everyone looked at the golden light surrounding Sino, their faces showing a mix of shock and awe. Sino's eyes narrowed, shifting colors, the bright yellow clearly visible in his gaze. Lina looked at him, thinking, those are the eyes of a demon. Suddenly, a loud explosion boomed. A tremor like an earthquake shook the building. The golden light flickered, and all three girls screamed in fear. Sino's body had transformed. That light formed a swirling vortex of bright gold before exploding into the sky. His body soared through that light, and everyone watched in shock. Suddenly, something began to emerge from him. It was not just one thing, but several, quivering before bursting forth, transforming into arms with clear flesh, bone, and sinew. The three girls gasped, thinking he now had 4 arms. Clouds of smoke enveloped him, turning pitch black, clinging to his body. Now with 4 arms and 4 golden spikes on his head, his face turned grim as he let out a long breath. The demon had successfully evolved into its 4th form. Lina stared wide-eyed, thinking, how is this possible? Not just through the core. The demon's intellect has truly merged with a human. Aki stood up, wearing a long black coat, bluntly stating, now's not the time to be amazed. The evolution process has unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. The warriors of the Holy City will definitely notice. We need to get out of here, fast. Everyone was still in shock looking at him. Adzu quickly sprinted forward, saying, you figure out a way to escape. I will guard the door. But before she could finish, Sino's massive hand caught her. His 4 giant hands grasped each of them, and he spoke, sorry. Everyone. Aki smiled, grabbing his hand, replying, do you have a plan? Then we are counting on you. Suddenly, golden wings emerged from his back, followed by a loud explosion. You each flew out of the building, and Tomo laughed in awe, thinking to herself, this guy is really something. Sang shot off like a shooting star, leaving behind a huge hole at the top of the hotel. The next morning, everyone gathered in front of the hotel. The sign on the building had fallen, and people were speculating about how it could have dropped. There were voices trying to settle the chaos, saying it was just an accident, so everyone should stop crowding around. No traces were found anywhere else. The captain of the Guardian Warrior Squad listened to the report, furrowing his brow and thinking to himself, that was definitely the aura of a demon. I only spent a few minutes here. Suddenly, the warrior looked up and shouted, Captain, look over there. Both of them quickly knelt down. A mystical blue light appeared, and a hazy figure began to descend from that glow. The guy spoke, I came back here myself after the last time. Damn it. He looked down, his expression unreadable. He was the strongest new warrior of the river restoration. Fime damn. Meanwhile, in the group of friends, Sino landed on a mountain with a misty waterfall, gradually coming to rest on the ground. Tomo admired him and said, how do you feel? Sino frowned, raised his hand to look, deep in thought, and replied vaguely, I feel like my body is filled with demonic power. Just as he touched the ground, the power dissipated, and he returned to his original form. Tomo praised him, saying he could freely switch back to his human shape. Lina still had doubts, but wondered if the upgrade to the next level was because he had support. Sino recalled previous moments and answered, I felt like I was not clear-headed. Yet you were always there to help me, coordinating the power of the demon restoration. He continued, It is because the demonic force is so strong. It requires time to adapt, which is why I could only advance to the next level. Otherwise, I might have been able to reach the 5th level. Hearing this, Lena commented, "You are hiding quite a few secrets." Aki listened in silence for a moment before responding. "Looks like we can't go back to the Holy Light City now. It will definitely attract attention." Lena sighed and replied, "What are you apologizing for? That place is no longer the Holy Light City it used to be. So if we can't go back." Tuduliu smiled at Aki and said, "If that is the case, let us ride the momentum and help me and Tomo level up too." Tomo happily chimed in. "Yeah, I agree with Tuduliu. I want to get stronger too." Lena crossed her arms and questioned. "Next, we need to work together. What do you think?" Aki turned to Sino and asked, "You said you need time to adapt to your power, right?" Sino admitted, "Yeah. I feel there is a kind of power in me that I have not tapped into yet." Aki smiled and said, "Great. I want to see what your power is like right now." He proposed, "How about we go hunt demons together at the 6th level?" Sino reluctantly transformed, posing for Tomo to take all kinds of pictures. Tomo was excited and cheerfully exclaimed, "Exactly. That is it." Sitting by the roaring waterfall, Lena sensed footsteps approaching and turned to look. Aki walked over and asked, "What are you looking at?" He continued, "Aren't you usually so straightforward? Why are you so quiet today?" He then sat down next to Lena and nodded towards Sino, asking, "Is it about the situation with him?" Lena turned to look in that direction, feeling it was hard to express herself, but finally responded with a troubled expression, unsure of how to say it. Seeing the combination of the human warrior and demonic power made her feel strangely uneasy. If this had happened some time ago, it probably would not have been accepted at all. Inside and there is also demonic power. Right, humans and demons. Where will this all lead? I am getting more and more confused. Aki thought for a moment and then spoke. Lena. At first, I could not accept the demonic power within me either. Remember how it was before? I hated it so much. It was disgusting. He gritted his teeth and continued. But just like our warrior origins come from synchronizing with demonic cores, the strength we have today relies on this ancient power. Without it, I doubt we could defeat even stronger demons. Or rather, demons are no longer the only enemies. You can imagine countless other foes. Their gaze is more menacing. Lena replied, "Besides the demons, the new lords and new kings, I will admit. They are way stronger than we used to be, especially the new king. Even though it was just last month, he gave me an unsettling feeling of overwhelming strength." She recalled the earlier scene and the powerful, strange magic from the new king. She continued, "That is definitely not a power a human warrior can possess. At that moment, even someone like me, who was ready to fight to the death, wanted to give up resisting. Her body felt weak." She added, "Isn't it funny, being a new lord yet feeling this scared?" Aki playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "You are such a goof." He pulled his hand back and smiled reassuringly. "What is there to be afraid of?" In Lena's eyes appeared the familiar silhouette. She looked at herself in the water and softly said. Suddenly there was a loud call. "We are done resting. Let us find a safe place to stay." You replied back. "Got it." You stood up and said to Lena, "After hunting the demon core, we can definitely get those last 2 recovery cores. I mean, we have a legendary warrior like you here." Lena lowered her head, "It's a bitch," and replied, "Okay." They traveled until the sun was nearly setting. There was a demon chewing on something, its mouth smeared with blood. Shino walked closer and asked, "Are you eating rotten meat?" Then commented, "Demons are everywhere, and this place and found is clearly a massive demon den." Aki hurled his sword into the demon's mouth, and a loud scream erupted. "Enemies, we are being ambushed." Aki gripped his sword and charged forward fiercely, saying, "After searching for 3 days until sunset, we finally found this rare large den. I hope there are demon cores here. Do not let me down." A red aura of murderous intent radiated from him, and the demons whispered. A human, the aura of a demon. A tall figure loomed behind them. Shino grabbed the heads of 2 demons and slammed them together, causing significant damage. "Heads fell off," he said. "Done." Tomo looked on in admiration. Aki sensed something inside and declared, "I can feel a strong power deep inside this den. Maybe we can find the recovery cores in there." Su Daliu made a proposal. "I want to fight too. I can do it." But before she could finish her sentence, Aki shot her down, saying, "No, I know she has a demon form as well, but not right now. Fighting drains a lot of stamina and energy. And she and Tomo can fight before merging with the demon core. The merging process for Tsu takes a massive amount of energy and stamina since the later stages of merging require absolute stability to maintain." Finally, he ventured deeper and advised Lina. "In their case?" She agreed. "All right." Suddenly, 3 demons charged out, shouting loudly, How could there be humans coming here to meet their doom? Shino raised his hand and said, "Let me give it a shot." Aki slashed with his sword, and Shino faced off against the demon, putting all his strength into a punch. The other two demons were a bit thrown off, wondering if this was a demon or a human. In the end, they stomped their feet, yelling that whatever it was, it had to die. They surged forward more aggressively, ready to fight Shino. Tumo watched this scene and turned to Aki, asking if she would turn into something like that after she transformed into a demon. She imagined herself with 4 arms. Aki shrugged and replied he was not sure. Then he fell into thought about Tusu. Tusu became more aggressive and combative after transforming. He wondered how Liu and Tomo were faring. Shino grabbed the 2 heads of the demon and used the frost bloom technique, saying, "I used to be very weak, holding a defensive core that was renowned, but standing against a low-tier demon led by a top-tier demon. I could only watch from the sidelines as the captain protected the city. Facing off against a second-tier fire element, I could only escape under the captain's protection. But now, I am different. I have power, and from now on, I want you demons to fear me." Aki stepped forward with confidence, and Liu the demon was quickly drawn to him. Aki furrowed his brow. Now that the demons had gathered here, it was indeed a nest of demons. Seeing them swarm toward him made him a bit anxious. The demons were multiplying. Lina nervously asked, "Do you want me to help? I am afraid if we drag this out too long, something bad will happen." Aki quickly replied, "Then please do. Getting the demon core quickly would be great." Hearing this, Lina placed her hands on the ground and began to harness her power. Preparing to leap, Tumo stood behind, extremely excited to witness the strength of a 6-tier warrior. Lina stomped down hard, causing the ground to tremble. With a spectacular leap, she shot forward like lightning, taking down the demons. Liu was astonished by this power. This was speed and strength that a 6-tier core could achieve, something he had never even imagined. Tomo felt completely let down by her idol's failure. It was too fast. She could not capture anything. Tuzuna, who was also fighting the monsters, exclaimed in awe, "What skill is that?" The demons in front were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Aki grinned with delight, saying she basically did not even use any skills at all. Watching Lina still dashing at lightning speed, he continued, "She just activated a protective barrier and ran through." Their conversation echoed among the stones. "Tuzuna, let us chase after them. Liu and Tomo should not engage. Conserve your energy and stamina." Even though Lena moved quickly, she still had time to think that there seemed to be a wide space deep within the cave, where the demons had come out from earlier. She successfully made it inside and quickly hit the brakes. Lena cautiously scans her surroundings when suddenly, a chilling voice echoes, wreaking havoc. The demon, who appears to be the leader, lounges on a stone throne. And yet here it is, a level of power unlike any warriors I have faced before. It is the river demon, the one with the ambition of the 6. Lena brushes off its taunts and charges straight in. It barely escapes, but the throne shatters into pieces. The demon screams in fury. "That throne, the one I cherish the most. My throne." Lena scoffs as she steps on the broken stone, looking down with disdain at the throne. Her eyes reflect pure contempt. It does not deserve respect. The demon officially loses it, pounding the ground and ranting. From the earth erupt countless tentacles filled with ominous energy, launching towards Lena. At this moment, Sunak has arrived, ready to play the hero and save the beauty. "Let me." He dares to throw a thunderous punch, easily obliterating those tentacles. The demon feels cornered. It senses a familiar killing intent creeping up from behind. But wait, Aki has shown up too. Sword drawn and threatening, demanding the core be handed over. Then, he charges in, blood raining down like a storm. Aki glances at the corpse beneath his feet, satisfied, saying, "Got it, the demon core. But I still need one more." He suddenly remembers and turns back to Han, asking, "What is wrong?" Lena, after a tense battle, she is exhausted, cradling her injured shoulder as she replies, "It is nothing. Just a bit worn out. Which means I can keep up with everyone in every fight." Lena glances at the core in her hand. This old core is almost drained of energy. A 7th level core is hard to come by, especially after the new king took office. Our old powers are clearly told not to be used anymore. Aki silently watches her, and Lena quickly breaks the awkward silence, saying, "I am getting old too. I want to force myself to keep using old powers. What about you?" She looks at him with an indescribable gaze, as if pouring all her dreams into him, urging him to create another miracle for us to witness. A hears this and clenches his fists, looking up with determination, saying, "Yeah, I agree with you. I will get everything back that was lost." Meanwhile, at a hotel that looks quite modern, Aki stands in the hallway, holding a vial of liquid, saying, "Finally got 2 of these. Now it is time to start helping them merge with demon power." He does not forget to remind Lena and Sunak to keep an eye out for the energy. Lena confidently replies, "Do not worry," and Sunak nods in agreement, saying, "This is a small sea-level city. There should not be any issues." She suddenly asks, "What about you?" Lena's cheeks flush. Teasing him. Can you handle dealing with both girls at once? Flustered and angry. Retorts. What nonsense are you talking about? Inside the room. The two girls hear the noise. As if they are talking about something in the hallway. Tomo A's. Do you feel the tension? The door swings open, and Aki steps in slowly. He turns on the lights and asks, Are you two ready? Who goes first? A hesitant voice replies. Ready. We are all set. Liu stutters. Or maybe, she shyly adds, let us let the more experienced one go first. Aki let out a light chuckle and said, Are you two deciding to let Tomo go first? He lowered his head. Feeling shy. Thinking. Damn it. I do not even know where to look. Tomo jumped to hug Liu, striking an awkward pose. In reality, Liu really wanted to go first. She just was not used to speaking up. Hearing this, Liu blushed and called out loudly. Yeah. Tomo, she stammered. I did not say I wanted to go first. To break the tension, Aki quickly agreed. Of course. That is fine. He looked at Liu with a gentle gaze. Okay then. Let Li go first. Tomo quickly dashed off to another spot, grabbing the camera and beaming. I am going to the other room to rest. Okay, I am not sneaking a peek or anything, but sensing something shady. Liu snapped. You put that camera down right now. After dealing with the troublesome situation named Tomo, she immediately sat up straight on the bed, her eyes glued to a key. You took off your shirt, revealing your toned abs. What is wrong? Do I look weird or something? Why are you staring at me like that? Liu's face was about to catch fire, and she desperately denied it. It is nothing. Her mind was almost exploding. Saving me right in front of me. Really? Li lowered her head. Stammering. Girl. That, she hesitantly asked with her ears turning red. Do even my underwear have to smile? No need for that. I can't even what I mean is, there is no need to smile. Tomo and those in the next room do not know what they are thinking, but their faces are just as red. Inside the brightly lit room, Aki and Liu sat upright on the bed, and he slowly started to open the box containing the mana stone. She took it, her expression turning serious. Does the demonic power inside resemble the one within me? Although even now, I am still not clear where that strength inside me actually comes from. Liu's gaze turned heavy. I both desire and fear that part of myself. She recalled her demonic form. Liu began recounting her dream. Sometimes I dream of being surrounded by a figure that is both familiar and strange. It is an incredibly powerful force. Dark. Unpredictable. And evil. After hearing her confession, the demon gently agreed. I see. If that is the case, I am very curious too. So this time, maybe we will find the answer. He patiently guided Liu through every detail. So this time, maybe we will find the answer. Holding the mana stone in his palm, he urged her to channel her spirit into it. Got it. Aki slowly placed both hands on her trembling shoulders, signaling, I am starting now. Liu closed her eyes, remembering Aki's words. Channel your spirit. Forget everything else. Quickly, she sank into a state of spirit, the mana stone. Liu opened her eyes and began to descend, slowly falling into a new space. Before her stood a demon holding a glowing sphere. The mind demon. That is the mind demon, known as the primal demon. Liu cautiously approached. She pondered. Absolute power representing the recovery system is all here. It truly feels both powerful and ominous. The demon sensed her presence and finally opened its eyes. A powerful aura radiated from her, startling her as Liu froze in place. Her gaze gradually became hazy, despite the fear. She thought, if I could harness this power, I would be even stronger. But there is a magnetic force pulling her to reach out and touch that glowing orb. If she protects him, she could protect many others. Becoming a servant to the great demon clan would grant her immense power. Leah's trembling hand was just inches from the orb, ready to accept the primal demonic power. Human. At that moment, a hand appeared, grabbing her wrist. Another demon suddenly emerged, saying, Oh no, that one he do? My lovely warrior. Liu snapped back to reality. Panicking. You are the demon. The demon from my dreams. The demon studied her closely, then flashed a satisfied smile. She wrapped her arms around Liu's waist, exuding primal strength. She is the Dark Queen, one of the 6 supreme queens who control time and space. Sorry. Darling, this girl is mine. I claimed her not long ago. The other demon seemed to have solved a puzzle in her mind. Realizing, one of the 6 supreme queens, the Dark Queen. No wonder I felt something was off. Why does this human body have such a familiar power? So it is you. You have given her a piece of your primal strength, have not you? The queen tightly grasped Liu's hand, confirming, she is also helping me take care of another human. I have my own plans, and I am quite intrigued by this child. Then she coldly warned, do not make things difficult for her anymore. At that moment, Liu hesitantly spoke up. The demonic force in my body. That form. You. She stared at her, bluntly asking. You are one of the 6 Supreme Queens. The Dark Queen. Leah's face went pale as she realized the existence was even higher than the 7 deadly demons. The Queen slowly explained. For you. This is indeed our first meeting. She touched Liu's plump, rosy lips. But I must say, I am quite fascinated by these lips. Indeed. It is you quite the headache. A familiar voice chimed in. The demon, witnessing this scene, remarked. Now, that is a rare sight. Aki and the Crimson Queen made a dramatic entrance, while the demon sighed. So the queens have gathered. The Crimson Queen looked down sternly. Didn't I tell you not to meddle in this? Dark Queen. Aki seemed puzzled. The power in Liu's body comes from the Dark Queen. Both the Queen and Liu held their faces. Sich. Ang. Ang. The two mirrored each other's actions like 2 drops of water, speaking in unison. You have arrived. The Crimson Queen and Aki descended gracefully to the ground. The Dark Queen hurried over. Smiling. Sich. She blushed like a love-struck girl, playfully saying, "Hey, do not be mad." She winked at the Crimson Queen, explaining, "You said not to get involved with this kid. I have been obedient. I am just arranging for a human warrior to act as my scout, helping me gather intel." Aiki observed the 2 powerful demons, noticing they seemed quite familiar with each other. Thoughts raced in her mind. The Dark Queen, the strongest demon controlling time and space. What plan do she and the Crimson Queen have? The Crimson King gently patted her head, feeling helpless, trying to intervene. The Black King was treated tenderly like that, causing her heart to race, letting out an awkward sound. He rarely showed such tenderness, softly telling her that any interference with the surroundings could increase the risk of exposure. It would only bring more hidden dangers. The Black King felt a bit wronged upon hearing this. She was just concerned. If something happened to that kid, it would affect her too. The Crimson King commanded, seriously asking if she did not trust his choice. Realizing there was nothing more to say, the Black King reluctantly compromised, flashing a charming smile. All right. Get it? If you do not like it, it is a bit of a pity. Unexpectedly, she reached for the scroll, saying boldly, Then let me just kill that human woman. Aki immediately sensed something was off, his eyes lighting up with anger. He exploded with power, transforming into an evolved form, roaring, You dare. Without thinking twice, he charged at the Black King, saying, I will take you down first. He rushed in with incredible speed, but the Black King showed no sign of fear or panic. She simply stood there calmly, extending her finger and deflecting his power away from him. Seeing him easily knocked back, Lugu was shocked, anxiously calling out his name. Aki flew back a bit, crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay still, clutching his stomach. Clearly that last blow was anything but ordinary. Lu rushed over Aki, panicked, calling his name repeatedly. Are you okay? His body trembled, his eyes wide with confusion, unable to speak, which only added to the anxiety and worry. The Black King crossed her arms, a bit warningly, telling him not to harm him. The Black King knew she should not go too hard. Don't he worry. I just froze his time, making him always feel pain. I was just playing around. Did not expect he would dare to attack the king. Saying that, she glared with one eye, dispelling the effect. At that moment, Aki's body finally broke free from her time control. Lugu was beside him, rubbing his back, asking worriedly, Are you still alright? His upper body slumped down, and he propped himself up on the ground, gasping for breath. The Black King teleported right in front of him, feeling the overwhelming pressure. Aki realized he was no match for the evil king, completely devoid of strength to fight back. This was the power of the king. The Black King smiled wickedly, saying she liked this girl so much that she would not want to kill her. Immediately after, she raised her hand, planning to do something. Lulu suddenly felt herself moving uncontrollably, confused about what was happening. She felt like a metal rod being pulled by a magnet, causing her to panic, which shocked Aki as well. Lulu was pulled back to the Black King's side, while the Black King turned to leave, urging Aki to get up quickly, saying it seemed she would not need to fight after all. Aki shouted back, No way. I can trust that evil woman. Causing his steps to halt, he glared at Aki, his tone dripping with disdain. I am talking to you. Are you really that clueless? She is the Black King of time and space, one of the strongest beings around. He is always cold and does not let anyone challenge his words. The most powerful, the most wicked of them all. Looking back, he saw the Black King signaling for silence, then said casually, If she truly had any murderous intent, you would all take your last breath before even realizing what hit you. Besides, she has never cared about your kind. To put it bluntly, this is your honor, buddy. After all that talk, Aki could not come up with a single retort. The Black King did not want to waste any more time here either. He urged Aki to let the Black King handle it, saying, Stop bothering them. Before leaving, Eki still felt a twinge of worry for Liu, giving the Black King a warning glare. Don't he do anything unnecessary? With that said, the two shadows began to fade from Liu's mental world. Once they were gone, the Black King had no desire to linger, turning to the evil spirit Liu and saying, "All right, the Red King is gone too. There is nothing left to entertain us here. Let us wrap this up." With no other choice, it replied with a simple, "Okay." Once they were on the same page, both evil spirits directed their gaze toward Liu, pointing a finger at her forehead, channeling their power into her through it. Her body underwent some changes. Her eyes took on some resemblance to the Black King's. In her mind, she felt it clearly. She could sense the swirling energy of the green hues awakening within her. Suddenly, her whole being erupted with power. Wings sprouted from her back, signaling that the transfer was likely complete. Outside, Eki was pacing nervously, thinking, wasn't it supposed to be instant? Why has not Liu reacted yet? The Red King tried to calm him down. Stay cool. Just as he spoke, Liu released a surge of powerful energy that left Eki in awe. A thick cloud of smoke billowed up. Liu had broken free from the mental realm and planted one foot on the ground. Before her was an unexpected sight. Incredibly alluring, it was her green form. The core of the black and green Liu. Eki stared in disbelief. Wait, is that really Liu? The Red King looked at her in her current state, a hint of admiration creeping into his smile. The energy provided by the Black King seemed to have profoundly impacted her as she fully awakened, an unavoidable reality. Suddenly, she reached out her hand, and Eki felt a gravitational pull drawing him forward. He yelled out as his body flew toward Liu. Her hand gently resting on his back, she leaned in close, asking, "I have always wanted to know," which caught Eki off guard as she softly called out. She looked straight into his eyes, unabashedly asking, "Do you like me? Just answer me. Do not stutter." Eki was thrown off by her question, internally thinking, Liu in her complete form, and her personality is so free-spirited. The Red King stood to the side, sighing in disbelief. What the heck is going on? The Red King continued to sigh in annoyance. You've got such immense power now, and you are still worrying about this stuff. Humans are truly baffling. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, and it swung open abruptly, causing Tomo and the others to tumble onto the floor. The Red King quickly vanished. She turned to scold. You know it is your fault for being so heavy. You even crushed me. What a wasted opportunity. Tomo looked up and noticed something horrifying. Her eyes widening in shock. The scene before her was Liu sitting at the table, gripping Aki's collar tightly. Tomo curiously asked, "What are you doing?" causing Liu to blush deeply. Her cheeks turning bright red, she covered her flushed face with her hands, desperately explaining, "Don't misunderstand. It must be the demon's influence." But Tomo was not buying it. Meanwhile, Aki felt relieved, thinking, "Phew, I would not know how to respond otherwise." He coughed awkwardly and said, "Okay, now it is Tomo's turn." Tomo gently cradled the radiant demon core in her palm, realizing how light it truly was, but it felt incredibly warm as her body was completely exposed. Aki could not help but wonder. Warm. Another teammate reminded her. "Tomo, you need to take this seriously. This is not a joke. If you do not focus, the demon core will backlash on you." Tomo raised her hand, replying, "Understood." I woke us. Aki sighed in helplessness, thinking, seriously, why can't she just chill? He placed a hand on Tomo's back, checking on her carefully, reminding her to stay calm to sense the demon core properly. Once you enter the demon core's realm, you will encounter the primal intellect of demons. He continued seriously. You will have to endure both physical and mental attacks. But do not worry. I will be right there with you, doing my best to support you. Aki infused energy into Tomo's body, repeatedly stressing the important points. You must concentrate. Don't let it control you. You need to be the one in control. She slowly closed her eyes, Aki's reminders still echoing in her ears. But the most crucial part was whether she could sense the power of the demon core before entering the realm. He reassured her, even if Tensi and Leo took time. You will get through this. Seeing Tomo motionless, Aki widened his eyes in shock. Wait, has she already entered the realm? When did she manage to connect? He immediately shut his eyes tight, focusing his energy, thinking, damn it, I need to enter the realm now. When Aki opened his eyes, his appearance had changed. The Demon King looked at Tomo and praised. Indeed, your friend is truly remarkable. She is not even being attacked. At this moment, she had not only entered the realm, but was confidently standing before the demon, absorbing the spiritual energy. The Demon King exclaimed, "She is absorbing all that energy without any obstacles." The demon gazed at her, and Tomo looked back at it. Its gaze towards her was not menacing at all. Tomo successfully absorbed all the energy from the high-level demon. Aki gaped in astonishment. Even the primal demons seemed to favor her, Sejong smiled in response. It seems even the primal intellect demons like her. They are practically giving her energy freely from the core. Tomo gradually absorbed the overflowing energy. Her body radiating a mysterious blue light, it grew increasingly dazzling, piercing through the surrounding space. 2 small horns sprouted from Tomo's head. She was also adorned with new accessories. The most special being the beautiful wings sprouting from her back. The light gradually contracted into a sphere. Tomo was engulfed within it. The king of Sich Kai could not believe what just happened. We definitely did not need to help. It is really strange. Your friend here. That last sphere released a massive amount of energy. Like Tomo just broke free from her cocoon. She now has a new title. The demonized 6-star lamb Bechq Tomo. Even Tomo was stunned by her own incredible transformation this time. What is happening? Is the blessing already over? I thought it was going to be a real hassle. She called out. Aang. Her wings began to flap energetically behind her. Tomo thought to herself. Wait. This might actually speed things up. She tiptoed and flew as fast as Idolina. Tomo zipped in front of Aki. Catching him off guard, she was so quick. She praised herself. I am so strong right now. Aki nodded in agreement. Yeah. You are way stronger than before. Who knows? You might just be an undercover super genius. A voice echoed. All right. Suddenly, 4 beams of colorful light appeared above someone's head, shooting straight up into the sky. People saw those beams and started murmuring in confusion. What is that light in the sky? Is something flying up there? They ignored the gossip and zoomed past everyone. Those 4 beams belonged to Aki, Lina, Tomo, and Daliu. He told everyone. It is time to find a suitable place for us. We need to adapt and coordinate carefully, Lina suggested. To the west, at the Trial of Light City, there is a demon cave. It is a huge cavern that even the warriors of Trial of Light City avoid. Hearing this, Aki asked her, so there must be some serious demons in there. Right? Her eyes sparkled like stars. But she thought, I think we can check it out. We might be able to handle some demon minions. The 4 stars continued to move. Their power likely enough to take on the new 6 star. The next morning, Aki and Lina stood hesitantly by the riverbank. He was shocked. Aren't you coming with us anymore? His tone became hesitant. Did I make you upset? She bowed her head. It is not that. It is just that my core energy is nearly depleted. Theoretically, I can't draw any more power. If I keep going with you guys, I would just be a burden. Aki angrily tapped Lina on the forehead, making her wince in pain. He quickly explained. What burden? What are you talking about? How can you say you can draw any more? You are one of the 6 stars. Plus, were not you the one who reminded us about the nearby demon cave? I will just find you a new core if it comes to that. Aki reached up to rub the spot where he tapped her, gently reassuring her. You just need a new core. Lina stubbornly refused. She turned to leave. Actually, I can't keep up anymore. Lina did not want it to be this way. Dragging her feet with each heavy step, Aki challenged her. But how does that even relate to you not keeping up? Once you get back into it, does not it all come back? With your battle experience, you can definitely do it. Lina interrupted him, her face filled with sadness. You just forgot. I am getting old. I can't be by your side for much longer, she continued explaining to Aki. Thanks to the regenerative power of the green nucleus, I can still keep this youthful appearance. Otherwise, I would be looking like an old hag right now. Noticing he was still silent, Lina added. It is just that you are still young and have forgotten that I really can be called an old lady now. Just a little fighting and I am already exhausted. She compared herself to her teammates, while he and the other 3 were in their prime. Especially now that they had everything in their hands, the power of demons. I no longer have the strength to understand or guide anymore. Hugh keeps sticking by you, and I am only here to drag you down. Lina pulled Aki's hand closer. I want to leave. Just watching you from a distance is enough. Being by your side just makes me sadder. Do you understand? Aki could not agree. Lina, even if you really can't help anymore, I do not care. Lina smiled. All right, no more talking. When you go save Deja, find me. Take this. And she shoved something into his hand. Aki looked at it, puzzled. What is this? She introduced. It is a locator compass. With this, you can find me anytime. Lina pointed to a spot on the compass. That blinking green dot is me. It beeped, announcing, Win Lina. Status. Good, she explained. It even has a voice reminder. I prepared this just for you. If you ever need help, you can find me anytime. Lina also handed Aki a scroll of paper. And this too. I have noted specific locations of some ACMA concentrations, along with a few small notes that might be useful for you guys. Aki carefully tucked the item into his coat. Alright. So where are you planning to go? You can't go back to Dawn City. Right, Lina replied calmly. Don't worry. Ordinary warriors can't do anything to me. After all, I am Winlin. There is still some left. My darling stuff is in Dawn City. I will go back to pack a little. Then move to a smaller town further away. Funds for a healer. Aki looked at the three of them chatting away. Healer. Don't say things like that. Are you really leaving right now without saying goodbye to them? Lena pondered. I should just leave quietly. I have been used to living alone for so many years. Your presence has made me feel out of place. Oh right. That girlie. Aki turned his head back in surprise. Lee stood far away but sensed they were talking about her. Her face involuntarily flushed. Lu tilted her head, radiating a vibe straight out of a novel. Then turned back to continue chatting with her two teammates. Lena reminded it. You can see Liu cares about you a lot. Don't overlook her feelings. Aki said nothing. Just lost in thought. After all, you have always been an idiot in this area. She said with hidden meaning, while he quietly gazed at the river. It is time to say goodbye, Lena said decisively, turning her back. All right. There is a little town nearby. I will go there to catch a ride back to Dawn City. Looking at her silhouette, Aki shouted out, saying, in short, if I find the new emerald core, you can't refuse me. Lena smiled softly, thinking, that guy. What a fool. No girl wants to look out of place in front of someone she likes, especially not her. The dry leaves fell as if trying to comfort her mood. Next to there were already better girls. Tomo and Sino rushed over. Surprised. Wait, did Senior Lina leave? Yep. She did not even let us ask anything. Aki turned back to look at Lina's silhouette fading away. She just went back to deal with some personal matters. Lu regretted. He had not even had the chance to thank her, and Senior Lina had helped us a lot lately. Chuan asked, are we heading straight to the demon cave now? Aki nodded. Yeah. According to Lina, this cave is massive, with plenty of powerful demons. Just the right place to test the current combat strength of our four. Aki turned to leave, also looking for something. Chuan wondered. What are you looking for? Aki replied with a fierce aura. The new emerald core. The next time I see Lina, I am giving it to her. The four of them transformed into their combat forms, each wearing a dangerous expression. Chuan shouted. All right. Let us head back to Dawn City. Where the tall buildings shimmered with lights at night. Two noticed a strange shadow and got on high alert. It seemed like there was someone there. Quick. Let us check it out. If it is a demon, we will take it out. The shadow was Lina, who had returned to Dawn City, hiding in an alley. The patrols around here have gotten tighter. Indeed. The aftermath of Snow's awakening last time still keeps them on edge. Lina spotted a safer entryway. Luckily, the window in the house was still open, and she activated her extraordinary speed in the blink of an eye. Lina climbed into the room through the window. She calculated silently. I need to be quick. Get the stuff and leave immediately. Lina tirelessly rummaged through, thinking, it should be here. Why can't I find it? This can't be happening. Unbeknownst to her, Dalen had sat behind her, surprised that she actually returned there. Looks like I was right. When Lina. She jumped and turned around. Dalen crossed his arms, calmly questioning Lina. What is the deal? Am I letting you off this time? He is the new Emerald Core, the strongest dual-core swordsman. Van Dieren. Hearing this, Lina grew furious. I just had some business to take care of outside lately. Are you the Emerald Core who can just barge into my house like that? Van Dalen remained silent. Pulling out something from his pocket, he held a small box and smiled lightly. Did you come back here specifically for this? Lina looked surprised to see the box in his hand. How did you get that? Memories of it began flooding back to her mind. She was with everyone fighting monsters at the time. Lina ran and scalded. Wait. What are you doing here? Slacking off. A lot of people are waiting for you to get things sorted. Aki turned around and replied. Lina. Great. I have something to show you. He then pulled out something and held it in front of Lina. It turned out to be a sparkling necklace. This is the necklace I just made. It is for you. Lina received the necklace, her heart swelling with admiration. It is just so beautiful. Back in reality. Zilan's voice sliced through her memories of that moment. Mocking her, saying she has always been so carefree about everything. This is the only thing that has been kept safe and sound. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it is just a handmade necklace made of stone so old and ugly. Lina trembled, her fists clenched in frustration. He continued to sneer. Donnie, tell me it was a gift from some guy. As soon as Lilan threw that jab, Lina charged at him, shouting, give it back. She gripped the necklace tightly, but Lilan kicked her hard in the stomach. Lina could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. That kick sent her crashing into the ceiling. Lina managed to escape, but Lilan was like a leech, relentlessly pursuing her. He launched a powerful strike, making Lina slam into the wall of the balcony. She used her feet to create friction, trying to slow herself down. Finally, she succeeded in stopping. Feeling frustrated, Lena thought to herself, my energy is almost gone, and my arm is broken, it can't be healed. D-Lan slowly approached, mocking her. Your energy is almost like a regular fighter now. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. If that is the case, she is doomed. Old hag. Lena gritted her teeth, biting down on the necklace in her mouth. She looked up with defiance, saying, no matter what, I was once a great warrior, and even the new king acknowledged me. If I willingly give up my status, it won't interfere with my life anymore. Are you saying you can even follow his orders? Li Lan questioned. But I felt a hint of your aura from that shockwave earlier, suspecting you have some connection to that suspicious character. What do you have to say about that? Does the king care about a washed-up old hag like you? He said, then conjured a dagger. Lena turned around to see the cat puffing up behind her. He raised the dagger, shouting, and it shot forward at lightning speed. In that life and death moment, Lena turned to shield the cat. He pulled the cat in, but accidentally made it panic. Zealand's dagger created a massive explosion, filling the air with dust. Lena, in her torn clothes and untreated wounds, patted the cat's head, saying, if there is a fight, stay away. Okay. The scared cat bolted, and suddenly V-Lan charged at her, grabbing her hard. He scoffed. So Neve, if you struggle a bit, you might avoid this attack. But it seems like you are making a lot of noise. Li Lan yanked her forward. Let us get out of the city. He rushed with her past the buildings. Lena was thrown hard towards the forest. She was thrown outside the city, crashing straight into the trees. As the dust settled, Lena still held onto the necklace tightly. She sat still under a tree, completely drained of energy. Li Lan stood above her, watching her pathetic state without a hint of pity. Win Lena. Your core. I can barely feel any energy from you now. He sneered, glancing at her broken hand with disdain. I heard that these hands of the ancient boy saved over 600 people in a battle. That is pretty impressive. De-Lan raised a leg and flashed a wicked smile. But too bad it is just a memory now. Lena's scream echoed through the forest, cut to the evil cave, where Aki and his crew are searching for something. Something sinister. And soon Ake is joining in. The four of us need to team up to take it down. We are still not in sync. Aki got the core of the sinister entity and smiled brightly, saying, awesome. We got the core. Suddenly, a scream pierced his mind. Aki turned to look back at the cave entrance. He noticed something strange in his expression, prompting Zunake to quietly ask, what is it? Aki replied anxiously. It seems like the direction of that light is making my heart race. He pulled out a compass and thought, let us see what this compass Lina gave me can do. The compass displayed. Win Lina. Status. Near death. Seeing her status, all four of them were stunned. The summoner instantly summoned her wings. She suggested. Now, back in the forest where Lina was tormented, De-Lan was unleashing waves of power. Aki and the group rushed in at lightning speed. And Akai exclaimed, the compass shows she is close, up ahead. The four of them quickly spotted Lina. Aki clenched his teeth in anger, ready to charge. After seeing Lina so weak, they rushed towards her. When they caught sight of her condition, all four of them froze for about 2 seconds. Before them was Lina, weakly leaning against a tree. Her arms were shattered. Severed limbs lay scattered on the ground. Lina sat there with her eyes shut tight, her mouth clenched around a necklace chain. The sight of her condition shocked all four of them. Tomo covered her mouth. Horrified, Lina, tears began streaming down her face. Atsunake looked at the arm lying on the ground. Feeling sick, the summoner shouted. Lina's arms are mangled. She has lost too much blood. We need to save her first. We have to keep an eye out. That core energy is definitely not something a regular enemy can handle. Tuzunake and Tomo spread out to protect the area, shouting for defense. Aki stood silently, watching the summoner treat her. His gaze shifted to the necklace that Lina was holding in her mouth. Aki recalled her expression when she received the necklace, saying, thank you. I love it. Back then, Lina promised, I will treasure this gift. Aki knelt before her and gently asked, you came back just to get this necklace, did not you? He thought to himself, this is clearly just a necklace I made on a whim back then. Suddenly, the summoner turned with a serious expression. This is really bad. Not only are her arms gone, but Lina's internal organs are also severely damaged. The summoner continued. Lina's 6-colored core energy is completely drained, so she can't heal herself with her skills. At that moment, Lina seemed to stir, struggling to whisper 2 words. Aging. The summoner's eyes widened in shock. The youthful vitality was gone. Then she broke down in tears, her breathing and heartbeat fading. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she spoke in a trembling voice. Lina, she is about to die. Everyone focused intently on Lina as she received treatment. A fleeting thought crossed Aki's mind. Was there a way to save her? He sat down, whispering, "Is there anything we can do to save Lina?" Lu replied, "With my current abilities, I can only try to delay Lina's death. I have the power to restore her mental state, and I can use time manipulation to slow down the flow of her life." Lu then had an idea. She could seal Lina within the space I create, drastically slowing the passage of time for her. I can move, but I have to use all my strength to maintain the stability of this space. Even so, I won't be able to hold it for long. She anxiously reminded everyone, before the sun rises, if we do not find a better way, Lina will. Toma wondered aloud. How can there be demons strong enough to defeat Lina near the holy city? Even if they are not as powerful as before, they should not be able to take her down. Suddenly, Aki shouted, "Just do as she says, keep Lina alive." Lu responded, "Okay." He moved over to Tomo, instructing, "You stay here and protect Lu and Lina. Don't let any low-level demons disturb her. It could ruin her focus." Then he turned to Tsunaku and said, "You follow me?" Tsunaku asked, "What do you mean? You know who is behind this? And you are silent." The image of Van Dayland flashed in Aki's mind. Suddenly, he shouted a name that left everyone stunned. Van Day. He confidently declared, "I recognize his lingering aura. I have fought him before." Knowing his aura and fighting style, keeping Lin alive would definitely not be a kind gesture. Hearing the name, voiced her concern. "Yep. We may be powerful as demons, but we can take on Van Dayland. What if there is another new 6 in the city? That would be too risky." Aki reassured them. "Lina once said the remaining 5 have missions and are not in the city. Trust me, there is no time left." Lu widened her eyes, thinking to herself, "I can't stop him." He turned away angrily, muttering, "Damn it, turning Lina into bait like that." Liu looked at his retreating figure and softly asked, "What are you planning to do?" He clenched his fists, shouting, "Van Day." Aki's voice blazed with intensity. "Kill Van Dayland. Find his core." The scene shifted to the city Aki had mentioned, where beams of light charged in for a fierce attack. Tsunaku looked towards it, expressing his disagreement. "We need to go find Van Dayland right now." It felt too dangerous, not for any other reason, but if a fight broke out in the city, many innocent lives would be at risk. Besides, Dawn City is not a place you can just barge into. After all, it is the strongest ranked town of humanity. Aki added, "Especially that energy shield. Made from the energy extracted from demon cores, it has terrifying defensive capabilities." You explain it so well. It is like you can block a full force attack from a formidable demon, from the inside out. No problem before this. We flew out without a hitch because the system defaults to safety. Tunak looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew so much about Dawn City. Aki gestured towards the city and said, "If that is the case, let us get him out there." Tunak looked at the city and replied, "Got it." Then a loud explosion echoed. The people in the city asked, "What just fell?" The curly-haired man shouted, "What the hell is that?" The woman replied, "It can be a soldier." The smoke has cleared. The faces of Tunak and Aki appeared, and the man shouted, "Wait, wait, that is 2 humanoid demons." The curly-haired man yelled, "Activate the city's defensive laser cannons." He cursed under his breath. Damn it. When dealing with humanoid demons, the automatic counter system does not always work accurately. The Vifia's gun rotated towards them. All the laser guns were aimed at them. Aki looked at it for a moment, thinking, "I can't believe something I personally built is now aimed straight at me. How ironic." He gritted his teeth, completely being seen as a demon now. Aki shouted, "We are not here to invade the city, nor do we intend to harm anyone. Send word to Van Dylan. Tell him to come out here." The curly-haired guy froze when he heard Aki mention Dylan's name. He shouted, "Dylan's name is not something you can just throw around. Just a bunch of lowly demons. With me here tonight. Do not even think about getting close to the city." Aki thought about Lina's situation and felt a surge of anger. "Try to stop me, and you are dead." The curly-haired guy yelled, "Fire!" Laser bullets shot from the cannons towards Aki, who blocked all the shots with his hands. The onlookers started stammering. "He is blocking the defensive lasers." They looked at Tunak holding off the lasers and shouted, "Just how strong is this demon? Hurry. Call for reinforcements." Tunak quickly calmed him down, saying, "Wait. Chill out. Were you trying to kill them just now?" At this point, Aki was completely losing control. In his mind, a voice laughed, "A bunch of pesky ants. Just kill them all." Aki thought to himself, "Come on. They are just regular soldiers. I do not want to harm innocent people." A crowd rushed in, shouting, "Gather up. Demons are attacking the soldiers near the city wall. Hurry and help." Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot up from the city, and Tunak asked in surprise, "What is that flying up there?" A golden figure appeared in the moonlight. A blue scythe hurtled straight towards Tunak, Tunak braced himself, raising his shield to the max. The scythe charged towards him, breaking through the shield. A loud crash echoed as Tunak was knocked back, and Aki quickly caught him. Tunak's eyes widened in panic as he saw the person in front of him. He exclaimed, "That is Van Dalen." Dalen stood there with one foot raised, a cold smile spreading across his face. "I did not expect you to withstand that last blow." Impressive, the people on the city walls shouted. It is Lord Dalen. The city is safe now." The crowd cheered, activating all laser cannons, ready to take aim. Van Dalen looked at the two of them and said, "Two human-shaped demons have appeared." "No way. That old hag is definitely involved with your monstrous kind. You are her minions. Are not you? When did demons and ancient evils team up like this? What shady business are you up to?" After saying that, he planted his foot on the ground, and Dalen flashed a wicked smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is that old hag trying to rejuvenate herself, offering herself up to satisfy you demons?" He laughed loudly, calling it the ultimate shame of the human warrior. "Thankfully, I have already taken her down." Aki was furious upon hearing these words, his eyes filled with fierce energy. He silently swore, "This is it." He would not hold back anymore, and unleashed his power, right in front of everyone. Dalen thought to himself, "Thunder and lightning. The energy is overwhelming. But why does this feel so familiar? What do these two demons have to do with Lina?" At this moment, the city gates began to open, and Aki called out for help. "Sunak, I just need you to do one thing for me." Sunak replied, "What is it?" Aki continued, "Hold back all the reinforcements." A group of warriors charged out from the city, rallying loudly, "Support Lord Dalen. Attack, kill the demons." Sunak asked, "What about you?" Aki pointed to himself. He drew his sword and walked toward Dalen. "I am going to personally take down Van Dalen." Aki's steps were as powerful as ever. He lunged to attack Dalen head-on, and Dalen quickly raised his shield to block the blow, but it seemed that this shield was flimsy and could not withstand Aki's strike. It shattered into pieces, forcing Dalen to step back a few paces from the impact, while one of his subordinates anxiously shouted, "Master Darren." Dalen furrowed his brows, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity in this situation. While he was still deep in thought, Aki swung his sword to attack. Dalen's entire body suddenly glowed as if empowered by a higher being, standing casually with his hands on his hips. While Aki was furiously swinging his sword, Dalen effortlessly parried each attack, remaining relaxed and connected to nature. Suddenly, a grin spread across Dalen's face, looking quite pleased with himself. Engrossed in his assault, suddenly shouted, "Whoa! You just fell for the enemy's counterattack." From that counterattack, a bit of strawberry syrup splattered, leaving Aki stunned for a few seconds. Once he regained his composure, he gripped the energy wave attacking him. Grinding his teeth tightly, he clenched his teeth in pain, pulling the energy wave toward himself, gradually dragging Dalen back toward him. When the enemy was finally in range, Aki delivered a bonus kick that acted like a massage to Dalen's stomach, making him grimace and spit out a few drops of syrup. Dalen had to take a moment to catch his breath. After he exhaled, he suddenly burst into a dangerous laugh. He then launched a surprise attack that left his opponent unable to react in time. The energy wave tightly bound Aki, lifting him into the air under Dalen's control. Dalen laughed triumphantly. "Demon of the Scorpion. This is how you fight." Ah! A thunderous explosion echoed. The ground shattered beneath the luminous force, and Dalen was flung upwards, leaving him to mutter, "You want to challenge me?" A red sword appeared, spinning in midair, and then quickly plunged into the ground, shattering the earth. It stood firmly, unwavering. A group of people in the distance rushed towards something, desperate to break through the chaos caused by the demon. "At the very least, we have to deal with this evil spirit. It is throwing our formation into disarray, and they are quickly surrounding us." A golden beam of light cascaded down from above, sending that group tumbling backward with terrified screams. They used their bodies to break, skidding out of control. One guy in the group looked down at his feet in shock, saying, I am not hurt." The others glanced at their hands, exhaling in disbelief. "That is weird. It just knocked us away." Tuan seemed to ponder this as he wondered why this demon was not using its deadly moves. His eyes glinted with annoyance as he thought, "There are too many of them, and they can even hurt us. We need to move fast to the right." Tuan was knocked forward just before being ambushed from behind, barely managing to shout, "Whoa!" He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he spat out, "Damn it." From behind, Tuan looked back to see two shadowy figures and muttered to himself, "They are on the city wall." Two figures, one tall and one short, brandished gleaming weapons. A voice rang out, asking, "Who are they?" Those two dark silhouettes had now revealed themselves, a guy and a girl. A voice from afar explained, "They are the team leaders of the assault squad." The girl wielded a massive hammer. Looking ahead as she declared, "It may be a bit far, but I can still withstand the brunt of my attack. This demon's power is at least level 5. The man with the beard, a level 6 warrior, had cold, sharp eyes and a smirk that said, Where's your courage? You dare to make the 6 stars appear. The girl with the hammer was also a level 6 warrior. Her expression mischievous yet excited as she said, "It has been a while since an ignorant demon dared to ambush us. Welcome to Dawn City." Then, as the 2 level 6 warriors spoke, they turned around, only to see the light fade as their target vanished. Below the city, a man with a very serious expression shouted, "Reinforcements. Provide covering fire." Aki's pupils flickered slightly, thinking, "Damn it." 2 level 6 warriors. A golden protective barrier materialized beneath him, and he thought to himself, "I guess I have to hold my ground." Standing inside the protective circle, he felt the enemy's attacks rain down like a storm. In an instant, he lay sprawled on the ground. Seemingly powerless, Aki looked defeated with a tired, hollow expression, his eyes filled with contemplation. Damn it. 2 level 6 warriors. He still could not overcome this. Dalen saw Aki struggling and quickly sprang up, launching a barrage of daggers toward him. Aki remained motionless, glaring at the enemy with a sharp look. Finally, the protective circle was shattered by an enormous golden egg, injuring those around it as well. From his mouth poured out a stream of blue syrup in pain. Snow. On the golden egg, a spot suddenly gleamed, and a voice echoed, "It is almost time. Wake up." Everyone around was now seriously injured, some covering their mouths in fear, on the verge of tears. However, Aki showed no fear, as he seemed triumphant, roaring, "Sich King, lend me your strength." Dalon, using all his strength to attack, shouted, "Demon." The ground beneath them exploded. With his successful strike, he laughed maniacally. "You dare come to Dawn City? You really do not know your limits." As the mocking words faded, one of his hands was forcefully twisted, almost like a syrup being pulled. Dalan stood there, staring at the wreckage he had caused, thinking to himself, "What is going on? That should have been enough to take him out. So where is he getting all this power from?" The mighty king rose from the rubble, pointing his finger, still wondering how long it would take for them to rely on him. His self-importance was draining, a complete waste of time. Dalan clenched his teeth. He was stronger than before. No, he was like 10 times stronger. What the heck is happening here? The image of the king looked powerful and commanding. His silhouette stood tall, and the crimson sword was firmly planted in the ground. In a blink, he reached out and summoned the sword back to him from afar. The king held the sword, his expression darkening. A loud clash echoed, breaking the silence. And after a long time apart, the Chain King made his entrance. The king, sword in hand and a friendly smile plastered on his face, said, "Let me teach that kid how to properly use you. What do you say?" The soldier gawked, eyes wide in disbelief. Stammering, the demonic core in his chest trembled violently. The scene before him revealed a swordsman radiating a deadly energy, and everyone recoiled in fear, whispering, "What is that? That aura? It is the aura of a demon," leaving everyone behind. The soldier, on the brink of collapse, sprinted forward without looking back, shouting, "Quick, retreat to the city." Seeing him run like that, she turned her furious face and screamed, "Let us see who dares to run. I will crush anyone who moves." Some watched, pondering the changed atmosphere around them. Realizing it was different from before, Aki boldly stepped forward, energy radiating from him. Thoughts swirling, the aura was strangely unfamiliar, and Aki's face was cold. Up in the air, Dalan looked down, smirking disdainfully, saying, "Didn't I expect you to hide your true strength? Impressive? You are a demon of the 7th rank. But even if you are, it does not matter." Dalan clapped his hands together, as if channeling an endless source of energy. He unleashed a wave of green energy that swirled around him along with the snapping chains, gripping the chain tightly. His face was filled with a mocking challenge as he said, "Don't forget, I have 2 7th rank cores." Just as he finished his words, both sides charged into battle. But suddenly, Dalan's Aki's strike was so swift that he could not react in time. The force and ferocity of the attack sent Dalan flying. Seeing this, the soldiers gasped in shock, realizing that Daran had been knocked away. Gripping their weapons tightly, he stared intently, his thoughts swirling. His body was beginning to break down. He squinted, desperately thinking, "Even as I forced my spirit to control this body, but in the end, it was still a human body. And on top of that, my spiritual power was too weak, limiting my strength." Below, a crooked arc in a hollow spot formed, still dissatisfied with his martial skills. He thought, "Huff, my power in this state really sucks." Looking at the scene before him, everyone was on edge. One person called out, "Master Da." It seemed everyone thought he would be out of strength and collapse somewhere. But no, he still maintained a defensive stance as he landed his tent, thinking of how to deal with this. That last attack, the speed and power completely outstrip anything Akma's got. Seeing him just standing there waiting makes her chuckle. Who would have thought she would run into such a tricky opponent? She can't let her pathetic side show any longer. Especially with the whole town being wrecked, it will ruin her image. Stepping out of that hollow, the tough guy prepares for battle. After all, the Akmar are too close to town now. Gripping his weapon tightly, his face gets serious as he silently strategizes for the fight ahead. A loud crash erupts as rocks shatter, and Sang flashes brightly. Aki is not rushing. He is standing there, waiting for a fierce battle. He quickly charges at his opponent, tauntingly saying, "Better back off." Aki remains stiff, head down, with no words to respond. The clash of their blows ignites a fiery light. Like a life or death showdown, the atmosphere is eerily silent as Aki lunges forward, overwhelming his opponent. He is running on empty, hands trembling from exertion. Vandalin's desperate screams echoed. Below, some soldiers watched the battle unfold, trembling and stammering, and Master Deering from the sky. He quickly swept down to the ground, his victorious expression replaced by one of sheer panic as he fell. Energy surged from all directions, creating blinding light. Aki sprang into action. Everything happened in a blur. The deafening shout accompanied a powerful strike that lit up the sky. It felt like everything was being torn apart at that moment. Daylan's weak face reflected the strength he had just lost. He was down to one arm, pointing feebly with his remaining hand, his voice barely audible. "I can't believe you actually blocked that." Aki stood defiantly. "You dare to use such a dangerous move against me? Have you lost your mind and forgotten about the town?" His tone grew harsher. "A demon like me is actually protecting the town." He was about to protest but was cut off as he ordered, "Finish off his remaining hand." Inside him was a body connected by tightly bound tendons. He continued, "Just like how he treated Lina. Take it all away." A fearful voice emerged. "But can your body handle it?" Aki's body crackled with sounds of breaking water. Daylan held his wounds, and Aki looked at him, saying, "The guy in front of you is among the strongest warriors. This is a rare chance. Good." Before your body collapses, he stepped closer, his sword firmly in hand, softly adding, "Let me teach you a few moves." Far away on the horizon, the sun began to rise. Suddenly, in the forest, a flash of light sliced through, cleaving 3 or 4 monsters in half. Out of nowhere, a monster lunged at Tomo, but she gracefully leaped onto its back, dodging its attack. Then, she stomped hard on the monster's back, causing the ground to tremble as its blood splattered everywhere. Blood sprayed onto her face, making Tomo frown in annoyance. She stood over the monster she had just killed, coldly saying, "Keep going." Beneath a tree, Lina was gravely injured and unconscious, while Tudu Lu was creating a shield to protect her from the monster's attacks. Her face contorted with urgency as she thought, "Damn it. Time's running out. I need to hurry and bring Tomo back." On another side, 3 streams of energy clashed in the sky above the city, igniting flames. Then, an explosion erupted in the air, sending 2 figures hurtling away. Van Dylan gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into a swift strike, uttering each word with intensity. "Dith." He unleashed a series of crescent-shaped green energy blasts toward Shik Kai Wang. He merely waved his hand, easily deflecting all of Daylan's attacks. The counterattacks bounced back and became even more jagged. The blow forced Daylan to struggle to dodge, but he still could not escape injury as he silently assessed and unleashed his strongest strike. That immense power slammed down into the ground, causing it to quake and split open a long gash. Suddenly, Daylan's face turned pale as he realized Sich Viving had snuck up behind him. Daylan's eyes widened in horror, and he immediately turned his head to look back and showed no mercy as he thrust a blade into Daylan's gut. He looked down at the blood gushing from his wound with a horrified expression, gritting his teeth in pain, trying to hold it together. The current power of this demon was far beyond just 7th tier. He could even extend his sword energy to attack from a distance. Daylan's 2 subordinates, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock, saying, "My lord, Lord Daylan is at a disadvantage." The red-haired guy shouted anxiously, "We need to back him up, Sino." Knocked down, grabbed the legs of 2 men lying on the ground, muttering, "We can't let you disturb him." The old man, seeing this, was furious and immediately pulled out his sword, stabbing it straight into Sino, causing him to scream in agony. He gritted his teeth as his face darkened, thinking, at the moment of defeat, "Is this the difference between me and a 7th tier warrior? Is this really my limit now?" Lying still on the ground, the wound on his back started to crack open. But for his master Lina, he had to summon the higher power he would set aside when he transformed into a demon. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy descended from the sky, leaving both of them utterly stunned. Who knew a demon could possess such willpower? The little red-haired kid was growing up, evolving, sprouting a 5th wing. Sino pushed himself up off the ground, staring straight ahead with a cold expression, silently vowing to protect those he wanted to protect. On the other side, Daylan was sent flying by Sich Vrung, battered and bruised, with one arm severed. Gritting his teeth, He used his remaining arm to harness newfound power and forcefully stabilize himself, then adjusted his body to channel a shockwave attack. He then swung his arm forward, commanding the shockwave. The shockwave shot forward rapidly towards Sich-K Viking, but with just one blow, Sich-K Ving sent Dylan flying several meters away, a thunderous crash echoing as he landed, leaving a deep crater. In the center of the crater, Dylan, drenched in blood, felt his arms had been severed, gasping for breath. He muttered, "You cut off my hands." He forced a smile, guessing he was being mocked for his actions against that fake aunt. How amusing. Inside, Aiki looked pained, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as he struggled to remind, "There is no time left. Kill him and take the core." Sich-K Vivi, with his cold golden eyes, continued to stare. Dylan, lying on the ground, raised his hand high, gathering a fiery red energy into his sword, confidently declaring, "To kill me. Have you underestimated me?" A green power suddenly began to envelop Dylan's body. From his shoulders, 2 arms began to sprout, the restored arms pounding forcefully against the ground. Then, the other wounds on his body began to heal as Dylan slowly pushed himself up. A strange smile crept onto his face as he mumbled, "I once agreed with the king to never use this form." Dylan's body still could not stand straight. But suddenly, 2 emerald wings sprouted from his back. "I have to kill him now," he thought. Both Sich-K Vitring and Aki stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. He is transforming into a demon. Dylan, with a devilish silhouette, gazes up and flashes a dangerous smile. Saki Wong looks surprised, his eyes fixated on Dylan. Assessing him, suddenly, he chuckles lightly, his mind meticulous. High above, Saki Wong calmly analyzes the situation, fighting while quietly distancing himself from the Dawn City. Even with a demon transformation here, he remains undetected. Right. Dylan closes his eyes and laughs heartily in response. "Which is why I praise you." He looks up at the sky, shrugging with a nostalgic expression. "It has been ages since an enemy has pushed me to this state." His tone is incredibly confident. "Even though I personally hate this look, this state is truly unbeatable." Dylan suddenly vanishes, leaving only a shadow behind. Instantly, he appears before Siki Wong, proudly grinning and launching an attack while continuing to mock him. But let us face it, the strike sends Siki Wong crashing down to the ground, shattering everything in his path. Dylan turns around, using one hand to shoot a black cord that pins Siki Wong to the ground, while his other hand strikes forward. He yells, "Not done yet." The impact shakes the earth, causing sand to erupt everywhere. Dylan, looking grim from above, gazes down, his body coiled with power. He furrows his brow, intently watching below, not letting his guard down for a second. Amidst the deep pit and long gashes, smoke begins to clear, revealing a figure. Saki Wong stands still, his sword blocking his face, his cold gaze fixed on Dylan. He muses silently. "The power after transforming into a demon truly exceeds my expectations." Dylan, still high above, beams down, his words dripping with praise. He is quite skilled for a humanoid demon. He laughs maniacally, sarcastically stating, "You can defeat me." Siki Wong shows no fear, only retorts with a smirk. "It is the first time someone has dared to say that to me." He tightens his grip on the sword, a burst of crimson energy raining down from above. The shockwave ripples outward, warping the surrounding terrain. The stream of energy continuously cascades before Dylan, leaving him astonished. "No way. What kind of realm is this?" Suddenly, Siki Wong's gaze sharpens with anger as he directs it toward Dylan, showing him what true power looks like. But suddenly he halts, eyes squeezed shut, suppressing the pain. Blood begins to flow from his body, and he thinks to himself, "This kid's body has been bearing my power for too long." Drops of blood splatter onto the ground, reaching his limits. Siki Wong is covered in numerous gashes, clenching his lips tightly. If he does not withdraw in time, not only will he shatter physically, but perhaps even his spirit will too. Siki Wong looks back at Dylan above, sighing inwardly. He is unexpectedly intrigued by that name across from him. How ridiculous. He exhales. "Yeah, maybe I have been sleeping too long." Getting bored, even though his gaze shows reluctance, he forces a bitter smile of acceptance. Suddenly, Siki Wong's eyes widen, and Dylan is a bit taken aback. His aura, it is back to normal. Siki Wong plants his sword into the ground, his face twisted in anger as he questioned himself. "What is wrong with you, Sich-K Vivi? Why not just kill him right now?" But he soon snapped back to reality, exhaling a heavy breath. "Yeah. Do not be stupid like that." The voice of Sich-K Vagi echoed in Aki's mind, and the red threads clinging to him began to unravel. "If I do not pull out now, this body could explode at any moment. And if he will fade away with me." Sich-K Viga's voice was still filled with worry, but he had already transformed into a demon. "Now, my strength could not match his. My teammates were still waiting for the core." He trembled, his face contorted, calculating that the Sich of Vigeland dynasty contained my power. But you just had not tapped into it yet. Try channeling your spirit into the weapon. Sech K Vung's grip. The sword felt alive, guiding him on what to do next. It was as if it could talk. The red sword flashed in his mind. Sech Vigeland dynasty was my most trusted ally back in the day. And the battles it had seen were beyond your imagination.
Good.
Awaken it. Facing a key. Sich K Vung said. If you can't even kill that worthless trash, then you are not worth anything either. I admit I chose the wrong person. Seeing Sich K Vung collapse on the ground. Unmoving. Zealand burst into mocking laughter. I get it now. That state earlier was not you. There is still a powerful force within you. But now you are too weak to call upon it. Leland laughed loudly, his face full of arrogance as he raised his hand, ready to deliver the killing blow so you can just die. Sich K Vung's eyes were heavy, showing no reaction. He closed his eyes, silently waiting. If you can hear me, answer me. Suddenly, Sich K Vung's cold gaze snapped open, fixed straight ahead with a murderous intent. Sich of Ivering dynasty. In the forest, the power of Tomo Sekwa surged as she zipped through, slashing and killing countless monsters, blood splattering everywhere. After the frenzied slaughter, Tomo struggled to stop, her brow furrowed, biting her lip in thought. Even though they were low-level demons, there were just too many of them. A loud, damp sound echoed from the dark woods as a swarm of monsters emerged. Suddenly, a monstrous foot stepped forward, sending the smaller demons scattering in fear. 2 6th-tier demons and 1 5th-tier demon swaggered in, chatting with glee. Humans, your blood smells delicious here. Tomo was taken aback by the sight of these 3 demons. Who was behind her, noticed her reaction and asked, Tomo, what is wrong? Sweat poured down Tomo's face as she forced a smile, replying, focus on protecting Lina. Do not worry about me. It is just that the fight might get more intense than before. The 6th-tier demon licked its hand with a sinister grin, saying, not like humans, since we are all humanoid demons. Let us keep one for research. Facing a horde of monsters, Tomo stands fearless and declares, but none of you will make it out alive. She gets into her fighting stance, calculating her moves. She can't let them take the initiative. Then Tomo charges forward, slamming one of the demons away while plunging her weapon straight into another, landing a fatal blow. Coldly, she thinks, one down. But suddenly, her expression changes as 2 more demons sneak up behind her, excitement on their faces. You are pretty fast, they taunt, delivering 2 powerful strikes to her back before she can react. She quickly leaps to regain her footing. Tomo gathers her strength, turning with a cold gaze. She spins in the air like a whirlwind, elegantly slicing through the air, pushing the 2 demons away. They brace themselves on the ground, astonished. How did she shift positions so easily? The red demon is even more excited, gathering a sphere of energy in its hand. If you are using skills to cut off our escape, then I will play along. But before it can react, Tomo leaps right in front of it, channeling all her power for a downward thrust. The red demon quickly braces itself against a massive surge of energy. Tomo's face shows strain, thinking angrily, this is getting tough. I am reaching my limit. Her expression shifts again as the brown demon she thought she had killed starts to rise. The deadly wound in its heart is healing rapidly. It grins menacingly at Tomo and says, did you think I was dead? I will take care of the one you can handle. It charges towards Zidulu, who is tending to Lina. Zidulu panics, preparing to block the attack. Just then, Tomo leaps, striking hard and sending the demon crashing into the ground, spitting out a greenish blood. Enraged, Nien Jing watches, relieved to see Tomo successfully block the attack. But suddenly, Tomo is ambushed from behind, letting out a pained cry as she is thrown aside. Blood from the monster splatters everywhere, leaving Zidulu shocked, eyes wide open. Tomo's scream echoes through the vast forest. Breathing heavily, Tomo feels overwhelmed. Looking forward, her heart racing. She thinks, damn it, my body can barely hold on, just like those damned monsters. She spun around and swung her arm, delivering a powerful blow to the head of the nearby 5-horned demon. Shouting fiercely that it had to die, Tomo twirled her weapons, channeling her energy to unleash a chaotic slash that decapitated the 5-horned demon and cleaved the red 6-horned demon in half. The monsters recoiled in fear, stepping back a few paces, and Tomo's hands were trembling uncontrollably. She shouted with all her might, continuing forward, you beasts? Come on. The monsters were shaking in terror, too frightened to advance. They slowly retreated step by step into the forest until they vanished from sight. Seeing this, the strategist Liu exclaimed joyfully, they are retreating. Tomo, you did it. Are you okay? What is wrong with you? Tomo stood still, unresponsive. As the armor fragments on her body faded away, Tomo collapsed, still in her battle stance. By the end of the night, she had killed a total of 2 6-horned demons, 1 5-horned demon, 6 4-horned demons, 16 3-horned demons, 22 horned demons, and 45 1-horned demons, successfully protecting her teammates. Back at Aki's position, a voice echoed, accompanied by the image of blood-red eyes in his mind, a non-demon lord. How could it awaken me? In his battle form, Aki could not hide his surprise. He reached out to touch the sword in his hand and thought to himself, the demon lord can still communicate with me through my mind. And yet, it is a living entity. Nearby, Vandalan, surrounded by deadly vines, was ready to attack at any moment. Still puzzled as he glanced at Aki, he wondered with a confused expression, what on earth is this guy doing with those monsters? Without waiting long, while Aki was lost in thought, Vandalan launched a full-force attack. The deadly vines shot toward him, and he declared, no matter what, if you lose the power you had before, you absolutely won't be able to defeat me. Watching the vines whip through the air toward him, Aki remained calm, raising his sword with a determined gaze. Ready to fight at any moment, he told the blood-red eye on the sword in his hand, Demon Lord, let us kill that guy in front of us first. After hearing his proposal, the blood-red eye on the sword simply replied with one word, accompanied by Aki's astonished gasp. He had not expected the Demon Lord to respond like that. At the same time Aki's gasp echoed. The vines crashed down violently onto the ground where he stood. Vandalan's deadly vines struck the earth, creating massive explosions that sent chunks of dirt flying. The force of the attack scattered rocks everywhere, making the landscape even more desolate. The vines settled on the ground, leaving deep, long gouges, with dust swirling everywhere. Everything clearly showcased the fierce destructive power of Vandalan's earlier strike. Caught off guard by Vandalan's attack and the unexpected refusal from the Demon Lord, Aki was unable to counter and fell into a passive position. At this moment, the deadly vines of Vandalan had coiled around Aki. His face showed pain and torment as the vines restricted his movement, his limbs trembling from exhaustion. Yet he still clung tightly to the sword in his hand. Red energy streams were emanating from Aki's sword arm, seemingly his own power, and that energy was gradually being absorbed by the surrounding vines. He could probably feel his strength being drained away, and pain and agony were etched on Aki's face. He thought to himself, the vines are sucking up my energy. Meanwhile, Vandalan, having restrained Aki's movements with his toxic vines, smugly declared, trapped by my poisonous vines. Just wait to become blood water. Vandalan looked down at the ground where Aki was still suffering under his control, his body ensnared by the burning vines. Aki's face was a mask of pain, and internally he thought, my energy is continuously fading away. As the vines were about to completely encircle his body, with a determined gaze, spoke to his sword through his thoughts, asking, Blood King, why are you refusing to fight alongside me? The vines continued to wrap tighter around Aki, and the sword in his hand began to emit a strange red mist. The voice of the sword echoed in his mind. Only the Blood King has the right to fight alongside me. Who are you? Just as the sword's voice faded, Aki's energy erupted violently from within, while the vines persisted in closing in around him. From above, Vandalan saw the blazing red energy radiating from the sphere of vines he had created to imprison Aki. Then, a massive explosion of energy occurred, as Aki's power shattered the vine sphere, sending debris flying through the air. A colossal surge of energy erupted, followed by sparks flying from the center of that energy, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. From the smoke of the explosion, Aki emerged, his sword still a blazing red, surrounded by bright red sparks and the remnants of the shattered vines. At that moment, his eyes lit up, flashing with a bright red spark. As white smoke billowed from his mouth, Aki declared resolutely, even if I lose, I will stand up and fight to the death. Upon seeing Aki emerge from the energy explosion, Vandalan began to adopt a defensive stance, a green aura radiating around him, worry etched on his face. Vandalan thought, that strange lightning he used from the very beginning. But how does he possess lightning power? His gaze grew increasingly dangerous, mixed with a hint of concern. Vandalan thought to himself, I need to deal with him quickly. At this moment, the Blood King seemed to be pondering something. Suddenly, the sword burst into a loud laugh as if it had come to a realization, electricity coursing through its blade. Aki looked down at the sword in his hand, surprised, as the Blood King suddenly spoke. This power, so that is it. You have proven yourself worthy. After hearing the sword's words, Aki's grip tightened around the sword, its voice resonating firmly. Understood. Aki then raised the sword high into the sky, a bright red glow illuminating it alongside sparks around the sword. He thought to himself, then let us fight together. Blood King. Just as Aki finished speaking, the sword in his hand shattered into a shower of fragments, leaving him in shock. Aki's eyes widened as he exclaimed in astonishment. Next, the fragments of the sword began to gather in his hands. The shards came together, forming a sturdy red armor, just like Aki's sword at the very beginning. After the armor condensed into existence, leaving everyone in awe. There was now a red eye on his arm, just like the one on the sword. That eye spoke to Aki, declaring, "Now you will witness the true power of the Chain King." As the surprise faded, Aki broke into a smile. He looked at the armor forged by the power of the king, and thought to himself, "Indeed, you are powerful, king." Meanwhile, Van Dalen was losing his patience. Green streaks appeared on his face, and he thought irritably, "I just can't figure out what the hell he really is." Suddenly, the green aura around him twisted into a snake, and he thought, "I have to kill him immediately." The snake created from Van Dylan's energy lunged towards the ground where our main character stood. As his thoughts echoed, "I will use my strongest skill." At this moment, Van Dylan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he clawed, gathering a massive amount of energy aimed at the ground. The snake charged straight at Aki, but he stood his ground, unfazed, ready to face whatever was coming his way. Suddenly, Aki sprang into action, stomping his foot hard into the ground. Then he dashed straight towards the approaching snake, and all anyone could see was a beam of red light shooting from where he had just been, heading straight for the ferocious serpent. Our hero clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with determination, as he surged forward, shouting. The clash between Aki and the serpent was intense, as the red light collided with the snake, creating an explosion that lit up the entire sky. At this moment, Van Dalen was astonished, thinking, "My skill has been destroyed. How is that even possible?" Aki's energy beam approached Van Dalen, and he thrust his fist straight at him. The tension in their confrontation escalated as their powers merged into a blinding light, filling the sky. Then, a massive explosion erupted, and shockwaves radiated out from the center. Van Dalen struggled to withstand Aki's strike, his face a mask of fury, his eyes glowing with the green energy surrounding him. He roared defiantly, "No way. You can't defeat me." In response, Aki coolly replied, "To me, you are just a wannabe king." Then Aki poured all his strength into a punch aimed at Van Dalen, the surrounding energy blindingly bright as he shouted, "I was once a king." Van Dalen fought hard to block his opponent's attack, but it felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. The clash of red and green lights intensified, and Van Dalen began to tremble, asking, "Once a king? No way. Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Just as he finished speaking, losing patience, lunged forward, punching straight through him, determining the victor. Even in defeat, Van Dalen could not believe he had lost. His eyes wide with disbelief and resentment, Aki zipped past him at lightning speed, the green energy surrounding him slowly dissipating. As Van Dalen's fall echoed across the sky, he turned to look back at the battlefield and spoke as if answering his former self. "You are right. That guy is a real nuisance." Two energy spheres raced through the vast mountainous scenery, and suddenly, a shadow flickered in their path. At that moment, Aki swiftly caught both murky green spheres in his hands, moving like a flash. He left behind a trail of bright red in the expansive sky, announcing, "Got it. Let us head back." The guy with the face-covered hair looked at him in disbelief, saying, "What is wrong with this guy? We have attacked him so many times, and he is still standing." The red-haired kid replied, equally astonished, "Not only does he have insane defense, but this humanoid demon gets stronger the more you hit him. Like he will never go down." Sino was completely encased in a protective shield while the two continued to assess him. "Yeah. It is like he is defending himself and blocking our way. He is genuinely terrifying." He gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let them get through." The red-haired kid, furious, added, "I do not care who he is. We need to take him out fast. It is dragging on too long. If this keeps up, the other warriors will lose their confidence." The hair-covered guy quickly agreed. "All right, let us focus all our energy together." The ground beneath them was already trampled into rubble as they both declared, "This final strike will take him down." Suddenly, two streams of energy shot straight into the sky, then quickly merged, spiraling into a full-force attack barreling straight towards Sino. Aki froze for a moment, feeling utterly helpless as the thought crossed his mind, "What if this attack is also directed at me?" He shut his eyes and whispered, "I hope I have bought you enough time." Out of nowhere, a strike came crashing down from the sky, intercepting the attack from the two in the form of the Crimson King. Charged in, delivering a thunderous blow that sent both of them flying. Neither could withstand it and instantly collapsed. Seeing Aki standing in front of Sino put him at ease. Calling out, he turned lightly and smiled, explaining, "Don't worry. They just fainted. We got the core." Aki and Sino quickly shed the demon form and rushed to find their teammates. Worry etched on his face. He thought, "Why does the smell of blood feel so strong? We must be close to them." Suddenly, They halted in front of a gruesome scene of monster corpses strewn everywhere. To Aki and Sino's surprise, Tomo charged forward, striking Aki hard, forcing him to struggle for balance. The wind whipped around him as his eyes widened in disbelief. Before him lay Tomo, unconscious, and Aki hesitated, asking, "Is that you?" Tomo, seeing her expressionless face and lifeless eyes, he deduced, "She is passed out." He held her hand tightly, incredulous, asking, "Did you do all this?" His lips trembled as he spoke gently. "We are back. Tomo. It is." Hearing this, she seemed to respond slightly, then gently leaned forward. Seeing this, quickly pulled her into a warm embrace. In the distance, TTLU continued to treat Lina, his voice filled with worry as he called out, "Tomo. She is unconscious but still protecting us." She breathed a sigh of relief, a small smile appearing as she thought. Finally, they made it back together. TT Horologu held 2 of the 7 core crystals Aki had given him, surprised as he asked, "The 7 cores? I can't believe you really defeated the new Lassie Ho." She gently brought the core closer to Lina, who was in a deep slumber, and it was quickly absorbed. A powerful surge of energy radiated from her. The energy was so intense that it affected the entire surrounding forest. Lina's lifeless face began to visibly revive, a transformation you could see with your own eyes. With her mouth still clenched around a necklace, the color returned to her face, and a green energy flowed from Lina's shoulders, enveloping her as her arms slowly began to regrow. Filled with joy, shouted, "We did it. Lina's body is starting to heal." To their surprise, TTLU suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Both of them panicked and called out, "Look!" Aki caught her, cradling her in his arms, and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She just fainted from overexertion. Sino looked at TTLU and Tomo, then smiled affectionately, saying, "You both must have completely drained your last bit of energy." Smiling next to him, nodded, "These 2 are truly amazing warriors. Incredible girls," he said. Still beaming, "Sino, what if they—" Suddenly, he stopped, looking at Sino, who was sitting there, not even realizing he had dozed off. Exhaled softly, a gentle smile on his face. "Looks like you are out of energy too, buddy. Rest up." The warm sunlight enveloped him and his 4 teammates, and he thought lightly, "I will make sure to praise everyone when they wake up. Get some good rest. Thank you all." On a hill of lush green grass dancing with the wind, Lina lay on the soft grass as if she were sleeping. Suddenly, her eyes shot open wide, jolting her awake, her face filled with confusion. Lina's face was a mixture of panic as she thought to herself, was that a dream? Just then, a voice rang out, pulling her mind back to reality. Lina. In front of her stood a group of people in red armor, confidently standing against the sky. One of them turned around. It was Aki, looking like a battle-hardened warrior, gently asking Lina, "What is wrong? You look like you are floating." Her face was filled with confusion as she hesitantly said, "It feels like I just had a really long dream, a really, really long dream. In it, I lost my hands." A horrific vision flashed in Lina's mind of herself, bloodied and broken, with her arms severed. A truly tragic sight. Aki chuckled softly, still soothing her. "You silly girl. You must be exhausted lately to dream such strange things." Then, a girl hurried over to Lina, grabbing her hand and saying, "Hey, my dear little sister." She knelt before the bewildered Lina, reassuring her, "Take it easy. It is just a dream." The face that appeared was Celine, the Queen of Mist, the strongest wielder of the purple core at that time. Smiling gently, "Don't think too much about it." Aki pointed ahead and said, "Look, the main city is almost finished. This could be the first-class city in history." Before her stood a magnificent fortress, sturdy and imposing, humanity's new city of hope. Carlos, with a vibrant smile lighting up his face, excitedly chimed in, "And get this? The residents are even voluntarily donating to set up a giant statue of you right at the city gates." A scene flashed in Aki's mind. People gathered around a huge statue, which was of him. He stood there, looking embarrassed, letting out a sigh as he said, "I already refused, but no one would listen." De-escalation, the strongest golden nuclear powerhouse at the time, added, "He is our king, the one who has brought hope and a future to the survivors. He absolutely deserves this statue." A young man with blue hair and a friendly face nodded in agreement. "Of course he deserves it." Everyone joined in a chorus, chanting, "Nothing is more deserving." Aki remained silent, feeling helpless. People really do talk too much. Yet, he could not hide his happiness as he quickly turned and urged, "Let us head back to the city." Savior, the strongest nuclear powerhouse at the time, said seriously, "I have heard there have been strange occurrences with the ancient royalty lately. I am considering whether to send troops to investigate." Taking Savior's words seriously, analyzed, There are still many important projects to push forward in the city. I plan to create a network of tunnels connecting all the towns for easier resource sharing. Also, I have heard a religious force is on the rise. Lena sat quietly, listening to everyone talk, her mind still lost in the rain, when suddenly a voice called out, "Lena, catch up," she happily replied. "Yep. I am on my way." As her feet touched the ground, a strange sensation washed over her. With a pained expression, she collapsed, her arms vanishing, leaving only a steady stream of fresh blood. She knelt helplessly on the ground, watching as the figures of the people faded before her, crying out in agony, "My hands. Everyone. Wait, Aki." Suddenly, everything snapped back to reality before Lina were Aki, Tomo, Tudolu, and Sino, all sitting there. Aki's eyes widened in shock as he gently laid Tudolu down. Then he rushed to Lina, asking urgently, "Lina, you are awake?" She looked at her body, thinking to herself, "I feel so energized. Is it because the two cores have fused and connected to me?" Trembling, Lina stared at her hands, hesitantly saying, "My hands. They have grown back." Aki suddenly rushed over and hugged her tightly, his voice filled with excitement. "This is amazing, Lina." Lina stared blankly at the battlefield behind Aki. Monsters scattered everywhere. Tears welled in Lina's eyes as her voice trembled and broke with each sob. "What have you all been through? I am sorry. It is all my fault for causing you so much trouble." Aki held her even tighter, gently reassuring her. "Don't apologize, Lina. We are all willing to do this for you, no matter what. Teammates stick together, even if it means sacrificing our lives." A series of events is unfolding, narrated by Lina gasped in shock. Vandalan is dead. This is a serious mess. Now that the new king and the 5 members of the Hexagon group know, they are definitely going to take action. Mako, her face twisted in worry, says urgently, "We need to leave right now. Priority is to recover immediately." Aki nods in agreement. Exactly. Everyone is exhausted at this point. The image of Zazanari flashes in Aki's mind as he recalls. Even though the 3 members of the old Hexagon group have turned their backs, and Dessa has been captured, there is still one person left, Zazanari the Earth, wielding the golden core. After he was seriously injured, he chose to abandon his identity and secluded himself in a hidden town. Aki ponders the fading memory of Zazanari walking alone through the sandstorm. We could go there to find him. It must be safe. Then suddenly, Aki's face lights up with excitement as he declares, "Zazanari, my old battle buddy." He quickly adds, "All right, let us hit the road." Lina immediately agrees. "Sure. I will heal them first." Lina concentrates, creating a protective barrier around her 3 teammates to begin healing. She does not stop her serious treatment, saying, "The nuclear energy from Vandalan is truly incredible, so powerful it even makes my hand regrow. It is like healing them does not even require effort." Looking at Lee lying there, peacefully asleep, Lina expresses her gratitude. This is also a reminder from Liu that a super strong green core is needed. Lina smiles, her eyes shining with reassurance. Feeling amazed, realizes he has gained a new, very powerful ally. He asks, "Is this path far?" She continues her treatment, replying, "It is not about the distance. It is whether we can find Zazanari. Who knows if he will even help us." Lina remains focused on healing, her voice hesitant. After he died, Zazanari fell into despair, even harboring resentment against him. Aki's gaze flickers with sadness as he admits, "He must hate me for abandoning them," leading to everything that happened afterward. But Aki quickly shakes off the negative thoughts. His eyes regain determination as he states firmly, "I have to meet him and explain everything in person." There is a big cave, and the atmosphere inside is ominously oppressive. Dressed in red armor, standing inside the cave, he carries a mysterious backpack, deep in thought. He coldly remarks, "What a disgusting bunch." The watch on his wrist chimes, and he feels a hint of surprise. An emergency call. It has been ages since he received an emergency call. The dark cave reflects the floating energy spheres, eerily echoing as he picks up the watch on his wrist. Relayed a dull voice. "Have you got the item yet?" He answered irritably. "Yep. I have got it. Why are you asking me this stupid question?" He snapped at the person on the other end of the line. "I have gone to collect the item countless times. Do you still not trust me?" The other person was silent for a moment before saying, "The last one is dead." The voice on the other end calmly explained about the new 6-core red nucleus, the Crimson Beast, and his subordinates said that 2 powerful humanoid demons had launched an attack. He asked back, "This is infuriating. Wait until I get back, and I will handle the investigation myself." The person on the other end seemed to avoid answering, suggesting they discuss it later. Anger flared in his eyes, his face twisted with rage. "I am going to investigate. I am not asking, I am telling you." The person on the other end stayed silent for a long time, clearly weighing their options. Over here, Lyot is staring at the clock, waiting for an answer. A few minutes later, he pleads and begs, The person on the other end finally lowers their voice, conceding. I understand. Let me inform the other three about this. I will send you the current investigative results shortly. It will be of help to you. The person on the other end speaks regretfully. Light. You have to stay calm. I know you and Daylan grew up together. We all feel very sad about this. The line goes silent as the call disconnects, leaving an eerie stillness. In that moment of silence, Light reminisces about the carefree days they spent together as children. His heart aches for Daylan, and in desperation, he calls out, Daylan, overwhelmed with pain and rage. He screams, Daylan, why did you? He releases all his fury, vowing, I will avenge you. The cave erupts with energy, bursting apart. A massive surge of energy shoots skyward, accompanied by a furious scream that shakes the very ground. Meanwhile, somewhere else, two beams of light streak across the sky. In the lead is Aki, carrying Lina, followed closely by Sino, who is holding Tomo and Tudu Liu. Aki asks with concern, Are you tired? Want to take a break? Tudu Liu politely replies, Tomo and I are fine. It is just tough on Sino, having to support both of us. Sino, unfazed, says, Don't worry about me. I am. Just keep moving. Lina, cradled in Aki's arms, cheers them on, urging everyone to hang in there a little longer. Taking down Van Dylen is monumental. I worry the remaining men of the 6 halls will start investigating soon. Our current situation is extremely dangerous. We need to reach the town where Naim is before sunset to be safe. Aki reassures her softly, sensing her anxiety. Don't worry. We will be safe. Tudu Liu watches the two in front fall silent. After a while, the group arrives at a lush city nestled in the forest. The city of Lukchao is a quaint little town, radiating peaceful and relaxed vibes. Aki lands just outside the city and commands everyone to change their appearance. He gazes at the city excitedly, exclaiming, I can't believe there is a town like this in this area. The group stands at the city gates, surrounded by trees. Feeling the freshness and simplicity of the place, Lina quickly introduces, Lukchao. Years ago, when Aneem left, he told me he would come here. I did not expect it to be such a beautiful place. The others agree and follow, while Tudu Liu speaks up. Did we come here to find the old 6 halls? And Neem. Right. Aki replies straightforwardly, That is right. Lena advised us to come here. Considering our current state, it would be troublesome if we were ambushed by the remaining 6 halls. Tudu Liu looks down shyly. I get that. But what I meant was, noticing her hesitation, asks with concern, What is wrong? Are you okay? She suddenly halts, curious, but also wary of him. Who exactly is he? Lina, walking ahead, observes the closeness between the two and feels a twinge of loss. Aki stops as well, seriously asking, Who do you think I am? What do you mean? Aki and the other Aki within him affirm together that he is indeed the king named Aki, who died half a century ago and was revered as the strongest warrior. He candidly reveals this to Sino and Lina, leaving them stunned. I was reincarnated into this present, existing thanks to this body. Tusu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not believe what she was hearing. Sino's face went blank as he asked again, while Tomo stuttered. What are you saying? Who are you? Aki calmly replied. If you want to know, I think it is time to stop hiding the truth. A voice from the outside chimed in. You will tell everyone what happened to me, and the secret within me. Everyone exchanged confused glances. Aki began to share his entire story with them. Sino remained quiet, showing no signs of shock. Both Sino and Su's eyes widened in surprise. Both were trembling with disbelief. Sino, unable to believe his ears, turned to Aki and said, What you are saying? I can't grasp it right now. Are you serious about this time travel thing? You said you were the king 50 years ago, the strongest warrior. You led humanity to build the Radiant City. This is just too insane. Aki continued, For some reasons, I time traveled 50 years into the future, which is now, and I am living in this body, and inside me. He hesitated before adding, There is a power of the 8th king, the Demon Lord, one of the 6 strongest kings. The 3 of them were taken aback, shocked by what they heard. Sino repeated in astonishment, The 8th king. Lina spoke, Is that existence stronger than the 7th king? Do you mean there are demons even more powerful than the 7th demon lords in this world? Tasu frowned and said, The 8th king. Aki replied, You also have similar powers within you, the ability to manipulate space and time. He interrupted, It is thanks to the 8th king, another king that symbolizes the 8th core. Tasu suddenly realized something, saying, So it is the demon king, the 8th king. I should have guessed it sooner. Lina exclaimed, What is this 8th king? Why is it parasitic on you too? What is its purpose? Aki looked down, frowning as he replied, I am not sure. The 8th king has never revealed its entire plan to me. He continued, All I know is, it seems to have collaborated with other kings. The image of the Crimson King and the 8th king appeared, and Aki affirmed, especially the 8th king, he recalled. Continuing, in my past life, I entered the ancient king's realm and discovered the existence of the 8th king. I remember being drenched in blood, but their power was overwhelming. I could not withstand it. I do not know why it chose me or what its true purpose is. He closed his eyes and added, but I can feel it has its own plan, possibly linked to the fate of humanity. He lowered his head, saying, but right now, I have something more important, the emergence of the new king, and the new 6th star. I need to save Deja. He hesitated. I must meet this so-called new king. He looked up at the sky, saying, let us see where he truly wants to take the survivors. Filled with fear, questioned, the Crimson King, the 8th king. What are their intentions? Will you coexist with the Crimson King forever? He lowered his head, replying, as for my ultimate fate, I do not know. He pondered further, saying, the power of the Crimson King strengthens me, but its existence is like a double-edged sword. I feel it watching me, waiting for something. You look around at everyone and speak up, but now I have no more secrets. Everyone here is my teammate. I think you all need to hear this, whether it is good for you or for me. It is probably for the best. Shino chuckles and says, bro, your secret is pretty scary. She glances over, forcing a smile. If Tomo were awake, knowing her, she would be blown away. You lock eyes with Aki and say, but no matter who you are, I believe in you. You are my brother. From the back, Lu furrows his brow and adds, thanks for letting us know, but all of this is just too huge. What can we even do? Aki smiles back and says, I should be the one thanking you all. You have done so much already. He turns to Lena. Continuing, let us keep moving. Once we find a Neum, we will patch up our wounds and figure out our next step. She glances at Shino and notices Liu still looks troubled. She thinks to herself, this is really hard for the younger warriors to believe. She turns and walks away, realizing they need some time to adjust. The group continues on, when suddenly, a loud shout echoes from afar. Don't move any closer. Lena jumps and turns around. It is the city guard, the 1st Division. Lhasa Hedge. He brandishes his weapon and shouts, sorry. Outsiders are not allowed in. This city has never welcomed intruders. You need to leave, now. Lena shouts back from below. We are not the enemy. We just need a place to recuperate. She adds, my teammate is injured. Please let us into the city. We have an old friend inside. The guard, skeptical, replies, just because you say you are hurt does not mean you are an old friend. Who is to say you are not a bunch of disguised demons? We have never had outsiders here, and we do not need any. Lena responds angrily. These guys are completely unreasonable. Shino chimes in. Look, we seriously need a place to rest and recover. We come from the city of Hylos. One of the guards, who also has magical powers, swoops down right at Shino's feet. The guard yells, enough. If you do not leave, do you think I want to kill you? Red energy swirls around Aki as he steps forward and repeats, go ahead. Kill us. He reaches out and grabs the bow the guard just threw down, snapping it in half. A fierce glint flashes in his eyes as he says, do you believe I will flatten your city? His gaze sharpens, filled with intensity. The guard stares wide-eyed and gasps. What? What is with that look? He suddenly seems sure. You guys really are demons. He orders, prepare for battle. The others below shout to calm Aki down. Shino says, bro, just take it easy. Lena exclaims, what are you doing? They are 1st Division soldiers. Liu thinks to himself, this tension is eating away at Aki. Suddenly, a figure leaps down from above, crashing into the ground with a powerful tremor. Aki's fierce demeanor vanishes upon seeing the figure. Stuttering, and Neum, the figure appears, a strong physique clad in a golden robe, dust swirling around, and Neum's voice booms, with such fierce energy. Let us see who dares to stand in the way of our city. The guards gasp, shouting, Lady and Nim. The soldier just spoke up, Sir and Nim. These people are insisting on coming in and even threatening us. The crowd cheered. Yep. Is great. Sir and Nim has arrived, and Nim stared intently at Aki, the two locking eyes. When Lina suddenly rushed out. Wait. She took off her hood, smiling. And Nim. Lina. And Nihim's eyes lit up. He removed his hat, revealing a face that was not exactly young anymore, but definitely not shabby either. The old man was taken aback. Lina. What brings you here? Lina quickly explained. And Nihim. We need to recover. My teammate is gravely injured. She pointed at Tomo and continued. We mean no harm. We just hope for a safe place. The old man pondered for a moment before closing his eyes and ordering, open the door. The soldier hesitated. But Sir and Nihim. The aura from earlier. Magical energy surged around the old man as he said, do not worry. He took the order. Yep. And commanded, open the door. The brown wooden door creaked open, revealing a stunning scene inside. The heavy door slowly swung open. A large man in a red outfit stepped in, holding a suitcase in his hand. In the spacious room, a girl was already waiting there. Upon seeing him, she exclaimed, "You are here." Leet, this girl is Tarina, the top of the new 6th rank, with a purple core and an extraordinary talent. Then she hesitated and said, "Leet, I am really sorry about what happened." Although she spoke, he did not respond. His face dark as a storm cloud. Placed the white suitcase down on the table. Yet, Leet still said nothing, slowly opening the suitcase. After allowing Tarina to see the neatly arranged colorful cores inside, he finally spoke, "I have safely brought back the new cores." Leet's hand glided over the vibrant stones, stopping at a green one. However, his choice was the red one right next to it, his hand firmly grasping it. Then he turned to leave, delivering a cool line, "Send me the battle intel on Dylan. No matter if it is demons or whatever." But Tarina quickly intervened. "Wait a second." Hearing this, Lit paused and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Tarina replied calmly, "This time, someone will accompany you. It is an arrangement from above." A sigh escaped her lips. She probably knew Light would not like this, but she had no other choice. Hearing this, he was taken aback and turned to ask, "Is it an arrangement from above? Do you mean the king or—" Before he could finish, a voice from the corner of the room interrupted. "This is the first time I am working with your kind, is not—" The voice made Light feel anything but happy. His expression darkened, and he seemed furious. The mysterious figure wore a loose-fitting pajama top, with a slit at the bottom, and flip-flops. Casually stepping closer, he was Chi-Vu, a demon with a handsome, delicate face, appearing with a bright smile and an enthusiasm that felt both real and fake, hoping for a pleasant collaboration. Then the two set off together, Leet disdaining his teammate for this mission, so he did not wait around, quickly striding ahead, just casually walking behind. Knowing the other person does not like me, yet he is still joking around. It seems like he is not too thrilled about me tagging along. I shot him a look and replied, "If it were not for my boss's orders, I would not even bother to glance at a demon like you. Just do not get in my way, because I have zero sympathy for your kind of demons." Not a single word he said registered with me. The guy frowned and replied, "Is that—" He raised his voice again, saying, "A 5-star demon. I could crush you with just one hand." No sooner had he finished speaking than a gigantic sigh pierced through his chest. Could it be that the demon got so furious that he just killed his own colleague? A painful roar. He shouted, "You dare to sneak attack me?" His body was now covered in bulging veins, his eyes wide with rage, and he yelled out, "What the hell is this?" However, a surprising turn of events occurred. The sigh that lodged in his chest had vanished, along with the indifference of the demon, leaving him utterly embarrassed and speechless. Seeing this, the other guy stepped forward and said, "Let us move on." Looking down at his chest, he found it completely unscathed, leaving him dumbfounded and at a loss for words. He then thought to himself, that was some kind of illusion, and not a low-level one at that. Even I could not detect it right away. His suspicious gaze turned toward the demon, firmly believing that this guy was definitely not a 5-star demon. At this point, the leader smiled and spoke up. "Whoever said I am just a rookie, those are just the illusions I wanted you to see." He turned back with eyes full of resentment and said, "I have a score to settle." The scene shifted to a small wooden house, where a loud gasp of shock shook the entire place. He was munching away while curiously asking, "What is going on?" "That is impressive." Seeing the boy's excited attitude, the teacher chuckled and said, "I knew he would react like this." Sino next to him was left speechless watching the kid devour food like a machine. That spiritual core is not just for show, but the boy was too busy stuffing his face, completely oblivious. "This is so good." While the three inside the house were chatting noisily, outside in the garden, another trio was having a serious discussion. It seemed like the topic was quite important, as the tension was palpable among them. After recounting everything, Anim spoke softly. "So that is the situation." "Anim," Lina chimed in eagerly. "In short, our current goal is to rescue Deja. The strength of the three of them is impressive. If we can coordinate well, we might have a shot." Suddenly, Anim stepped forward, walked up to where Aki was standing, and without warning, delivered a painful punch to his face. Lina's eyes widened in shock, not understanding why Anam did that. Aki fell to the ground from the hit. Lina rushed over to intervene when she saw him about to throw another punch. "What are you doing?" But she felt powerless, unable to control even her own hands at that moment. It trembled and was slowly pushed away. At this point, Lina could only swear under her breath. Anim's anger was too high, causing him to lose control, his eyes blazing with a fierce golden light as he threw another punch. Anim yelled out all the pent-up frustration. "Do you know? Back then you would not listen to anyone, charging into the old royal stronghold alone. Do you have any idea how much we suffered because of you?" Do you know what I had to go through to survive? Aki did not dodge or fight back. Just lay there taking the hits. Inside the house, the three friends heard the commotion and were extremely puzzled. Quickly, Lu jumped through the window and shouted, "What is going on?" Seeing Aki getting beaten, she panicked and yelled, "Stop it." Neem used his powers to control everything, not allowing anyone to come close. He shouted, "Stop. No one is allowed to interfere." After delivering a barrage of punches to Aki, Neem finally decided to stop. But it is not over yet. He grabbed Aki by the collar and unleashed all his power, shouting right in his face. Meanwhile, some teammates lay dead, others wounded. We did not even have a place to hide. And you, our king, just walked away like it was nothing. Then you suddenly show up, talking about saving some mother what? Faced with those accusations, Aki could only bow his head and apologize. Then, with a serious gaze, he said, "Aneem, please stand by my side again. This time, in this life, I will repay you 100,000 times over." His words brought tears to the old man's eyes. The loud noise made his wife and son rush out, shocked to see him attacking someone. His young son yelled angrily, "Who are you? My dad does not like you. Get out of here." Lena gasped in worry and said, "That is Aneem's family." Hearing this, Aki turned to look, and suddenly the space became silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing. After a moment, he released Aki and softly pleaded, "Please, our king, forgive me. I am no longer the great Ahim I used to be." He lowered his head and continued, "I have escaped to this small town, met the people I want to love, and live with them. I cherish them deeply and am very content with my life now. I no longer possess the power I once had. Here, I can only protect them. Safeguard this little town." As Aneem spoke, a gust of wind blew, lifting his cloak to reveal a severed arm. Aki looked on sadly at the powerless, crying general before him, feeling utterly helpless. Aneem pressed his hands firmly on the ground, unsure of what he would do next. Suddenly, he bowed down before Aki, who was taken aback, desperately pleading, "Please, after you heal, just leave this place.